Devero traverses the enchanting realm of Harry Potter, becoming an apprentice in potion-making under Severus Snape, while binding himself to a lexicon system that allows him to adopt the attributes of others. With the Potion Genius attribute, the Serpentine Old Bat leads him into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, where both teachers and students possess formidable traits. Potion Genius Gold. Born for the art of potion-making, he progresses rapidly in his studies, destined to become a master of potions. Innate Wandmaker Gold. Born for the craft of wand-making, he possesses an inherent lineage that allows him to create lifelong companions for countless wizards. Transfiguration Prodigy Gold. A paragon of excellence in the art of transfiguration. Savior Red. Naturally endowed with immense prestige, in the climactic battle against his nemesis, he is destined for extraordinary achievements. Yet, the path he ultimately chooses remains contingent upon his decisions. Devero muses, splendid. All of this is mine. The faculty and students, whose talents pale in comparison, are left utterly astounded. Devero's transfiguration aptitude is astonishingly high. He excels in potion-making as well. Is there no justice in this world? How can he be proficient in everything? He is simply unfathomable. Chapter 1. The Leaky Cauldron and the Binding of the Lexicon System. Charing Cross, London. Nestled between a grand bookstore and a record shop lies the Leaky Cauldron. From the outside, this establishment is rather unremarkable, easily overlooked by passers-by. Its appearance exudes an aura of antiquity, slightly dilapidated, as if time itself has come to a standstill. At this moment, within a single room, a boy with golden hair busies himself among an assortment of peculiar items. Various bottles and jars filled with colorful powders, liquids, and some unidentifiable plant roots are meticulously organized. In addition to these ingredients, he arranges a set of elegant yet somewhat antiquated tools. The table is strewn with hefty tomes, their covers crafted from leather. The boy gently closes a book, aligning them alphabetically, and placing them into corresponding compartments within a suitcase. Alas, by Merlin's beard, I must return to school. Devero sighs, enveloped in despair. Having spent a year in this world, studying potions under the tutelage of an eccentric teacher has proven to be quite the trial. The happiest moments of his day are those when his teacher attends classes at school. To his dismay, he learns that he must also attend the same school as his instructor. Though his Hogwarts, the prospect still fills him with trepidation that Devero is not originally from this world a year prior. He traversed into this realm, essentially soul transmigrating into the body of a young boy. Judging by appearances, he seems to be of mixed heritage, with golden hair and deep brown eyes, bearing distinct Asian features. As for the reason behind his translocation, do not inquire. The answer is a muddy truckload of confusion. Upon awakening, the first sight that greeted him was a chaotic mop of hair. The somber-faced old bat lifted him from his bed with a single hand. If one were to describe the first impression of this master, it would undoubtedly be that of a confirmed old bachelor. This individual's violent demeanor suggested a profound repression of desires. Rubbing his hand, which had reddened from being struck for his tardiness, he observed the old bat issue a flurry of commands before vanishing in an instant. It was then that Devero realized he had traversed into another realm, entering a magical world and becoming a disciple of a master potion maker. Surprisingly, he also acquired the ability to learn English, a task that had previously eluded him. On that day, Devero rummaged through his residence and discovered that his teacher was none other than Professor Snape from the beloved novel Harry Potter. This revelation filled him with a blend of joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from his arrival in the long-desired magical realm. The fear arose from the daunting prospect of having such a teacher. Although Snape is portrayed as a hero in the original narrative, he undoubtedly embodies a nightmare for students. Subsequent experiences only served to reinforce this notion. Snape was exceedingly strict. When Devero first arrived, his memories were not fully restored, and he struggled to complete the myriad tasks assigned by Snape. Consequently, he faced various forms of punishment. Fortunately, Devero had since mastered most of the skills required of a potion assistant, minimizing the likelihood of incurring Snape's wrath. Nonetheless, being in the presence of the old bat remained profoundly uncomfortable, which fueled his aversion to Hogwarts. The constant scrutiny from Snape was utterly unbearable. As for why Devero had become Snape's apprentice, it seemed that his mother had entrusted him to Snape's care, after which there was no further communication. Devero had previously considered inquiring about his family's whereabouts, but upon broaching the subject, Snape would immediately seek to find fault with him, leaving Devero too intimidated to extract any information. Of course, Devero was not entirely idle. Upon his arrival, he confirmed that he was in the same year as Harry and his friends, meaning he had entered the story from the very beginning. Alas, serving Snape as a mere errand boy suggested that life at Hogwarts would not be any easier. He wondered whether he would ever have the chance to participate in the familiar events of the story. Currently, his magical talent in this new body was quite commendable. Although Snape had not imparted any spells to Devero, he felt a remarkable affinity for the magical ingredients during potion making. This intuitive grasp was likely the reason for his swift progress. Moreover, he found himself to be quite attractive, at least more so than in his previous Lithia rare consolation in such dire circumstances. Having gathered all his belongings, Devero resolved to descend the stairs. Today, he had arranged with Snape to venture to Diagon Alley to procure various supplies and textbooks necessary for his studies. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable event had transpired the day before. Suddenly, Snape brought Devero to the leaky cauldron ahead of schedule that he arranged for him to settle in first, indicating they would go shopping together the following day. That day is now. Carrying a suitcase nearly 2/3 his size, Devero descended the stairs into the leaky cauldron. Inside, the proprietor, Tom, was busily preparing for the day's trade. As the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, Tom looked up to see Devero, his golden hair glistening in the morning light. "Good morning, Mr. Devero." Tom greeted him warmly. "Did you sleep well?" Devero offered a slight smile, appearing somewhat anxious yet still managing a polite nod. "Good morning, Mr. Tom. Thank you for your hospitality. I rested quite well last night." Tom noticed a large suitcase in Devereau's grasp and chuckled softly. "It seems you've brought quite a bit with you. Professor Snape didn't provide me with many details when he arranged your stay yesterday. However, he mentioned he would come by today to take you shopping for some supplies." Devero nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. "Yes, Professor Snape said he would take me to Diagon Alley. It's my first time there, and I'm feeling a bit nervous." In truth, it was the prospect of encountering Snape that made him anxious. "Oh, not worry." Tom reassured him with a smile, seemingly quite fond of the handsome young lad, a stark contrast to Snape. "Diagon Alley is a marvelous place. You will find it delightful. With Professor Snape accompanying you, everything will go smoothly." He paused before continuing. "However, would you like to have some breakfast before you set off? I could prepare some freshly baked bread and hot tea for you." Upon hearing this, Devereau's eyes brightened, clearly enticed by the suggestion. "That sounds wonderful, thank you, Mr. Tom." As he watched Tom head towards the kitchen, Devero couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of being a child, always receiving care from others. He pondered whether Snape had instructed Tom to look after him, but then dismissed the thought, convinced that the old bat would never do such a thing. While waiting for breakfast, a sudden chill ran down Devereau's spine. That familiar sensation returned, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He turned to see a tall, gaunt figure with pale skin, clad in a long black robe, standing at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. It was Snape, the nightmare of Devereau's past year. He waved slightly, beckoning Snape to turn his gaze in his direction, though he was reluctant to do so. Before long, Snape approached. His greasy black hair fell in disarray over his forehead and cheeks, casting shadows across his features and evoking an aura of darkness. "Devero, it is time to depart. We have a lengthy shopping list to complete today." Devero nodded slightly, rising to grasp his suitcase, preparing to leave with Snape. Just then, Tom returned, carrying 2 servings of breakfast, which he placed on the dining table. "Professor Snape, please have breakfast first. I have prepared a portion for you as." Well, the Devero gazed longingly at the breakfast spread before him. Yet, he was aware that Snape was not the sort to indulge in such pleasantries. He prepared to leave. "Very well, do eat quickly." Devero was taken aback by this unexpected concession. To his astonishment, Snape actually sat down to partake in breakfast. Momentarily stunned, Devero speculated that perhaps Snape was in a particularly good mood. He hastily took a seat and began to eat tea. That moment, Snape suddenly produced a letter from an unknown source and handed it to Devero. Initially perplexed, Devero focused his gaze. It was the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Upon seeing it, Devero immediately grasped the envelope. Although his excitement about attending Hogwarts was somewhat dampened by Snape's influence, the mere possession of this long-dreamed-of acceptance letter filled him with exhilaration. However, just as Devero opened the letter, a sound echoed in his mind. "Ding! A qualified host has been detected. The entry system is binding." Binding successful. What is happening? Before Devero could fully comprehend the situation, another voice resonated. This system is known as the entry system. Each individual possesses their own exclusive entry, representing potential, talent, destiny, and more. This system allows the host to view the entries of individuals within a 3-meter radius and to load and replicate their entries. Entries can be distinguished by color, ascending from the lowest level of white to green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Additionally, there exist special entries that cannot be categorized by color, the strength of which varies unpredictably. Chapter 2. The Entry System, the Magical Prodigy. Devero was struck dumb by the sudden sound. Could this be the fabled golden finger prepared for him? It arrived rather late. Ding! The novice gift pack has been distributed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the entry, Magical Prodigy, unique. Magical Prodigy. Unique, you are the individual with the highest learning ability in the magical realm. There is no spell you cannot master, and every spell you observe, you will instantly comprehend. Devero stared blankly at the information. This was utterly absurd. Surely, he had not accidentally opened a bottle of the bewildering Mirage potion last night. With such a setting, would he not be able to instantly perform transfiguration simply by watching someone else? Could he transform into an animal just by observing Professor McGonagall's animagus form? This was simply exhilarating. Moreover, this unique entry appeared devoid of any color. Did this imply that he was the sole possessor of this entry in the entire world? Ding. Panel loading complete. The host may now review it at their leisure. Host, Devero Alexander. Age, 11. Identity, first-year student yet to enroll at Hogwarts. Potion Apprentice, Spellbook, none. Carried entries, Transcender, unique. Magical Prodigy, unique. Potion Perception, blue. Entry Library, unique, 2. Red, 0. Gold, 0. Purple, 0. Blue, 1. Green, 0. White, 0. Pet, none. Items, none. Number of magical realm explorations, 0. Transcender, unique, you are the only transcender in this world, protected by a great entity. No one can glimpse your past or future, and no one can access all your memories. Causality cannot be locked onto you. Potion Perception, blue, possessing an innate sharp intuition towards potions, you are able to discern their properties and effects with ease. This ability allows you to handle and identify various potions with greater proficiency. Unable to access memories? A natural master of the closed mind technique. This Transcender entry was truly formidable. Moreover, being unbound by causality meant that his future could not be foretold. It dawned on him that the reason he possessed such an acute potion perception entry was perhaps why he could swiftly distinguish between various potions. Gazing at his entries, Devero was elated, hardly glancing at the contents of the envelope. Severus Snape furrowed his brow and snatched the envelope away. Enough dawdling. We shall depart after breakfast. At this moment, Devero remained in a state of shock from acquiring the system. He looked up at Snape, and in an instant, Snape's entries materialized before him. Name, Severus Snape. Age, 32. Spellbook, Closed Mind Technique, Unmatched. Sectum Sempra, Proficient. Entries, Potion Genius, Gold. Magical Talent, Purple. Redeemer, Purple. Potion Genius, Gold, born for potions. You progress rapidly in potion research, destined to become a master of the craft. Magic Talent, Purple, possessing magical aptitude surpassing that of ordinary wizards. Learning spells at an extraordinary pace, coupled with a degree of creativity. Atoner, Purple, burdened by sins, living every moment to atone for them, exhibiting extraordinary willpower, and significantly enhancing certain spell effects. Oh my goodness. Professor Snape truly lives up to his title as the youngest professor at Hogwarts. All of his attributes are of purple grade or higher, and he possesses an innumerable reserve of spells. Just imagining if Professor Snape were to demonstrate these spells before me is utterly exhilarating. The attribute of Potion Genius must represent the pinnacle of my potion perception, while this magic talent, Purple, should be a subordinate attribute to my Magical Prodigy. As for the Atoner, well, it goes without saying that without the motivation for atonement, Snape likely would not have made the monumental sacrifices depicted in the original work. However, the most crucial revelation is that I can replicate all three of these attributes. Of course, Devero is presently unconcerned with that. He immediately loads the other two attributes. Ding. Loading attribute, Potion Genius, Gold. Loading attribute, Magic Talent, Purple. Replication complete. In an instant, Devero felt a subtle transformation within his body, yet he could not quite articulate it. It was as if his previous knowledge of potions had suddenly become more vivid. Just like when he acquired the Magical Prodigy attribute. He now experienced a sensation of elevation throughout his entire being. Moreover, Devero discovered that this attribute replication has a cooldown period. Attribute replication cooldown. Gold, 6 days, 23 hours. Purple, 23 hours. Upon closer inspection, Devero realized that the cooldown times for loading attributes of varying ranks differ. A gold attribute has a cooldown of 7 days. A purple attribute 1 day. A blue attribute 1 hour. A green attribute 1 minute. While a white attribute has no time limitation. Devero contemplated this temporal restriction thoughtfully. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck him. He clutched his head in pain. Stop daydreaming and eat your breakfast, Snape instructed. Having just lifted his hand from where he had tapped Devero, he continued with his meal. Devero rubbed his head, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. Alas, even with such formidable abilities, he still finds himself subordinate to Snape. Amidst feelings of excitement and discontent, Devero completed breakfast alongside an oblivious Snape. Hey, did you know that this year marks the day the boy who lived attends Hogwarts? Of course, he will surely come to Diagon Alley. I can hardly wait to meet him. If I could just shake his hand, I might faint from excitement. Indeed, if he hadn't defeated the Dark Lord, we wouldn't be enjoying such peaceful days. The bar had already welcomed a few patrons. The savior is about to begin his schooling. Devero had grown increasingly impatient over the past few days. He turned to Tom to express his gratitude, and the amiable bar owner offered a faint smile in return. With that, Devero lifted the leather suitcase, nearly as tall as himself, and proceeded to walk outside. At that moment, Snape suddenly produced his wand, crafted from white birch. He lightly tapped Devero's suitcase, and instantly, it became remarkably light, so much so that even Devero could easily hoist it above his head. Of course, he dared not attempt such a feat. Just then, a notification chimed, announcing, "Ding, new spell successfully recorded," and the host can view it on the attributes panel. Devero was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with joy. This must be the effect of his magical aptitude. He quickly summoned the attributes panel in his mind. And indeed, a new spell had been added. Spell Library, Levitation Charm, Silent Version. Remarkably, it was a silent spell. He recalled that Snape had employed the silent incantation while casting. Thus, it seemed he could instantaneously learn any spell performed before him. Eager to test this newfound ability, he was disappointed to realize that he lacked a wand. Snape had only utilized the silent version, not the wandless casting variant. Reluctantly, Devero hastened to follow Snape, who had already traversed the bar. After all, today was dedicated to procuring the necessary items for his journey to Hogwarts, and a wand was certainly indispensable. Upon arriving at the courtyard surrounded by walls, Devero felt a surge of excitement. After all, Snape had never before brought him to this part of Diagon Alley. The prospect of witnessing the most renowned shopping street in the British magical community was exhilarating. With an impassive expression, Snape pointed his wand at the third brick from the left on the wall and tapped it 3 times. The brick he struck began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually widened until it formed a passage large enough for an adult man to pass through. Before them lay a winding street paved with cobblestones. Ding! Wizarding Secret Realm discovered. Exploring feature activated. Current Wizarding Secret Realm, Diagon Alley. Exploration progress, 01. Chapter 3, The Wizarding Secret Realm? Entry upgrade. A secret realm? Devero stared at the prompt in astonishment. Yet before he could delve into this new feature, he heard a chilling remark. Do you still remember the potions and elixirs I made you read before? Or has your incompetence erased it from your memory? As they stepped into Diagon Alley, Devero, still curiously gazing around, realized that such a question from Snape typically signaled the onset of another oral quiz. Generally, if Devero admitted he had forgotten, Snape would employ his characteristic tone to mock him and would proceed to pose exceptionally tricky questions, render Devero speechless, then proceed with even sharper sarcasm directed at him. To speak frankly, he had initially believed that Snape was a complete jerk solely towards Gryffindor. Little did he realize that Snape was indeed a thoroughgoing cad. However, this time he would not have the opportunity to mock. Remember, sir, now there exists a term for potion prodigies. Snape's dark hair fell over his brow as he raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised at the confidence emanating from this typically timid lad. Yet, he soon smirked coldly. Despite the boy's modest talent, he was well aware of his current limitations. A mere question would certainly expose him. Pray tell, Mr. Alexander, what is the primary distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? Aconite and wolfsbane are actually 2 names for the same plant, referring specifically to the genus Aconitum, notably the monkshood. In the realm of potion making, this plant is commonly employed in concoctions designed to counteract lycanthropy. The moment Devero heard the question, he promptly recited the standard answer. Snape narrowed his eyes. Although the inquiry was not particularly challenging or obscure, it nonetheless took him by surprise. Yet, he was severe as Snape. How could a single question suffice to conclude the interrogation? Merely fortuitous in answering one question correctly does not signify mastery. Now enlighten me. If you were to brew a peace potion, which ingredient would you add first, and why? The initial component required in the preparation of a peace potion is valerian root, as it serves as one of the foundational ingredients, aiding in emotional stabilization and laying the groundwork for subsequent elements. Proceed. Elucidate the significance of stirring clockwise 7 times while preparing a foundational healing potion. The clockwise stirring 7 times ensures. Following a series of 7 or 8 fundamental potion inquiries, Snape's expression shifted from one of impatience to something akin to astonishment. His lips moved as if to pose further questions, yet he ultimately sealed his mouth and continued guiding Devero towards Diagon Alley, conversing as they walked. It appears you have mastered this textbook. Shall we advance to the next volume, or do you believe this is sufficient? Another of Snape's signature jibes. Devero, having endured these for a year, had grown immune. Of course not, sir. It would be splendid if I could procure a new textbook at Flourish and Blots later. Devero felt elated. On one hand, it was gratifying to witness Snape's perpetually haughty visage contort into one resembling a fly had just flown into his mouth. On the other hand, he was genuinely eager to acquire a new book. The entry for potion prodigies was simply invaluable. Much of the potion knowledge he had previously learned had faded from memory, yet it now vividly resurfaced in his mind. Is this what true potion talent feels like? He was eager to delve into new potion knowledge. Throughout the remainder of their journey, Snape ceased his examinations and instead morosely guided Devero through the essential shops of Diagon Alley for first-year students, purchasing the items required for enrollment. However, at that moment, Devero lacked the enthusiasm to continue teasing Snape with new entries. Seizing the opportunity, he accessed the system to explore the purported Secret Realm exploration feature. Though he could not discern its true purpose, he thus prompted the system for an explanation. Ding! When the host enters a location with a rich history, the Secret Realm exploration feature will be triggered. This feature rewards the host based on their exploration progress within the location. Upon reaching 30 exploration, the host will receive a spell proficiency card. Upon reaching 60 exploration, the host will receive an entry upgrade card. Upon reaching 100 exploration, the host will obtain the Wisdom of the Ancients spell proficiency card. When used, it significantly enhances the host's proficiency in a specific spell. Entry upgrade card can elevate any entry, except for unique and red entries, by 1 level. Wisdom of the Ancients, an extraordinarily mysterious power, unless acquired. Its nature remains unknowable. Wow, this system had already bestowed upon him numerous surprises. In truth, he had developed a degree of resistance to such wonders. The spell proficiency card was somewhat anticipated. Such items are commonplace in typical systems. However, he was utterly astonished by the existence of a divine artifact capable of upgrading any entry. His heart raced at the thought. Consider this. The potion genius's entry had already become so formidable. It could enable Devero to instantly absorb all the potion knowledge he had previously acquired. If he were to upgrade it further, would he not require any study at all? Of course, it was evident that learning was still necessary, albeit at an accelerated pace. As for the Wisdom of the Ancients, upon reading its description, Devero couldn't help but smirk. Wasn't this akin to a blind box? Surely it contained some Slytherin parseltongue or ancient magic. Contemplating this, it seemed quite powerful. Yet, given the uncertainty, Devero resolved to ensure that he explored each secret realm to at least 60 completion, securing the spell proficiency card and the entry upgrade card first. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. Entry fusion and upgrade. Dragon blood is being sold at 16 sickles per ounce. Have they truly lost their minds? Look, this is the latest model of the Nimbus 2000. I want one so badly. Our basic cauldron is crafted from the finest copper alloy, ensuring it is not only heat resistant, but also corrosion resistant, thereby maintaining optimal conditions for your potion brewing. London, Diagon Alley. Another bustling day. At this moment, Devero felt utterly despondent. He had just received a reprimand from Snape for incessantly grinning at other wizards while shopping. Snape, unable to tolerate it, decided to teach him a lesson. Devero wished to protest, but he had stumbled upon a revelation that made it impossible to suppress his smile. To his astonishment, he discovered that entries could indeed fuse and evolve. To be precise, the entries within the lexicon can undergo fusion upgrades. Above Devero's panel lies an entity known as the lexicon, which records the total number of tiered entries currently loaded by Devero. Upon reaching a certain threshold, fusion upgrades become possible. This does not imply the fusion of identical entries. Rather, it involves the accumulation of loaded entries from the lexicon. Subsequently, Devero may autonomously select a possessed entry for enhancement. After all, not every entry's effect is beneficial for Devero. Thus, the system thoughtfully allows him to choose the entries he wishes to carry from the lexicon. However, it is not a matter of plug-and-play. During the initial loading, only a single selection can be made. Should he opt not to carry an entry, it cannot be acquired later. Conversely, if he chooses to carry one, he currently has not found a method to remove it. The specific fusion rules are as follows. A red entry can be obtained by fusing 5 golden entries. A golden entry can be acquired by fusing 10 purple entries. A purple entry can be achieved through the fusion of 100 blue entries. A blue entry can be garnered by fusing 1,000 green entries, and a green entry can be attained by fusing 10,000 white entries. Admittedly, the requirement of 10,000 entries for fusion startled Devero initially. However, upon reflection, it seems reasonable, as nearly everyone possesses a few white entries, such as freckles or pockmarks. Using these to forge a superior entry indeed presents a challenge. Yet, he discovered that every wizard possesses at least one blue entry, magical aptitude, the potential to become a qualified wizard. Therefore, if he loads the blue entries from every individual he encounters, with the multitude of wizards in London, acquiring a purple entry will be almost assured. The prospect of attending Hogwarts becomes even more exhilarating, knowing that countless students await his acquisition. Moreover, each year, dozens to hundreds of young wizards are ready to be drawn upon. Devero has never anticipated his arrival at Hogwarts with such fervor. Furthermore, it is not stated that every individual possesses solely white, green, or blue entries. Should he manage to collect higher-tier entries, his growth would undoubtedly accelerate. This explains why he was grinning foolishly at a certain wizard earlier, because that individual possessed a purple entry. Master of Magical Culinary Arts. Purple, you possess an extraordinary talent for magical cooking, capable of learning to prepare an impressive feast with minimal guidance. Devero greatly admired this ability. But regrettably, due to the cooldown period for loading entries, he had to forego the opportunity. He had hoped that he would finally be free from the culinary torments inflicted by Snape. Although Snape had not allowed Devero to go hungry over the past year, he certainly had no intention of producing anything worthwhile. Devero was utterly astonished to discover that Snape could indeed cook. Initially, he had assumed that Snape intended to feed him potions, which was why he had laughed so heartily moments before. Furthermore, there was another matter that brought Devero immense joy. Under the influence of the Magical Prodigy entry, he could learn spells merely through observation. In Diagon Alley, many adult wizards employed various incantations. Consequently, ding. New spell successfully recorded. New spell successfully recorded. New spell successfully recorded. In a short while, Devero's spell repository began to flourish. Spell repository, levitation charm, proficient, both silent and audible. Summoning charm, beginner, audible. Unlocking charm, beginner, audible. Cleaning charm, beginner, audible. Repairing charm, beginner, audible. In less than an hour spent in Diagon Alley, Devero had already mastered 5 spells through mere observation. The most frequently used and fundamental was the levitation charm, which he had not even practiced. He had merely watched others perform it and had achieved a level of proficiency. Oh, by Merlin's beard, this is the effect that a truly exceptional entry should possess. Thus, Devero trailed behind Snape, continually peeking at other wizards casting spells while simultaneously loading their white-green entries. Although many were required to merge and enhance, any progress was better than none. He scarcely paid attention to the wondrous shops in Diagon Alley. Next, Snape took Devero to purchase his school robes, various stationery, and to Flourish and Blots to acquire the books necessary for the upcoming term. Upon receiving the books, Devero felt an irresistible attachment, particularly to the newly acquired Book of Potions. Authored by the wizard Sigismund Bark, this tome on potion-making captivated him, causing him to lose track of time. Consequently, after standing idly in the street for 10 minutes, he received a reprimanding tap from Snape. You don't usually display such interest in potions. Are you attempting to show off to garner attention? Snape remarked disdainfully. Devero was well aware that Snape abhorred arrogant individuals and felt compelled to present himself with utmost humility. Of course not, sir. It is merely that during my studies at the Leaky Cauldron, I have come to understand that potion-making is an incredibly profound, intricate, and fascinating discipline. I am eager to learn more. He boasted about the remarkable aspects of potions in Snape's presence, hoping to soften his temperament. Oh, I had thought I imparted that lesson during our first class. How curious that you are only now grasping it. Indeed. Snape said no more than this and led Devero towards their next destination. Had Devero not spoken as he did, Snape would have likely abandoned him in Diagon Alley. Devero had no doubt that he was capable of such an action. As they walked, Devero discreetly took out the Book of Potions to sneak a glance at its contents. With the entry of Potion Genius, the once obscure and complex content now captivates him. Previously, when he only possessed the Potion Perception entry, reading magical potions and elixirs felt akin to serving a prison sentence. Yet, this Book of Potions delves even deeper into the arcane. Just imagine, Snape possessed such a talent from a young age, diligently honing his craft. One can only wonder how formidable his potion-making skills have become by now. Truly, he is the youngest professor at Hogwarts, an epitome of excellence. As they purchased the final cauldron, they exited the cauldron shop. Ding! Your exploration level of the Wizarding Secret Realm, Diagon Alley, has reached 30. Rewards have been issued. With great joy, Dumbledore opened his panel. Name, Dumbledore Alexander. Age, 11 years. Identity, incoming Hogwarts freshman, potions apprentice. Spell repository, levitation charm, proficient, both silent and vocal. Summoning charm, novice, vocal. Unlocking charm, novice, vocal. Carried entries, traveler, unique. Magical prodigy, unique. Potion genius, gold. Entry repository, unique, 2, gold, 1, purple, 1, blue, 3, green, 51, white, 235. Pet, none. Items, spell proficiency card. Magic realm exploration count, 1. Secret realm Diagon Alley. Exploration level 301. Although he was eager to use his first item immediately to see its effects, Dumbledore resisted the temptation. He had acquired nearly all the necessary school supplies, save for the most crucial companion for any wizard, the wand. Chapter 5 Ollivander, the wand. Before long, the two arrived at a quaint, ancient shop. Small and dilapidated, the gold-lettered sign on the door had faded, reading, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Indeed, this was the place. To purchase a wand in Diagon Alley, one must come here. Ollivander, the finest wand maker in all of Britain, has crafted the wands for the majority of Hogwarts students. Standing before such a renowned establishment, Dumbledore felt a surge of excitement as he followed Snape into the shop. Secret Realm Diagon Alley Exploration Level 351. Devero raised an eyebrow. This was the most generous exploration level he had encountered in all the shops of Diagon Alley, indicating a wealth of information here. As they stepped inside, a series of jingling bells echoed from somewhere behind the shop. The space was quite small, containing nothing but a long bench. Snape instructed Devero to sit on the bench and wait while he remained standing. Curiously, Devero surveyed his surroundings, eyeing the towering stacks of elongated boxes that nearly touched the ceiling. Were it not for Snape's presence, he would have certainly ventured to inspect them. Suddenly, the sounds of wood colliding and wheels turning filled the air. An elderly gentleman with eyes the size of coins appeared before them. "Good morning, gentlemen." His voice was exceedingly gentle. "Mr. Ollivander, greetings," Devero said as he rose from his chair. Name, Garrick Ollivander. Age, 61. Spell library. Entries, magical ability, blue. Born Wandmaker, gold. Born Wandmaker, gold, destined to craft wands. Inherently possessing the bloodline for wand making. Destined to create lifelong companions for countless wizards. Devero was not the least bit surprised by Ollivander's golden entry. After all, their family had long upheld the craft of wand making. In the original text, nearly every Hogwarts student possessed a wand crafted by him. Truly remarkable. Without hesitation, Devero yearned to load both of his entries. However, alas, he could only replicate one blue entry, as the golden entry remained in a state of cooldown. Yet, when Ollivander materialized before Devero, he was suddenly enveloped by a sensation, as if he could perceive a multitude of ethereal voices whispering throughout the room. "Ah, a newcomer. Perhaps no one from your family has procured a wand from me?" Before Devero could fully listen, Ollivander approached the two, his large eyes fixated intently on Devero, unblinking, which unsettled Devero profoundly. He was named Devero Alexander, his mother hailing from France and his father from China. Hence he had never come here to purchase a wand. Snape's voice was low and somber. Upon hearing this, Ollivander looked up and immediately recognized Snape. Severus Snape. It feels as though it was just yesterday when I sold you your wand, made of birch, 13.5 inches long, correct? Indeed, Snape replied, maintaining his dark tone, as if Ollivander's presence discomforted him. Naturally, Devero surmised that Snape would feel uneasy in the presence of anyone. Throughout Europe, birch twigs are used to exorcise malevolent spirits, and during ceremonies, birch wands are employed to dispel ancient souls, embodying both sanctity and beauty. Ollivander seemed oblivious to Snape's expression and began educating Devero on the nuances of birch wood. Snape's countenance darkened further as he abruptly turned and exited the shop. Devero stood by the bench, feeling lost. After a lengthy discourse, Ollivander smiled gently. "I have always believed that one's qualities are reflected in the wand they choose." "Oh, of course, the wand chooses the wizard." He focused his gaze upon Devero. "Very well, Mr. Alexander. Which hand do you typically use?" With that, several measuring tapes floated into the air. "The right hand," Devero responded. "Good. Do not be afraid. Simply cooperate with them." The tapes swiftly measured various aspects of Devero's form. Throughout this process, Ollivander nodded frequently, scribbling notes in a small booklet. He then turned and stepped into the pile of cardboard boxes, rummaging through them until he extracted a box. From within, he retrieved a wand and handed it to Devero. "Here, this wand should suit you. Crafted from oak with a dragon heartstring core, 11 inches in length, remarkably resilient." Devero instinctively felt that this wand was perhaps too heavy for him. He accepted it and waved it casually. Instantly, a spark erupted, shattering a chandelier on the ceiling. Devero immediately sensed an unsettling imbalance within himself, as if the right side of his body had grown significantly heavier. No, it's powerful but unbalanced. Ollivander swiftly reclaimed the wand and reached into the stack of boxes once more, producing another wand. "Try this one, cherry wood with a water serpent core. 8.25 inches, more flexible." Before Devero even grasped it, he sensed that this wand might be a tad too light. Ollivander seemed to share this sentiment, as he took it back before Devero could touch it. After several attempts, none of the wands felt right. "This one do. How can I be so finicky?" he muttered, making his way to the deepest part of the shop. "Perhaps this will truly be the one for you, Frenchman, Huaxia." He spoke as he retrieved an ancient wooden box, from which he produced a wand. The surface of the wood displayed intricate and even grain, shimmering with a subtle purple hue. The wand's overall form was fluid and elegant, with a slightly thicker handle for ease of grip. Upon seeing it, Devero felt an irresistible pull. Though he had never received any training in wand making, he sensed that this wand was made just for him. "It's rosewood, originally. I intended to pair it with unicorn hair, but unexpectedly, it has become a wand. Quite extraordinary. Though it is particular, I believe it may suit you unexpectedly well." Devero took the wand and instantly felt as though it were an extension of his own being. Unlike the previous wands that had instilled a profound sense of dissonance, this one made him feel remarkably agile, as if his body had become stronger. With a casual flick, the entire shop seemed to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. returned to its original state. Devero directed his first spell toward the shards of glass scattered across the floor. Immediately, the fragments that had littered the shop soared into the air. This astonishing spectacle left Ollivander utterly astonished. And even passers-by who had just walked by the shop stopped in their tracks to watch. After all, witnessing a child who appeared barely 11 years old effortlessly cast such a flawless cleaning charm was truly a sight to behold. Oh, Merlin S. Beard, what have I just witnessed? This wand will only acknowledge a master of exceptional talent, and it must be so across multiple domains in order for it to willingly serve. It appears, Mr. Alexander, that your future has garnered the wand's recognition. After initially being taken aback, Ollivander regained his composure and spoke to Devero. Devero was equally astonished. One must admit, this wand possesses a discerning nature. Devero is currently a dual prodigy in the magical arts and potions, a rising star in the wizarding world. It is only natural that he would be compatible with this wand. Yet, his face was still alight with an excitement he could hardly contain. After all, this was his first experience utilizing such a spell, and the system panel indicated that he was merely at a rudimentary level with it. Could it be that this wand has bestowed upon him an additional boon, enhancing his spellcasting success rate? With this thought in mind, he felt an overwhelming urge to immediately delve into his spellbook, eager to experiment with each incantation. However, he restrained himself. This was not the appropriate moment. My apologies, Mr. Ollivander. I may have caused a bit of a commotion in your shop. May I inquire as to the price of this wand? Suppressing his elation, Devero then noticed that Snape was no longer standing outside the shop. How would he manage to pay? Surely, he could not have just selected a wand he adored, only to scurry away in embarrassment to find Snape for payment. That would be utterly mortifying, he thought. Just as he was at a loss, Ollivander smiled and reassured him. No trouble at all, Mr. Alexander. Professor Snape has already settled the payment. I saw him head towards the left. You may find him over there. Chapter 6. The Toad of the Magical Bag. After expressing his gratitude to Mr. Ollivander, Devero exited the wand shop. He dashed towards the left side of the entrance. His steps swift. A few passers-by witnessed the magic he had just performed inside the shop and cast curious glances his way. Some even attempting to approach him for a handshake, hoping to befriend the young wizard. However, Devero simply smiled and graciously declined their overtures. His immediate priority was to locate Professor Snape. He did not wish to be abandoned by him in this place. With this thought, he quickened his pace, silently praying that Professor Snape had not ventured too far. Nevertheless, Devero seized this opportunity to enhance his exploration of Diagon Alley. Previously, with Snape's watchful presence, he had felt hesitant to enter certain shops. Now was the perfect moment to increase his exploration level. After darting in and out of several establishments, he checked the exploration progress on his system. Wizarding Secret Realm, Diagon Alley exploration level, 398. A smile crept across Devero's lips. His progress was commendable. What do you think you were doing? Running about like a 3-year-old? Professor Snape's familiar yet irksome deep voice echoed in Devero's ear as he searched for him while exploring Diagon Alley. At this moment, Snape was holding a cylindrical object covered with black cloth. There was also the box that Devero had been holding earlier. I apologize, sir. I couldn't locate you just now. Presently, his stamina was indeed lacking. After merely running through a few shops, he was already somewhat breathless. Snape let out a cold grunt and, without uttering a word, handed the box to Devero. Fortunately, the levitation charm was still in effect. Otherwise, Devero would have surely been toppled by the weight of the box. Is it true that you performed a spell in the wand shop? Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharply fixed on Devero. Devero awkwardly chuckled, attempting to mask his anxiety. Oh, I just recited a line like the other wizard did earlier. I didn't expect it to actually work, haha. Of course, Devero's poor acting would certainly not fool Snape. However, he could hardly claim to be a magical prodigy, suggesting that others could replicate his abilities merely by observing him. That would be utterly absurd. Who would believe such a thing? Nevertheless, Snape simply cast a deep glance at Devero and disregarded the matter, handing over the cylindrical object covered in black cloth. This was left to you by your parents. Devero stared in astonishment as he received it. Could this truly be something his parents had bequeathed to him? It was noteworthy that during his year in this world, Snape had never once mentioned his parents. To receive something from them at this moment was beyond his expectations. Eagerly, Devero unveiled the black cloth, only to be taken aback. It turned out to be a toad? Well, it seemed his parents' taste in this world was rather questionable to leave their son a toad as a pet. Devero's expression quickly shifted to one of discomfort. This is not an ordinary toad. Strictly speaking, it is a magical creature, Snape remarked with a hint of disdain. Its scientific name is the bag toad. Its belly serves as a space equivalent to that of an undetectable extension charm. Snape continued to elucidate. You can store quite a number of items within it. Of course, if you don't mind the mess, this space will enlarge with age. This toad is approximately 40 years old, and its internal space is about 40 square meters. Snape succinctly described the characteristics of this magical creature. Upon learning that this was a storage-capable creature, Devero's previous disdain evaporated, replaced by curiosity and excitement glimmering in his eyes. He promptly took the bag toad out from its cage, examining it closely. The bag toad was slightly larger than an ordinary toad, roughly the size of 4 of Devero's palms, making it somewhat cumbersome to hold. Its body was plump and round, imparting a sense of stability. Its skin was a deep green, adorned with mottled brown spots, and the surface was covered with tiny warty protrusions, giving it an ancient and coarse texture. It appeared that this toad was rather lethargic. Even when Devero gently shook it, it hardly reacted. Snape moved aside with an air of indifference. "Professor Snape, may I inquire how I might persuade him to ingest items?" Devero fiddled with the object, yet could not discern how to compel it to swallow. Turning to Snape, he suddenly realized that the professor had retreated 10 paces away. Upon hearing his query, Snape exhibited a flicker of internal conflict, followed by a barely perceptible sigh, and approached with an expression of displeasure. He lightly tapped the protrusion on the toad's back with his wand, causing its mouth to open to an astonishing extent, large enough to nearly accommodate Devero's entire head. "This will suffice. You can also command him to cease," Snape stated, retreating several steps once more. "Thank you, Professor Snape," exclaimed Devero, as he began to stuff various items he had previously purchased, including books, school robes, and a cauldron, into the toad's gullet. When the objects reached a size too great for the mouth to contain, Devero was astonished to discover that the toad's mouth could extend remarkably. He suspected that even a piano could be swallowed without issue at that moment. Had Snape not intervened, he might have almost managed to fit the entire trunk inside. Snape's expression while stopping him suggested that Devero was attempting to make the toad consume it whole. Thus, Devero acquired his very first pet, a magical pouch toad, which he named Owl. Given its age of 40, it was indeed among the longest-lived of toads. Consequently, he had successfully procured all his desired items. However, for reasons unknown, Snape arranged for Devero to have a room at the Leaky Cauldron, permitting him to continue his stay before vanishing with a disapparition. Chime. New spell has been added to the repository. Oh yes, disapparition has been recorded. Although currently unusable, it was advantageous to learn it early. He speculated that Snape might indeed harbor an aversion to toads. Nonetheless, Owl was notably the kind of toad that rarely moved. Yet, Snape must surely encounter toads in his potion brewing endeavors. Perhaps he only wished to be near those that had already passed? Or was there some task he needed to attend to? A week prior, he had left Devero at the Leaky Cauldron, seemingly engaged in something he could not involve Devero with. Regardless, Devero felt elated that Snape allowed him to stay at the pub. Moreover, he now possessed his own wand, signifying that he could explore Diagon Alley independently. Currently, his exploration level in Diagon Alley stood at 40, and Devero was resolute in raising that figure to over 60. Chapter 7. I have a plan. London, Diagon Alley, beside a counter at Gringotts. I have long been curious about how you fairies perceive the magic of wizards. The fairy smiled slightly, revealing sharp teeth. We fairies possess our own unique magic, distinct from that of wizards. Our enchantments emphasize craftsmanship and metallurgy, particularly in the creation and safeguarding of treasures. A golden-haired youth listened with rapt attention. Evidently, as a young wizard under the age of 11, the fairy's vigilance was not particularly heightened in his presence. The two had been conversing for nearly half an hour. The boy continued to inquire. What distinguishes your casting methods from those of wizards? For instance, how do you execute those intricate spells? This question proved to be exceedingly sensitive. The fairy's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of wariness. A trace of displeasure colored his voice, clearly indicating that the boy had breached a delicate boundary. Aware of his potential overstep, the boy endeavored to clarify. I am merely fascinated by the various magical systems, particularly that of the fairies. The fairy's expression darkened further. Our magic is our secret, not to be divulged casually, he replied coldly. Moreover, your inquiry has crossed the line. Devero felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and hastily apologized. I am truly sorry. I did not mean to offend. I was just enough. The fairy interrupted. Please leave this place and do not disturb us further. All right, my apologies, the boy said as he exited Gringotts. How unfortunate. Devero lamented inwardly. He had intended to glean some insights into fairy magic from Gringotts. After all, he was now a budding magical prodigy, which meant he need not confine himself solely to the study of wizardry. How splendid it would be to master fairy magic. He had also pondered whether there might be something extraordinary about fairy enchantments. However, upon examination, he felt somewhat disheartened. Most of them possessed a blue attribute labeled magical ability, no different from ordinary wizards. There was nothing particularly special, thus preventing any breakthroughs from that avenue. This is why he sought out the fairy for conversation. Even though he had not succeeded, it did not hinder Devero's imagination. If he could acquire the forging techniques of the fairies, how exhilarating it would be to craft a Gryffindor sword for himself. With such a weapon, what fear would he have of Voldemort? He could directly become the sword saint of Gryffindor. Yet, reality was not as straightforward as he envisioned. His probing had yielded no useful information from the fairy's lips. As depicted in the original narrative, fairies were indeed self-serving beings, making it nearly impossible to learn the art of sword forging from them. Nevertheless, Devero did not allow this to dampen his spirits. He had alternative options. For instance, he could learn the art of non-wand apparition from house elves, or seek the wisdom of centaurs in astrology. These magical disciplines held their own allure. As a matter of fact, in recent days, Devero had nearly explored the entirety of Diagon Alley. He traversed between various shops, from Ollivander's wand shop to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, leaving no corner unexplored. In the process, he managed to unlock the entry for Ollivander, the master Wandmaker, thereby enhancing his mastery over wands. Consequently, Devero developed a newfound passion for perusing books on wand-making at the Leaky Cauldron. However, despite his diligent efforts, his exploration of the secret realms remained stagnant at 58. Devero suspected that the remaining 2 percentage points were linked to Knockturn Alley. If he could gain entry to that dark and enigmatic place, he would undoubtedly be able to swiftly accumulate the remaining exploration points. By observing other wizards casting spells daily in Diagon Alley, combined with his newly acquired, impeccably fitting wand and the guidance of textbooks, his spellcasting proficiency had markedly improved. At the very least, the levitation charm had become second nature to him. Nevertheless, entering Knockturn Alley was fraught with peril. Who could say whether a dark wizard might suddenly emerge, seizing him as a test subject or throwing him into a cauldron? Devero had no desire to encounter such a scenario unprepared. At present, he did not even possess a single curse. Facing a dark wizard left him utterly defenseless. Although it was a time of peace, one could never be certain that some malevolent wizard wouldn't cast a jinx in the streets. After all, he was soon bound for Hogwarts, where opportunities to learn dark curses would abound. By then, he would not only acquire various defensive spells, but he would also have some means of self-protection when venturing into Knockturn Alley. Ideally, if Professor Snape were willing to accompany him, that would be the best course of action. Professor Snape possessed extensive knowledge of dark magic. Having him nearby would bring Devero considerable reassurance. However, Devero deemed this unlikely. For Professor Snape was typically aloof and serious, unlikely to propose such an idea of his own accord. With no advancement in his exploration of the secret realms, Devero frequently found himself at the Leaky Cauldron, and meandering through the streets of Diagon Alley. The pub was always abuzz with gossip, and Devero relished sitting in a corner, listening to wizards discuss the latest magical news and curiosities. Yet, he found it peculiar that he had yet to encounter Harry Potter. Perhaps the timing was simply off, or Harry was not currently in Diagon Alley. Devero was eager to meet the boy who had survived so much. After all, he was the future savior. Devero was incredibly curious about what entries might be associated with Harry, and he could hardly contain his excitement to find out. As for his leisurely stroll through the streets, it was undoubtedly to collect entries. Ever since he had missed the purple entry for magical cooking on the very first day, Devero had successfully unlocked a new entry from the Platinum Lady. Magic Tailor, purple possessing a unique talent for using magic to tailor garments. One can swiftly assimilate various fashion design knowledge. This is a rather commendable entry in the realm of lifestyle. Without hesitation, Devero embraced it. Before long, he undertook a significant transformation of his old attire, breathing new life into them. Apart from the Leaky Cauldron and the bustling streets, Devero's frequent haunt was the Lehan bookstore. The shelves here brimmed with an assortment of second-hand books, where Devero could peruse and seek out invaluable knowledge. With the aid of these volumes, he rapidly mastered numerous spells and potion recipes typically reserved for advanced students. However, Devero discovered that he seemed to lack any innate ability in Transfiguration. Despite his diligent efforts, he found it to be the most tedious subject of all. It appeared that he needed to delve into Professor McGonagall's entry at Hogwarts to enhance his skills in this area. With this intention, Devero commenced his journey from the entrance of Gringotts towards the Leaky Cauldron. The streets of Diagon Alley thronged with people, and the signs of various shops shimmered under the sunlight. As he walked, he cast his gaze around, hoping to uncover something intriguing. Dear witches and wizards, do you wish to elevate your potion-making prowess? Visit our apothecary in Diagon Alley and procure the finest jobberknoll feathers. Suddenly, a resounding call reached his ears. Devero halted in his tracks and turned towards the source of the voice. It was an apothecary adorned with rustic charm, its entrance marked by a swaying wooden sign that read Fenny's Apothecary. Jobberknoll feathers? Devero murmured the phrase, and a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. A sly smile crept upon his lips. He had devised a plan. Chapter 8, The Potion Spirit, read. A month later, Knockturn Alley welcomed an unusual visitor, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom. It was well known that Knockturn Alley was one of the darkest and most perilous locales in the magical world. The wizards here were typically outlaws or societal outcasts, maintaining a heightened vigilance towards any unfamiliar faces. As Tom emerged at the alley's end, the once raucous atmosphere of Knockturn Alley fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on him. Some wizards halted their transactions, while others stealthily reached for their wands. A palpable tension pervaded the air. Soon, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Isn't that Tom from the Leaky Cauldron? What brings him here? He seems off today. Does he have an agenda? A scarred wizard with a menacing glare stepped forward, jeering. Hey, Tom, what are you doing here? Looking for some amusement? Tom paid no heed to his taunts. His grip on his wand firm, his expression seemingly inscribed with the words, "Do not bother me." He was acutely aware that in such a place, any unnecessary conflict could lead to trouble. Although he harbored no fear of these nefarious individuals, he also preferred to avoid unwarranted disputes. Naturally, no one would wish to provoke him. After all, Tom was the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron and wielded considerable influence in Diagon Alley. It was prudent to refrain from confrontation until one could ascertain his true intentions. A number of cloaked wizards began to stealthily follow Tom, endeavoring to discern his genuine motives. They lurked in the shadows, patiently awaiting his next move. Tom strolled leisurely through Knockturn Alley, his eyes surveying the surroundings. As he passed a shop selling dark artifacts, the proprietor, a wrinkled old wizard, scrutinized him with suspicion. For reasons unknown, Tom displayed a smirk of self-satisfaction, yet he did not linger and continued on his way. Next, he approached a shop that specialized in forbidden tomes and illicit potions. The door was ajar, and a pungent odor wafted from within. Tom cast a glance inside, committing the location to memory, pondering that it might prove useful in the future. Suddenly, a group of dark wizards emerged from a narrow alley, blocking his path, their faces adorned with malicious grins. One of them spoke. Tom, what brings you here? Tom regarded them coldly and replied in a frosty tone, I am merely browsing. With no ulterior motives. The dark wizards, clearly skeptical, dared not act recklessly. After all, Tom's stature in Diagon Alley was not to be underestimated. They exchanged glances and ultimately decided to step aside, allowing Tom to pass. Continuing onward, he traversed the narrow alley, weaving around several dilapidated buildings. He appeared to have no particular objective, simply meandering through the streets. After a few minutes, he discovered a concealed exit and swiftly departed from Knockturn Alley. The nefarious individuals were perplexed by Tom's peculiar behavior, gathering to whisper among themselves about the purpose of his visit. Meanwhile, in a room at the Leaky Cauldron, Devero, exultantly raised his arm in triumph. Indeed, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron who had just appeared in Knockturn Alley was none other than Devero, transformed by a potion he had labored over for a month. He had now completed his exploration of Diagon Alley, achieving a total exploration level of 70. Upon passing the first shop in Knockturn Alley, the system had notified him of his accomplishment. Feeling a bit greedy, he contemplated whether he could further enhance his exploration level, aiming to maximize it that very day. Little did he expect that he would encounter two individuals attempting to obstruct his path. After successfully outsmarting them, he pressed on. In a state of panic, he dashed out, vowing never to act so recklessly again. However, he could adjust his schedule to the morning, reasoning that the dark wizard would likely not be an early riser. To his surprise, the streets were still bustling with people. Devero suspected that they were not merely early risers, but rather individuals who had not slept at all. Nevertheless, he managed to complete his exploration. With a wave of his hand, Devero summoned his attribute panel. Name, Devero Alexander. Age, 11. Identity, new Hogwarts student, potions apprentice. Spellbook, levitation charm, mastered, both silent and vocal. Summoning charm, proficient, vocal. Unlocking charm, proficient, vocal. Apparition, beginner, vocal. Full body bind curse, proficient, vocal. Stunning spell, proficient, vocal. Disarming charm, proficient, vocal. Traits, transmigrator, unique. Magical prodigy, unique. Potions genius, gold. Culinary wizardry, purple. Trait library, unique, 2, gold, 2, purple, 2, blue, 55, green, for 51, white, 8232. Pet, owl, magical pouch toad. Items, spell proficiency card 1. Trait upgrade card 1, wand, rosewood. Magical realm exploration count 1, diagonal alley exploration level 701. After a month of diligent study, Devero had mastered several dark curses and the disarming charm, granting him a degree of self-defense against dark wizards. However, he was hesitant to practice apparition due to its associated risks. Should he become separated mid-transportation, it could spell disaster. Moreover, he contemplated the issue of thestral hair. This had crossed his mind the moment he first wielded his wand, as he was familiar with the original text. He certainly did not wish to be expelled before even beginning his studies, making the first day of school also his last. It is worth noting that Devero possessed the unique trait of a wandmaker. Thus, he spent a few days reviewing several books on wand crafting, effortlessly concealing the signal of thestral hair without alerting the Ministry of Magic. Rather than exposing it outright, which would certainly attract attention, he employed a special structure to encapsulate the signal. Outside of Hogwarts, he would unlock it, but while within the school, it would remain concealed, evading detection. Of course, It would be impossible for another 11-year-old wizard to achieve such a feat. However, the strength of his golden trait was exceptional, and his wand was remarkably cooperative, sparing him any unforeseen complications. This time, when he transformed into Tom and ventured into Knockturn Alley, it was indeed the potion's genius trait that played a pivotal role. Initially, he struggled to locate the formula and materials for the Polyjuice potion. Yet, drawing from his knowledge of the original text, along with snippets of information and the potion's knowledge he had amassed, combined with some legal herbs purchased from the apothecary, he was able to make progress. Devero concocted a streamlined version of the Polyjuice potion, although its efficacy was brief and perhaps not entirely authentic. After all, the alter ego he had assumed, Tom, was noticeably shorter than his original self, at least by 10 centimeters, and his eye color remained unchanged. The individuals from Knockturn Alley appeared oblivious to any inconsistencies. Regardless, the experiment was an unequivocal success, and thus far, no adverse effects had manifested. With a surge of excitement, Devero promptly utilized the upgrade card for his entry. He opted for the title of Potion Genius, as he was currently an apprentice to Snape in the art of potion making. This enhancement of his abilities would prove beneficial, whether he continued under Snape's tutelage or ventured out on his own. Ding! Upgrade card successfully used. Instantly, Devero was enveloped by an extraordinary sensation, reminiscent of the moment he first acquired the Potion Genius title, yet this time it was far more intense. Suddenly, he felt a distinct change within his physique, akin to the Polyjuice potion exerting its effects anew. Turning to gaze into the mirror, he could evidently see that he had grown taller. Could it be that the potion had restored its effects to their optimal state? Upon inspecting his new entry, he discovered, Potion Spirit. Read, you possess the innate ability to concoct any potion. Merely by glancing at it, you can discern its composition and brewing techniques. Any potion consumed by you will have its effects doubled. Chapter 9, Misunderstanding. Wow! Devero exclaimed, astonished. The potency of this ability was astounding. The effects of any potion being doubled explained the sudden enhancement of the Polyjuice potion's efficacy to resemble that of a finished product. Moreover, the capability to instantly comprehend a potion's preparation methods was nothing short of remarkable. Inwardly resolving, he decided to visit the apothecary in Diagon Alley the following day, where he would examine each potion. He believed he could derive alternative methods through the brewing techniques of these potions. This, combined with his ability to double the effects, would enable him to produce extraordinary potions using inexpensive materials, just as he had done this time. After a moment of exhilaration, Devero gradually regained his composure. With this new title, he envisioned the prospect of earning money through the refinement of potion recipes, which would then allow him to explore further mystical realms and enhance his attributes even more. He felt as though he had acquired a perpetual motion machine. Feeling elated, Devero glanced at his inventory, recalling that he had yet to utilize a spell proficiency card. His recent experience in Knockturn Alley had underscored the importance of mastering the disillusionment charm. However, he had previously expressed doubts regarding the safety of practicing this spell. Thus, applying the proficiency card to it seemed the most prudent and advantageous choice. Without further hesitation, Devero proceeded to make his decision. He directly utilized the spell proficiency card. Ding! The spell proficiency card has been used. Devero felt an immense influx of experience regarding apparition being infused into his mind. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been overwhelmed and fainted by such a torrent of information. However, Devero was a prodigious wizard. This magnitude of knowledge was entirely manageable for him. After a brief moment of adjustment, he felt perfectly fine. To his astonishment, he discovered in the spell repository that apparition had reached the level of proficiency. This was akin to having obtained a license for apparition after approximately 3 years of rigorous training. It meant he could essentially travel wherever he wished. He had become quite the seasoned practitioner. Suddenly, as Devero contemplated where to explore next, a voice emerged from behind him. Tom. He turned to see Severus Snape standing at the doorway, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing. Tom. Snape's voice was low and laced with suspicion. What are you doing here? Devero's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. For a moment, he struggled to concoct an explanation, stammering, Professor Snape, Devero? Snape's expression darkened further, his eyes fixated on the form of Devero, who had transformed into Tom. At that moment, Devero felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for the enhancement of the Polyjuice potion, which had doubled in effect, Snape would have undoubtedly discerned his incomplete transformation. Yet, now there were nearly no discernible flaws. Devero was still pondering how to articulate his thoughts when Snape interjected, Did you visit Knockturn Alley today? Before Devero could respond, Snape's hand had already moved to his lower back, seemingly clutching something tightly. His eyes locked onto Devero's every move. Realizing he had been misconstrued, Devero quickly waved his hands. No, Professor, you misunderstand. However, he had forgotten that he still clutched his wand. Disarm, Snape bellowed, and a beam of red light shot forth from the tip of his wand. hurtling directly towards Devero. Yet, as a magical prodigy, the training Devero had undergone over the past few days was not in vain. He reacted swiftly, incanting, Protego. A transparent barrier materialized before him, narrowly deflecting Snape's assault. Sparks of magic erupted, and Devero felt the undeniable force of Snape's spell surpassing his own, nearly overwhelming him. Was this the might of an adult wizard? However, Snape afforded Devero no time for contemplation. Unyielding, he waved his wand again, stupefied. A flash of blue light surged towards Devero. He swiftly evaded while simultaneously countering. Wingardium Leviosa. A table leg suddenly soared into the air, hurtling towards Snape. Snape deftly evaded and continued to cast spells. All petrified, a violet beam entwined itself around Devero. Devero recited the protection charm once more, yet this time he sensed a strain on his magical energy. He realized that he could not afford a direct confrontation. He must articulate an explanation. Professor Snape, allow me to explain. I am Devero. I transformed into this form after consuming the polyjuice potion, and I only ventured into Knockturn Alley for amusement. Snape scoffed, his expression as dark as stormy waters. Disarm you. Another red light shot towards Devero. A mere child who has never attended a class. Do you truly believe he could brew the polyjuice potion? Do you think I would be so gullible? As Snape uttered these words, his voice was a low, terrifying growl, as if he were suppressing a profound fury. Devero barely managed to hold his ground, yet he felt his magical reserves depleting rapidly. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to alter his strategy. Apparate. With a bang, Devero vanished in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape cast a spell towards his rear. Disarm you. Disarm you. Their wands emitted red light simultaneously. Both were instantly repelled by the incantation. Snape merely lost his grip on his wand, stumbling back a few paces, but still maintaining his footing. In stark contrast, Devero collided violently with the wall of the corridor, collapsing to the floor, unable to rise for an extended period. His initial intention had been to teleport behind Snape to disarm him, but Snape's extensive combat experience had allowed him to counteract immediately. The vast disparity in their magical prowess rendered such an outcome inevitable. Snape quickly retrieved his wand, grasping Devero by the collar and pressing the wand against his chin. Quickly tell me, where's that boy? To which witch have you sold him? Devero had never witnessed such a countenance on Snape. He found him utterly terrifying in that moment. Devero was in considerable distress, feeling pain coursing through his body. He could distinctly sense that his clothing had become ill-fitting. Snape's expression shifted from ominous terror to confusion and then morphed into sheer astonishment. Devero, it truly is you. Snape's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the boy before him, whose original form gradually re-emerged. Chapter 10. The Astonishing Potion Prodigy. Devero, it truly is you. Snape was engulfed in profound shock. This revelation fundamentally challenged his authority as a potion expert accumulated over many years. This child had indeed managed to brew the polyjuice potion using only these seemingly insignificant ingredients, an achievement that even Hogwarts graduates might struggle to replicate. Moreover, from what he had just observed, the potion's effects were remarkable, devoid of the usual flaws associated with inferior concoctions in terms of height and appearance. It was utterly preposterous. Even he, at such a young age, with ample materials, might dare to attempt it. Yet the ingredients he had left, most of it is merely useless debris, intended for practice. There is no way he could replicate the effects akin to those of Devero just moments ago. However, this is not the time for astonishment. Professor Snape, is there an issue? At this moment, the true Tom appeared at the foot of the stairs. Snape, still holding his wand against Devero's chin, replied, It's nothing, Tom. Devero has made an error, and I am administering a minor reprimand. Snape discreetly tapped the boy. Isn't that right, Devero? Ding. New spell added to the repository. Devero cast a fleeting glance. Revival charm, silent entry. Excellent. I've learned another spell. Indeed, Tom, I accidentally misplaced a material. The professor is merely ensuring I remember. Devero said earnestly. Yet, he sensed that Tom harbored doubts. Indeed, what lesson would involve casting a dark curse upon another? Moreover, the room resembled a chaotic battlefield, rendering the situation less credible. Nevertheless, Snape remained unconcerned, having explained his actions. Whether they believed it or not was of little consequence. He promptly dragged Devero into the room, leaving Tom, filled with skepticism, at the bottom of the stairs. How on earth did you achieve this? Snape enshrouded the room with a soundproof charm and began interrogating Devero. Polyjuice potion? Do you think this is something any novice could concoct? You lack both the necessary skills and materials. The only explanation is that you have engaged in some nefarious dealings with the dark wizards of Knockturn Alley. Furthermore, you have mastered apparition and a series of other advanced spells, skills that even upper-year students may not fully grasp. Tell me, how did you acquire this knowledge? More astonishingly, you have cast spells outside of Hogwarts. Do you comprehend the severity of this violation? Do you not wish to return to Hogwarts? Snape's barrage of questions left Devero momentarily disoriented. After a flurry of incoherent responses, Snape too found himself bewildered, nearly resorting to extracting thoughts with his wand. Fortunately, Devero managed to regain his composure and began to clarify, one step at a time. Starting with the polyjuice potion, I purchased the minimum amounts of fluxweed, foxglove, and bean juice from the apothecary. Then, I substituted red horsehair for unicorn tail hair. Yes, I understand the effects would differ, but I also added. Devero elaborated, recounting his initial thought process to Snape. He had deduced the method for brewing a substandard polyjuice potion with the assistance of his potion-making aptitude. Snape's expression shifted from skepticism to astonishment, ultimately culminating in a look of sheer disbelief directed at Devero. This is remarkably akin to my own initial thought process. Snape mused inwardly, taken aback. During his time at school, he had contemplated the creation of a complex potion. What Devero articulated was strikingly similar to his earlier thoughts. Could it be that this child possessed a magical talent rivaling his own? How had he failed to notice this before? He had always seemed rather oblivious. Yet, as this realization dawned upon him, Snape's expression shifted to one of skepticism. However, it was implausible that such a line of thought could yield a potion of such efficacy. You exhibited not a single flaw. I could not discern any shortcomings. Devero anticipated this inquiry. In truth, from the moment he acquired the red-worded potion spirit, he had already understood how to enhance his potion's formula, effectively masking the original recipe's deficiencies. Thus, he almost instinctively replied, "Indeed, I have made further improvements on this concept. I plan to introduce the double-eared grass root and foxglove in batches between the 14th and 21st days of brewing, as this will." Who is Severus Snape? He is an acknowledged genius in potion-making. Upon hearing Devereaux's proposed modification, one could readily discern its potential utility upon mere contemplation. Although it might not achieve the flawless results of the original formula, nearing that perfection was entirely feasible. Perhaps, should he continue experimenting along this line, a new potion formula might emerge. As this notion crossed Snape's mind, he became visibly agitated. Could it be that this young man, unwittingly, was on the verge of making a groundbreaking discovery in the realm of potions? Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Snape's expression softened slightly. Of course, he is my child. How could he be an ordinary individual? It is likely that this lad's aptitude in potion-making surpasses even my own. Snape's internal monologue was quite elaborate. Yet Devero could only observe the myriad of expressions that flitted across Snape's face: surprise, skepticism, and even a hint of relief, leaving him utterly perplexed about Snape's thoughts. "Your reasoning holds water," Snape conceded with a stiff nod, acknowledging Devereaux's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Now, transcribe your ideas onto parchment." "Oh no, I forgot." Snape, who had initially been directing Devero, suddenly clicked his tongue as if recalling something. He turned to the disheveled room and cast a repair spell. Then he faced Devero, inquiring, "Where are your belongings? Hurry and tidy up." Devero waved his wand, and with a flick, Alpheus flew into his hand. At the utterance of the spell, a dark green shadow darted from the corner of the room to settle in Devereaux's grasp. "Here it is." Devero placed Alpheus on his shoulder and said to Snape. Snape instinctively displayed a look of disdain, seemingly harboring a strong dislike for the toad, though the reason eluded him. "All right, today is the day you head to Hogwarts. I shall accompany you to the train station." "Wait, you are using your wand outside of school." Chapter 11. The Boy Who Lived. "Are you capable of modifying a wand on your own?" Snape seemed to have heard an utterly absurd joke. The ridiculousness of it rendered it almost devoid of humor. "Indeed, I am," Devero replied. "I completed it using the textbooks from the Leaky Cauldron and a dash of my own inspiration." Snape could scarcely believe that Devero had so casually uttered such words. However, considering the remarkably simplified version of the polyjuice potion that he had just concocted, Snape found himself beginning to entertain the possibility. "How long have you been doing this?" he asked hesitantly, aware that if Devero were deceiving him, it would likely lead to his expulsion. "Not long, just 2 weeks. I've probably cast a few hundred spells," Devero responded. Snape rubbed his temples in disbelief. If what this boy said were true and the Ministry of Magic had not intervened in 2 weeks, it was certain he had gone undetected. But if that were the case, could this lad not only be a genius in potions, but also a prodigy in wand crafting? "Wait, tell me in detail how you modified this wand. Damn it, we're running out of time." Without allowing Devero to elaborate on his wand modification, Snape cursed under his breath about the urgency of the matter, insisting that Devero discuss it with him later at the school. He then grasped Devereaux's shoulder, and with a pop, Devero felt as though he had been plunged into a swirling vortex, disoriented as he arrived in a new location. Although he had become quite adept at apparition, being transported by Snape was still somewhat overwhelming, lacking the comfort of doing it himself. As he turned, they found themselves in a secluded alley, devoid of any witches or muggles. Snape thrust a train ticket into Devereaux's hand. "Now, proceed to the station. Your platform is platform 9 3/4. The entrance lies between platforms 9 and 10. Just charge straight through without hesitation." After this admonition, Snape narrowed his eyes. "And I don't care where you learned it. Do not apparate in my absence." With that, he forcefully shoved Devero out of the alley. Devero, somewhat dazed, made his way toward the station. Just as he was about to enter, he glanced back to find Snape had vanished into the shadows of the alley. To be honest, it was rather peculiar for an 11-year-old half-blood boy to appear at the train station carrying a toad, drawing the attention of several Muggle adults. Yet Devero paid them no mind, resolutely heading toward Platform 9. In a short while, he arrived at his destination and successfully located the stone pillar between the two platforms. However, the prospect of running headlong into a solid stone pillar without any protection filled him with trepidation. Truth be told, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Just as Devero hesitated in place, suddenly, another boy, seemingly of similar age to Devero, appeared on the platform. Pushing a massive luggage cart and wearing an expression of urgency, Devero noticed that he had just been reprimanded by a station guard. With striking green eyes and long hair cascading over his forehead, there was no mistaking it. This was the renowned savior, the boy who lived. Harry Potter. Devero immediately approached him. "Hey, are you also a new student at Hogwarts?" Devero inquired, extending a friendly hand. "I'm Devero Alexander. What about you?" Initially startled by the sudden appearance of a peer, Harry's apprehension melted away upon learning that the boy was also a first year at Hogwarts, and a relieved smile spread across his face. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you," he exclaimed, shaking Devero's outstretched hand. However, when he looked back at Devero, he was taken aback for some reason. At that moment, Devero found himself frozen, estimating that he would never forget the day he encountered the entry for Harry Potter. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 11. Spell repository, love, ancient magic active until the age of 17, currently in effect. Entries, Savior, red, blessing of love, gold, Horcrux, gold, flying prodigy, purple, magical talent, purple. Savior, red, born with an extraordinary reputation. In the climactic battle with your nemesis, you shall achieve remarkable feats. Yet the path you ultimately tread depends on your choices. Horcrux, gold, accidentally created as a Horcrux by a powerful dark wizard. You inherit a degree of this individual's talents, including exceptional prowess in dark magic and Parseltongue. Flying prodigy, purple and natural aviator. You possess an innate mastery over flying equipment, particularly broomsticks, surpassing even years of training that others might undertake. Magical talent, purple. You possess magical abilities beyond that of the average wizard, learning spells at an accelerated pace while exhibiting a degree of creativity. Oh my goodness. Aside from himself, this was the first time Devero had seen someone with more than one golden entry. Moreover, it was his first encounter with a red entry. All of Harry's entries were above purple. Truly, the moniker of Savior was well-deserved. Without hesitation, Devero decided to integrate the entries Savior, blessing of love, gold, flying prodigy, purple, and magical talent, purple, into his plans. At present, he had directly activated Savior, red, blessing of love, and magical talent, purple. As for the Horcrux, he certainly did not wish to exchange dreams with a noseless, bald old man while he slept. That privilege was better left for Harry to enjoy. Choosing to load 2 purple entries was entirely reasonable, and not opting for flying prodigy, purple, initially was merely a matter of convenience. He could always choose to load it at school later on. However, Devero's decision to load the entry of the Shelter of Love was not without intention. He wished to explore whether he could uncover his own kin through this method. After all, possessing this entry signifies the acquisition of the magic of love. Consequently, he could ascertain the validity of this magic to discern who his true blood relatives might be. The entry of the Savior was, in fact, Devero's way of examining how, at the age of 11, he had already attained such remarkable prestige. He was eager to see how the system would rationalize this circumstance for him. Beep. The system announced, loading entry copy, Savior, red. Loading entry copy, the Shelter of Love, gold. Loading entry copy, magical talent, purple. Copy complete. At that moment, as the entries were successfully copied, Devero did not experience the profound physical transformation he had felt previously when he copied Potion Genius and Genius Wandmaker. There was a change, albeit subtle, rather. Devero sensed a mysterious alteration within him, an indescribable sensation akin to catching a fleeting glimpse of his future, only to have it vanish just as swiftly. It was an exceedingly peculiar feeling. "Devero, are you all right?" Harry's concerned inquiry jolted Devero from his reverie. "Oh, I'm fine. What were we discussing again?" he replied, intending to ponder it further on the train. "Right, we were supposed to head to the station, but I'm not quite sure how to get there. I actually don't know how to access platform 9 3/4. Harry admitted, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment, likely reluctant to reveal to his classmates that the so-called Savior was rather clueless. Devero understood this all too well and broke into a broad smile, guiding Harry to the stone pillar. "Come on, Harry, don't think about anything else. Just run into this pillar." "Wait, really? You want me to just run into it?" Harry asked incredulously, clearly hesitant. Devero, exuding confidence, reassured him, "Harry, trust me. We're classmates. I would never deceive or exploit you. Just focus on running into it." Hearing his words seemed to ease Harry's apprehension. An 11-year-old boy with blonde hair, carrying a toad on his shoulder, should surely be a little wizard, right? Taking a deep breath, he followed Devero's guidance and charged toward the stone pillar. Bang! Unexpectedly, Harry collided with the pillar, tumbling head over heels. Devero was momentarily stunned. What? Surely the barrier hasn't been activated yet this year? Then he noticed a raucous family of red-haired individuals passing by. "Mom, I need to board the prefect's carriage," a tall, red-haired boy stated. "Oh, Percy, you're a prefect? We had no idea," chimed a pair of twins in a teasing manner. "Mother, can I not board the train?" implored a little girl, tugging at her mother's hand. "No, Ginny. You are still too young," the lady resolutely shook her head. At that moment, Devero realized he had miscounted. "Oh, it seems I have miscalculated the pillars." He hastily approached to assist a disgruntled Harry. "My apologies, Potter. I seem to have miscounted the stone pillars. It should be that one over there." He hurriedly helped Harry gather the scattered belongings. Nonetheless, Devero felt that allowing Harry to try first was indeed a wise choice. Otherwise, he would not have been like the other young wizards, pushing a luggage cart that could have collided directly with the wall, resulting in a disastrous mishap. Once the belongings were tidied, Devero guided a skeptical Harry to another stone pillar. It was evident that Harry's trust in Devero had waned considerably. "Do not worry. This time it is surely correct." Devero attempted to soothe Harry's apprehensions. "Look, the children from that family are heading this way." As they conversed, a group of red-haired children dashed towards the stone wall, each successfully passing through the pillar and disappearing into the wall. Upon witnessing this, Harry's doubts began to dissipate slightly. "Oh dear, are you waiting for us?" "You may enter now," said a plump woman, turning to them with a warm smile. Stepping aside to allow them entrance to the station, Devero nodded with a smile, politely responding, "Thank you, madam. This is our first time at Hogwarts, and we are unfamiliar with the way." "Haha, we almost collided with another pillar just now." "Almost. I actually did collide," Harry interjected indignantly, still bearing a hint of annoyance on his face. With Mrs. Weasley's encouragement, Harry took a deep breath, summoning his courage to charge towards the stone pillar. At last, he successfully passed through the pillar and entered platform 9 3/4. After expressing his gratitude to Mrs. Weasley, Devero followed suit, rushing into the stone pillar. Mrs. Weasley, watching Devero's vanishing figure, suddenly realized something. "Why has that child not brought any luggage?" she murmured, her brow slightly furrowed. "Wow, is this the wizarding station's platform?" Devero felt as though he had passed through a veil of water, yet his body remained dry, arriving in a realm entirely distinct from the previous one. Many of the people here donned traditional wizarding robes, although the majority still wore Muggle clothing, as parents accompanying their children to school had to navigate through Muggle stations. In accordance with laws protecting Muggles, they endeavored to blend in with Muggle life in their attire. As Devero looked around, he sought to locate Harry. As he fervently loaded the attributes of the passers-by, a notification chimed. Ding. Discovered the Wizard's Secret Realm, triggering exploration feature. The current Wizard's Secret Realm, London Wizard Station. Exploration progress, 11. Devero was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that this station would be classified as a Wizard's Secret Realm. Yet it made sense. This place had likely been transporting students to Hogwarts since the Industrial Revolution, 2 centuries ago. Reflecting on this, Devero felt a surge of excitement. This station was entirely distinct from Diagon Alley. It was spacious, devoid of any confounding alleyways to hinder his exploration progress. This indicated that he could potentially complete his exploration today. Devero surveyed his surroundings, observing the bustling platform filled with a myriad of individuals. Parents were assisting their children with luggage, while students animatedly discussed the impending new term. Some were accompanied by owls, others by cats, and there were even those, like Devero, who carried a toad, most likely Neville. He presumed that Neville possessed some noteworthy attributes. However, Devero paid them no mind. There would be ample time to load the attributes once at Hogwarts. In the distance, a colossal red steam engine billowed white smoke as it awaited the arrival of its passengers. Devero, devoid of any luggage, commenced running along the platform, swiftly traversing from one end to the other, entirely focused on the system's interface. He fixated on the exploration progress, noticing with each stride that it surged higher. 0%, 1%, 5%, 15%, 30%. Ding. A notification appeared. Spell proficiency card has been issued. 60%. Ding. Another notification. Attribute upgrade card has been issued. 100%. Ding. Gained the wisdom of the ancients. Boom. Standing at the edge of the platform, Devero suddenly shuddered as a vast expanse of knowledge flooded into his mind. A tapestry of interwoven and integrated information, replete with an overwhelming amount of data. Even for a magical prodigy like Devero, such a tremendous influx was nearly insurmountable. He surmised that an ordinary 11-year-old wizard would likely find their mind overwhelmed in an instant. After a moment of cradling his head to digest this knowledge, Devero gradually straightened, opening the system panel to find a new entry, possessor of the wisdom of the ancients, the meditation technique of the enlightened sound master. The meditation technique of the enlightened sound master. Continuous practice enhances the intensity and recovery speed of magical power. More importantly, this ancient method of magical cultivation fosters a closer connection between the mind and magical energy, enabling you to maintain inner peace and strength when confronted with difficulties and challenges. Chapter 13. The Silent Spell Debut. Devero felt an overwhelming urge to commence his training upon reading the introduction. After all, it presented a method to enhance his magical potency. During his previous confrontation with Snape, he had acutely sensed his limitations as a minor. Both in the intensity and reservoir of his magic, he was decidedly inferior to adult wizards. This realization instilled a sense of insecurity within him. In the safest school in all of Britain, he would still occasionally face basilisks and engage with dragons. Should he find himself depleted mid-battle, it would spell disaster. However, this meditative practice appeared to be the perfect solution to his predicament. Without delay, Devero made his way to the train, seeking a tranquil corner to explore the wisdom of the ancients and assess its efficacy. Alas, the compartments were already bustling with people, many of which were filled to capacity, creating an environment far too noisy for the serenity required for meditation. Devero traversed through each carriage, finding the same disheartening scenario. With no immediate urgency to practice, he resolved to find a less crowded compartment to endure the long journey. By chance, he spotted two red-haired boys straining to assist another boy in moving a trunk. Indeed, it was Harry Potter. The diligent helpers were none other than the Weasley twins. Observing that all three appeared to be struggling, Devero approached them. "Hey, just a moment. This should make it easier," he offered, drawing his wand and giving Harry's luggage a gentle tap. Instantly, the trio felt the trunk, which had previously felt exceedingly heavy, lighten significantly. Even the smallest among them, Harry, could now lift it with ease. Working together, they effortlessly placed the trunk onto the luggage rack. Goodness! Was that the levitation charm? Incredible! You must be a first year to wield such a spell with such proficiency. The Weasley twins gazed at Devero with wide-eyed astonishment. Nearby students also displayed expressions of shock at the spectacle. Though the levitation charm is considered a fundamental spell, many in their years still struggled to execute it flawlessly by the end of the term. Wait, a silent incantation? The twins exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming in unison. Did you just use a nonverbal spell? Devero smiled modestly. Yes, it's merely the simplest of spells. After a brief moment of astonished silence, the twins quickly closed the distance. Wow, by Merlin's beard, if we could learn that, the possibilities would be endless. They exclaimed in excitement. Indeed. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Fred, and this is George. If you would be willing, could you teach us? Fred leaned in conspiratorially, whispering in Devero's ear. No unnecessary exchanges. Once we arrive at the school, we shall unveil a plethora of secrets that abound within its walls. Although we did not have the opportunity to explore the tower last year, we are thoroughly acquainted with the secrets of the auditorium. Indeed, I assure you that you shall find no third individual within the school who possesses such profound knowledge. As they spoke, the twins exchanged playful punches. Devereau's eyes gleamed with mischief as he smiled and replied, "That sounds delightful. But you must first show me a glimpse of what you know before I impart my wisdom unto you." For Devero, silent spells were merely a matter of observation. Having these two mischievous rascals introduce him to Hogwarts might even yield treasures like the Marauder's map in the future. Why not seize the opportunity? Woohoo! The twins exclaimed, raising their arms in jubilation before huddling together in hushed whispers, as if already plotting how to employ silent spells for their pranks. Devero glanced over at Harry, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Evidently, the discussion surrounding spells, silent incantations, and the secrets of Hogwarts was entirely foreign to him, leaving him feeling out of place. Devero stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "Come on, Harry, let us find a seat." Harry, initially lost in thought, nodded in agreement. Realizing that the train was about to depart, he turned to head towards their original compartment. "Harry? Are you that Harry?" Upon hearing Devero call his name, the twins' murmurs abruptly ceased. Harry, accustomed to such attention, casually swept his hair from his forehead, revealing the infamous lightning-shaped scar. The twins gaped in astonishment, while Devero beheld the scar for the first time, finding it even more pronounced than depicted in the films. He felt an impulse to reach out and touch the scar, but restrained himself, mindful of Harry's feelings. Devero had always been curious as to why the killing curse left behind a lightning-shaped scar. It seemed scarcely mentioned in the original texts. After revealing his scar, the twins dashed out of the compartment, eager to share the news with their family. Devero watched them depart before settling into a seat with Harry. He had already added 2 purple entries from each of them to his shopping cart, intending to examine them further at Hogwarts. The entries read, Explorer, purple, and Prank Inventor, purple. It must be said The efficacy of these entries was commendable, typically. Possessing a purple entry signifies exceptional capability in that domain, while a blue entry indicates potential for achieving a commendable level of proficiency. The golden entries signify that a person is inherently exceptional in their field. Those with red entries are typically individuals blessed with great fortune, intricately intertwined with the established norms of their domain. For instance, the entry for potion mastery. Devero finds it exceedingly remarkable, although his foundational knowledge remains rather rudimentary. When it comes to the art of potion brewing, he might, to a certain extent, surpass even Snape. Of course, this is merely an intuition. Devero has not genuinely tested this theory and is somewhat hesitant to do so. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the Weasley twins are undeniably gifted. It is no wonder they achieved mastery in the realm of pranks at such a tender age. Devero, you possess an astonishing array of spells, Harry remarked, sitting opposite him, a hint of frustration in his voice. Alas, I was raised in a Muggle household and hardly know any magic. If there are evaluations upon enrollment, I am doomed. Devero chuckled at Harry's words, intending to offer some encouraging remarks. Just then, there was a knock on the compartment door. A freckled boy with red hair stood outside. May I sit here? My name is Ron Weasley. Chapter 14, The Exam Genius. Neither boy objected, and they naturally transitioned into Harry revealing his scar. Ron was astonished, and they began discussing various aspects of the magical world. Harry's concerns regarding his magical abilities were met with Ron's comforting words, which proved far more effective than Devero's scholarly reassurances. Consequently, Harry felt a bit more at ease. At that moment, Devero had already examined Ron's entries. Indeed, they aligned with the original narrative. Aside from a basic magical ability, blue, entry, Ron possessed no particularly valuable entries. As a secondary character in the original work, and in stark contrast to Harry's advanced entries, Ron appeared somewhat lacking. Just then, the snack trolley was wheeled in. Lavish Harry waved his hand generously, prompting Devero and Ron, both from humble backgrounds, to indulge in the feast. Ron, accustomed to a modest household, seldom enjoyed such treats, while Devero, fearing Snape's harshness, would never dare express a desire for snacks. Should he entertain such thoughts, he would need to prepare for an intensified workload in potion studies. As Harry accidentally choked on a pepper-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, the door swung open. A girl with voluminous hair entered, followed by a tearful, round-faced boy. I apologize for the interruption. My name is Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. We are searching for his lost toad. Has anyone seen Neville's toad? Upon her inquiry, both Harry and Ron turned their attention to the sleeping owl perched on Devero's shoulder. Neville looked over as well, but it was evident. The appearance of Devero's L and Neville's toad is strikingly different, with L being significantly larger. Devero, with an open palm, signifies that this toad is certainly not Neville's. He wonders to himself why Hermione has come along with Neville. Has he inadvertently altered some events? He promptly checks Hermione's profile. Name, Hermione Granger. Age, 11. Profile, Exam Prodigy, purple. Magical talent, purple. Potion perception, blue. Exam Prodigy, purple, exceptionally adept at reading textbooks, possessing a memory that surpasses the ordinary, and capable of handling various exams with ease. Goodness, one must admit that Hermione's talent is indeed remarkable. At least upon entering the platform, Devero notices that aside from Harry, the protagonist, she boasts the best profile configuration. Moreover, to Devero's surprise, Hermione possesses a profile in potions as well. Being able to independently brew the Polyjuice potion in her second year certainly requires a modicum of talent. Naturally, what Devero covets most is the Exam Prodigy title. While he is a magical prodigy, he is merely that. Subjects like the history of magic, which rely heavily on knowledge accumulation rather than practical application, would likely cause him the same anguish as Harry and the others. With this title, it seems his future life at Hogwarts would be considerably more comfortable. Thus, Devero adds this title to his shopping cart. Apologies, but we should not have seen that. However, upon regaining his composure, Devero stroked his chin and suddenly had a thought. He inquired of Hermione, "What is the name of that toad? I might have a way to locate it." "Really? It's called Trevor," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Devero, eager to see what method he would employ. Devero nodded, drew his wand, and whispered, "Trevor, come." A rush of wind accompanied the sound of a heavy object slicing through the air. Within a second, a toad flew from a distant compartment into Devero's hand, which he effortlessly caught and handed to Neville. Overjoyed, Neville accepted it, transforming his sorrow into delight. "Wow, what spell is this? I've never seen it in any of the books." Hermione immediately leaned in, astonished as she gazed at Devero's wand. "It's the summoning charm. It should be part of the standard spells at level 4. However, I found it quite practical, so I learned it ahead of time." Devero replied with a casual smile. "Oh, I've only just memorized the beginner standard spells. My progress has fallen behind too much. What will I do when school starts?" Upon hearing Devero's words, Hermione's expression instantly drooped, her face a blend of sadness and anxiety as she murmured, "The others, too. We're left speechless at Devero's early venture into fourth-grade material. Neville nearly fumbled his toad, almost losing it once again. Harry's expression, once comforted by Ron, grew increasingly tense. Devero observed their reactions, marveling at Hermione's undeniable brilliance as a scholar, noting with a wry smile that she had already memorized the first-year textbooks. Indeed, Hermione's mastery of the material placed her far ahead of most of her peers. Yet, such reassurance seemed to do little to quell Hermione's evident anxiety. However, when she lifted her gaze to meet Harry's, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She swiftly took a seat opposite him, brandishing her wand. Hey, even though I don't know many spells, I can perform a couple of basic ones, like this one. With that, she waved her wand at the nosepiece of Harry's glasses. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light erupted. The illustrious savior could not evade the killing curse a second time, and on September 1st, 1991, he met his demise at the hands of Hermione Granger. Beep. This was merely a figment of Devero's imagination. Restoration complete. Hermione's voice rang out with unwavering clarity. The tip of her wand emitted a gentle glow, and in an instant, the crack in Harry's glasses was flawlessly mended. The first-year students gasped in astonishment, with Neville even cheering in delight, triumphantly holding aloft the toad he had just discovered, his face radiant with uncontainable joy. It was unclear whether he was more impressed by Hermione's magical prowess or simply elated by finding the toad. Harry, too, was filled with gratitude, expressing his thanks to Hermione. Thank you, Hermione. That was truly amazing. Ron, however, appeared eager to showcase his own abilities, gripping his wand tightly, as if ready to demonstrate a spell of his own. Actually, I know one too, though it might not work perfectly, he declared with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Hermione gazed at Devero with a beaming smile, her eyes shimmering with pride, as if to say, see, I'm not so bad after all. Devero chuckled and applauded her, nodding in appreciation. At that moment, a pale boy with platinum blonde hair entered, accompanied by two burly classmates. The boy's gaze bore an air of arrogance and disdain, as if he disapproved of the commotion they had just created. He surveyed the students in the compartment before his eyes settled on Harry. Chapter 15, Instant Defeat. Draco Malfoy. The quintessential antagonist of the original story. Neither wholly bad nor truly good, he epitomized the spoiled offspring of privilege at Hogwarts. Relying on his family's connections, he had a penchant for instigating trouble. Initially, he adhered to the doctrine of blood purity, only to be repeatedly bested by Voldemort and Harry, leaving him with a hardened resolve. Gradually, he began to shed his prejudices against wizards of Muggle descent. Yet, at the tender age of 11, he undoubtedly still bore the same haughty demeanor. This time, it seemed, it was genuine. Malfoy regarded Harry with a glint in his eyes, clearly intrigued by him. The entire train was abuzz with whispers, declaring the presence of Harry Potter. So it must be you? Harry felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and replied stiffly, yes. Draco remained silent, fully aware of what would transpire next. However, he was amused at the prospect of this arrogant fellow facing some adversity, thus he refrained from intervening. Indeed, the original text was not mistaken. Goyle and Crabbe were indeed among the most unappealing specimens Draco had encountered since his arrival in this world. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. These are Goyle and Crabbe. He introduced them casually. Hermione observed him with a slight frown, evidently unsettled by his demeanor. Neville was huddled in a corner, clutching his toad tightly, desperately trying to avoid attracting attention. Yet, Draco's eyes were nearly bulging with excitement at the sight of him. Upon hearing Malfoy's introduction, Ron couldn't help but chuckle. Instantly, Malfoy's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Oh, I see. He turned his gaze upon Ron, his frown twisting into a sneer. I know who you are. Red hair, freckles. The Weasley family, right? My father mentioned you. Too many children to afford. Ron's face flushed crimson as he glared at Malfoy, who was clearly not there to mock him. Well, Potter, have you noticed? There exists a disparity among wizarding families. Those of a different ilk will not aid you in ascending to a new echelon, but I can assist you, Draco said, extending his hand toward Harry. The outcome was evident. Malfoy had already tarnished his impression in the eyes of the savior. Harry completely ignored Malfoy's outstretched hand. Thank you, but I can distinguish who is different on my own, he replied, his tone as frigid as if he had just emerged from a freezer. Malfoy's expression underwent several transformations. Draco observed, nearly laughing aloud, yet his pallor remained, whether from anemia or some other cause. Potter, to be honest, you have been absent from the magical world for quite some time, he said in a low tone. Thus, your judgments may be clouded. If I were you, I would exercise caution. If you continue to associate with unsavory characters, such as the Weasley family or Hagrid, he remarked, casting his gaze over everyone present before it settled on Hermione, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. And let us not forget the mudbloods. Upon uttering these words, the three boys sprang to their feet. Neville tossed his toad to the ground, his previously timid expression now brimming with fury. Ron's face was nearly as red as his hair as he pointed an accusatory finger at Malfoy. Harry glared furiously at Malfoy, while Hermione sat there, utterly bewildered. She could not quite comprehend why everyone was suddenly so enraged. What? Do you wish to fight? Malfoy sneered at them, his eyes glinting with provocation. Clearly, he felt secure, bolstered by the imposing figures of Goyle and Crabbe behind him, who appeared stronger than all the boys present combined. Even if a confrontation ensued, they would show no fear. However, at that very moment, Malfoy felt an unsettling jolt in his chest, compelling him to take a step back, his hand pressed against his heart. An inexplicable dread crawled up his spine, as if he were being stalked by some wild beast. He could not fathom the source of this sensation, but the oppressive feeling rendered him nearly breathless. Malfoy fearfully lifted his gaze, only to see a red light hurtling towards him. Expelliarmus! A resolute voice rang out. Bang! Malfoy felt the world spin around him as he collided with the carriage wall, letting out a muffled groan and struggling to rise. Goyle and Crabbe stood frozen, utterly shocked. Unable to move, Hermione let out a piercing scream, while Ron, startled, fell onto the ground. Malfoy laboriously raised his head, incredulous at the terrifying scene before him, struggling to comprehend how a peer could wield such powerful magic. A stranger approached him, gripping his collar with force and hoisting him off the ground. Brandishing a wand beneath his chin, dark eyes bore into him, filled with menace and fury. Do not let me hear you utter that word again. The stranger's voice was deep and frigid. Do you understand? As he spoke, he pressed the wand sharply against Malfoy's chin, eliciting a pained groan as Malfoy nodded fervently, tears streaming down his face as he promised to remain silent. Very well. The young wizard slowly withdrew his wand, allowing Malfoy to exhale a sigh of relief. Though his mind was already plotting revenge, he resolved to report this incident to a professor at the first opportunity, determined to inform his father and ensure that this individual faced expulsion. Yet, in that instant, the stranger jabbed his abdomen, causing Malfoy to yelp in agony, his body instinctively arching. Simultaneously, the young wizard delivered a similar jab to Goyle and Crabbe. The three found themselves floating uncontrollably, and with a swift flick of the wand, they were hurled several compartments down, crashing onto the floor with a resounding thud. The students within the carriage were stunned by this sudden upheaval, their eyes widening as they craned their necks to discern the commotion. After this display, the young wizard forcefully shut the carriage door, leaving an air of uncertainty in his wake. Why is it that upon hearing the term mud, I suddenly found myself unable to control my emotions? After taking a deep breath to calm my spirits, I lifted my gaze and observed the astonished expressions of the other four individuals. Chapter 16. The Effects of Meditation Techniques? Devero, are you alright? Harry was the first to speak, concern etched across his face. The others shared similar expressions of worry towards Devero, with Neville still in shock, having just seized Crabbe by the collar. To his astonishment, Crabbe had collapsed like a heap of mud the very next moment, startling him. However, after this brief interaction, they all regarded Devero as a composed, helpful, and academically proficient student. It was indeed unexpected for him to act in such a manner. At this moment, Devero had begun to regain his composure. I'm fine, I'm just, He still felt somewhat disoriented, unsure of how to articulate the sudden surge of impulse that had overtaken him. In a short while, clarity washed over him, as the turbulent magic within him began to settle. The exhaustion from his recent spellcasting seemed to gradually restore itself. Devero opened his eyes in disbelief. Had he unwittingly practiced some form of meditation? The results were astonishing. You're fine, Devero. If I knew those spells, I would have acted the same way, Ron said, patting Devero on the shoulder. Neville nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, those spells must be part of the upper year curriculum. Devero, you are far superior to them. Thank you all. Devero managed a faint smile, pulling himself away from the surprise meditation had brought him, although he was astonished by its effects and felt an urge to explore it further. He first needed to reflect on why his emotions had spiraled out of control so suddenly. It seemed to be a physiological response. The moment he heard that word, his magic surged like boiling water, overwhelming his reason in an instant. All he could think of was delivering a thorough thrashing to that arrogant fellow, disregarding everything else. Now, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Thankfully, his knowledge of dark magic was limited. He had nearly hurled the killing curse at that individual. The thought of treating a fellow student this way on the train to school made him wonder what consequences he might face. As he pondered this, anxiety washed over him once more. Just a moment, everyone, Hermione interjected, waving her hand to capture everyone's attention. We shouldn't overlook the fact that we just sent 3 classmates flying into another compartment on the train to Hogwarts. This could lead to expulsion. Indeed. First-year Hermione was quite the stickler for rules, still a rigid adherent to school regulations before experiencing the events with the troll. Ron immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "Not to that extent. Indeed, did you hear the vile insult he just hurled at you? That word is tantamount to cursing your entire family as swine. Do you comprehend?" Ron spoke with fervent indignation, while Neville, unusually solemn, nodded in agreement. Is it akin to the derogatory term commonly used against South Asians in Britain? At that moment, Hermione's expression shifted dramatically, as if the revelation struck her, illuminating why everyone had been so incensed. Of course, Harry remained oblivious, his anger stemming solely from Malfoy's disparagement of his friend. No wonder he had just inquired about it. Hermione muttered something under her breath, seemingly recalling her earlier encounter with Malfoy prior to arriving in this compartment. Suddenly, she shot up, her face flushed and brimming with ire. Resembling a lion with its fur bristled, appearing exceedingly furious. Without uttering a word, she stood and opened the compartment door, intent on confronting them. Devero rose to intercept her. "What do you intend to do?" he asked. Hermione strained to push past him. "I am going to teach them a lesson." "Devero, step aside." Yet, it was evident that as a girl, she could not possibly overpower Devero. "Calm down. You saw that I have already dealt with them. Moreover, let me bear the consequences of this potential expulsion alone. I do not wish for you to face the school's repercussions as well." As Devero spoke, perhaps influenced by the meditative techniques he had been practicing, his tone was notably sincere, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto Hermione's, exuding a remarkable persuasive power. The typically obstinate Hermione, at that moment, merely pushed against Devero a few times before observing his puffed cheeks, and she ceased her attempts to retaliate against Malfoy and his companions. Devero let out a sigh of relief and resumed his seat, somewhat perplexed. Was Hermione truly so malleable? Or perhaps the practice of meditation had indeed enhanced his persuasive abilities to some extent. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test this theory. Simultaneously, he genuinely wished for the trio not to lose one or two of their members due to his actions. After all, whether he attended classes at Hogwarts or not was of little consequence. He was a top-tier talent in wand-making, potion brewing, and magic. Earning the title of Potion Master alongside Snape was practically a certainty. The threat of expulsion was merely a means to intimidate Harry, Hermione, and their ilk. It held no sway over Devero. Even if he were expelled upon arriving at Hogwarts, he would remain unfazed, albeit lamenting the loss of any potential entry upgrade cards he could have acquired there, as well as the annual steady supply of blue entry cards, numbering around 100 or 80. For now, he was quite content leading a simple life. Before long, the oppressive atmosphere within the compartment dissipated, though 5 individuals seated within was rather cramped. Harry's assortment of snacks, along with Devero and Hermione's occasional spell demonstrations, rendered their conversation exceedingly enjoyable. After all, as the original text suggests, these individuals, who initially shared no connections, were finding common ground. After sharing some extraordinary experiences together, it is difficult not to forge a strong friendship. One such experience was undoubtedly delivering a sound thrashing to an arrogant young man who spewed discriminatory remarks. "Hey, Devero, do you know what challenges await us at the sorting ceremony?" Harry inquired, a hint of concern etched on his face, clearly lacking confidence. With Draco Malfoy's incessant taunts absent, the atmosphere within the carriage became notably lighter. They naturally began to converse about their impending life at Hogwarts. "Will the sorting ceremony be terrifying?" Ron's voice quivered with unease. "I've heard it could be quite physically taxing." Neville and Harry exchanged worried glances upon hearing this. "I currently possess no magical abilities. What if we are required to battle something?" Hermione's expression mirrored their trepidation, revealing her contemplation of the matter. Devero, however, chuckled silently to himself, thinking, what harm could donning a hat possibly inflict? He refrained from voicing this thought, merely offering a reassuring smile. "Don't fret, Ron. The sorting hat is merely an ordinary magical object. It poses no threat to you." Yet, it was evident that the words of someone as inexperienced as he, who hadn't yet set foot in Hogwarts, lacked credibility. Subsequently, they delved into discussions about which houses they aspired to join. Both Ron and Neville expressed a desire to be sorted into Gryffindor, a house brimming with courage and a spirit of adventure, where most of their family members had also been placed. Harry, feeling disheartened, lamented that he might end up in Hufflepuff. Hermione found herself torn between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Her intellect made her well suited for Ravenclaw, yet her inner bravery drew her toward Gryffindor. As the conversation flowed, they inquired about Devero's preferred house. "As for me, I would likely end up in Ravenclaw," Devero replied with a smile. The reason behind this was his genuine interest in Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Not only was he a top dueling champion, but he was also the instructor for charms. If Devero could cultivate a good relationship with him, perhaps he could gain access to advanced spells. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in his eyes at the thought. Of course, Devero was currently facing the risk of expulsion, making such aspirations seem somewhat distant. Nevertheless, he chose not to share these concerns with the others and continued to engage in cheerful conversation. As the sky outside gradually darkened, the group indulged in snacks, animatedly chatting. Devero occasionally chimed in, sharing tales and amusing anecdotes from Diagon Alley, captivating Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville with his stories. The carriage resonated with laughter and joy. Devero feigned closing his eyes, attempting to practice the meditation technique he had recently acquired. Reminiscent of the feelings he experienced after confronting Malfoy, a sudden clarity enveloped him, as though the chaos around had settled into tranquil stillness. He could distinctly sense the flow of magical energy within him. Guided by the wisdom of ancient sages in his mind, Devero abruptly withdrew his mental power from his body, beginning to extend it throughout the carriage. Yet, the other young wizards appeared unaffected by his presence. Devero, typically brimming with excitement, instead radiated an unusual calmness, persistently exploring and circulating his mental strength. To an observer, he seemed as if he had truly succumbed to slumber. As darkness enveloped the world, a resonant whistle pierced the air, signaling the train's gradual halt. Devero slowly opened his eyes, aware that they had finally arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 17. The Arrival at Hogwarts. The young wizards bustled out of the carriage, a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety intertwining. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Devero were swept along with the throng as they disembarked. Devero was keenly absorbing the attributes of the various young wizards around him, even spotting several purple magical talent attributes, which he eagerly added to his cart. This was the very reason he had come to Hogwarts. Night had fallen, and the Hogwarts Express rested at a remote station, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, save for the distant glow of street lamps. Wait, Neville suddenly exclaimed, recalling that his luggage was still in the carriage. He turned hastily, but Devero quickly intercepted him, reassuring. Do not fret, Neville. The school will ensure our belongings are delivered to the dormitories. Though hesitant, Neville nodded after noticing that everyone else had already exited the train. Following Devero through the throng, they navigated through the crowded platform, where many first-year students gathered, scanning their surroundings for guidance. First years, please proceed this way. A deep, resonant voice called. Following the sound, they beheld a tall, imposing figure nearby, holding a bright lantern. It was Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Come along, follow me, Hagrid bellowed, leading the young wizards along a winding path toward the lake. Numerous small boats floated upon the water, each adorned with a tiny lantern illuminating the way ahead. For to a boat, Hagrid directed, be cautious. There are little creatures in the lake that do not appreciate being disturbed at this hour. Devero swiftly ushered Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville onto one of the boats, while he joined several other classmates aboard another. The boats glided gently away from the shore, heading toward the magnificent Hogwarts castle, their reflections shimmering upon the lake's surface, mirroring the myriad stars above. The entire scene resembled a fairyland. Wow, is this Hogwarts? Exclaimed a charming little girl aboard the boat with Devero. She possessed an endearing appearance, particularly highlighted by her large, twinkling eyes, which bore some South Asian features. Her gaze sparkled with curiosity and excitement as she beheld the castle. Meanwhile, a little boy sitting beside Devero clutched the boat's edge tightly, fearful of falling into the lake. Another boy, intrigued, dipped his hand into the frigid water, delighted by the splashing sounds that brought him immense joy. He laughed exuberantly, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The concerned girl beside him cautioned, Zacharias, that's too dangerous. Don't do that. Yet, the boy continued to splash the water relentlessly, turning back to say, You're all cowards. What is there to be afraid of? I can see you'll all end up in Hufflepuff. His mischievous grin provoked equal parts irritation and amusement among the other children. Devero remained unperturbed, recognizing it as merely a child's attention-seeking antics. Instead, he turned to comfort another boy who appeared quite anxious. I'm Devero, don't worry, we'll be there shortly. A voice emerged, and the nervous boy visibly relaxed, managing a weak smile. Thank you. I'm Stibbins, he replied. Devero nodded with a smile, but mused inwardly. This child seems rather inconspicuous. I don't even recall him. Suddenly, the boy playing in the water let out a shriek, flailing his arms wildly and tumbling to the bottom of the boat. A tiny mermaid had coiled around his fingers, resembling a miniature Thumbelina, but with a fish tail. Clearly displeased at being discovered, she shot a jet of water at the boy's face. He continued to scream, alarming the other young wizards nearby. Devero, quick to react, observed the mermaid retreating from the boy's grasp. He reassured the startled children in a serious tone that a Scottish lake spirit, a magical creature. Once they mature, they can grow as large as a human. There are plenty of them here. He had read about such beings in previous literature, which informed his understanding of how to handle the situation. Devero continued, these little creatures usually do not harm anyone. They simply enjoy playing pranks. As long as you do not provoke them, they will not attack. The boy gradually rose from the bottom of the boat, his face still marked with fear. Though he had ceased screaming, he rubbed his eyes, dampened by the water jet, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thank you. I'm Zacharias Smith, he said stiffly. Devero Alexander, he responded, contemplating internally. Ah, so it's this fellow, the one who has been persistently challenging Hermione in the Order of the Phoenix. Not particularly impressive. Adding to the blacklist. The other young wizards began to settle down as well. They gazed curiously at Devero, as if he were an omniscient expert. Devero, you are truly erudite, the girl exclaimed. My name is Padma. Where did you acquire such vast knowledge about magical creatures? The little girl was exceedingly charming, rivaling even Hermione in her appeal. I purchased numerous books in Diagon Alley, and I also brought some from home. I have always been fascinated by these subjects, he replied, and began to share the knowledge he had gleaned from his readings with the children. Soon, several of the youngsters looked at him with admiration as he imparted his lessons. Except for Zacharias, who seemed somewhat displeased with Devero, despite the assistance he had rendered. Nonetheless, Devero paid no heed to his attitude. As the small boat reached the shore, the young wizards disembarked and followed Hagrid down the long staircase of cliffs. At last, they officially entered the entrance hall of Hogwarts Castle. They looked up, breathless at the sight before them. Hogwarts Castle loomed majestically atop the mountain, resembling a colossal, ancient fortress guarding this mystical land. Its silhouette was strikingly clear against the night sky, with countless towers and spires piercing the clouds, akin to rows of sharp spears. The castle's outer walls, constructed from thick stones, had withstood centuries of weathering and remained steadfast. Ivy crept up its walls, and in some places, dim lanterns hung, casting a warm and enigmatic glow. Enormous windows were embedded in the walls, from which glimmers of light emanated, as if countless eyes were watching the new young wizards. Before them stood a pair of heavy oak doors, intricately carved with complex magical runes and designs. At the entrance awaited a dignified, elderly lady, poised elegantly. It was Professor McGonagall, who stood solemnly at the threshold. The moment Devero laid eyes on her, he nearly gasped in astonishment. He had long coveted the entry for this beloved and esteemed professor from the original narrative. He was particularly lacking in the talent for transfiguration. Previously, he had inquired of the system why, despite being a magical prodigy with a natural aptitude for various spells, he struggled so greatly with transfiguration. It was suggested that his gift in this area was woefully inadequate, while his prowess in spellcasting was pronounced due to his commendable innate abilities. The entry could not resolve all dilemmas. The reason for his struggles with transfiguration was a consequence of the magical prodigy's limitations. If he was dissatisfied, he ought to seek additional entries and intensify his efforts. How could a time traveler like him possess such a lamentable talent? Devero felt somewhat despondent. In comparison to Harry, the golden boy of destiny, his origins appeared pitiably insignificant. Perhaps he was only on par with Ron, or even inferior, destined to share a table with Neville. Thus, Devero harbors an insatiable yearning for high-quality entries. At long last, he encounters the enchanting goddess who has captivated his dreams, Professor Minerva McGonagall. The first-year students, under the watchful gaze of Hagrid, are introduced to Professor McGonagall. It is evident that he too harbors a modicum of trepidation in the presence of this esteemed lady. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," Professor McGonagall acknowledges, her demeanor solemn as she surveys the boisterous first years. This formidable professor possesses an unspoken authority that silences the crowd without uttering a word. Under her penetrating gaze, a hush falls over the assembly. As she turns, she flings open the door, revealing a stone-walled chamber illuminated by flickering torches, the ceiling soaring to heights almost beyond perception, ascending into the upper levels. At this moment, Devero finds himself at a distance from Professor McGonagall, unable to glimpse her entry. Anxiously, he hops on his feet, but the throng is too great. He yearns to draw his wand and send all the young wizards obstructing his view flying. Ultimately, he has no choice but to follow the other students as they tread along the stone-paved floor behind Professor McGonagall. Just then, a familiar sound resonates. Ding. Wizarding Realm discovered. Exploration function activated. Current Wizarding Realm. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Exploration progress. 001. As anticipated, Hogwarts indeed manifests as a wizarding realm. However, he is taken aback by its vastness. What does this 001 exploration rate signify? It implies that the extensive distance he has just traversed accounts for merely a fraction of this magical institution. How utterly preposterous. Upon ascending from the cliffside staircase, Devero was already astounded by the enormity of the school. According to the system's assessment, this place exceeds his wildest imagination. No wonder the Weasley twins struggled to fully explore the school within a single academic year. Accomplishing such a feat in just 1 year is simply unattainable. At this moment, Devero cannot help but feel grateful for his own cleverness. Fortunately, prior to his arrival at the school, he had employed a silencing charm as bait, successfully locating Fred and George, the notorious troublemakers of Hogwarts, to serve as his guides. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he would be fortunate to explore a mere 30 areas over the course of 7 years. Nevertheless, Devero still feels this is insufficient. Given Hogwarts' rich history, there are undoubtedly numerous hidden locales, such as the Room of Requirement, that even the twins have yet to discover. Relying solely on them, he surmises that progress will be slow. He must depend on his own initiative. Devero contemplates his situation. As a first year, he currently faces numerous restrictions, rendering many areas inaccessible, such as the Forbidden Forest and the Restricted Section. In the original narrative, Harry's invisibility cloak proves to be an invaluable asset. With it, is the entire castle not merely at one's disposal? However, the invisibility cloak, as one of the Deathly Hallows, is undoubtedly under Dumbledore's vigilant supervision. Any attempts to borrow it would likely be monitored. Devero furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to attract Dumbledore's attention, as that would certainly hinder his endeavors. Ultimately, he realized that he must rely on himself. Presently, Devero had two options. One was the disillusionment charm, which had appeared in the original text, and the other was to become an animagus. However, he found himself at a loss regarding where to learn the disillusionment charm. Consequently, the only option remaining was to become an animagus. Thus, Professor McGonagall's attributes were of utmost importance. The young wizards were ushered into a cramped stone chamber. The space was so limited that many of them voiced their complaints. Yet for Devero, this was indeed a fortuitous place. He had finally come within 3 meters of Professor McGonagall. He immediately examined her profile. Name, Minerva McGonagall. Age, 55 years. Spell repository, Animagus, Mastery. Various transfiguration spells, Mastery. Attributes, Transfiguration Virtuoso, Gold. Magical talent, Purple. Esteemed teacher, Purple. Transfiguration Virtuoso, Gold, and unparalleled talent in Transfiguration, characterized by extreme meticulousness and seriousness. This is the most crucial gift in Transfiguration. One is destined to achieve greatness in this field. Magical talent. Purple possesses magical abilities that surpass those of ordinary wizards, with a learning speed that exceeds the norm, along with a degree of creativity. Esteemed teacher. Purple proficient in imparting knowledge and skills, capable of guiding students in moral development, unlocking potential, and positively influencing their personal growth, making it highly likely to become a beloved teacher. Wow, Devero was utterly mesmerized. It was no surprise that she was the future headmistress of Hogwarts. Her attributes were on par with those of Snape, and perhaps even more beneficial for Devero. He was in a state of palpable agitation, having previously acquired 2 attributes, 1 gold and 1 purple, from Harry at the station. Now, gazing at the attributes before him, he found himself unable to load them, which was far more distressing than death itself. Devero, what is the matter? Neville inquired with concern. At that moment, Harry and his 3 companions had reunited with Devero, standing together. Do you know the feeling of being yanked out of the restroom? Devero replied, his face ashen. Neville shook his head in terror. That is precisely how I feel right now, Devero said, his voice devoid of energy. Their murmured conversation caught the attention of Professor McGonagall, who shot them a disapproving glare. Neville immediately straightened up, while Devero hung his head, lacking any enthusiasm. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced once the room fell silent. The sorting feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house you will enter. She then proceeded with an extensive discourse on the significance of the sorting. Devero hardly paid attention. Now he can hardly wish for time to flow more swiftly. The duration of this cooling-off period feels interminable. Chapter 19. The Sorting Ceremony. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire faculty and student body. Professor McGonagall's gaze flitted over the disheveled young wizards. Thus, I recommend that you take the opportunity to tidy yourselves up and present a more composed appearance while you wait. Harry, anxiously pressing down his unruly hair, felt a knot of tension. Devero, composed and unruffled, appeared serene despite the slight fatigue from not having loaded his entries. He had just employed a touch of meditation, which instantly invigorated him. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients is profoundly effective. Once preparations are complete, I shall come to escort you, Professor McGonagall announced. Please maintain silence while you wait. With that, she exited the room. As soon as the professor departed, the young wizards became restless, engaging in fervent discussions about the impending sorting ceremony. Devero, however, remained unfazed. Unlike these uninformed children, he was a devoted fan. Having delved deeply into the 7 original books and 11 films, the sorting was a trivial matter that hardly occupied his thoughts. Attending Ravenclaw, which he had longed for, would be splendid. Joining Gryffindor and mingling with the main characters would also be acceptable. Even landing in Hufflepuff would afford him the opportunity to frequently procure snacks from the house elves. Yet, Slytherin was the last place he wished to find himself, particularly since it was home to his mentor, Snape, evoking a slight psychological shadow. Moreover, having already offended Malfoy and his Slytherin cohorts on the train, he certainly did not desire to spend the next 7 years in their company. Should the Sorting Hat deem him suitable, he could emulate Harry S.'s approach in the original story, silently repeating, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin, not Slytherin." This would likely pose no issue, as the Hat is known to respect individual will. After all, how else could the timid and cowardly Wormtail have made it into Gryffindor? Thus, the plan was foolproof. Speaking of which, as soon as Devero disembarked from the train, he spotted Malfoy and his companions, whom he had previously tossed into another compartment. They were all bruised and battered, likely suffering from the impact of Devereau's throw. As they walked, they were subjected to relentless mockery from their peers, forcing the normally haughty Malfoy to lower his gaze, concealing his injuries. Observing their plight brought Devero immense satisfaction. Strangely, the fear of expulsion seemed to dissipate. Seizing the moment, Devero began to practice his meditation techniques. The surrounding young wizards were too anxious to engage in conversation or playful banter, each consumed by their own nerves. Hermione was muttering fervently, rapidly reciting the spells she had learned. Devero focused on calming his breath. Meditation could also be practiced while standing, though the effects were not as profound as when seated. He relaxed his entire being. In that instant, it felt as though the world was drifting further away from him. Hermione's recitation grew fainter, until it was completely inaudible. At this moment, even if a ghost were to frighten several young wizards into a panic, it would not disturb Devero. He abruptly entered a meditative state, and the entire world seemed to consist solely of himself and his magical essence swirling around him, enveloped in a hazy gray mist. A profound tranquility washed over him. Gradually, he sensed an enhancement in his control over magic, directly prompted by the retreating mist surrounding his body. He could observe the young wizards slipping past him, attempting to evade the sudden appearance of the ghost. Yet this perception felt as though it were from a third-person perspective. He could even see himself. It was not through his own eyes, and Devero found it challenging to articulate this sensation. It resembled waking up in the morning and gazing into a mirror, only to find that the reflection had shifted dramatically, revealing a peculiarity in his appearance that he had not noticed before. Devero endeavored to continue channeling his magic, seeking to further disperse the gray mist, but to no avail. His current magical prowess seemed insufficient. Thus, he returned to his usual practice. After 2 more cycles of meditation, he emerged, slowly opening his eyes, feeling unusually alert and serene, as if nothing could disturb his tranquility. At that moment, the ghosts were bidding farewell to the newcomers, vanishing through the walls. Oh my, Devero, you cannot imagine what you just missed. Though Neville hailed from a wizarding family, it was likely his first encounter with a ghost, leaving him trembling. Devero smiled slightly. Fear not, Neville, we shall soon become well acquainted with those ghosts. I've heard we have a class taught by them. Upon hearing this, Neville's complexion turned even paler. Now, forming a single line, Devero instructed the first-year students, follow me, and keep in step with Professor McGonagall. The young wizards orderly proceeded into the great hall, which was ablaze with light. 4 long tables, representing the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, were elegantly set with exquisite tableware and silver candle holders. The candlelight flickered softly across the polished surfaces. The older students were already seated, their gazes collectively fixed upon the newcomers, although most were drawn to Harry. Most striking of all was the ceiling of the hall, which even Devero found breathtaking. Enchanted to resemble a starry night sky, the stars twinkled against the darkness, as though the entire cosmos had been transported into this hall. The moon hung in the sky, casting a gentle silver glow that illuminated every corner. Professor McGonagall guided the first-year students along the lengthy crimson carpet, leading them to the front of the hall. There, upon a high stool, rested a tattered sorting hat. Frayed and worn, its fabric stained with age. Devero hesitated momentarily at the prospect of donning such a hat. Soon enough, the hat began to sing its peculiar sorting hat song, succinctly introducing the 4 houses, which was met with a resounding applause. In anticipation of being assigned to a house of his liking, Devero, like the others, offered his applause. As fate would have it, he was sorted into Hufflepuff. Positioned midway, he found himself behind Malfoy yet ahead of Harry. One by one, the young wizards approached and were assigned to their respective houses. Upon seating himself, Malfoy immediately began whispering with the Slytherin prefect, occasionally gesturing towards Devero, likely lodging a complaint. Finally, Devero Alexander. This surname, uncommon in Britain, drew the attention of several onlookers. With a confident stride, Devero ascended the steps to take the sorting hat in hand. Just as he was about to place it upon his head, the hat suddenly shouted, Slytherin. As the hat's proclamation echoed through the hall, a sparse applause emanated from the long Slytherin table, clearly indicating a lack of interest in a wizard not hailing from one of the pureblood families. Devero was momentarily stunned. Wait, I haven't even put it on yet. Is the hat not going to deliver it? Am I not a magical prodigy, unparalleled in the wizarding world? Surely I possess courage and loyalty. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that perhaps loyalty was indeed in question. Regardless, could it not at least consider the student's perspective? He certainly did not wish to spend 7 years in the dungeons. Professor McGonagall removed the hat and gently nudged Devereau's back, rousing him from his stupor. With a stiffness reminiscent of lead in his legs, he rose awkwardly from the stool and, with hesitant steps, made his way toward the Slytherin table. The students at the Slytherin table regarded him with impassive expressions, their gazes revealing curiosity mingled with indifference, as if awaiting the arrival of a newcomer without harboring high hopes. Devero was unfazed by their aloofness, his thoughts consumed by a sense of hopelessness regarding his future in this house. Hey there, Welcome to Slytherin. I'm the prefect. Marcus Flint, a voice suddenly greeted him. Turning, he beheld a tall, muscular boy with deep brown hair and sharp blue eyes. His face adorned with a confident, yet slightly arrogant smile. Hello, I'm Devero Alexander, he replied, hesitantly nodding. Marcus smiled and lowered his head slightly, before even enrolling. You have already mastered the disarming charm. Impressive, Devero. Even among Slytherins, your proficiency in spells is remarkable. I dare say many third-year students would find themselves outmatched in a duel with you. Surprisingly, Marcus appears unperturbed by Devero's conduct at the station. On the contrary, he seems quite amiable, a stark contrast to the other Slytherins. Thank you, but I am not that formidable. My command of spells surely pales in comparison to that of the upperclassmen, Devero responded, maintaining a humble demeanor. He simultaneously took note of Marcus's blue identifier. Do not be so modest. If you wish to earn respect in Slytherin, humility is not a virtue one can afford, particularly in matters you understand, Marcus advised cryptically. Devero understood immediately, recognizing that Marcus was alluding to bloodline and family connections. Indeed, the attitudes of the Slytherins suggested they were aware of Devero's triumph over Malfoy using the disarming charm. Yet they did not seem to regard him with any significant esteem. Some may even deliberately slight him due to Malfoy's influence. In such circumstances, if Devero hoped to avoid unwarranted confrontations, he would need to showcase his capabilities. He surveyed the Slytherins with a keen gaze. Most returned his look with indifference, save for Marcus, who was relatively friendly, and Malfoy, who harbored animosity towards him. The complexities of aristocratic social dynamics? It seemed that before delving deeper into Transfiguration, he must first navigate the intricacies of interpersonal relations. A glint of determination flickered in Devero's eyes. What should I do then? Is it permissible to duel within Slytherin? Devero inquired, brimming with ambition. Marcus, taken aback by the question, replied, Duel? What duel? Devero paused, momentarily bewildered. Was it not described in myriad fanfictions that Slytherin had a system for selecting duelists from each year? In Slytherin, we do not measure a person's worth through dueling. Those days are long past, and the war has been over for quite some time, Marcus stated, a hint of incredulity in his expression. Devero felt a pang of frustration. It seemed he had unwittingly revealed his combative nature. The pitfalls of fanfiction. What I meant by encouraging you to avoid modesty is to motivate you to excel in your studies. Your foundation in spells is commendable. If you strive for excellence and achieve the top rank in your year, Slytherin will bestow rewards upon you. Rewards? Devero's interest piqued at the mention, his ears perking up. What do these rewards entail? He pressed eagerly. You would gain access to certain areas that are otherwise off-limits within Hogwarts, Marcus replied with a mysterious smile. Off-limits areas? Then I must go? Devero exclaimed, realizing that this was a significant opportunity for his exploratory ambitions. His enthusiasm surged anew. Very well, head boy. This year's top student will undoubtedly be me, Devero asserted with a confident pat on his chest. The moment these words escaped his lips, Malfoy, seated directly across from him, burst into laughter, prompting several Slytherins to join in the mirth. Oh dear, the Frenchman Alexander wishes to attain the highest rank in the year? Quite an unlikely prospect, especially if he can recognize all the letters of the English alphabet, Malfoy pronounced in a dramatically exaggerated tone, his two lackeys erupting into peals of laughter alongside numerous other Slytherins, despite the humor lacking genuine wit. A collective of sycophants. Devero cast a disdainful glance at those feigning amusement, silently adding them to his mental blacklist. Naturally, he remained unfazed by the jibe. He did not consider himself French, and thus, such crude humor could hardly wound him. Observing Devero's unyielding demeanor, Malfoy's laughter grew increasingly strained, his gaze turning more malevolent. By the way, Devero, your surname must indicate of French origin. Why are you not studying at Beauxbatons? Marcus, not sharing in the laughter, attempted to divert the conversation by casually inquiring about other aspects of Devero's life. Well, it is actually my mother who entrusted me to. Suddenly, a raucous cheer erupted from another table, accompanied by the thunderous sound of hands clapping and feet stomping. Harry Potter had been sorted into Gryffindor. Devero refrained from continuing his explanation of being Snape's potions apprentice. Marcus, appearing disinterested in the commotion, shifted the topic to other matters, such as Devero's keen interest in the architectural wonders of Hogwarts. At that moment, the last remaining student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and departed with the sorting hat in hand. Then, the most formidable and enigmatic figure from the original tale rose with a flamboyant smile, Albus Dumbledore. He opened his arms wide and proclaimed, Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. Fools, crybabies, rubbish, twist. Thank you all. He then sat down, and applause and cheers erupted from all, including the Slytherin students, demonstrating their respect for such a powerful wizard. Next came the moment Devero had eagerly anticipated, the opening feast. He dared to say it was undoubtedly the finest dinner he had ever partaken in. Had Snape not intervened midway. Chapter 21. The Half-Blood Prince's Shock. Overall, Devero was quite content with the banquet, though it was not without its imperfections. 3 points stood out. First, aside from Marcus, the other students scarcely acknowledged him, likely due to Malfoy's influence, who seemed intent on isolating Devero. Of course, Devero remained indifferent. His intrigue lay solely with the castle, or rather, with the concept of upgrading his entries. He regarded the antics of these immature youngsters with utter disdain. Moreover, bloodstained Barrow had taken a seat directly across from Devero. A figure drenched in blood sitting opposite one is bound to diminish one's appetite. Throughout the evening, Devero abstained from consuming any red food. However, it was Malfoy who seemed far more perturbed, hardly touching his meal at all. Devero, in contrast, found his appetite growing amidst Malfoy's sullen demeanor. Furthermore, Snape's sudden appearance interrupted his feast. "Alexander, come with me," he commanded, just as the final dessert had yet to arrive. A familiar, low voice sent shivers down Devereaux's spine, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune upon spotting Professor Snape. Clad in a black cloak, with eyes as sharp as a serpent's. "Your issues require my attention," he stated, prompting Devereaux to grimace and reluctantly set aside the pudding he had longed for, rising to follow Snape. Draco Malfoy's eyes sparkled with glee as he whispered excitedly to Goyle, gesturing towards Devereaux. Crabbe, with his usual dullness, remarked, "That guy just got summoned by the teacher. Ha ha ha. I thought it would take my dad to intervene. But now that Professor Snape knows, he has a good rapport with my father. This bodes well for me. Alexander is definitely getting expelled." Draco's tone dripped with schadenfreude. Indeed. What happened to his ambition to be top of the year? He is about to be expelled right at the start of the term. Goyle chimed in, and the trio reveled in their shared delight. Marcus, however, watched their departing figures with concern. Surely not, but for Professor Snape to personally summon him. The situation must be dire, he murmured. Thus, the Slytherins collectively believed that Devero was on the brink of expulsion. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, seated at the staff table, cast a keen glance towards Slytherin, his clear blue eyes narrowing slightly. Devero followed Snape through the dimly lit corridors, his emotions in turmoil. He was uncertain of Snape's intentions, yet a sense of unease gnawed at him, primarily fueled by the fear of expulsion. Afterward, connecting with the professors would become increasingly difficult. He trailed closely behind, silently praying for a favorable resolution. With a sharp clap, Snape placed a large piece of parchment upon the desk. "First, write down the simplified formula and corresponding methodology for your polyjuice potion." After ushering Devero into his office and conjuring a chair with his wand, Snape settled into his own seat, fixating his gaze on Devero. This scrutiny did, in fact, bring a sense of relief to Devero, as it meant the incident on the train had not yet been addressed. "Sit down and use my quill to write," Snape instructed. Although the thought process behind this iteration emerged only after he acquired the essence of potion making, and despite lacking experimental validation, Devero felt an instinctive confidence that this approach could succeed. Trusting in the integrity of the Crimson entries, he began to write. Devero diligently transcribed the information. Throughout the process, Snape remained utterly silent, the only sound in the office being the soft rustle of the quill against the parchment. In less than a quarter of an hour, Devero had completed the entire transcription, his speed prompting a slight raise of Snape's brow in astonishment. He had assumed that a mere child like Devero would require at least half an hour to produce such intricate work. To his surprise, it was executed with remarkable swiftness. Indeed, Devero was quick. These concepts had been ingrained in his memory long before his arrival at Hogwarts. Snape took the parchment and began to read intently. To be candid, he still held reservations about Devero's assertions. He suspected that Devero might have engaged in some form of collusion with the dark wizard from Knockturn Alley, who not only imparted spells but also instructed him in various potion brewing techniques. However, his perspective had shifted. Now, Snape sat upright, quill in hand, earnestly following Devero's line of reasoning, fully immersed in the realm of potions. At this juncture, Devero seized the opportunity to scrutinize Snape's office. Upon entering, he had immediately sensed a significant drop in temperature. It seemed that the Slytherin quarters were a full degree cooler than other areas. Dimly lit oil lamps adorned the walls, casting a feeble glow. At the center of the office stood an expansive desk, cluttered with an array of books, parchment, and various vials. Bottles containing liquids of differing hues shimmered intriguingly in the lamplight, some gently swirling as if imbued with life. In one corner of the desk lay a hefty black tome, its cover inscribed with indecipherable text in silver ink. Behind the desk sat a high-backed chair, cushioned with soft black velvet, where Professor Snape was ensconced. His dark robes appeared even more profound in the subdued light, his face shrouded in shadow, save for his sharp, contemplative eyes which sparkled with a glint of intelligence. Behind him, a wooden door bore a weathered brass plaque, faintly etched with the word storage. Devero's eyes brightened. This was indeed a promising place. In the original narrative, the The protagonist had relied on pilfering herbs from Snape's storeroom multiple times to navigate their challenges. He fancied himself a potential frequent visitor here. Half an hour later, while Devero began to yawn, Snape finally placed the parchment down in awe. The parchment was now filled with an array of annotations, so dense that the original content was nearly indecipherable. Impossible. Devero raised an eyebrow. Could this old bat still harbor doubts about him? Such accomplishments were certainly beyond the capabilities of those from Knockturn Alley. Devero nodded in satisfaction, affirming that it was indeed improbable. Snape sighed deeply, leaning back against his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose as he regarded Devero. His gaze resembled that of one observing a monster. Why? What do you mean by why? Devero found himself somewhat bewildered by Snape's abrupt inquiry. Why did you not propose improvements during your apprenticeship? Snape's tone was markedly more amiable than before, his facial expression having relaxed somewhat. Yet, traces of astonishment and confusion lingered. Devero's revelation had so thoroughly astonished Snape that he could no longer maintain his previous demeanor. The young man's thought process represented a monumental breakthrough that could potentially revolutionize the brewing of potions, perhaps even exerting a significant influence on the entire field of potion making. Undoubtedly, he was a unique genius in the history of potion craft. Yet, he had remained in obscurity under Snape's tutelage for so many years, which left Snape perplexed. Oh, but you did not permit it, Devero remarked, fully aware this would render Snape speechless. What? You? Snape instinctively sought to retort, only to find that the young man's words held a semblance of truth. Indeed, he had never allowed him to voice any opinions. Observing Snape's expression, Devero couldn't help but smirk. To confound this age-bat was truly among his two favorite pastimes, alongside dealing with Malfoy. Chapter 22. In Slytherin, humility is not a virtue. Whether it was due to witnessing Devero's smugness or simply a desire to provoke him further, Snape swiftly concealed his astonished demeanor, reverting to his usual brooding self. Very well, henceforth, every Friday afternoon, you shall come here. I have tasks for you, Snape commanded in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Devero's face fell. Surely, he was not expected to spend yet another afternoon alone with this old bat. What a torment that would be. However, Snape was both a professor and the head of Slytherin, leaving Devero with little choice. As if to deliberately deprive Devero of any comfort, Snape broached another topic. Furthermore, let us discuss the matter of spells. Devero grimaced. The inevitable had finally arrived. Snape was likely here to hold him accountable for his actions on the train. Although Harry and his companions had also cast curses on Malfoy during their train journey in the original narrative, Devero could not be certain he would receive the same leniency afforded to the chosen one. Professor, it was Malfoy who first insulted my friend, which provoked my response, Devero asserted, striving to defend his actions as best he could. Malfoy. To Devero's astonishment, Snape appeared entirely unaware of this incident, his brows furrowing slightly. Are you referring to the event in which I cast a spell against Malfoy on the train? You are not aware of this, Professor? Snape waved his hand dismissively. Impatience etched on his face. That matter is inconsequential. My inquiry pertains to how you possess such an extensive repertoire of advanced spells, even including apparition. This is an exceedingly perilous incantation. Devero blurted out. So, Professor, I will not be expelled for casting spells on a fellow student? Snape grunted in response, gesturing towards the parchment laid out on the table. As long as this exists, provided you have not committed murder, I shall not permit your expulsion. Devero was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this compound elixir would wield such remarkable effects, enabling Snape to protect him to this extent. At that moment, within Slytherin, humility was not regarded as a virtue. Witnessing Snape's attitude alleviated Devero's concerns considerably. As long as he was not to be expelled, he felt a profound sense of relief. Consequently, he adopted a more relaxed demeanor. His recent conversation with Marcus, coupled with Snape's favorable disposition towards him, illuminated the truth that he could not afford to conceal his capabilities. Hiding his brilliance and masquerading as an innocent newcomer, woefully ignorant, was entirely out of the question. He was, after all, a prodigious talent. Why? Because within the confines of the school, only those of exceptional merit could access certain opportunities, such as achieving the top rank in their year or excelling in other remarkable endeavors. Moreover, as long as one demonstrated sufficient excellence, the school administration would tend to overlook certain actions, much like they did with the Dark Lord in days of yore. Thus, to explore Hogwarts in a comprehensive manner, leaving no stone unturned, and to subsequently receive greater care and privileges within the institution, he must reveal his prowess to the old guard of the school. After all, armed with the trait of being a time traveler, he had no fear of the soul-sucking dementors. What was there to fret about? He would demonstrate what true genius looked like. With this thought, Devero settled back comfortably in his chair, while Snape's brow furrowed even more tightly. Taking a moment to relax his body, Devero straightened up and addressed the professor, stating, "The reason I am proficient in so many spells is not due to any dealings with dark wizards, nor have I engaged in any illicit activities. Rather, He spoke with resolute seriousness in his gaze. I am, in fact, a genius. I can master any spell with but a glance. For instance, apparition, I observe someone perform it once, and I can ascertain the technique. After witnessing it a few more times, I am able to execute it with proficiency. The same applies to other spells. Following his declaration, a prolonged silence ensued. Snape, crossing his hands to obscure half of his face, was shrouded in shadow from his dark hair. Devero was left pondering what thoughts occupied the professor's mind. Perhaps he was stifling laughter, or contemplating the veracity of Devero's assertion. Devero inclined towards the former possibility. You can learn simply by watching others cast spells. Snape echoed the words, in the absence of any training or systematic guidance. Having possessed his wand for merely a month, you claim to master spells that even older students struggle with? Devero nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of his statement. With a resounding clap, Snape slammed his hands onto the desk, causing the books to tremble. Do you take me for a fool? The shadowy figure abruptly rose, leaning forward, pressing towards Devero. Snape's gaze was intensely fixed on Devero's eyes, as if embers of fury were about to erupt from within. The proximity between them was such that Devero could detect the scent of Snape's shampoo, or rather, the distinct aroma of his oiled hair. Devero fully comprehended Snape's demeanor. After all, they had cohabitated for a year. Just as with potions, Snape had previously shown no signs of being a prodigious spellcaster. Thus, his skepticism towards Devero's assertions was quite understandable. However, the truth remained that Devero was adept in various advanced forms of magic. Coupled with the recent concoction of the Polyjuice potion and the modifications made to his wand, it likely left Snape considerably astonished. Surely, with the emergence of another magical talent, Snape must possess some degree of resilience by now. Moreover, Devero had spoken not a single falsehood, leaving him unafraid of any subsequent scrutiny from Snape. Devero had intended to voice further thoughts, yet Snape disregarded him entirely, exiting the office with a stern warning against leaving or entering the storeroom. Thus, Devero found himself alone in Snape's office. To be candid, he felt a tempest of yearning to explore the storeroom, akin to the longing of a child yearning to sneak a peek at a forbidden treasure while their parents were away. After countless internal struggles, Devero resolved to take a chance. He leaped from his chair and approached the storeroom door, attempting to turn the handle, but it resisted his efforts. Swiftly, he drew forth his wand. Alohomora. He had become quite proficient with the unlocking charm. Given that Snape's storeroom had yet to be visited by Hermione, Dobby, or others, it was evidently lacking in adequate security measures, yielding easily to Devero's spell. A smirk crossed Devero's lips as he prepared to enter the sanctum of potion ingredients when a voice interrupted. What are you doing? The words struck him like a bucket of icy water in midwinter, causing him to shiver. He turned to find Snape, his expression dark and forbidding, gazing at him. Come with me. Strangely, Snape did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he darkly announced, we shall conduct a practical test to ascertain whether you are indeed the so-called genius. Devero smiled faintly, having long been eager for action. He had never intended to persuade Snape through mere words, and he willingly followed Snape out of the office. Are you certain about this, Severus? In a secluded corridor of Hogwarts, bathed in moonlight, Dumbledore stood alongside Snape. The professors are preparing to rest. It is difficult to ascertain completely. I have lived with him for quite some time. Although there were peculiar changes a year ago, no matter the method employed, no issues have surfaced. He remains unchanged. However, within this month, he suddenly transformed as if he were an entirely different person. I do not refer to any change in character, for that remains untouched. Rather, he has abruptly become a genius. Severus Snape's expression was grave, and he appeared momentarily at a loss for words. Just like his father, I suppose. Albus Dumbledore, with his tranquil blue eyes, gazed out at the moon hanging in the sky. Yes, indeed. So I ponder whether something has transpired on that end, prompting such a sudden shift in him. Snape appeared exceedingly anxious at this moment, his hands unconsciously clenching. This is difficult to observe, Sybil, concerning the Chosen One. We can only protect him to the best of our abilities. Dumbledore continued to fix his gaze upon the moonlit horizon. The Chosen One? Do we still require a savior? The events of 7 years past have fulfilled the prophecy. We no longer need a savior. Snape's emotions flared up suddenly, his voice tense as he spoke through gritted teeth. A touch of sorrow etched upon his features. The depths of his cerulean eyes reflected boundless sadness, mirroring Snape's pallid visage. Traversing the long corridor, Professor Snape pushed open the heavy wooden door. A gust of cold air swept in, causing Devero to shiver involuntarily. This was a classroom, spacious and expansive, lined with towering bookshelves brimming with various tomes of spells and magical artifacts. In the center of the room stood several mannequins, clad in tattered robes, their faces obscured as if struck by countless spells. Yet, what captivated Devero's attention the most was the presence of a Hogwarts teacher within the classroom, none other than Headmaster Dumbledore. Devero felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Professor Snape, however, paid him no heed. He approached the podium and turned to face the class. his piercing gaze rendered even colder in the dim light. "Now, let us ascertain whether your so-called genius is truly deserving of that title," he stated icily. "I shall perform the spell, and you shall observe. Once you have mastered it, indicate to me, and let us see if you can indeed replicate it." The headmaster and Professor Flitwick, the Ravenclaw head, are quite intrigued by your supposed genius, so it would be prudent for you to perform as you claim. It was then that Devero noticed Professor Flitwick's presence, which he had overlooked moments prior. Indeed, he was a man of considerable stature, reaching only to one's waist. Devero nodded slightly, casting a nervous glance at Dumbledore and Flitwick. This is a significant moment in the magical realm. Although he had resolved to make a grand impression at school and anticipated Dumbledore's attention, he had not expected it to come so swiftly. Dumbledore, sensing his gaze, offered a gentle smile, as if encouraging him. Devero took a deep breath, drew his wand from his waist, and stepped into the center of the classroom. He nodded at Snape, signaling his readiness. Snape gave a nearly imperceptible nod in return, and with a flick of his wand, he commanded, "Squeak." Caw. In an instant, the family within the classroom seemed to come to life, transforming as if emerging from their dormant state. Each one became round and plump, their battered fabric skin mended anew. Ultimately, each figure stood in the classroom as though they were alive, even capable of movement. Devero gazed at this enchanting spectacle, gradually feeling a surge of excitement. Surely, striking a moving target would be far more exhilarating than hitting a fixed one. Professor Snape remained silent, then raised his wand, aiming at one of the dummies. Stupefy. With the incantation, a beam of red light shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking the dummy, which promptly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Devero immediately raised his hand, signaling that he had mastered the spell. Such swift comprehension caught the attention of Dumbledore and Flitwick, who exchanged astonished glances. Snape's gaze remained fixed on Devero, his eyes clouded with a mixture of emotions. Devero silently committed the spell's pronunciation and movements to memory. In truth, he had already learned this incantation at the Leaky Cauldron. He simply had yet to employ it against Snape. However, the difference was negligible, merely a matter of observing once versus twice. "Now, it's your turn," Professor Snape said coldly. Devero raised his wand, inhaling deeply, and aimed at another dummy. Stupefy. He pronounced the incantation clearly, and a red light emitted from the tip of his wand. Bang! The dummy fell in response. Applause erupted from Flitwick and Dumbledore, who could not contain their admiration, particularly Flitwick, whose face radiated appreciation. It was evident that he was pleasantly surprised by the proficiency displayed by a first-year student. Snape's expression remained unchanged as he began to cast more intricate spells, transitioning from simple charms to more complex curses. Devero watched intently, mimicking each spell Snape executed. When faced with unfamiliar incantations, he observed them several times, wielding his exceptionally compatible wand, which minimized the chances of error. With each successful casting, Dumbledore and Flitwick readily offered their applause and cheers. In the end, Professor Flitwick even sought to shake hands with Devero, expressing his profound regret for not having visited Ravenclaw. Devero shared that sentiment. At that moment, Devero accessed the profile of the esteemed professor. Name, Phileas Flitwick. Age, 56. Spell repository, silent spell, unmatched. Banishing charm, proficient. Attributes, magical prodigy, gold. Duelist, purple. Fairy bloodline, purple. Magical prodigy, gold. The speed of magical learning far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, exhibiting remarkable creativity, destined to become a master of magic. The duelist, purple. Possessing an extraordinary combat instinct, you are virtually invincible in one-on-one duels. The fairy bloodline, purple. As a hybrid of wizard and fairy, you bear unique physical traits and magical talents, excelling particularly in protective and forging spells. Delighted, Devero immediately added these entries from Professor Flitwick to his shopping cart. When the time comes for the charms class, he would load them all. Coming back to his senses, Devero smiled, expressing his fondness for all four houses. However, Snape's expression grew increasingly dark. Devero suspected it was due to his close proximity to Professor Flitwick, fearing that he might steal away his prized student. In that moment, Devero felt exceedingly clever for his decision to showcase his prowess. After all, Snape would have to treat him better now. Clap, clap, clap. You performed exceptionally well, Devero, said Dumbledore, approaching him with applause. What a rare talent in magic. The last time I encountered a student as remarkable as you was over 20 years ago. Dumbledore beamed at him, though Devero had spent a year under Snape's oppressive educational methods. Such praise instantly heightened his admiration for Dumbledore. Thank you for the compliment, Headmaster. I am indeed a genius, Devero unreservedly replied. Ha! With that said, I believe you are quite the Slytherin, Flitwick chuckled. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Dumbledore's lips. Indeed, humility is not regarded as a virtue among Slytherins. Decades ago, a student your age once imparted the same sentiment to me. At this moment, he had approached within 3 meters of Devero. Swiftly and decisively, Devero opened Dumbledore's profile, Name: Albus Dumbledore. Age: 109 years. Spell library: Legilimency, Unmatched. Transfiguration, Unmatched. Unbreakable Vow, Unmatched. Entries: Great Power, Red. Magical Incarnation, Red. Mentor of Great Beings, Gold. Transfiguration Prodigy, Gold. Holder of the Elder Wand, Gold. Alchemical Genius, Gold. Redeemer, Purple. Linguistic Expert, Purple. Affinity for Magical Creatures, Purple. Chapter 23. The Terrifying Entries. Great Power, Red. You possess the potential to explore everything. Capable of dominating the world or benefiting all beings, the choice lies within you. Magical Incarnation, Red. You have the innate ability to cast any spell. Merely gazing at a spell reveals its casting method and effects, and any spell cast by you will yield doubled results. Mentor of Great Beings, Gold. You will personally guide several great figures in the magical realm down different paths, playing an exceedingly crucial role. Transfiguration Prodigy, Gold. Your talent for transfiguration reaches unparalleled heights. You are meticulous and serious, which is the most vital trait in this art. You shall ultimately achieve great success on this path. The Holder of the Elder Wand, Gold. The possessor of the mightiest wand, destined never to be defeated in any duel. The Alchemical Prodigy, Gold. Gifted with an extraordinary talent for alchemy, capable of discerning the secrets beneath the laws of alchemy, destined to become a master of the craft. The Redeemer, Purple. Burdened by sin, living every moment to atone for transgressions, with an extraordinary willpower that enhances certain spell effects. The Linguistic Expert, Purple. Possessing an exceptional aptitude for acquiring various languages, including those across species. The Magical Creature Affinity, Purple. Innately endowed with a strong affinity, making magical creatures inclined to approach you. Devero gazed at the panel, rendered speechless. He knew that Dumbledore would possess numerous formidable attributes. Surely, there would be golden attributes. Perhaps even red ones. Yet he was astounded to discover that Dumbledore's elite attributes were so plentiful that they could elicit ellipses. The quantity of golden attributes he bore alone was comparable to all the golden attributes Devero had encountered thus far, not to mention the 2 red attributes he possessed, which were previously seen elsewhere. The purple attributes were so numerous that he could scarcely count them. Truly, he was the most illustrious headmaster in the annals of Hogwarts, an embodiment of power. Without hesitation, Devero proceeded to load and copy the magical spirit, Red. He had never before copied such a red attribute that enhanced examples. Devero was exceedingly exhilarated. If the potion spirit had such effects, then the magical spirit must surely soar. Ding! Loading copy is on cooldown. Cooldown time: 29 days, 26 hours, 27 minutes. Wait. The anticipated evolution of his body had not materialized. Instead, the attribute copy was still in cooldown. Devero was at a loss, nearly in tears. How could this be? He had sacrificed the opportunity to copy Harry's rather inconsequential savior attribute, resulting in the inability to replicate the coveted Dumbledore attribute that was so tantalizingly close. Devero's mood plummeted. Dumbledore, lost in reminiscence, had not perceived Devero's peculiar behavior. As he spoke, Dumbledore withdrew a scroll of parchment from his sleeve. You know, Devero, with the contents of this single piece of paper, you could forego potions classes for all 7 years at Hogwarts. Upon saying this, Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Snape, who, with a sullen expression, was entirely oblivious. Flitwick chimed in exuberantly. Therefore, Devero, I believe that the standard curriculum for your year may no longer suffice for you, so. Dumbledore's demeanor suddenly turned serious. I believe you may be excused from the scheduled charms and potions classes. What? Upon hearing this news, Devero was utterly astonished. No classes? No potions lessons? Wow, that was splendid. His joy was immediately palpable. Moments ago, the disappointment of not copying the red entries was swiftly overshadowed by this delightful news. Devero was nearly on the verge of leaping with joy. However, Dumbledore's subsequent remark fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. But it does not mean you can truly forego attending classes, Dumbledore continued. Rather, you have the option to forego the courses currently assigned to you, and instead attend those for upperclassmen. After all, we at Hogwarts are a school, he explained kindly. Devero nodded slightly, though he felt a twinge of disappointment at the prospect of still having to attend Snape's class. He recognized that this choice would indeed be more beneficial for him. After all, he was a prodigy in potions and spells, and learning alongside younger classmates would offer limited enhancement to his skills. Engaging directly with advanced topics alongside older students was undoubtedly the best option available to him. However, this brought forth a new dilemma. Professor, which year S classes should I attend? As a freshman, Devero was entirely unaware of the varying levels of difficulty and progress among the different grades. Do not worry about that. The 2 professors will show you their syllabi, and then you can make your decision, Dumbledore replied amiably. Let us set the time for next week. You can familiarize yourself with campus life first before deciding which year S classes to join. Professor Flitwick, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, adding, tomorrow, when you come to class. I will present you with the syllabus I have prepared for the year. Professor Snape remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at Devero. Nevertheless, Devero felt a sense of reassurance. After all, having a week to adjust was quite favorable. He bowed his head in gratitude to the two professors. Thank you, professors. Now, Devero, do you have any other questions? Dumbledore asked, smiling and patiently awaiting his response. Devero pondered for a moment and realized he indeed had a question that remained unanswered. Professor, I ask this not out of any dislike for Slytherin, he said, casting a furtive glance at Snape. I simply do not understand why the Sorting Hat placed me in Slytherin without considering my opinion. Upon voicing this, a profound silence enveloped the three professors. Dumbledore smiled gently, his blue eyes drifting towards the fallen dummies. How shall I put it? Perhaps the Sorting Hat believes you are a natural Slytherin. Before Devero could press further, Dumbledore, maintaining his calm demeanor, proclaimed the conclusion of today's assessments. Professor Snape approached the door, turned back to Devero, and said, "Follow me," before stepping out. Devero hastily bid farewell to the two professors and then hurried after Snape, choosing not to linger on the matter. Once the door closed, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick exchanged a knowing glance. It is indeed quite remarkable, even surpassing expectations. This talent can be deemed unprecedented. Professor Flitwick gently set aside his hand, bidding farewell to Devero, while gazing nostalgically and in astonishment at the silhouette of this prodigious spellcaster. Indeed, it is hard to fathom that such brilliance might grace us a second time, and in two distinct fields no less. Dumbledore unfurled the parchment in his hands, a glint of keen insight flashing in his eyes. His father was merely a magical virtuoso, yet Devero exhibited such innate prowess in potion-making. Perhaps we need not worry excessively about him, Dumbledore mused thoughtfully. Snape strode swiftly, with Devero struggling to keep pace behind him. Yet, just around a corner, he collided abruptly with Snape's thigh. Devero rubbed his aching nose, bewildered by Snape's sudden halt. The professor's dark eyes fixed intently upon Devero, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Could it be that the words exchanged with Professor Flitwick had sparked Snape's ire? Was he now to face retribution? Devereau's hand instinctively rested upon his wand. Chapter 24. Permission for late returns? Good evening, Professor Snape, a voice called from behind Devero. It was the Hogwarts caretaker, Filch, who was carrying an oil lamp, presumably on his rounds to ensure no students were out of bed. He now regarded Devero with suspicion. Professor, may I inquire if a young wizard has been causing you trouble, running about instead of retiring for the night? Filch evidently assumed Devero was caught out late by Snape. Snape lifted his gaze toward him and slightly shook his head. He is assisting me. Filch, clearly placing great trust in Snape, recognized that he did not resemble someone who would condone student mischief, likely having collaborated with him on numerous occasions to apprehend wayward pupils. He prepared to depart with his lamp, but Snape interjected. Wait. Filch halted, puzzled. What is it, Professor? This student, Alexander Devero, will be assisting me regularly. Therefore, he may occasionally return late to the school. You need not trouble him. Professor, this Filch appeared somewhat conflicted, as this was certainly not in line with his usual protocol. Snape remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Filch, feeling the weight of that stare, slowly swallowed hard. Very well, but try not to let it exceed 11 o'clock. He reluctantly acquiesced. 11:30, Snape replied in a low tone. Understood, Professor. I shall continue my rounds. Filch promptly agreed and hurriedly departed. Permission for late returns? Devereau's lips curled into a delighted smile. This was indeed a boon. In the original narrative, Harry frequently faced punishment for returning late. As someone determined to explore every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, how could Devero possibly avoid the occasional late return? This privilege granted by Snape was remarkably timely. It seems that working for Snape is not without its rewards. Watching Fudge flee, Devero surmised that there was something the man wished to convey to him. Yet, he could not fathom what secret Snape might be keeping. After all, he lacked the ability to read minds and discern Snape's thoughts. Ultimately, Snape revealed nothing, escorting Devero to the entrance of the common room and imparting the password before taking his leave. Devero sighed in relief. Today had been a close call. He had acquired a wealth of invaluable spells and even obtained a red label from Harry, albeit with little effect. He resolved to examine it further in bed later. With that thought, Devero slipped into the passage leading to the common room. Meanwhile, in Snape's office, the potions master sat in his expansive chair, his gaze fixed intently upon the parchment spread out on his desk. His fingers drummed anxiously against the armrest as he muttered to himself. Perhaps it is best to give him another year, to withhold the truth for now? Yes, that shall be my course. The entrance to the Slytherin common room lay concealed behind a stone wall in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle. After uttering the password, Devero entered the sanctuary. To be honest, upon beholding the place where he would reside for the next 7 years, he felt a surge of anxiety. The Slytherin common room was a long, low dungeon, illuminated by a circular green glowing lamp suspended from the ceiling by chains. Furnished with intricately carved chairs for students to rest, it also featured skulls as decor. A portion of the dungeon extended beneath the lake, casting a green hue throughout the chamber. The walls and ceiling were constructed from rough stone, and a beautifully carved mantelpiece cradled a flickering fire. Despite this, the common room retained a dim and chilly atmosphere. Honestly, Devero mused, living in Snape's home seemed increasingly acceptable in comparison, for at least there he could bask in sunlight. This place felt akin to a ship submerged beneath the ocean. Did anyone truly find solace in such a location? Devero felt as though he might succumb to despair. Alas, there was no room for complaints now. He could only convince himself, as Dumbledore had suggested, that he was indeed a natural Slytherin. As Devero traversed the common room, he caught a glimpse through the window of a colossal squid gliding beneath the lake, along with some indistinct, peculiar creatures. Although he was not particularly fond of the ambience beneath the lake, the distant sound of waves lapping against the shore was quite soothing. Exhausted, Devero ascended the staircase to the boys' dormitory at a leisurely pace. Today had been nothing short of exhilarating. He had accomplished so much. First, he had consumed the polyjuice potion in the early hours and ventured to Knockturn Alley, nearly confronting a dark wizard there. Then, he successfully upgraded his potion genius label, followed by an intense duel with Snape at the Three Broomsticks. This marks Devero's inaugural encounter with an adult wizard, nearly depleting his magical energy and underscoring the significance of such power. Ultimately, after being outsmarted and defeated by his professor, he astounded Snape with a concocted potion formula. Yet, his bravado was short-lived as he hurriedly packed his belongings and rushed to the station to commence his studies. There, he encountered the renowned savior, acquiring a third golden attribute and his first red one, thereby positioning himself as a savior in his own right. He also forged connections with several members of the Weasley family and thoroughly explored the entirety of Platform 9 3/4, gaining the wisdom of a forebear. One cannot overlook the efficacy of the sage's meditative techniques, which have proven immensely beneficial to him. Remarkably, within a brief period of practice, Devero felt a significant enhancement in his magical prowess. Had it not been for the continuous operation of this meditation technique, which aided in the replenishment of his magic during the casting intervals, he might not have endured until the conclusion of the tests. This thought jogged his memory. He still possessed an attribute upgrade card yet to be utilized. However, he remained unhurried, as his immediate desire was to load Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration attribute and subsequently upgrade it, aspiring to become an unparalleled prodigy in the realms of potions, magic, and transfiguration. Following his exploration of the station and his newfound friendships with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, solidified through a confrontation with Malfoy, he anticipated further advancement in the main storyline. After arriving at Hogwarts and experiencing a rather lackluster sorting ceremony, he indulged in a hearty feast before being summoned by Snape, where he showcased his prowess in potions, once again astonishing Snape. He then revealed his status as an extraordinary talent, leaving both Dumbledore and Flitwick in awe. The outcome was remarkable, granting him privileges to attend advanced classes and return late. All in all, his gains were substantial. Devero struggled to open the door to his dormitory, navigating in darkness to locate his bed. Although he contemplated using a luminescent spell for illumination, fatigue overwhelmed him, leading him to collapse onto the neatly prepared bed. The thought of practicing his meditative techniques before sleep fading from his mind. Embracing the anticipation of his future life at the magical school, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 25. Morning, Attributes Acquired. Host, Devero Alexander. Age, 11 years. Identity, first-year student at Hogwarts. Potions apprentice. Spellbook, Levitation Charm. Mastered, both silent and vocal. Carried attributes. Traveler, unique. Magical Prodigy, unique. Potion Spirit, red. Savior, red. Genius Wandmaker, gold. Attribute Library, unique, 2. Red, 2. Gold, 3. Purple, 6. Blue, 70. Green, 881. White, 9372. Pet, L. The Magical Pouch Toad. Props, 1 upgrade card, 1 spell proficiency card. Wand, Zeaton Wood. Wisdom of the Ancients. The meditation method of the revered sound. Number of magical realm explorations, 3. At this moment, Devero was leisurely dining in the Hogwarts Great Hall, simultaneously organizing his attribute panel. He inquired about the system and finally gleaned some insights. Surprisingly, the entry for the magical spirit was classified as a magical type entry. His prodigious spellcaster entry was, in fact, its superior counterpart. All spellcasting entries were subordinate to it and would automatically merge similar categories upon loading. Thus, Devero felt no regret for not having duplicated this entry earlier. Rather, everything about his current physical form was optimized for casting spells. Nevertheless, Devero felt that the name Magical Spirit sounded more powerful. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The significant detail was that the cooldown period for this red entry was an entire month. How infuriating. Meanwhile, another red entry belonging to Dumbledore sat enticingly, making it impossible for Devero to acquire it for a month. Truly a form of torture. Fortunately, the cooldown for Devero's purple entry had just refreshed. His primary objective was now Hermione's examination genius, purple. Although he had confirmed a considerable privilege from Dumbledore the previous day, he still needed to follow the established process to sit for the exam. This was essential both for the reward of being the top of his year and for ensuring a more comfortable campus life thereafter. Thus, he purposefully rose early to await Hermione's arrival. However, at that moment, an unexpected guest appeared. What? He is still here. It was Malfoy and his two lackeys. They entered the great hall, chattering and laughing, seeking a suitable spot to sit, only to be astounded to find Devero dining in a corner. Impossible. Hadn't he been absent all night? Indeed, he had been summoned by the headmaster and had not been expelled? The trio whispered among themselves. Devero chuckled at their expressions. Bemused. To be honest, these three children were rather dull. Although the lights were off, the commotion they caused was quite significant. Yet, none of them seemed to have realized it. Goyle and Crabbe were to be expected. They did appear rather dim-witted. But Malfoy, with those prominent brows and eyes, had his intelligence diminished as well? Devero continued to enjoy his breakfast, retrieving some specialized toad feed he had purchased in Diagon Alley to feed to Al yesterday. During the sorting ceremony, and while demonstrating his spell-learning abilities to Snape and others, Al had not been brought along, but, like other luggage, was assisted by the Hogwarts caretaker to be transported to the dormitory. Certainly, given that El is so young, he can only be considered a mere child. The reason for not taking him along is also due to the presence of many other children around, and El's appearance is not particularly commendable. So he was left on the train. Now, it is time to treat him well. Observing Malfoy and his companions looking at him as if he were a ghost, Devero felt a twinge of impatience. However, even Malfoy had come to the dining hall. To his surprise, the target, Hermione, had not yet arrived. Devero furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at the clock. The time was drawing near for classes to commence. He hastily finished his breakfast and resolved not to wait any longer. He would address it after class, following the predetermined path. Devero did not become lost as Harry and Ron did in the original story. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional magical talent. He could sense the emotions of the stairs around him and thus chose to tread upon those with a gentler disposition. Consequently, he arrived at the classroom without incident. This marked Devero's first class at the school, Transfiguration. As he entered the classroom just before 9 o'clock, the sun was rising. The scenery outside became animated, with leaves gently swaying in the breeze and sunlight dancing between them. Upon the podium lay a tabby cat with brown fur. Devero recognized it immediately. This was undoubtedly Professor McGonagall's animagus form. Ah, how he longed to pet it. Yet he restrained himself, considering the respect due to the headmistress. At that moment, Devero noticed that Hermione had indeed arrived. She had risen long before he had, already having eaten breakfast, and come to the classroom to await the lesson. Truly, she was an exemplary student, an academic prodigy. He felt a pang of inferiority. In her vibrant demeanor, Hermione sat by the window, sunlight filtering through the curtain seams and casting a golden glow upon her face. She was earnestly studying her Transfiguration textbook, seemingly reviewing, or perhaps even preparing the material. Being Hermione, she might have memorized the entire book already. Most of their classmates appeared drowsy, still recovering from the fatigue of the previous night, presenting a stark contrast to her. Just as Devero gazed at her, Hermione stretched, her eyes shifting from the book. She caught sight of Devero watching her and smiled, waving him over. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating her hair, the golden light harmonizing beautifully with her lively smile. Devero felt a warmth in his heart, experiencing an unprecedented sense of familiarity. Good morning, Devero. Hermione's voice was bright and melodious, invigorating him despite his earlier lethargy. Seizing the moment before class began, Devero approached Hermione's seat. I didn't expect you to be in Gryffindor. I thought you would surely be in Ravenclaw. Devero naturally engaged in a conversation with Hermione regarding the sorting hat. Indeed, it was quite a dilemma at the time. Speaking of which, I had assumed you would undoubtedly be placed in Ravenclaw, given your initial certainty. I never anticipated you would end up in Slytherin. As Hermione spoke, a look of regret crossed her face. If one is to respect the student's choices, how could you possibly be sorted into Slytherin? At that moment, Devero had approached within 3 meters of Hermione. With a slight smile, he responded, this question, interestingly enough, I posed to the headmaster just yesterday. Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. You spoke with the headmaster yesterday? What did he say? Devero leaned back against the wall, feeling a surge of clarity in his mind, as if the knowledge he had once crammed for his senior year returned vividly. However, upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, he recounted. He said, I am a natural Slytherin. Hermione, in disbelief, twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Really? I find you quite different from those typical Slytherins. It was evident that Hermione had developed a deep-seated prejudice against the house due to Malfoy's insults. Nonetheless, Devero couldn't help but admire her judgment. He shared her sentiment. Chapter 26. The first class of the school year. The essence of transfiguration. Devero glanced at his watch, noting that there was little time left before class commenced. The classroom had begun to fill with students, and the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous. He waved to Hermione, indicating his intention to join the Slytherin table, and turned to leave. His appearance evidently exceeded the expectations of the first-year Slytherins, who stared at him in wide-eyed astonishment. They had likely witnessed him leave without finishing his meal the previous day, taken away by Snape, leading them to believe his expulsion was a foregone conclusion. Yet, here he stood, very much alive. Whispers regarding Devero began to circulate among the students. Could it be another form of punishment? Perhaps detention? They pondered, bewildered. However, Devero remained indifferent to the children's speculations, entirely uninterested in their opinions. Even the entries he had acquired the day prior had been successfully transferred to the repository. He casually chose a seat toward the front, eager to see if he could absorb anything related to Transfiguration. Was his talent truly so inadequate? Today, he resolved to defy such notions. Thus, Devero approached the class with utmost seriousness, determined to prove his capabilities. Of course, his choice to sit in the front row was also to keenly observe Professor McGonagall as she demonstrated her most advanced transfiguration techniques, specifically the entire process of becoming an animagus. He hoped to see if he could rely solely on the entries pertaining to magical prowess. Regrettably, he was unsuccessful as the class bell rang. Without securing the original tabby cat resting on the podium, it leapt down in an instant. The creature's body twisted and tumbled with remarkable speed, revealing a dignified lady clad in a black and green robe standing at the front of the podium. It was Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor House, officially registered animagus. Devero was taken aback. This transformation was not purely magical. Or rather, it was not entirely so. Magic constituted merely a minuscule part of the entire process. Devero, with his prowess in magic, asserted that although Professor McGonagall had utilized considerable magical power, such a significant transformation could not be achieved solely through the limited knowledge of transfiguration that he possessed. It was impossible unless the caster had undergone a profound alteration of their own body. He vaguely recalled that this process necessitated the consumption of a highly intricate potion, with exceedingly stringent requirements, to be taken under specific circumstances. Thus, it could be concluded that an animagus was indeed a product of the intersection of transfiguration and potions. This revelation sparked a light of understanding in Devereau's mind. While he may not excel in transfiguration, he was indeed an expert in potion innovation. Several potential potion ingredients that could yield the desired effect promptly surfaced in his thoughts, and he began to arrange and combine them in an attempt to deduce the potion's formula on the spot. Suddenly, a realization jolted him from his reverie as he looked up to see Professor McGonagall glaring at him with palpable anger. "Mr. Alexander, could you enlighten me as to what occupies your thoughts?" Devero immediately sat upright, realizing the gravity of the moment. Indeed, a cat's fury was quite terrifying. "Professor, I was contemplating whether animagus is a product of multidisciplinary intersection." Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised to hear such a complex topic from a first-year student. "From my observations, the magical energy you expended during your transformation was relatively minimal, which does not align with the demands of such a complex metamorphosis. Thus, I surmise that advanced human transformation must encompass more than just the effects of transfiguration itself." Professor McGonagall's expression softened, her surprise palpable as she regarded Devero with newfound interest. Not only had he referenced the obscure term animagus, but he had also discerned her magical energy expenditure, a feat unseen before. Intrigued by his insights, Professor McGonagall inquired, "Indeed, that is a fascinating perspective. What are your thoughts on achieving human transformation?" Devero exhaled in relief and continued, "Currently, my hypothesis is to integrate transfiguration with potions. In potion making, the brewing of the polyjuice potion is somewhat inspired by the rare metamorphic principles of disguising magic in the magical realm. Perhaps this concept could be further developed in the context of animagus, but this time, the potion must facilitate a comprehensive alteration of the drinker's bodily structure. Unlike the temporary effects of the polyjuice potion." Professor McGonagall listened, nodding slightly, a rare smile gracing her face. "Your line of thought closely aligns with the prevailing academic views. Indeed, typical human transformation is deeply intertwined with potion making. However, becoming an animagus is an exceedingly perilous form of magic. While it is possible to transform a person into an animal through potions and transfiguration, this method does not circumvent the myriad complications that may arise during the process, which you will come to understand in your 6th year. Pay close attention. There remains much for you to learn at this institution. One cannot expect to gain knowledge all at once." Upon hearing this, Devero expressed his gratitude with a nod. The professor likely chose to overlook his minor transgression due to its tenuous relation to the lesson at hand and the fact that it was his first offense. Yet, the other young wizards found themselves bewildered. What were they discussing? What is an animagus? I have never heard of such a thing. According to the professor, It seems to pertain to 6th year content. Am I in the wrong classroom? Is this truly a first-year transfiguration lesson? What first year? This is certainly not a topic appropriate for first-year students. Goodness, on the very first lesson, the professor has already delved into 6th year material? What more is there to learn? Even those from Slytherin who had previously criticized Devero began to question his identity. Could he be the illegitimate child of a pureblood family? It is entirely possible. How else could he possess such knowledge? Moreover, he has not been expelled after causing a ruckus. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's expression twisted with frustration, witnessing Devero basking in the limelight. Yet, this was far more painful than being chastised himself. Clearly, these naive young wizards were caught off guard. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum, Professor McGonagall announced from the lectern. Anyone who dares to misbehave or fall asleep in my class will be asked to leave, never to return. I have warned you all. With that, she cast a pointed glance at Devero. He shrugged helplessly. Now, the formal lesson commenced. After several transformations, the room of young wizards became notably intrigued by the subject. Perhaps more so than when they witnessed Professor McGonagall transform from a cat into a human. They might find the prospect of transforming into animals somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, their interest was immediately piqued. Devero watched with keen engagement. It must be said, the professor is indeed a masterful educator, adept at fostering a lively atmosphere. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall began to discuss various precautions. Transfiguration is an exceedingly intricate spell, and correspondingly, it harbors immense danger. Why is this the case? With a flourish of her wand, McGonagall unleashed a myriad of colorful powders from its tip. These particles swiftly coalesced into a three-dimensional projection, revealing an array of twisted human forms, bodies that fused human and animal traits, and even grotesquely collapsed masses of flesh. The repugnant scene rendered the young wizards present pale with dread. Devero, however, observed thoughtfully. Was this the consequence of a miscast transfiguration? It appeared the risks were indeed substantial. Should one act recklessly, they might inadvertently transform into some grotesque creature. The pursuit of becoming an animagus would require meticulous planning. Such tragedies stemmed from neglecting the foremost principle of transfiguration, which Professor McGonagall emphasized with utmost seriousness: caution. The students had ventured to apply transfiguration on themselves or others without adequate preparation, ultimately leading to dire outcomes. Numerous examples abound, such as the Sphinx, half human and half lion, and the Minotaur, part man and part bull, alongside the Centaur, who became half human and half horse in pursuit of equine vitality. Thus, I implore you to maintain vigilance and focus throughout your studies of transfiguration. Devero listened, nodding slightly. Previously puzzled by the notion that caution was the paramount quality of a transfiguration master, he now comprehended its significance. Without caution, one might never attain mastery, but rather meet an untimely demise. The once eager young wizards now appeared somewhat disheartened, seemingly terrified of such a fate. After addressing their concerns, they delved into theoretical discussions. As depicted in the original text, the notes on transfiguration were indeed acerbic and opaque. Even with his aptitude for examinations, he found the material challenging. However, he certainly fared better than the other first-year students beside him, which slightly improved his spirits. Following the tedious theoretical discussions, he yearned to test his transfiguration talents in practice. In Chapter 27, titled The Second Principle of Transfiguration, the Microcosm, Professor McGonagall instructed them to transform a matchstick into a needle. Devero was astounded by his own formidable talent. He replaced Simon and officially became Hogwarts' explosive wizard. He fervently attempted to alter the structure of the matchstick using his magic. But the excessive magical energy he infused resulted in the matchstick becoming a fireball that careened wildly around the classroom. The fireball even singed Ron's hair, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the students. Swiftly, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, transforming the fireball into a deflated balloon that fell to the ground, allowing everyone in the classroom to breathe a sigh of relief. Malfoy, reveling in the misfortune of others, bore a triumphant expression, delighted to have uncovered Devero's weakness. It seemed the Frenchman was not as proficient as he appeared. He intentionally spoke at a volume that Devero could hear, but McGonagall could not. Devero chose to ignore him. Mr. Alexander, could you reiterate the first and second principles of transfiguration? Professor McGonagall tidied up the remnants left by the fireball and approached Devero, her expression revealing a hint of surprise at the occurrence among her students. The first principle is caution. The second principle is to alter structure without changing essence. Professor, well, then tell me, did you adhere to the second principle just now? McGonagall's inquiry struck at the very heart of Devero's error. He furrowed his brow, carefully retracing his recent actions. Indeed, he had attempted to modify the structure of the matchstick. However, it seemed that his magical prowess had elevated significantly due to his meditation techniques, surpassing that of an ordinary young wizard. Consequently, adhering strictly to the methods taught in class would undoubtedly lead to an excessive expenditure of magic, thereby altering the essence of the matchstick. Of course, His current abilities were far from sufficient to entirely transform the essence of an object. He had merely induced a state of instability, resulting in the fireball careening throughout the classroom. Professor, I believe it may have been the excess of magic I released that directly altered the essence of the object, or rather, caused its essence to enter a state of agitation, which led to the fireball. Devero articulated his thoughts. McGonagall nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. Indeed, he was a promising student, exhibiting a clear logic in his reasoning. Precisely. That is why transfiguration is a discipline that demands precision. You must first learn to control the magic you employ with accuracy. This is the foundational step towards successful transformation. As she spoke, McGonagall handed a new matchstick to Devero. He accepted it and placed it carefully on the table, contemplating the requisite amount of magic needed for its transformation. At that moment, McGonagall interjected with guidance, maintaining her serious demeanor. This is typically a topic introduced in the second year, controlling one's magic. Thus, today I will offer only a brief overview. Pay attention. Alexander, the magic required for transformation depends on the size and structural complexity of both the object being transformed and the desired form. Only by understanding this can you truly grasp the essence of magic in transfiguration. Devero felt enlightened by her words. Thank you, Professor. He expressed his gratitude before immediately turning his attention to the matchstick and needle, even holding them to feel and ponder their properties. Yet, he felt as though he was grasping at straws, as if he had hit a wall in his understanding. The surrounding chatter of his classmates discussing the reasons for transformation only added to his distraction. Then, a thought struck him. He had yet to employ his meditation technique. He had successfully utilized it earlier on the train and outside the auditorium, experiencing a profound sense of calm, unaffected by external noise. Perhaps it would yield similar results in class. Without hesitation, Devero began to adjust his breathing according to the principles of his meditation technique. Half closing his eyes and entering a state of tranquility. With each deep breath, he felt the surrounding clamor gradually recede, as if the entire world had fallen into a serene silence. His thoughts began to crystallize, and the magic within him flowed languidly, resonating with the essence of his surroundings. Before long, Devero successfully reclaimed the sensation he had experienced outside the auditorium. Everything around him was cloaked in a veil of mist, with only the area within a meter of him discernible. This was the result of his enhanced magical perception. However, this time, Devero did not seek to dispel the fog. Instead, he gradually reined in his awareness and magic, slowly concentrating upon the matchstick in his hand. The surrounding mist began to envelop his form, and ultimately, all he could perceive was the matchstick itself. Yet, this was still not sufficiently small. Devero continued to narrow the scope of his perception. Gradually, even the majority of the matchstick became shrouded in mist. At that moment, the textures and patterns upon the matchstick were vividly etched in his mind. But this was still inadequate. He pressed on, compressing his awareness further. The intricate details he had just observed now loomed grandly before him. Devero drastically condensed his perception, as though he sought to merge his consciousness with the matchstick itself. Now, in his vision, the matchstick appeared infinitely elongated and wide, resembling a vast new continent. Yet, this was still not enough. Devero continued to refine his awareness. He understood that what he perceived was not yet the fundamental structure he sought, but he sensed it was close, tantalizingly near. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and Devero felt as though he had been abruptly drawn into an anomalous realm. He looked around. There was no mist, no professor, no other students. He even found himself devoid of eyes. Only a primal intuition remained. Devero realized he had finally arrived at the core structure of existence. Though invisible, he could sense strange connections, an underlying bond between entities. He hungrily absorbed the essence of these connections, committing their structures to memory. As his understanding deepened, he gained an exceptionally clear awareness of the magical energy required to alter them. He began to experiment with magic to effect changes. Soon, he achieved his first successful experiment, seemingly transforming a portion of wood into iron. This time, he did not encounter the instability that had plagued him previously. Of course, this was merely a sensation, not a tangible sight, and he could not ascertain the reality of it. Just then, an intangible chill, like a ghost, wrapped itself around Devero's soul. It was an indescribable strangeness, as if he were being watched. A peculiar sensation of being observed stirred within him. How strange, how bizarre. In this ever-constricting world, how could one feel such an invasive gaze? The sensation intensified. Devero's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. Each beat resonated with greater ferocity than the last, nearly breaking free from the confines of his chest. Within a mere 10 seconds, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if his body could scarcely withstand this mounting pressure. Alas, an unknown force seemed to be eroding his very essence. Devero immediately ceased his meditative practice, exerting all his strength to escape this microscopic realm. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed him, nearly rendering him sightless. As his vision returned, he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart still trembling with residual dread. Warning: host detected entering the microscopic world. Chapter 28. The Unspeakable Existence? Microstructural Transformation Technique. Warning: host detected entering the microscopic world. Please proceed with caution. The microscopic realm involves unspeakable entities. Devero sat in his chair, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, his classmates were fervently experimenting with transformations, utterly oblivious to Devero's peculiar behavior. The microscopic world? Unspeakable entities? Devero's mind was in utter disarray. Thump, thump, thump. The echoes of that terrifying experience lingered. His heart continued to race. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his heartbeat. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, allowing himself a moment to contemplate the events that had transpired. He had entered the microscopic world, a consequence of a significant enhancement in his perceptual abilities through his meditative practices. As his magical energy and perception gradually converged, he had accessed a space where the intrinsic connections of existence revealed themselves, what the system referred to as the microscopic realm. In this domain, there lurked unspeakably terrifying entities. Devero recalled encountering such descriptions in the system's documentation on 2 occasions. Once was now, and the other when he initially bound with the system. It stated that Devero was under the protection of a great existence. This implied that in this world, beyond mere magic, there existed other forces, more formidable and terrifying entities. Apart from the dark wizards led by Voldemort, a shiver of apprehension washed over him. He had nearly succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, he had escaped just in time. With this thought, Devero resolved to refrain from further exploration of the microscopic world until he comprehended its intricacies more thoroughly. Steeling his determination, he redirected his focus back to the classroom. As the lesson neared its conclusion, only Hermione remained among the students, transforming a matchstick into half a needle. Much to Professor McGonagall's satisfaction, 5 points were awarded to Gryffindor. Devero gazed at the matchstick in his hand. Despite having performed intricate manipulations in the microscopic realm moments ago, from a macroscopic perspective, it remained merely an ordinary matchstick, its exterior unaltered. After a brief moment of contemplation regarding the arrangement of each atom, he gently picked up the matchstick, closed his eyes, and focused intently. Instantly, the matchstick transformed into a slender needle amidst a peculiar wave of energy. Ding! New spell added to the repository. Please check the panel. Hearing the system's notification, Devero did not cease his actions. Instead, his gaze intensified. The iron needle in his hand morphed once more, reverting to the familiar matchstick. A glimmer of incredulity sparkled in Devero's eyes as he realized he had cast a transfiguration spell without the aid of a wand. Not only he, but also his classmates were astounded by this spectacle. They recalled that Devero could previously only transform a matchstick into a fireball. Yet now he executed transformations with such ease. Well done, Alexander. The ability to transform an object and subsequently revert it to its original state indicates that you have grasped the principle of caution. And you did this without a wand? Professor McGonagall's voice carried a distinct note of surprise. Truly remarkable. In my teaching career, this is the first time I have seen a first-year student perform wandless magic. Indeed, it is astonishing. Wandless magic is a remarkable feat. Slytherin gains 20 points. Professor McGonagall praised. Consequently, Devero earned his first points at Hogwarts. He promptly accessed his spell repository to discover an additional spell. Microscopic Structure Transfiguration. Mastery without a wand allows for arbitrary property and form transformation of objects whose microscopic structures have been mastered. Arbitrary property and form transformation? Devero's pupils dilated. He picked up the matchstick once more, and with a mere thought, it transformed into a small number 1 feather quill. Professor McGonagall stood nearby, marveling at what she believed to be the first truly gifted student she had encountered in her teaching career. Ultimately, amidst the astonishment of Devero continuously transforming the matchstick into various objects, Professor McGonagall awarded him an additional 30 points. Thus, in his very first class at school, Devero had contributed 50 points to his house. Professor McGonagall even referred to him as the most talented student she had ever encountered and warmly encouraged him to seek her guidance with any questions after class. Devero relished this acknowledgement. Do you see, system? A master of transfiguration recognizes my talent. It is merely the system that fails to appreciate it. Of course, he thought this way. Devero was nonetheless eager to discover the extent of his capabilities once he had loaded and replicated the attributes of a Transfiguration Prodigy. However, at that moment, Devero suddenly pondered a question. He had indeed mastered the microscopic structure of the matchstick in his hand. Thus, one can enact arbitrary transformations. But what about other matches? Can they achieve the same? Devero pondered this and retrieved another match from the box. Holding it in his hand, he concentrated, and with a sudden burst, a fireball soared through the air. Once again, Devero had assumed the role of a pyromancer. Awaiting Professor McGonagall's stern approach to deduct points from him, He firmly believed that his lack of skill could not be the reason. Indeed, given how fluidly he had performed the transfiguration spell moments ago, no one would believe that this incident was unintentional. Consequently, he faced a deduction of points as punishment. It appeared that he currently could not apply this microscopic structural transfiguration technique to anything other than the match in his hand, as he had not observed their specific microscopic structures. Thus, borrowing from his earlier words, he inadvertently rendered the transformation target's nature unstable, transforming it into something as destructive as a fireball. Devero drew his wand and successfully transfigured a match into a needle, this time referencing the microscopic structure transfiguration in Professor McGonagall's teachings. In essence, aside from entering the microscopic realm, he had yet to discover any swift means to master transfiguration. He would have to wait for the refresh of his entries. Devero contemplated a matter. Since he could explore the microscopic world, surely others in the magical community could as well. He wondered whether Professor McGonagall was aware of the terrifying entities associated with this realm. Devero resolved to discuss this issue with her after class. Soon, the Transfiguration class concluded, and Devero joined the crowd heading to Professor Flitwick's Charms class. Although he could have opted to forego it, he desired to experience life fully, and Professor Flitwick would provide insights into the current progress of various year groups. Devero had much to learn. Chapter 29. The first day of school. Obstacles of the institution. The fifth year would extensively review previously learned material, while the other young wizards listened attentively to Professor Flitwick's lecture on the primary content of the Charms course. Devero leisurely perused a pamphlet detailing a concise summary of the curriculum prepared for all 7 grades by Professor Flitwick. It was quite suitable for him. Devero finalized the year group he wished to join and turned to observe those around him, all engrossed in the lecture. He too wished to focus and listen. Yet despite Professor Flitwick's engaging delivery, the material was predominantly familiar to him. After all, he was a prodigy of magical talent and examination prowess, combined with the intellect of an adult. The content of this class was exceedingly simplistic. Therefore, Devero decided to utilize this time to practice his meditation techniques and enhance his magical energy. Thus, during this 2-hour Charms class, Devero entered a profound state of meditation, channeling the magical energy within him. He completed 10 cycles of his internal flow. As his Zen practice deepened, he observed the gray mist surrounding him gradually expanding, now extending 5 meters outward. If this momentum continued, it would not be long before he could extend this mist to encompass the entire classroom. Devero noted that whenever an object entered the area cloaked in his mist, his perception of these objects would significantly enhance. Even the faintest sound or subtle magical fluctuation would be perceptible to him. If this range were to grow sufficiently large, he could potentially extend his awareness across all of Hogwarts, effectively becoming a walking, living map. Moreover, this heightened perception would facilitate the learning and imitation of others' magic. Typically, Devero, endowed with the title of Magical Prodigy, could replicate a spell merely by observing it. However, fully reproducing the same effect remained beyond his grasp. Yet, if Devero were in a meditative state within his perceptual range, his prodigious talent would be augmented. Much like the previous enhancement his meditation provided for transfiguration, it was indeed the wisdom of the ancients. When combined with his title, the results surpassed the simple sum of their parts. Professor Flitwick did not require the students to practice the levitation charm just yet, as such practical training would typically commence in late October. Devero informed Professor Flitwick of his decision to pursue the 5th-year curriculum. The professor expressed great delight at Devero's choice, stating that he too believed the 5th-year courses were the most suitable for him, being the most intensive year. Devero mused that the content was indeed substantial, reminiscent of the combined demands of mathematics, physics, and chemistry from his previous life. However, with the assistance of his titles as a magical prodigy and an examination genius, he felt no trepidation. After bidding farewell to the professor, he proceeded to lunch. Within the curriculum at Hogwarts, the teaching structure concerning potions is notably layered. During the 1st to 3rd years, students primarily focus on herbology, familiarizing themselves with various magical plants and their characteristics, learning how to handle them properly. As students progress to the 4th year and beyond, the emphasis shifts to the more complex field of potions, where they learn to brew various concoctions, understand the components, effects, and potential risks of each potion. Thus, for a first-year student like Devero, herbology is taught by Professor Pomona Sprout. Name, Pomona Sprout. Age, 58. Spellbook. Titles, Herbology Talent, Purple. Magical Talent, Purple. Cultivator, Purple. Herbal Proficiency, Gold, achieving remarkable success in herbalism, possessing an innate ability to discern and perceive various magical plants, suggesting potential for significant accomplishments in herbal studies. Magical Talent, Purple, exhibiting magical aptitude that surpasses the average wizard, learning spells at an extraordinary pace while also demonstrating a degree of creativity. Cultivator, Purple, a wizard adept at nurturing magical plants, ensuring that the magical flora under their care flourishes exuberantly. This professor's attributes do not shine with the golden luster of those like Snape, Flitwick, or McGonagall. Yet, it is evident that she is a beloved teacher among her students. Devero surmised that her accomplishments within the discipline may not rival those of the other heads of houses. Yet she undoubtedly embodies the qualities of an excellent educator. She is an exceedingly kind and optimistic individual, brimming with patience and compassion for each student, fostering a classroom atmosphere that is consistently lighthearted and enjoyable. Devero does not shy away from acknowledging his own talents in this regard, earning 20 points for his house. Naturally, Devero also considers his personal achievements. The significance of Herbology cannot be overstated. If he aspires to be the top of his year, excelling in Herbology is an indispensable component. Although the original text does not explicitly mention the notion of regular grades, Devero believes that since there exists an opportunity to enhance his overall evaluation through classroom performance, why not seize that chance? Thus, he strives to excel in this area. After class, Devero politely declined Harry and his friend's invitation to dine in the Great Hall, opting instead to venture alone to the office location Professor McGonagall had mentioned earlier. He intended to inquire about some questions regarding his previous discoveries in the microcosm. However, the journey proved to be less than fortuitous, as the staircase unexpectedly began to move, guiding him into a narrow secret passage. The walls of the passage were rough and uneven, filled with dust and a musty odor. As he gazed into this previously uncharted tunnel, Devero's curiosity was piqued. After all, exploring Hogwarts was one of his objectives. Why not take this opportunity to wander through it, perhaps uncovering a passage that had never been mentioned in the original text? Devero proceeded cautiously, illuminating the way with his wand, advancing briskly. The passage seemed to twist and turn endlessly. Driven by intrigue, he followed its winding path, eager to discover its ultimate destination. Gradually, a glimmer of white light appeared before him, surely an exit. He hurried towards it, opening a small door to step outside. The familiar stone walls and dimly lit surroundings greeted him. This was the entrance to the Slytherin common room. But wait, what was happening? A look of confusion crossed Devero's face. Could it be that the upperclassmen had crafted a secret passage to prevent tardiness for classes? As he turned in bewilderment, he was astonished to find that the small door he had just come through had vanished. Devero furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. It seems as though there exists a deliberate obstruction preventing him from seeking out Professor McGonagall. Is it that they wish to deter him from inquiring about the mysteries of the microscopic world? Could it be that this castle possesses a consciousness of its own? Indeed, it appears that it does. A certain enchanted toad attempted to enter the headmaster's office, but was unsuccessful. However, he is merely seeking guidance. What could possibly hinder him? Nevertheless, Devero shall not be dissuaded. After all, this is a significant avenue for his personal growth. Should he manage to unravel the enigmas of the microscopic realm, there is no doubt that his prowess would advance considerably. Thus, surrender is not an option. After a series of trials, evading various staircases, secret passages, and even the interferences of suits of armor, Devero finally utilized his meditative awareness to navigate through the hidden pathways, arriving at the much-anticipated door of Professor McGonagall's office. This quaint study is situated at the corridor's edge on the second floor. Chapter 30. Exploring Transfiguration at Hogwarts. Devero took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and then rapped gently on the door. "Come in," came Professor McGonagall's voice from behind the door. Devero pushed the door open and entered her office, which was imbued with the scent of parchment and ink. The bookshelves were meticulously arranged with various tomes related to Transfiguration. In the center of the room, the fireplace blazed with a warm glow, radiating comfort. Truly, one could say that the British, even in summer, find solace in a crackling fire, Devero mused. The highest summer temperature in England seldom exceeds the low 20s, with the average often falling below 20 degrees. Throughout his year in England, he had grown accustomed to this refreshing climate, at times feeling as though the dampness might induce rheumatism. Thus, it was hardly surprising to see Professor McGonagall utilizing the fireplace for warmth as early as September. Professor McGonagall sat behind a broad desk, engrossed in a document. She looked up upon noticing Devero and smiled. "Mr. Alexander, you have arrived. Do you have a question for me?" Devero nodded in gratitude, and, getting straight to the point, began to express his confusion. However, he would not be overly direct in his inquiry. A more subtle approach was warranted. "Professor, I encountered a challenge in class." He pondered for a moment. "Do you recall when I performed a wandless spell to transform a matchstick into a needle?" Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. "That was an extraordinary accomplishment, quite rare even among the upper years. Is there a problem?" "Indeed, Professor, the issue lies in the fact that I can only replicate this transformation on that singular matchstick. I am unable to transfer this ability to other objects, even to another matchstick. The reason is that the transfiguration I executed was not the universal method you taught in class, but rather a technique derived from my own observations." Devero exhaled. Having articulated much in one breath, and paused to gather his thoughts as Professor McGonagall listened intently. He placed the document in his hand aside, his expression turning grave. With a flick of his wand, a teacup soared through the air, landing gracefully before Devero. The professor tapped the table twice with his wand, and in an instant, the teacup was filled with steaming tea, wreathed in wisps of white mist. First, let us indulge in some tea, Alexander. What do you mean by the transfiguration you have observed? Devero lifted the hot tea, gently blowing on it before taking a sip, finding it perfectly tempered. Professor, I am able to perceive the microscopic structures of objects. The transfiguration I have developed is based on observing these structures, combined with the transfiguration spell. This method is considerably more convenient than what is taught in class, as it does not require a wand, albeit it is limited to objects whose microscopic structures have been observed. Moreover, since each object possesses its own distinct microscopic structure, one cannot transfigure similar objects merely by observing one. Devero expounded his thoughts in one breath, producing a matchstick to demonstrate various transformations for Professor McGonagall. His skill was far beyond that expected of a first-year student. He then took a generous sip of the sweetened tea, which was almost syrupy. Professor McGonagall was taken aback, her eyes glinting with surprise, swiftly followed by profound contemplation as she endeavored to amalgamate Devero's discovery with the existing corpus of knowledge. Her gaze sharpened, seemingly able to penetrate every word spoken by Devero, searching for any inconsistencies. Yet, Devero remained unfazed, savoring his tea with earnestness. Could this concept genuinely possess viability? Her hands instinctively gripped the edge of the table, her glasses slipping down her nose, which she did not immediately adjust, but instead fixed her gaze upon Devero, as if to ascertain the veracity of his claims. After a moment of effortful composure, she sighed softly, her trembling hand gently readjusting her glasses as she turned her attention back to Devero. Alexander, your discovery may indeed herald a new realm of transfiguration. There have been previous hypotheses regarding microscopic structural transfiguration in academic circles, yet most have lacked comprehensive study, resulting in no concrete transformative outcomes. The primary limitation is, she paused, narrowing her eyes, observing microscopic structures. So, Alexander, might I inquire how you have perceived these structures? Devero had anticipated this question. Professor, it is my gift, he replied, his demeanor calm and steady. From a young age, I have possessed extraordinary perceptive abilities. You are aware, I am an apprentice in potions under Professor Snape. And since childhood, I have been able to discern various potions through mere breath. His words flowed smoothly, each syllable ringing with authenticity and credibility. As I age, my abilities have gradually intensified. Approximately a month ago, I experienced a qualitative leap in my capabilities, and I can distinctly perceive this enhancement. During the Transfiguration class, under your guidance and adhering to the principle that transformation alters only structure without altering essence, I endeavored to probe the fundamental layers of existence, leading to this revelation. Devero concluded, his expression devoid of any hint of anxiety, as if everything he stated was an indisputable truth. Talent? Professor McGonagall mused, her brow furrowing slightly, evidently skeptical of the notion of talent as Devero described. However, he possessed his own method, which he referred to as shaking people up. Professor, should you harbor any doubts, feel free to consult Professor Snape regarding my talent. I trust you will receive the answers you seek, Devero asserted with confidence. After all, Snape had witnessed his enhancement of the Polyjuice potion and would likely endorse his claims. Professor McGonagall nodded, albeit with skepticism, before breaking into a smile. If this is indeed true, Alexander, we must further explore this matter. Perhaps we can collaboratively investigate this new form of transfiguration. I am grateful for your trust, and I am eager to embark on this exploration with you, Devero replied. Professor McGonagall paused to ponder for a moment before saying, I recall that the most significant advancements in the study of microscopic structures were published 7 years ago. I shall gather the relevant materials, perhaps with your talent. We could achieve groundbreaking progress in this field. With that, she waved her wand, and the teacup on the table vanished. Devero glanced at his watch. Indeed, time was of the essence. He had squandered too much time meandering through the secret passageways. He promptly raised his hand, signaling that he had another question. Professor McGonagall halted her actions and nodded slightly. Professor, may I inquire if you are familiar with the so-called indescribable existence? Chapter 31, The Obstacles in Microscopic Structure Research? Clues to the Horrific Existence. Devero inquired, Professor, do you know of the so-called indescribable existence? In truth, Devero did not genuinely expect a definitive answer. He was more concerned with Professor McGonagall's reaction to the question, especially her perspective on the field of microscopic structure transfiguration. It appeared that the world had made little progress in this area of research. The wizarding community seemed to be in a rather regressive state concerning the study of microscopic structures, with the latest findings being a staggering 7 years old. This stagnation was astonishing for any scientific pursuit. Regarding the reasons for such sluggish research progress, Devero surmised it aligned with Professor McGonagall's sentiments, which hindered deeper exploration of the field, thereby preventing awareness of that indescribable horrific existence. Thus, was Devero presently the only wizard capable of delving into the realm of microscopic structures? A notion emerged in Devero's mind. He could certainly endeavor to devise a microstructural table accessible to all. Following this, he would ascertain the corresponding microstructure of each entity. Perhaps this could pave the way for wandless transfiguration, ultimately achieving the goal of performing the art without the aid of a wand. This represented a significant opportunity. Of course, this was contingent upon addressing the threats within the microcosm. Although Devero had no particular yearning for wealth, it was undeniable that he would explore the wizarding realms across the globe in the future. After all, the wisdom of an ancestor was formidable. How could Devero not continue this pursuit? Thus, the necessity for finances became apparent. Moreover, should he indeed achieve notable success in the academic study of transfiguration, it was certain that numerous opportunities for exchange with other institutions would arise, even the prospect of becoming an educator. Once he became a teacher, exploring schools would be a foregone conclusion, facilitating his engagement with exceptional talents from around the world. In other words, it would ease the assimilation of various insights. Devero had already calculated his plans to delve into potions and broaden his expertise in transfiguration, thus carving out pathways for himself. Little did he know that a mere symbolic inquiry would render Professor McGonagall's expression gravely serious. She swiftly surveyed the surroundings, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall approached the door, cautiously opening it a crack, glancing left and right. Once assured of solitude, she closed the door and turned to face Devero. Her tone exceedingly grave. "Alexander, why do you pose this question?" Devero was taken aback by her demeanor, perplexed as to the sudden shift in her attitude. He refrained from disclosing his perception of threats in the microcosm and opted for a more ambiguous justification. "Professor, I was merely curious. I encountered related descriptions in certain newspapers and wished to inquire." He endeavored to keep his voice steady. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's frown deepened. "Newspapers? Which newspaper?" Devero felt a surge of panic. To be honest, he seldom perused newspapers. His sources of information regarding the magical world primarily stemmed from taverns, where he listened to the tales and banter of various wizards. He was largely unaware of any magical newspapers. The only ones he recalled from the original text were the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. "Professor, I referenced the Quibbler when I asked you this question." Devero blurted out in a moment of urgency, mentally apologizing to the yet unmet Luna. Although they had not yet been introduced, he considered the Daily Prophet far too official. Being directly affiliated with the Ministry of Magic, it was highly unlikely to report on matters deemed unspeakable. In contrast, the Quibbler aligned perfectly with such a categorization. This newspaper is rife with various conspiracy theories. Thus, Devero was subjected to this indescribable slander. It is likely that others would not raise any suspicions. Upon hearing the name Counterpoint, Professor McGonagall's brow relaxed slightly, yet she maintained a serious demeanor as she addressed Devero. "Alexander, the information in this regard is fabricated. Do not place your faith in tabloid content. Focus earnestly on your studies at school. Do you understand?" Devero nodded repeatedly. Professor McGonagall turned to open the door, and Devero swiftly exited. Watching him retreat into the distance, McGonagall murmured, "Indescribable Tindelos?" Devero hastily traversed the dimly lit corridor, navigating through several passages until her imposing figure faded from view. His shoulders involuntarily relaxed, and the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. Earlier, for reasons unknown, he refrained from sharing the terrifying sensations he experienced in the microscopic world with Professor McGonagall, fearing she might prohibit him from pursuing such research. After all, academic exploration sometimes encroaches upon forbidden realms, which are not suitable for all scholars to investigate. Moreover, Professor McGonagall appeared to possess some knowledge. Could it be that they were aware of the existence of terror, yet ignorant of such entities within the microscopic realm? Contemplating this, Devero squinted slightly. Alas, he currently lacked any clear direction to continue pursuing leads in this area. No, wait. He had. During their conversation, Devero unexpectedly seized upon a clue. The newspaper Counterpoint, mentioned by Professor McGonagall, seemed to hold the key to unraveling those elusive presences. Judging by her expression, Counterpoint likely contained many unknown secrets and peculiar knowledge. Therefore, reviewing its past reports might provide him with invaluable information. He might even attempt to contact Lovegood, Luna's father, to see if he had any insights. Unfortunately, Luna was not at school at present. After a moment of reflection, Devero resolved to subscribe to Counterpoint the following day and then endeavor to reach out to Lovegood. However, not tonight. He had already obtained permission for a late return and was determined to explore the school thoroughly. A gentle smile graced Devero's lips, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he felt an indescribable thrill surging within him. He turned and dashed into the shadowy corridor, leaving behind the faint glow of distant lights. Chapter 32, The Crown of Ravenclaw. the residual soul of Voldemort. Wear me, and you shall attain boundless wisdom. Bang! Devero forcefully closed a plaster statue, uttering silencio while pointing at the statue, rendering it tranquil. Devero leaned wearily against a pile of clutter, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath. Damn it, I nearly fell victim to this Horcrux. He struggled to stand upright, regulating his breath according to the principles of meditation. A refreshing chill coursed through his mind, calming his spirit. At that moment, he found himself within the room of requirement. That evening, he had traversed several secret passages mentioned in the original texts, as well as classrooms and towers he had not previously explored. His wanderings led him to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, precisely where the room of requirement resided. Devero contemplated whether he should explore the room of requirement that very night. He recalled that Voldemort had once transformed Ravenclaw's diadem into a Horcrux and concealed it there. Driven by curiosity, he wished to discover what treasures the relic of one of the legendary founders would hold, prompting his entry into the room designed for concealment. However, to his astonishment, the space was vast, and after nearly half the night searching, he could not locate the so-called plaster statue. Just as he was about to give up, a realization struck him. He was a wizard. With a flick of his wand, the statue soared towards him. Yet, the spell's direction proved too ambiguous, and suddenly, an array of plaster figures hurtled in his direction. Devero quickly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of flying statues. In that moment, an instinct bestowed upon him by magical prowess alerted him to one among the multitude possessing extraordinary power. With swift reflexes, he cast a levitation charm, catching it mid-air. Compelled by curiosity, Devero opened the statue, leading to the events that ensued. Had it not been for his prior meditation practice, he might have donned the diadem, likely meeting a fate not dissimilar to Ginny's in the original tale. Devero approached the statue once more, this time with utmost caution, refraining from hastily opening it. Although he cast a silent spell upon it, the statue continued to tremble violently, its rhythm unsettling. Frowning, Devero sensed something peculiar about the Horcrux's reaction. In the original texts, objects like the golden cup and the diary required contact over time to gradually corrupt the bearer. This diadem, however, had nearly ensnared him instantly, behaving less like a mere Horcrux and more like a living soul contained within. He understood that Horcruxes typically possessed some semblance of life, constantly enticing their holders. As evidenced by the locket, Harry, too, was no exception. He was a living being. To ensure absolute safety, Devero recognized he could not confront this potential danger directly. Thus, a clever idea emerged in his mind. He resolved to engage with the Horcrux indirectly, thereby minimizing the risks associated with direct contact. In front of the plaster statue, he prepared to proceed cautiously. Devero slowly settled into a cross-legged position. His gaze was resolute and focused. He closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breath and heartbeat, striving to attain an optimal state of being. With each deep inhalation, Devero felt his spirit gradually calm. The surrounding sounds faded into the distance, becoming indistinct and blurred. A thick mist began to envelop him. This time, Devero commenced the gathering of his magical essence and perception, not to delve into the microscopic world, but to peer through the plaster statue and observe the crown. As his perception narrowed, the mist gradually enveloped him, leaving only the gently quivering plaster figure in his awareness. Devero concentrated intently, intertwining his perception and magic into shimmering blue threads of light. These threads cautiously extended into the crevices of the statue. As his perception deepened further, Devero felt as though he had entered a realm of complete darkness. Suddenly, his vision was flooded with an emerald glow. In that instant, Devero beheld a figure cloaked in black robes. The figure's countenance was pallid, reminiscent of a skull, yet exuded an indescribable allure. The figure smiled at Devero, its voice soft yet laced with a chilling undertone. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Devero swiftly reacted, extracting himself from the meditative state and abruptly opening his eyes. Before him, he noticed a slight crack in the plaster statue, from which a faint green light emanated. However, the eerie tremors had ceased. At that moment, Devero's mind was consumed by a sudden influx of information. Name: Tom Riddle's Soul Fragment. Age: 20, Eternal. Spell book: Avada Kedavra, Unmatched. Soul Siphon, Unmatched. Cruciatus Curse, Unmatched. Entries: Wasteland of Knowledge, Unique. Horcrux, Gold. Dark Lord, Gold Fragment. Born Heartless, Purple. Decay, Purple. Wasteland of Knowledge, Unique. The knowledge of the world is you, and you are knowledge itself. Horcrux, Gold. You are a powerful dark wizard who deliberately created a Horcrux through murder, inheriting fragments of the original owner's knowledge and power, possessing the ability to corrupt others' minds. Dark Lord, Gold Fragment. You shall ultimately become a Dark Lord that instills terror in the hearts of many. Your charm is undeniable. Your talent in dark magic unparalleled, destined to attract countless followers. Yet, due to an extraordinarily powerful spell, your fate has been shattered, leaving your future uncertain. Born heartless, purple, a tragic upbringing and poor education have rendered you devoid of common emotions, incapable of empathy towards others. Decay, purple, once you shone brightly with lofty ambitions, but the endless confinement has worn down your body and exhausted your spirit, leading you to gradually succumb to decay. To his astonishment, this Horcrux possessed a panel. Remarkably, it bore a unique tier attribute, Wilderness of Knowledge, unique. Devero furrowed his brow. Thus far, he had not replicated any unique tier attributes. He pondered the potential effects should he successfully replicate one. Steadying his mind, he decided to momentarily set this aside. He promptly rose and waved his wand. Restoration to its original state. The fissures in the plaster statue emanating a green glow were instantly mended. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, no anomalies manifested, allowing Devero to breathe a sigh of relief. He then began to meticulously examine the panel of this Horcrux. Truly, Voldemort was formidable. By the age of 20, he had mastered the 3 unforgivable curses to an unparalleled degree. Devero marveled at the Horcrux panel before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. Previously, he had only witnessed such unmatched spells in Severus. The mind-cloaking spell, as noted in the original text, was wielded by the greatest master of that art. Yet here, a fragment of Voldemort's soul commanded 3 such extraordinary spells, undeniably indicating the immense power of Voldemort's essence. Devero shifted his gaze from the spell repository and continued to explore further down. He scrutinized the various attributes of the Horcrux. The Horcrux entry was self-explanatory, primarily differing from Harry's, which had been inadvertently created by Voldemort himself, thus exerting minimal influence on Harry. In stark contrast, this object was evidently malevolent. Upon encountering the Dark Lord entry, he frowned slightly. Was it possible that each Horcrux contained a fragment of the Dark Lord's essence? If even the incomplete ones were golden attributes, then collectively, they must surely amount to at least a red tier. Devero nodded slightly, recognizing that Voldemort was a powerful wizard capable of confronting Dumbledore directly. Therefore, possessing a red tier attribute seemed entirely plausible. It was unfathomable to consider Voldemort with a complete soul. What charisma and magical prowess might he possess? The remaining 2 purple attributes were more comprehensible. Innately ruthless, encapsulated Voldemort's very essence. Growing up in an orphanage and later attending Hogwarts, he had been treated incorrectly by Dumbledore. Bloodline influences may also play a role, with generations of inbreeding compounding various factors, ultimately resulting in his adult manifestation of antisocial personality traits. The decay attribute seemingly indicated that this diadem had resided in the room of requirement for far too long, approximately 50 years, if memory served. Devero mused inwardly, questioning whether Voldemort's Horcrux possessed consciousness and how such prolonged solitude might affect it. As he continued, a sense of seriousness enveloped Devero. Wilderness of Knowledge marked the first unique tier attribute he had encountered on anyone aside from himself. Even though a Horcrux could hardly be deemed an individual, the origin of the entry should not be attributed to any dark magic conjured by Voldemort. Rather, it is likely a consequence of the inherent effects of Ravenclaw's diadem. Given Ravenclaw's reverence for wisdom, could it be that this so-called Wilderness of Knowledge was originally an entry belonging to Ravenclaw, later enshrined within the diadem? Upon contemplating this, Devero found it to be a plausible theory, considering it pertains to the founder of the very academy. It is not surprising for a unique entry to exist. However, the description is exceedingly vague and abstract. What does it mean to be knowledge itself? At this moment, Devero is utterly perplexed regarding the effects of this entry, as it bears several distinctions from his own unique entry. The magical prodigy he possesses can be regarded as the pinnacle of magical aptitude entries, verging on a rule in itself. Devero has yet to encounter a spell that he cannot learn at a glance. It is merely a matter of proficiency. The transcendent entry, on the other hand, is a result of his extraordinary identity, or perhaps a blessing from that great existence watching over him. The Wilderness of Knowledge, at the very least, pertains to some element of rule-like significance, and its effects are unlikely to be trivial. Devero furrowed his brow. System, is there no further explanation for this entry? He queried internally. There are no additional expansionary details, the system replied. However, unique entries generally adhere to a fundamental logic. The simpler the description, the more complex the reality. Devero mused. This system is increasingly resembling a riddle. What could it mean that simplicity equates to complexity? He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Could it suggest that a simpler description belies a more intricate effect? Devero shook his head. No, that cannot be the case. It cannot be that straightforward. His 2 entries, after all, possess relatively lengthy descriptions, and even now, he does not fully comprehend the complete scope of their functions. Yet, as it stands, the Wilderness of Knowledge is the most succinctly described unique entry he has encountered. Thus, it should conform to this so-called principle of simplicity equating to complexity. Its effects might surpass or be more enigmatic than those of his current entries. Could it grant him all the knowledge in the world? Devero indulged in a fleeting daydream. Of course, even if he were a magical prodigy, the overwhelming influx of knowledge might lead to his demise. After considerable deliberation, Devero resolved to proceed with the loading of the entry. After all, it is merely an entry. What danger could it pose? It is not akin to a Horcrux, which would irrevocably transform him into a part of another being. Thus, Devero began to load the entry. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Devero's face contorted in response. Warning. The host's replication of the current entry will result in a fundamental alteration of the host's existence. Please choose wisely. Do you wish to continue loading the entries? Devero was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had received a warning from the system for copying an entry. A fundamental alteration in existence? It sounded as though it would transform him into something entirely other. In any case, it would mean becoming something beyond human. Perhaps a crown. With this thought, Devero promptly abandoned the notion of loading the entry. It was far too perilous. Clearly, not every entry could be recklessly loaded. For instance, this soul artifact. If he were to load it, he might become an object himself, losing his humanity. Devero rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His experiences in the Room of Requirement had served as a reminder. Henceforth, when dealing with dangerous magical artifacts, it would be prudent to approach them indirectly. Just as Devero intended to cast a levitation spell to conceal the plaster statue deeper within the room, a voice shattered the silence. Hello there, little wizard. Devero swiftly drew his wand, glancing around with urgency. Upon entering the Room of Requirement, he had made an immediate survey to ensure no one was present. After confirming absolute safety, he had begun his search for the soul artifact. So why was there now another voice? Little one, I am right here. Devero suddenly looked down, only to see the plaster statue staring back at him with glowing green eyes, greeting him. It appeared that Slytherin had yet another gifted wizard. Chapter 33, The Ravenclaw Token. Voldemort. The dim wall sconces flickered in the shadowy chamber, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows that rendered the already eerie atmosphere even more mysterious. The eyes of the plaster statue glimmered with an unnatural light in the darkness, resembling two luminous gems, starkly out of place on this tranquil night. Devero gazed at the statue with palpable tension, exclaiming, Voldemort? Haha. It has been quite some time since anyone referred to me as such. I thought I would drown in this endless sea of knowledge, the statue replied, its smile appearing somewhat distorted in the soft glow of the lights, as though the passage of time had left its mark upon it. Yet, due to the statue's lack of arms, the scene was unintentionally comical. A half-human-sized plaster statue lay on the ground, straining to tilt its head towards Devero in an effort to make itself visible. Were it not the witching hour, Devero might have found the spectacle amusing. However, at that moment, he was entirely on edge. His wand was steadfastly aimed at the speaking statue, prepared to unleash a curse at any moment. He was 100% certain that the entity controlling the plaster statue was Voldemort's soul artifact. He had just seen on the panel that it wielded the 3 unforgivable curses beyond anyone's reach. Even if Voldemort refrained from using the killing curse, a single blow from any of the others would be catastrophic. Thus, he fixed his gaze intently upon the statue, always prepared to defend against any potential assault. Ha ha ha, do not be so tense. Look, I am merely a small statue. The figure, with eyes glowing an eerie green, resembled a Horcrux of Voldemort. It rolled clumsily to a pile of clutter and leaned against it, finally freeing itself from the need to strain its neck to converse with Devero. Haha. I merely wish to pose a few questions, for I have lingered here far too long. The youthful Voldemort twisted his neck, akin to one awakening from an extended slumber. Devero, striving to maintain his composure, adjusted his breathing, employing meditation techniques to soothe his spirit. Oh, the treatise on tranquility? I thought it had long been lost. Voldemort regarded Devero with keen interest, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. Voldemort was referring to the very meditation method he was currently practicing. The depth of his knowledge was indeed formidable. What do you intend to accomplish? Devero resolved not to let him take the lead, determined to discern his true motives. Such a scenario of a Horcrux coming to life was absent from the original narrative. He could only adapt to the situation at hand. Well, I merely wish to understand what transpires outside. How fares the future me, Voldemort? This youthful version of Voldemort appeared remarkably amiable, and his lack of hands suggested he was incapable of wielding magic. However, considering his eventual downfall, being vanquished by Harry's counter-curse might plunge him into madness. Devero opted for a more tactful approach. You have failed. The Death Eaters have all been apprehended. Ah, that seemed rather blunt. Yet, Voldemort remained strikingly composed, showing no signs of distress. Is that so? Little one, if that is the case, I must see for myself. With that, the statue's eyes blazed with a vibrant green light. Let me unveil what has transpired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Devero swiftly brandished his wand. Shatter. A beam of energy surged toward the statue. Bang. With a resounding explosion, the statue shattered, dust swirling as fragments scattered across the ground. However, only the statue had been destroyed. The diadem of Ravenclaw began to rise slowly, trembling mid-air as if it were a living entity. I cannot perceive your thoughts. Is there a guardian present? An intriguing lad, but alas, my strength wanes. Yet, I can ensure that only you may enter this place. Do visit when time permits. Share with me the happenings of the outside world. As he spoke, the diadem gracefully floated atop another statue. In an instant, the eyes of that statue erupted with an uncanny green glow. Devero, taken aback, blinked in astonishment. Suddenly, he was engulfed by a wave of dizzying vertigo, the surroundings spinning rapidly. When he finally regained his footing, he found himself standing outside the Slytherin common room, clutching a note in a delicate azure scarf. Devero unfurled the paper. The handwriting was elegant and meticulous. Hey, little one, if you have the time, do come back with the scarf and regale me with tales of the outside world. Devero swiftly ignited the note with his wand, the flames consuming the paper and leaving behind a wisp of blue smoke. He discarded the remnants behind him, unwilling to encounter the Dark Lord once more. Yet, a tempest of doubts trailed him. Wasn't Voldemort's nature inherently merciless? Nevertheless, their recent exchange painted him as a solitary figure yearning for companionship. Was there an inconsistency in the note's description? Devero found himself questioning whether it was all a meticulously crafted trap designed to ensnare him. Why, during their initial meeting, did Voldemort appear merely as an ordinary Horcrux capable of manipulation? After his own meditation-induced perceptions, it transformed into something communicative, almost akin to the ghosts within the school. Had his own magic inadvertently awakened some form of consciousness within it? Moreover, why did he hear of his failure without a hint of anger or any other response? What did seeing is not always believing truly signify? Devero felt as though his mind was on the brink of shattering under the weight of such convoluted information. Perplexed, he resolved to relay this information to Dumbledore, seeking the professor's insights to unravel the matter. Contemplating this, Devero reached for the azure scarf, intending to incinerate it as well. To his astonishment, upon grasping it, a chime echoed. Item acquired. Devero was taken aback. This item was recognized by the system? Previously, only rewards from the system and wands had been acknowledged as items. This seemingly unremarkable scarf was indeed an item. He set down his wand, glanced around to ensure that Fawkes was not nearby, and, noting the hour nearing 2 in the morning, he wished to avoid detention. He then uttered the password to the stone wall, causing a secret passage to appear. The common room was deserted, save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth and the rhythmic sound of the lake waves lapping against the shore, bringing Devero a semblance of comfort. Yet the chill in the air caused him to shiver. He promptly settled into the nearest ornate chair by the fireplace and began to examine his latest acquisition. Item: Ravenclaw's token. Ravenclaw's token. This is a token exclusive to Ravenclaw, bestowed only upon the chosen few. Its purpose remains unknown. Once the token is given, an unbreakable oath is established between the parties, rendering the recipient incapable of betrayal in every conceivable sense. Chapter 34. A spell learned in an instant? Preparing to face Voldemort. Devero? Devero? Wake up. Why are you sleeping here? A voice broke through as he felt his body being nudged. Devero slowly opened his eyes, discovering a tall and robust figure before him, bearing an expression of genuine concern. It was Marcus, the head boy of Slytherin. I apologize. Marcus, I studied too late last night. What time is it now? Devero wiped his face, fatigue evident as he rose from the sofa. It's 8:30. If you head to the dining hall now, you should still be able to have breakfast before class, Marcus replied, reassured by Devero's upright posture. You really ought to rest more. Being top of the year is not merely about enduring sleepless nights. If you catch a cold, your grades will surely suffer. With sincere advice from his senior, Marcus then departed the common room for his class. At that moment, the common room was nearly empty, as most students had already made their way to the dining hall. Devero felt an overwhelming lethargy, for the events of the previous day had been far more exhilarating than studying textbooks. He had begun to suspect the significance of Ravenclaw's relic, theorizing that Voldemort's Horcrux had likely been influenced by the Founder's artifact due to its prolonged contact, potentially allowing it to harness some of the Founder's magic. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Devero touched the scarf resting against his chest. Spellbook, Disillusionment Charm, Proficient. Little one, to facilitate your arrival, I will grant you this spell free of charge. In the future, should you wish to learn more, feel free to come to me. I possess knowledge of it all. However, I must offer one piece of advice. Wisdom cannot be bestowed. It can only arise from your own practice. Devero grasped his wand, hesitating for a moment before waving it above his head. Instantly, it felt as though an egg had been cracked open atop him, a thick, transparent liquid cascading over his entire being. He gazed into the full-length mirror hanging in the common room. To the untrained eye, he would appear completely invisible. Yet, after a prolonged examination, he could still detect a slight sense of incongruity. Nevertheless, as he intended to use this charm only at night, he deemed the impact negligible. The ability to implant spells within his mind. Could this be the effect of the wilderness of knowledge? It claimed to teach anything. Devero furrowed his brow, contemplating this notion. Frankly, even Dumbledore did not seem to embody such omniscience. Yet this youthful Voldemort had, astonishingly, discerned the origin of his meditation technique at a mere glance. This undeniably compelled Devero to acknowledge the truth of the matter. This individual was formidable, considering all circumstances and Voldemort's demeanor. It was difficult to ascertain whether he remained an adversary. Moreover, the prospect of receiving free spell instruction led Devero to decide against informing Dumbledore of the situation, opting instead to conserve his strength for the time being, though he was not susceptible to mind reading. The repercussions of being struck by the killing curse would bear no difference from others. Did he possess Love's magical protection akin to Harry's? Wait, had he not previously replicated the incantation for Harry's protective love? Devero immediately opened his lexicon, revealing the entry entitled The Blessing of Love. Alas, if only he could locate his blood relatives, he would approach the confrontation with this Voldemort with a modicum of confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Devero concluded that his kin must still exist. Considering his parents hailed from different nations, it was improbable that they had all perished. To uncover their whereabouts, he realized he must seek Snape for clues. Devero couldn't help but feel exasperated. How unfortunate that this individual possessed such crucial information. He paced before the fireplace, determined to extract details about his relatives from Snape and subsequently seek them out to activate the Blessing of Love. A foolproof plan. Having resolved this, Devero redirected his attention elsewhere. The previous day's endeavors had significantly enhanced the exploration rate of the castle. Current Wizarding Realm, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Exploration progress, 981. However, this progress still left Devero somewhat vexed. After expending such considerable effort, he had amassed less than 10%. Compared to the fully explored Diagon Alley, it was utterly insubstantial, let alone in contrast to the station. Meanwhile, the loading of the purple entries had concluded. He pondered whom he should load next. Presently, there was no urgent need for anyone's purple entry. Perhaps he would replicate whoever he encountered in class later. With this thought, Devero steeled himself and made his way to the lavatory in the common room, intending to freshen up before attending class, opting to forego breakfast. After a brief tidying up, he entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom just as the lesson bell rang. Although he had only been at Hogwarts for 2 days, Devero had already familiarized himself with the castle's main layout, preparing for deeper explorations. Thus far, he had maintained a perfect record of punctuality, while Harry and Ron had already been late twice. Yet this time, for the first time, Devero regretted his timeliness. The odor in Professor Quirrell's classroom was utterly unbearable, an overpowering stench of garlic pervading the air. Devero felt as though he might suffocate. He sensed that this class would rival potions as his least favorite. He sought a seat towards the back, where the smell was evidently less potent, but alas, he arrived too late and had no choice but to sit in the front row, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Quirrell entered the classroom with 2 books, speaking in a soft, timid voice as he began the lesson. Hello, I am your professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirinus Quirrell. You may call me Professor Quirrell. Now, everyone, please take out. Devero immediately scrutinized his panel. Name, Quirinus Quirrell. Age, 33. Spell repository, stunning spell, expert. Banishing charm, expert. Entry, magical talent, purple. Exam genius, purple. Chameleon, green. Magical talent, purple, possessing magical aptitude that surpasses the average wizard, learning spells at an extraordinary pace and exhibiting a degree of creativity. Exam genius, purple, exceptionally skilled in textbook reading, with a memory that exceeds ordinary bounds, adeptly handling various examinations. Chameleon, green, weak, greedy, and lacking in willpower, easily influenced by those more powerful than oneself. Chapter 35. Heir of Slytherin? It must be said that as a Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, Quirrell's repertoire of spells is quite sufficient. Devero's eyes lit up upon seeing the spell Stupefy, a universal counter curse. If Quirrell could discuss this incantation in class, enduring the garlicky aroma of the classroom would be bearable. Of course, they are still first years. Most of them struggle with even the simplest levitation charm and are unlikely to incorporate Stupefy into the curriculum. However, the upper years might be a different story. A smirk played at the corners of Devero's mouth. It was clear that Defense Against the Dark Arts could not be taught alongside these little ones. This subject, Devero would certainly apply to attend with the older students. Although, according to the original text, Quirrell's teaching abilities are rather mediocre. He should at least demonstrate some spells in class, lest those eager students give him an earful when it comes to matters of their future. Young wizards are anything but careless. In his thoughts, a second panel suddenly appeared before him. Name, Voldemort, Tom Riddle. Age, 65. Spell repository, Avada Kedavra, unmatched. Soul-sucking curse, unmatched. Cruciatus curse, unmatched. Entries: Dark Lord, red, incomplete. Heir of Slytherin, red. Body of Immortality, gold. Mind Controller, purple. Remnant Body, purple. Innately Ruthless, purple. Dark Lord, red. Incomplete, you shall ultimately become the tyrant that sends shivers down the spines of the world. Possessing great charm and unparalleled talent in dark magic, you will garner countless followers. Yet due to a certain immensely powerful spell, your fate is shattered, and an indescribable shadow will envelop you, leading your future to inevitable ruin. Heir of Slytherin, red. You are one of the most exceptional wizards in history, a descendant of Slytherin, inheriting many of his abilities, and most importantly, inheriting his absolute thirst for honor. The more honor you acquire, the greater your power becomes. Conversely, the more you are scorned, the more insignificant you grow. Body of Immortality, gold. Is one of the most malevolent dark magical creations, the maker of Horcruxes. You possess a body of immortality. Even if your physical form is completely annihilated, you still exist. But remember the cost you must pay? Innately Ruthless, purple. A tragic background and a poor education have rendered you incapable of experiencing normal emotions, unable to empathize with others. Mind Manipulator, purple. Growing up in an environment rife with deceit, you possess the ability to see through the desires of others, enabling you to rally legions. However, with the relentless pursuit of dark magical experiments, your essence has become tainted, and your perceptive abilities have increasingly diminished. Withered Form, purple. Despite possessing an immortal body, you have been struck by one of the most formidable dark magics in existence, rendering your physical form incongruous and inflicting severe damage upon your psyche. At this juncture, without the companionship of other living beings, survival proves impossible. Alas, this must be the panel of Voldemort currently inhabiting Chilo. One cannot deny the unfortunate state of Voldemort at this moment. Devero's lips involuntarily curled into a slight, malicious smile of schadenfreude. Yet, he quickly composed himself, for he discerned numerous discrepancies between this Voldemort's description and that of the Horcrux encountered in the Room of Requirement. Firstly, the term designating this Voldemort as the Dark Lord is rendered in crimson, although still in a fragmented state. The description suggests a direct correlation to the disparate fates of the two pieces of soul. The one confined within the Room of Requirement, despite being neglected, had begun to decay, yet lacked the myriad experiences of its counterpart. Moreover, it had merged with Ravenclaw's diadem, acquiring substantial knowledge, thus rendering its future uncertain. In contrast, this Voldemort, who must cling to Chilo for survival, is enveloped in an indescribable shadow. The moment Devero encountered the term indescribable, his pupils constricted sharply. He had only seen this term employed in the system's description of Devero within the microscopic realm. What could this mean? Had Voldemort ventured into the microscopic world and suffered an assault? Furthermore, this must have occurred after the creation of the Horcrux from Ravenclaw's diadem. Devero discreetly committed this information to memory. It appears there lies a new avenue for understanding this indescribable entity. Dark magic. As he continued to read, Devero found himself exceedingly envious of the entry labeled Descendant of Slytherin. This was undoubtedly the most significant distinction between the soul fragment within the Horcrux and Voldemort's true essence. The effect is undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, it aligns perfectly with Devero's future aspirations. He had always intended to gain renown within the magical community through various inventions and innovations. Subsequently teaching at magical institutions across Europe, exploring each school in turn to obtain entry upgrade cards and the wisdom of the ancients. If possible, acceptance from other continents would also be desirable. Thus, if he could integrate this entry, Devero's ambitions would be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, if this entry were to be assimilated, Devero would likely acquire the ability to speak Parseltongue. It would be akin to a version of the Horcrux entry that amplifies effects without adverse consequences. Prior to his arrival at Hogwarts, Devero had contemplated whether to learn the language of snakes, considering that the Chamber of Secrets, being part of Hogwarts, would contribute to his exploration metrics. Now, this dilemma is elegantly resolved. It is decided. The next copied red entry is yours. Deveromii added it to her shopping cart. Following entries, Devero could only exclaim, "Oh, old foo. How unfortunate you are. Not only have you disfigured yourself with dark magic, but you have also managed to diminish your own intelligence." Devero truly opened her eyes to the absurdity of it all. However, she did not intend to report Quirrell just yet, as she needed to wait for the cooldown period to load and copy the red entries. She planned to absorb all his entries and learn the spells before deciding how to deal with him. After finalizing her plan of action, Devero felt a surge of joy and began to attend her lessons. Even the garlicky scent in the air transformed into something fragrant. In class, Devero eagerly answered questions, competing with Hermione to earn an additional 10 points for their house. After class, Devero expressed her desire to take advanced courses to Quirrell, indicating her willingness to undergo testing. Quirrell, with his shrill voice, smiled in agreement and arranged for Devero to meet him after class on Thursday afternoon. Devero readily accepted. Next came Herbology, where she, as usual, earned 10 points from Professor Sprout. Afterward, it was time for lunch. And the first class of the afternoon was History of Magic. Good heavens. This was undoubtedly the most excruciating class Devero had attended since her arrival at the school. Having not slept well the previous night, she began to suspect that Professor Binns had cast a spell on his voice. Otherwise, how could it be so hypnotic? Consequently, Devero succumbed to sleep for the first time in class, only to be caught by Professor McGonagall during her rounds. This marked her first experience of standing in detention and receiving a deduction of points. Fortunately, during the break, Hermione brought her a special coffee, enabling Devero to endure the second half of the class. Otherwise, she would have dozed off while standing. Yet, this coffee was exceptionally bitter, devoid of any sugar. When Devero took her first sip, her tongue felt numb from the bitterness. Was there gentian in this? She could immediately discern that some herbs had been added. Indeed, she recalled reading in the Daily Prophet that such a concoction was common among wizards for a pick-me-up. Upon hearing that Devero recognized her specially prepared coffee, Hermione excitedly shared her thoughts on the matter. However, the recipe they provided surely included sugar, right? Devero found it hard to believe that these Brits could tolerate such an outrageous drink. Yet, upon hearing Hermione's response, her expression turned serious. Devero, sugar is bad for your teeth, especially at our age. Truly, she was the child of a dentist. Thus, under Hermione's enthusiastic encouragement, Devero could only sip the excruciatingly bitter coffee with tears in her eyes. In the following 2 days, Devero spent her mornings attending classes to earn points for her house and wandered about in the evenings, exploring Hogwarts. Before she knew it, Thursday arrived, and it was time for flying lessons in the afternoon. Deville eagerly anticipated the lesson. Chapter 36, A New Entry. Observing the Premier League with pureblood wizards? Deville followed the crowd to the outskirts of the castle, clutching the broomstick distributed by their instructor. He sensed an unusual sensation emanating from the broom, reminiscent of his initial visit to Ollivander's wand shop, where mountains of wands evoked a similar feeling. Deville even felt as though he could communicate simply with the broom. Perhaps the entry of the genius Wandmaker was influencing him. Though these flying broomsticks were not wands, he could perceive that they too seemed to choose their riders. At that moment, Deville felt an overwhelming urge to modify his broom, having previously acquired the entry of Mischief Inventor from the twins. Mischief Inventor, purple, possessing an extraordinary talent for mischief, with an astonishing understanding of magic used for pranks, and remarkable creativity. In the original text, the Weasley twins did not achieve their immense success solely due to a prank shop. The true profit stemmed from their practical magical items supplied to the Ministry of Magic, including combat-related products, such as an invisibility cloak that allows for complete invisibility without enveloping the entire body. This was an innovative magical item that even the gifted Hermione had to admire. Given this, Deville eagerly adopted the entry, albeit with the side effect of feeling an impulsive desire to modify anything he laid his eyes upon. He struggled to suppress this urge. After all, these were school properties, and damaging them would require compensation, a burden he could not afford. Furthermore, he had also acquired another entry from the Weasley twins, Explorer. Explorer, purple, possessing a strong adventurous spirit, with a remarkable adaptability to complex environments and a certain talent for mapping and observation. This entry would greatly assist him in his explorations of Hogwarts. Although he had already been guided by the twins through some of the castle's secret passages, it was likely that they could not uncover every hidden route within the entire school. Eventually, after their 6th year, Deville would have to rely on his own explorations. Thus, he prudently copied this entry in advance. Deville also intended to create a magical map of Hogwarts, not necessarily seeking to replicate the real-time tracking capabilities of the Marauder's map, but at the very least to aid him in documenting the castle's structure that he had already explored. As he contemplated these plans, the group arrived at a clearing outside the castle and proceeded toward the Forbidden Forest, where their lesson would take place on the lawn. At that moment, Deville noticed Neville, one hand gripping a broomstick and the other clutching a glowing red sphere, wearing a worried expression. Deville quickly understood. The continuously glowing red sphere was indeed a memory ball. The radiant light, now emanating, signifies that Neville has forgotten something. He must be deep in thought, pondering what it is that has slipped his mind. Devero, with a flicker of inspiration, stepped forward and addressed Neville. Might I borrow your wand? I seem to have left mine in the common room. Neville diverted his gaze from the memory orb, regarding Devero with a hint of confusion. Devero flashed a disarming smile. Fear not, I do not intend to enchant a broomstick. Rather, I wish to be prepared, should someone wish to cause mischief. Observing Devero's confident demeanor, Neville refrained from further inquiries and promptly handed over his wand. Devero's reputation in Gryffindor now far exceeds that of his standing in Slytherin. Initially, he supported the current cohort of Gryffindor students, assisting them in confronting their most despised peers. His demeanor is gentle, lacking the arrogance often exhibited by other pureblood Slytherins, and he is notably eager to assist his classmates. Indeed, Many students express a desire to collaborate with Devero on practical assignments in Herbology, as such partnerships invariably yield excellent results. He is quite the prized ally. It is no wonder that he is sought after for guidance. And how could anyone harbor animosity towards him? Within Slytherin, aside from Malfoy and his few sycophants, there has been a significant shift in perception toward Devero. After all, the accumulation of house points does not occur without merit. Slytherin inherently respects strength, and Devero's commendable performance indicates that he is destined for future leadership roles, perhaps even as head boy or student council president. To align oneself with Malfoy and ostracizing Devero would surely invite trouble. Consequently, Devero's circumstances have greatly improved since his arrival at Hogwarts. As he now engages in conversation with his peers, the group finally arrived at their class location. Today, Devero's purple spell copy remained unused, prompting him to test his control over the broomstick. Should he falter, he could always pilfer Harry's spell for his own use. Meanwhile, Malfoy continued to boast relentlessly about his flying prowess, vocally lamenting that first-year students were unworthy of joining the Quidditch team. Over the past few days, he had regaled his audience with numerous lengthy, self-aggrandizing tales, invariably concluding with a dramatic account of narrowly evading a Muggle helicopter. While working on assignments in the common room, Devero could not escape the sound of Malfoy's incessant bragging, which was beginning to grate on his nerves. However, in recent days, Devero stumbled upon a shocking revelation. One of his second-year Slytherin seniors is, astonishingly, a Manchester United fan. Devero had never expected someone from a wizarding background to follow the Premier League. In fact, most wizards share this sentiment, perceiving the game as mundane, believing there is but a single ball and no one is allowed to fly. What excitement could possibly arise from such a contest? The senior's name is Adrian Burstead, and he has a distant cousin, a fellow student named Millicent Burstead, who is in Devero's year. Devero was taken aback upon discovering that the other party was, in fact, a child from the esteemed pure-blood house of Bost, one of the 28 ancient families. However, Adrian clarified that their lineage was quite distant from the true Bost family, making them more like distant relatives. Having grown up in Manchester, it was common for the children of his neighbors to attend the Manchester United Youth Training Camp, a venture he had intended to pursue himself, but ultimately relinquished in favor of attending Hogwarts. Adrian fervently asserted that Manchester United would secure the league championship the following year. Thus, Adrian became one of the few individuals in Slytherin with whom Devero could engage in meaningful conversation. Madam Binns, with a serious demeanor, instructed all the young wizards to line up. Their lessons were about to commence. At that moment, Devero unexpectedly collided with someone. Malfoy, wincing in pain, rubbed his forehead and looked up to find Devero grinning mischievously at him. My apologies, I didn't see you there. Chapter 37. The Communication of Magical Artifacts? A first encounter with the Centaurs. I must say, this is far more perilous than football. Adrian, feeling unsettled, gazed at the broomstick lying on the ground. Clearly, he did not share the same enthusiasm for flying as the children from other wizarding families. Neville's reaction was quite similar. His eyes fixated on the broom as if trying to pierce it with his gaze. To be fair, it was indeed the case. But what could be done when one was a wizard? Frankly, he harbored little interest in flying. With the ability to apparate, who would still resort to such antiquated means of transportation? By the way, why are you bringing a toad to this class? Adrian inquired, looking quizzically at the toad perched on Devero's shoulder. Oh, this fellow has been cooped up indoors for too long. I feared he might end up as a specimen, so I had to bring him out for some fresh air. At that moment, Madame Horkin approached them. What are you all waiting for? She said sternly. Everyone stand next to a broomstick. Hurry, hurry, we must not waste time. Devero turned and gently placed the toad on a distant patch of ground before promptly standing before his broomstick. Alas, this broom appeared as though it had been in use for 2 decades, its branches protruding haphazardly in every direction. He extended his right hand above the broom handle. Madame Horkin called out to the students, then commanded, Rise. Rise. Everyone echoed, Devero included. Yet, his broom merely trembled slightly before falling utterly still, eliciting laughter from Malfoy nearby. Oh dear, perhaps the French are better suited to riding carpets. After all, they are a bunch of outdated traditionalists. Or perhaps the French simply lack the genetic predisposition for broom riding. They should stay grounded and not bring disgrace to Hogwarts. Devero frowned slightly, but remained indifferent to Malfoy's mockery, for he did not consider himself French. Instead, he was puzzled by the broom's lack of response, sensing as though it were negotiating with him. Upon acquiring the entry of the genius wand master, Devero discovered that he could seemingly communicate with certain enchanted magical tools. However, most of the time, such communication was feeble, or rather, the living essence within these magical instruments was scarce. Consequently, Devero had seldom engaged in such exchanges. The most profound communication occurred during his initial selection of a wand, although he had yet to attain this entry at that time. Subsequently, he did receive it, yet the wand in his possession obeyed him to such an extent that it had nearly become a part of his very being. Thus, He had found little opportunity to utilize this ability until today. Devero sensed that the broomstick was expressing its fear, seemingly conveying its dread of heights, which deterred it from allowing Devero to mount it. The corners of Devero's mouth twitched. It was utterly absurd that this flying broomstick harbored acrophobia. It was difficult to fathom what the previous students had subjected it to. Consequently, Devero began to soothe the broom, employing gentle words until it finally complied and came to his hand. By this time, most individuals had prepared themselves, and Madame Hooch had commenced teaching everyone how to ascend into the skies. Devero was acutely aware that soon Neville would likely face the misfortune of tumbling from his broom. Yet, he found himself unable to attend to him at that moment. As he sensed the broom's acute anxiety, as he grasped the handle, he felt it tremble violently. Devero could only hold on as firmly as possible, continuously murmuring comforting words to the broom. He had no certainty that it could comprehend him, but this was the extent of his capabilities. At that moment, he wished to clutch his wand to instill a semblance of security within himself. As he gently released his right hand, Madame Hooch suddenly announced that Neville soared skyward, eliciting gasps of astonishment. However, Neville ascended unabated and unyielding. At that instant, without both hands gripping the broom, Devero heard the collective shout of the crowd, causing the broom to react as if startled, shaking violently before it bolted forward. It charged headlong towards the forbidden forest, maintaining a dangerously low altitude. As it skimmed over the grass, it parted the greenery like a wave, and Devero felt as though he were seated in a speeding car with malfunctioning brakes, perilously close to colliding with a tree in the forbidden forest and meeting a grim fate. Devero plunged into the depths of the forbidden forest, leaning his body. He narrowly evaded two colossal trees, and with a swift motion, he drew his wand from his waist. Wingardium Leviosa. A surge of energy lifted Devero from the broom, while the broom itself collided directly into a tree. Had Devero not cast the spell in time, the magical realm would have lost a burgeoning academic star and potion prodigy. Gently waving his wand, he finally descended to the ground. Devero surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, he found himself ensconced within a dense thicket, shrouded in darkness. No living creature was in sight, and he sensed no immediate threat. Devero approached, contemplating whether he could extricate the broomstick from the tree. Yet, it was evident that the broom was thoroughly ensnared, embedded deep into the trunk. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not liberate it. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, the sound of footsteps, distinctly not human, echoed behind him. Instantly alert, Devero spun around, his wand raised defensively, poised to cast a protective spell. To his astonishment, a creature unlike any he had ever encountered appeared before him. This being possessed the upper body of a human, adorned with strikingly blue eyes and shimmering platinum hair. Its lower half was that of a magnificent centaur, with a sleek golden-hued equine form, both robust and graceful. "Do you require assistance?" it inquired. Frankly, if one were to disregard its lower half, this centaur was the most striking creature Devero had encountered since arriving in this world. Momentarily entranced, he only regained his senses upon hearing the creature's question, prompting him to reveal the tree trunk, now marred by the broom's intrusion. "My broom is stuck." Without uttering a word, the centaur stepped forward, its strong arms pulling with great force, and effortlessly dislodged the broom. It then turned and handed it back to Devero. "This place is perilous. You should depart swiftly." With that, the handsome centaur dashed deeper into the forbidden forest. Listening to the receding sound of hooves, Devero lowered his gaze to inspect the broom, discovering a significant crack that marred its surface, rendering it unfit for flight. He attempted to mend it with a repair spell, but alas, the damage was beyond recovery. Recognizing the genuine danger of the forbidden forest, Devero fled in the direction from which he had come, relieved that he had not ventured too deep. Before long, he emerged from the woods, only to find that Neville had fallen from the broom, and Madame Hooch was preparing to escort him to the infirmary. Upon seeing the state of Devero's broom, she insisted on taking him along. Devero politely declined, demonstrating his sound physical condition. After assessing that he was uninjured, Madame Hooch ceased her insistence. She left with Neville, who was still sniffling, cautioning everyone to refrain from flying recklessly. Thus, the stage was set for Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, a tale of two dragons vying for a jewel. Chapter 38, The Astrological Race. The drama unfolds. Name, Forenza, Centaur. Age, 31. Spell proficiency, Divination, Expert. Healing spell, Expert. Attributes, Astrological race, Purple. Fate Alterer, Purple. Close to nature, Blue. The Astrological race. Gold. The Centaur has unveiled the mysteries behind planetary movements over centuries, passing down this knowledge within their race, instilling in them a profound reverence for destiny, which you have perfectly inherited. The Fate Alterer, Purple. Born into a race obsessed with fate, you have developed rebellious thoughts, daring to challenge your destiny, which signifies that you shall ultimately diverge from the fate of your kin. In tune with nature, Blue. Born of nature and nurtured by it, You possess a wealth of experience and magic derived from living amidst dense forests, allowing you to focus your attention primarily on interpreting natural phenomena. As Harry and Malfoy engaged in a fiercely competitive struggle in the sky for Neville's memory ball, the surrounding students erupted in shouts. The moment Firenze made his appearance, Devero deduced his identity. He was the Centaur who served as the divination professor in the 5th year of the original narrative. Devero found him undeniably striking, and it was no wonder that he captivated many female students during classes thereafter. However, Devero refrained from loading his entry. Although the term astrological rays appeared to hold significant weight, potentially enhancing Devero's talents in divination, he had grown cautious after the warning from loading the wilderness of knowledge. What if he ended up with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a horse? That would be disastrous. Thus, Devero prudently chose not to load the entry. Nevertheless, judging by the description, this so-called astrology seemed to belong to the realm of knowledge. And since it fell within that domain, it could indeed be learned. Devero, now a magical prodigy coupled with examination genius, believed that as long as Firenze was willing to teach, there was no reason for him to be unable to learn. Therefore, Devero secretly resolved to ensure that Trelawney, the inept professor, would relinquish some of her class time to Firenze. Not that he wished to expel her from the school, but he certainly intended for her to cede half of her lessons. Devero had no desire to learn the bizarre methods of divination that foretold his demise. With such thoughts in mind, he noted the absence of Crabbe and Goyle to protect Malfoy. Harry shouted loudly, his movements fluid as though he were born to soar through the skies. A series of swift side collisions left Malfoy in a state of disarray, his eyes betraying a hint of panic as he gazed at Harry. Here, let us see if you can catch this, Malfoy yelled, hurling the glass ball high into the air before swiftly descending towards the ground. As all eyes were drawn to Harry chasing the memory ball, Devero's lips curled into a smirk, and with a subtle motion of his hand beneath his robe, Malfoy suddenly felt as if his body were being ensnared by an unseen force, compelling him to grip his broom tightly, emitting a piercing scream. Help! Everyone witnessed the sight of Malfoy, clutching his broom, weeping inconsolably in midair. It was undeniably amusing. With a sudden flick of his finger, Devero sent Malfoy soaring to a height of 30 feet above the ground. At that moment, he was rendered utterly voiceless, his face pale with terror, trembling as he clung to his broom. Meanwhile, Harry had successfully grasped the memory ball, but it seemed no one paid it any heed. Above, Malfoy plummeted towards the earth at an alarming velocity. At this altitude, death was inevitable. As he gazed at the rapidly approaching ground, despair flooded his mind. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, yet as he neared the ground, an unseen force halted his fall, leaving him suspended half a meter above the earth. Trembling, he collapsed onto the ground, grateful for his narrow escape. Devero approached, feigning concern. Oh dear, you seem utterly terrified. Perhaps the Malfoys simply lack the gene for broomstick riding. Best stay grounded. He smirked wickedly at Malfoy. Staring blankly at Devero, Malfoy was struck by an instinctive suspicion. It was you. You meant to kill me. He scrambled to his feet, furious, pointing an accusatory finger at Devero. Yet the onlookers were more focused on the patter of his damp trousers. Oh, I'm merely concerned for your well-being. Devero maintained his grin. Malfoy, Potter. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never. Professor McGonagall's furious roar echoed from a distance, dousing a significant portion of Malfoy's rage. She stood aghast, her spectacles glinting with fury. How dare you? Potter, you could break your neck. Malfoy, you could die. Professor, he set me up. He cast a curse on me. Malfoy cried out once more, directing his accusation at Devero. Impossible. Who heard me utter any incantation? Devero replied, unperturbed, turning to the surrounding crowd. Everyone appeared stunned. Indeed, no one had heard Devero cast any spells. Furthermore, his reputation had recently improved, while Malfoy was well known as a small-time bully, often stirring trouble. No one was inclined to defend him. The crowd remained silent, and McGonagall's expression darkened further. Malfoy, disregarding classroom rules, engaging in reckless behavior, and slandering a fellow student. Malfoy, in a fit of anger, pointed at Devero. He bumped into me. It was then he cast the curse. He employs silent spells. Devero raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Well, it seems you have a bit of wit after all. But alas, I was prepared for this. He drew his soul wand from his waist and handed it to Professor McGonagall, simultaneously emptying his pockets to demonstrate that he possessed no second wand. Professor McGonagall took over the wand from Devero. The warmth between Malfoy's legs had entirely dissipated, replaced by a subtle chill that stimulated his mind. At that moment, uncertainty began to creep in. He genuinely questioned whether Devero had truly cast a spell on him. If Devero had done nothing, what would become of him? What punishment would he face? Chapter 39, The Rewind Spell. I must inform my father. With that thought, she gently waved her wand and uttered the incantation. A faint blue light shimmered in the air, enveloping Devero in a delicate mist. The blue glow swirled slowly, forming transparent images. each capturing the spells Devero had employed that day. The first image revealed Devero in the dormitory, lightly waving his wand as he chanted, "Elfra." Soon after, his toad leaped from the corner beneath the bed and landed in his palm. Professor McGonagall nodded. This spell was clearly intended to summon his toad. The second image depicted the recent moment when Devero stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. His broomstick suddenly veered out of control, hurtling toward a large tree. He swiftly raised his wand and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa." Instantly, he was lifted by an unseen force and came to a steady halt on the ground. That spell, he must have used it to make me fly, Malfoy exclaimed, pointing at the apparition, his gaze fervently fixed on the final image. He was eager to witness the last instance of Devereau's spellcasting upon him. However, the last image displayed Devero attempting to repair the broomstick. He crouched beneath the tree, his hand brushing against the stuck broom while murmuring, "Reparo." Yet, the broom showed no response, remaining marred by a significant crack. Devero stood quietly by, observing the images as they unfolded, his heart tranquil, even somewhat bored. Once Professor McGonagall had reviewed all the images, she gently lowered her wand and turned her attention towards Devero. "Devero," she said, her voice calm, yet serious, "these spells were employed in urgent circumstances. I can see that you did not misuse them." Devero nodded, offering a slight smile to the professor. "Indeed, Professor. I only wish to ensure the safety of myself and my toad." It appeared that Alexander's spellcasting had not transgressed any rules. McGonagall's words clearly rendered a verdict on the matter, imbued with undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's face drained of color. Although he had sensed an ominous foreboding when he initially accused Devero, the developments had far surpassed his expectations. Professor McGonagall turned, casting a cold glance at Malfoy, her gaze capable of freezing the heart. "Draco Malfoy," she said, her tone frigid, "your recent behavior was utterly irresponsible. Not only did you unjustly accuse a fellow student, but you also sought to undermine the harmony of our class." Malfoy attempted to defend himself, but Professor McGonagall interjected. "I will not tolerate such conduct. Therefore, I shall deduct 50 points from Slytherin. I hope you remember this and learn to respect your classmates." As these words were spoken, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire grounds. Slytherin students, aside from Malfoy's entourage, cast furious and accusatory glances at him. Malfoy's countenance darkened further, and he lowered his gaze, unable to meet Professor McGonagall's eyes. At that moment, Devero stepped forward with remarkable grace, extending his hand and proposing, "Malfoy, why don't we shake hands and make amends?" Upon witnessing this, Professor McGonagall's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation. The surrounding Slytherins exchanged glances. This was indeed a display of elegance. "Ah, Alexander, how magnanimous of you to forgive Malfoy. In my opinion, it is Alexander who will achieve greatness in the future, relying not on his family's legacy, but on his own merit and poise. Indeed, he even knows the Levi Corpus spell, which should only be taught to upperclassmen. We can't even manage the levitation charm." The Slytherins had entirely rallied behind Devero, eager to voice their support for him, completely captivated by his prowess and charisma. Within just a week, Devero had subtly established himself as a potential leader among the first-year Slytherins, while Malfoy, who should have occupied that position, had become a figure of ridicule in their eyes. Malfoy was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Devereau's gesture. He glanced at the outstretched hand, hesitation flickering across his face. Yet, under the weight of the collective gaze and the inescapable atmosphere, he ultimately extended his hand, ready to reconcile with Devero. Just as their hands were about to meet, Devero unexpectedly embraced Malfoy, a move that left everyone astonished, including Malfoy himself. Devero held him tightly, whispering subtly in his ear, "You almost saw through me." Malfoy's pupils dilated in shock. "But do you think I would be unprepared?" With that, Devero released Malfoy, stepping back with a smile. At that moment, Malfoy stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He raised his arm to point at Devero, but found himself at a loss for words. "You." Malfoy's voice trembled, yet he could not articulate a complete thought. Observing Malfoy's bewildered expression, Devereau's lips curled into a cold smirk, reminiscent of a serpent's grin. Malfoy's eyes reflected a profound fear. He realized he could not contend with this individual. "I will inform my father. I shall ensure your expulsion." Malfoy once again lost his composure in front of the crowd, his voice breaking with a mixture of anger and despair. His face flushed with agitation, tears brimming in his eyes, and his hands clenched into fists. He appeared exceedingly distraught. Devero's lips curled slightly, secretly amused. This so-called firstborn prodigy of Hogwarts had finally revealed his trump card. However, Devero was bolstered by Professor Snape's promise, as well as being a certified genius under Dumbledore's endorsement. He felt no trepidation regarding the threats of any board member. Calmly, he regarded Malfoy, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Malfoy, it seems you have a penchant for resolving issues in this manner." After uttering these words, Devero slightly twisted his neck, producing a faint crack. The smile vanished from his lips, and his eyes turned cold, piercing Malfoy as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. "You would do well to prepare your father. I am not easily dealt with." Upon hearing Devero's words, Malfoy involuntarily shuddered. Chapter 40. Have I become a prodigy again? Professor McGonagall had been quietly observing the unfolding scene, her expression revealing her discontent. When Malfoy threatened his classmates once more, she could no longer restrain herself. "Draco Malfoy, this is the second time you have lost your composure in class." Her voice was stern and resolute, her gaze as sharp as a hawk's as it swept over Malfoy. "Due to your threats against a fellow student, I am deducting 20 points from Slytherin once again, and no one shall ever conspire against my students." The Slytherin students exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they were hearing. This incident had cost Slytherin all the points they had accumulated over the week, leaving them in significant debt. Though the conflict was between Devero and Malfoy, everyone knew who the true instigator was: Malfoy. The dissatisfaction among his peers was palpable, and they no longer cared about his father's position on the board, directing their ire towards him instead. Malfoy's countenance darkened further. He lowered his head, unable to meet Professor McGonagall's gaze. McGonagall continued, "Malfoy, you will accompany me to my office. Potter, you shall come as well." Malfoy raised his head, glaring menacingly at Devero, who merely smiled and waved him off. Ultimately, Malfoy begrudgingly stood and followed Professor McGonagall towards the door. Meanwhile, Harry, who had remained on the periphery of this tempest, suddenly realized he had his own matters to attend to, uneasily trailing behind the two. Devero approached and patted his shoulder, offering him an encouraging glance. Harry managed a weak smile. The remaining students in the room erupted into a chorus of condemnation directed at Malfoy. A most extraordinary event transpired. Slytherin and Gryffindor found an unexpected unity in their shared disdain for Malfoy. Both houses fervently ridiculed Malfoy's incessant boasting and ostentation. Gryffindor, in particular, united in their animosity, recounting Malfoy's misdeeds, such as bullying Neville and insulting fellow classmates. Thus, under Malfoy's adverse influence, a remarkable reconciliation unfolded between the two houses, leading to the blossoming of friendships among many. Lavender, Parvati, and a girl named Millicent Bulstrode, who happened to be Adrian's sister, engaged in lively conversation. Moxie chatted with a tall, slender boy about Quidditch. Devero recalled his name as Theodore Knott. In summary, everyone from both houses was in high spirits, except for Malfoy. Shortly thereafter, upon hearing from Hermione about the incident where Harry and Malfoy were taken away by Professor McGonagall, she erupted in fury. However, the instigators had already been removed, leaving her powerless in her rage. Ultimately, she had no choice but to resume organizing classes. This time, Devero acquired a new broomstick, which proved to be remarkably cooperative. The previous one had felt as if it were afflicted with social anxiety, trembling at Devero's slightest utterance. The current broom, however, exhibited a stable temperament. As soon as Devero called out, it promptly soared into his grasp. Adrian, witnessing the transformation, was astonished. Just moments ago, Devero had struggled to comprehend the broom. How could it now respond so readily? Had Devero suddenly become a prodigy of flight? Indeed, just before Harry was taken by Professor McGonagall, Devero had loaded the entry for Flying Broom Prodigy. He was now, without a doubt, a genuine flying talent. Meanwhile, many classmates struggled with their second attempts to summon their broomsticks, failing to succeed. Under Madame Hooch's guidance, the majority finally managed to mount their brooms. At this moment, Devero could hardly contain his excitement. He felt as though he was born to soar through the skies. This sensation was utterly different from just half an hour prior. With Madame Hooch's command, the whistle blew, and Devero pushed off with his legs. With a sharp whoosh, he felt an invisible force drawing him skyward. And soon he ascended gracefully into the air. In the sky, Devero's movements were nearly flawless. Each turn was executed with precision, every ascent was swift and powerful, and each descent was smooth and fluid. He glided like a majestic eagle, effortlessly navigating the expanse above, as if he were one with the broom. Was this the sensation Harry had experienced? It was exhilarating. One must admit, some things are indeed a matter of talent. Devero felt confident that even if Harry were to ride his initial broom, he too would excel, just as Devero did now. As the students gazed at Devero soaring effortlessly through the air, they could not help but erupt in admiration. Whispers of excitement filled the air. "I told you, Devero must be a master of flight. That previous incident was entirely due to a faulty broom," exclaimed one student. "Indeed, look at that dive. He is even more dashing than Charlie." Another chimed in. "Goodness, he is bound to become our Quidditch captain in the future." Above the grassy expanse near the Forbidden Forest, Devero's silhouette traced elegant arcs in the sunlight. He dove, ascended, and spiraled, each movement exuding grace and ease. The wind howled past his ears, caressing his face and bestowing upon him a refreshing sense of freedom. His heart brimmed with pride and joy, and in that moment, he truly savored the exhilaration of flight. "Oh, this is utterly addictive," he thought, had it not been for Professor McGonagall's firm command to land. he might have continued soaring for another hour. Devero touched down smoothly, and the envious and admiring gazes of his peers surrounded him. They flocked to him, eager to inquire about his flying techniques. However, Devero remained humble. Thank you, everyone. I am still learning and have little experience. It's mostly about confidence and focus, as well as developing a rapport with your broom. Yet, the enthusiasm of the students from both houses was palpable, and Devero felt a tinge of exasperation at their fervor. At last, with Professor McGonagall's whistle signaling the end of the lesson, Devero glanced at his watch. It's nearly time for my appointment with Professor Quirrell, he thought. Deciding to visit the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor first to discuss his plans for taking advanced classes. At that moment, Hermione suddenly called out to him, Devero, are you all right? Snapping back to reality, Devero noticed Hermione looking at him with concern. You rushed into the Forbidden Forest alone. Are you injured? Her genuine worry brought a smile to his face as he exaggeratedly stretched his limbs and jumped a little to demonstrate that he was perfectly fine. However, Hermione shook her head seriously. No, Devero. My mother always said that many injuries are not visible to the naked eye. Teeth can be the same, and so can the body. You should come with me to the hospital for a checkup. Devero found her concern somewhat amusing and was about to decline when suddenly an idea struck him. He nodded at Hermione. All right, let us go. We can also check on Neville while we're at it. Upon hearing Devero's agreement, a smile brightened Hermione's face, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and her lips curled upwards, clearly pleased that he was heeding her advice. She turned and stepped forward, her stride light and cheerful. Devero smiled faintly as he picked up his broom, resting it on his shoulder, and together with Hermione, they made their way to the infirmary. Chapter 41, The Infirmary. An entry on experience. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Devero and Hermione pushed the door open. A wave of antiseptic scent enveloped the air as soft lights illuminated the room. A delicate fragrance of herbs wafted through, instilling a sense of tranquility. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, busily organized the medicine cabinet, while Neville reclined on the bed, his complexion markedly improved from its previous pallor. By this time, his injuries had been largely treated by the physician. Ron remained by his side, and upon seeing Hermione and Devero approach, he immediately sat up straight, a glimmer of excitement lighting up his face. You've finally arrived, Ron exclaimed joyfully, casting a glance at Devero, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Malfoy was utterly embarrassing in class earlier. He actually wet himself. Hermione couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Devero, who wore a similarly amused expression. Hush, Madame Pomfrey admonished, her gaze sternly fixed upon the four of them. The patient requires ample rest. If you continue to make such a ruckus, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave. The group quickly nodded in agreement, resembling chicks pecking at grain, and resumed their tidying of the medicine cabinet. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Although they had only recently arrived at the school, they were already well aware of Madame Pomfrey's strict demeanor. Devero stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Neville, how are you feeling now? He inquired. With enthusiasm, Neville raised his hand and whispered, I feel perfectly fine now. Look. Madame Pomfrey restored me in just a minute. Devereaux's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he turned to glance at Madame Pomfrey, whose profile appeared before him. Name, Poppy Pomfrey. Age, 51. Spell library, bone repairing charm, expert. Revitalization charm, expert. Attributes, exceptional medical skills, purple. Magical talent, purple. Exceptional medical skills, purple, highly proficient in healing spells, and possesses extensive experience in medical potions and herbs, making her an extraordinary healer. Magical talent, purple, exhibits magical abilities that surpass those of an average wizard, learning spells at an accelerated pace and demonstrating a degree of creativity. Devero nodded in satisfaction, realizing that this exceptional medical skills attribute differed from the talent attributes he had encountered previously. It was rooted in experience. This indicated that should Devero manage to assimilate it, he would gain the extensive medical experience amassed by Madame Pomfrey over the years. Recently, Devero had observed numerous individuals and concluded a key insight. When a wizard fully realizes the potential granted by their attribute, it transforms into an experience-based attribute reflective of their execution. Conversely, it remains as the original talent attribute. This was the first time Devero had encountered a purple experience attribute. Such a thing had not even been present in Dumbledore, though perhaps Dumbledore's extraordinary gifts rendered it impossible for him to completely fulfill his potential. Thus, Devero promptly added the entry to his shopping basket. At that moment, Ron was beside him, quietly continuing to recount the events of the recent class. You cannot fathom it. Malfoy was so frightened that his complexion turned a ghastly shade of green, convinced he was on the brink of a fatal fall. Devero chuckled softly and remarked, Malfoy has certainly learned his lesson this time. Neville, upon hearing this, also broke into laughter, yet he quickly inquired, Devero, how did you manage that? You soared so effortlessly just now. Would you teach me? Devero smiled modestly. It is quite simple, really. It's all about confidence and focus, as well as establishing a bond with your broomstick. When you grasp the broom, treat it as you would an old friend, allowing it to sense your trust. Neville listened intently, nodding in understanding. I see. I shall give it a try next time. Devero, however, thought to himself. Perhaps it would be best if Neville refrained from soaring too high. Even with both feet firmly on the ground, endless troubles would find their way to him. Moreover, maintaining composure is crucial. One must not lose control due to anxiety. Ron interjected. Malfoy faltered precisely because he was too tense. Devero glanced at his watch again, noting that the appointed time with Quirrell was drawing near. He then rose to speak with Madame Pomfrey. Madam, I encountered an unexpected incident earlier. Although I appear unharmed on the surface, I feel it prudent to undergo a checkup. Hermione, standing behind, nodded vigorously and hurriedly recounted the incident of Devero nearly colliding with a tree while riding his broomstick. Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey's eyebrows shot up in alarm. She drew her wand, muttering under her breath. I had already informed Professor Dumbledore. How could they allow first-year students to partake in such perilous lessons? This marks the third incident today. What if something were to happen? As she spoke, she waved her wand, and a surge of energy emanated from its tip, enveloping Devero entirely. He immediately felt as though he had entered a massage parlor, with hands soothingly kneading his entire body. In a short while, the energy dissipated, and Madame Pomfrey's expression softened somewhat. Alexander, thankfully, you seem to have sustained no serious injuries. Devero expressed his gratitude to Madame Pomfrey, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ding. New spell acquired. Devero glanced at the notification. Spell repository, injury detection charm, beginner. Excellent. He had acquired yet another obscure spell. However, you must exercise caution. Return for another examination tomorrow afternoon, understood? Devero nodded earnestly, eager to witness Madame Pomfrey's magic once more. This spell was likely known only to her. Turning, Devero approached Neville's bedside. Neville, here is the item I borrowed from you earlier. With that, he tapped his wand against the protrusion on the back of Al. Suddenly, El's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in astonishment. In the midst of the other three's shocked gazes, Devero reached into El's mouth and retrieved Neville's wand, presenting it to him. I specifically chose a spot that would remain free of any slime, Devero remarked with a smile. Neville, astonished, accepted his wand from Devero's hand. Ron rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. How could Devero's toad have regurgitated Neville's wand? Devero, how did your toad manage that? Hermione inquired, her surprise palpable. El. Yes, a kind of magical creature capable of storing many items within him. Did I not mention this before? Devero replied, puzzled. It seemed indeed true. He intended to elaborate on El's origins, but upon glancing at his watch, he realized the time was upon him. Oh no. I have an appointment with Professor Quirrell. I must leave immediately. Apologies, I have matters to discuss with Professor Quirrell, and I shall tell you more about El later. With that, Devero hurriedly exited, leaving the three in a state of astonishment. Devero. Just as Devero was hastening towards Quirrell's office, a voice called out from behind. It was Hermione, panting heavily as she had clearly rushed over. What is it, Hermione? Is there something wrong? I just had Madame Pomfrey conduct an examination. Devero assumed Hermione wanted him to stay in the hospital wing for further observation. It's not that. Devero, Hermione gasped, staring at him in disbelief. Neville's wand was with you, which means. Hermione did not finish her sentence, but Devero winked at her. Indeed, keep it a secret for me. This is a violation of school rules. Hermione stomped her foot in frustration. Chapter 42. The Curriculum for Defense Against the Dark Arts? An opportunity to learn unforgivable curses. Defense against the dark arts primarily encompasses three major themes in the original text. First, it involves recognizing and mastering the methods to confront dark magical creatures. For instance, in their third year, Lupin taught Harry and his friends about a series of dark beings, such as boggarts and redcaps. Second, it entails understanding dark curses and cultivating methods to counter them to some extent. In the original story, Moody, though impersonated by Barty Crouch Jr., once used the Imperious Curse on Harry, training him to resist this spell. Lastly, it covers the rules of dueling along with some commonly used spells and techniques. Harry learned the disarming charm and basic dueling rules during his second-year classes. Devero was particularly intrigued by the various dark curses. In the original narrative, Harry and his peers encountered the three unforgivable curses in their fourth year. However, upon receiving Quirrell's syllabus today, Devero discovered that these three unforgivable curses were actually part of the sixth-year curriculum. Moody had been teaching advanced content, while the focus for the fourth and fifth years was on various defensive spells and counter charms. The primary focus for students in the first to third grades is to defend against various dark magical creatures. While this subject does extend into the fourth to seventh grades, its prevalence diminishes significantly. At this moment, Devero sat on a bench outside Professor Quirrell's office, which was permeated with the pungent aroma of garlic. It was a far more tolerable environment than Quirrell's office, which had nearly made him retch upon entering. He had narrowly avoided fainting at the door. vowing never to step into Quirrell's lair again. It was truly hellish. Devero could not fathom how Voldemort could endure such a dreadful atmosphere. Of course, Voldemort lacked a nose. This thought elicited a suppressed chuckle from Devero. "What's wrong, Alexander? Have you made your choice?" Quirrell inquired in a high-pitched whisper, settling beside Devero with a teapot in hand. At that moment, Professor Quirrell appeared quite amiable, entirely unrecognizable as a Death Eater possessed by Voldemort. Devero subtly shifted away, overwhelmed by the dreadful scent that clung to Quirrell. "Professor, I've made up my mind. I'll proceed directly to the 6th grade curriculum." Upon hearing this, Quirrell's hand faltered mid-pour, and he regarded Devero with astonishment. Alexander, you are only in your first year. Professor Dumbledore mentioned your exceptional talent in spellcasting. But jumping straight into 6th grade lessons might be. Quirrell's brow furrowed slightly as he endeavored to persuade Devero. "If you are interested in spellcasting, perhaps you might consider the 4th grade curriculum. This year, we will begin to delve into some unspelling topics, which should suit you quite well." As he spoke, Quirrell flipped through his teaching syllabus, revealing the 4th grade section. Devero was surprised. Quirrell was genuinely preparing to teach his students. Upon receiving the lesson plan, Devero had assumed Quirrell merely borrowed someone else's materials, but it appeared he was indeed quite familiar with them. Devero squinted thoughtfully at Quirrell's suggestion, but ultimately shook his head. "Professor, I believe I shall start directly with the 6th grade. Trust in my abilities. If it proves too challenging, I can always revert to the 4th grade curriculum." Having heard this, Quirrell ceased his persuasion and, with newfound interest, inquired further. With a flick of his wand, he commanded the teapot to fill Devero's cup. "Very well. But I have one more question, Alexander. Why choose the 6th grade rather than the 7th? If you truly seek a challenge, the 7th grade offers a comprehensive review. As all content has been previously covered, the difficulty is not significantly higher, and it would allow you to revisit the material from earlier terms, which might be more suitable for you." Quirrell's words were remarkably professional, akin to those of a genuine instructor. Nevertheless, Devero continued to shake his head slightly. "Professor, I am particularly intrigued by the instruction on silent spells in the 6th grade." Devero lifted the tea brewed by Professor Chilo and took a sip, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to witness the unforgivable curses, wouldn't he? Suddenly, Chilo's teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor and splattering hot tea all over himself. Devero, startled, rose from his seat and turned to Chilo, who appeared as if he had lost his soul, his eyes vacant. The scalding liquid soaked into his clothing, yet he remained unresponsive. After a full 10 seconds, having cleaned up the mess with his wand, Devero saw Chilo begin to awaken from his stupor, glancing around as if coming back to reality. "Professor, are you all right?" Devero inquired, offering a cup of water conjured with a spell, his concern evident. Chilo, somewhat dazed, accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp. "I apologize, Alexander. This is merely a remnant of the injury I sustained from that vampire. Truly, I am fine, I assure you," he said, resting his forehead in his hand as he sat back in his chair. After a brief moment of recovery, he raised his gaze to Devero. "I see, Alexander. I can relate. When I was a student, I was also quite fascinated by the infamous 3 unforgivable curses and yearned to explore them." However, Chilo straightened, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Unfortunately, last year the Ministry of Magic issued a decree forbidding us from demonstrating the 3 unforgivable curses in class. We are only permitted to discuss their origins." As he spoke, Chilo suddenly faltered again, his expression becoming vacant once more, likely succumbing again to the troublesome effects of the vampire. Frankly, Devero felt a wave of disappointment wash over him upon hearing this. Such a prohibition had not been mentioned in the original text. Yet, it seemed reasonable. In the original story, it was Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Moody, who conducted the lessons. As a Death Eater and one of the Ministry's most formidable Aurors, breaching 1 or 2 regulations was hardly surprising. Chilo, being a professor with a special mission at the school, could hardly fulfill Devero's desire to witness a demonstration of an unforgivable curse in class. If someone were to lodge a complaint afterward, his plan to seize the Philosopher's Stone would surely be jeopardized. Devero had essentially resigned himself to the notion that his scheme to learn the 3 unforgivable curses by observing others would have to be postponed. Just then, he noticed Chilo gazing at him, a look of struggle crossing his face, as if weighing a difficult decision. Finally, he took a deep breath, a slight smile gracing his lips, and whispered to Devero, "I apologize, Alexander. I may have misremembered. There likely isn't such a decree, demonstrating the 3 unforgivable curses. Of course, must be a part of the curriculum." As Devero exited with a spring in his step, Chilo's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He trembled, speaking with utmost caution and care. "My dear, this is most perilous. If we are caught." Chilo had not finished his sentence when an exceedingly faint yet authoritative voice resonated from the back of his mind. "Chilo, suppress your cowardice. This boy is intriguing. Alexander is truly exceptional." If he were to align with me, the Philosopher's Stone would be of no consequence. Chapter 43. The classic 3 questions of potions class. To be candid, the class that Devero loathed the most was, without a doubt, defense against the dark arts. Primarily because Chilo perpetually filled the classroom with the pungent odor of garlic. The second most despised class was undoubtedly potions. Though Devero's proficiency in potion-making far surpassed that of his peers, one would expect him to relish the subject, particularly as it afforded him the opportunity to showcase his talents. After all, the future inclusion of the descendant of Slytherin entry should be regarded as a notable achievement, potentially enhancing his capabilities. However, Snape afforded him no opportunity to shine. He treated Devero as though he were invisible, his focus solely on Potter. What would result from adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Indeed, it was now Friday during Devero's first week at Hogwarts. Observing Hermione eagerly raising her hand, Devero could not help but smirk and shake his head. It was best not to intrude upon their little world at such a moment. Meanwhile, Neville appeared utterly petrified by Snape's severity, desperately attempting to bury his head beneath the desk, fearing he might be the next target of Snape's scrutiny. Considering Neville's potential fate, Devero chose to sit beside him, making the alliance of a Slytherin and a Gryffindor seem less peculiar. He anticipated no backlash from his peers for this gesture. To Devero's surprise, Malfoy seemed disinterested in the spectacle of Harry's impending punishment. He and his 2 lackeys occupied a corner of the classroom, their expressions somewhat vacant. Few sat near him, whether Slytherin or Gryffindor, likely due to the significant blow he had suffered during the previous day's flying lesson. Furthermore, many of the older Slytherins had begun to voice their discontent with him, especially after discovering that the House Cup's hourglass had been completely emptied that very morning. Such a revelation was indeed unbearable. In the common room the previous day, whispers of despair had already begun to circulate, lamenting that Slytherin might for the first time in 7 years fail to claim the House Cup. However, as a time traveler, Devero was already aware that this House Cup had been preemptively awarded to Gryffindor by Dumbledore 7 years prior. Consequently, he felt little inclination to struggle against the tide. He harbored no animosity towards Malfoy, unlike others, merely hoping for his silence. This hope was perfectly fulfilled as he observed Malfoy's sullen demeanor, indicative of his evident distress. Meanwhile, Snape's torment continued unabated. It seems that fame does not equate to competency, Snape remarked as he strode past Hermione, who was nearly reaching for the ceiling with her hand raised. His eyes were fixed intently on Harry's face. Let us try once more, Potter. If I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you seek it? I don't know, Professor. I presume you haven't perused a single book since the commencement of the term, have you, Potter? What followed was a barrage of answers that erupted from Snape's lips. As he scanned the room, his gaze piercing through the gathered students. Except for Devero, everyone who met his gaze instinctively recoiled. Do you comprehend? Why do you not take note of this? The classic trio of questions left the students too terrified to exhale. A rustle of quills filled the air. Devero, propping his chin on his hand, observed the scene with a sense of ennui. To be frank, this material constituted the most rudimentary knowledge. Devero had already mastered it 6 months prior, even before awakening his system. Now, with the entry of potion essence, it was child's play. Unfortunately, during class, Snape's focus was solely on Potter. After deducting points for Harry's retort, he had forgotten about the potion equipment Snape had provided him, which remained lodged in Elle's belly. When he attempted to retrieve it the day before, he discovered it was ensnared in an unidentifiable goo. As a result, Devero had cleaned them, and they were currently drying. Yet, this meant he had not engaged with potions for an entire week, and today he was finally back in action. Snape divided the class into pairs, instructing them to concoct a simple potion to treat scabies. Devero naturally partnered with Neville, who sat beside him. Truth be told, Neville did seem somewhat clumsy. Even with Devero's assistance, he nearly mixed the ingredients in the wrong order. Of course, Snape's looming presence behind them contributed to the tension. Under Devero's protection, the two of them had become nearly the only students in the class who had not been chastised by Snape. Even Draco Malfoy, typically favored by Snape in the original narrative, had received a quiet reprimand for his inattentiveness. Although Neville was providing Devero with some pressure, Devero, relying on his extraordinary potion intuition and some arcane influence, managed to complete the simple potion using only 2/3 of the materials. Meanwhile, the others were still grinding nettles. Students in the rows ahead and behind turned to marvel at the clear, steaming green potion bubbling before Devero. Goodness, has Alexander finished already? It hasn't even been 3 minutes. Is that possible? I haven't even crushed my snake fangs yet, and he's already done? Is he really a student in the same year as me? I suspect Devero must hail from a pureblood family in France. Surely, he has received the finest magical education from a young age. Yes, and he's so gentle and polite. Undoubtedly a product of nobility. These murmurs from the Slytherin students reached Devero's ears, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. Nobility? He merely completed 9 years of compulsory education. He is an ordinary individual, not one to hurl insults upon meeting someone. Does this elevate him to the status of nobility? However, it is true that he received an excellent education in potion-making from a young age, especially since it was taught by Severus Snape himself. Despite the somewhat grim process involved. Enough. There is no need for unnecessary noise here. Snape's voice, though slightly louder than a whisper, resonated with a deep timbre that everyone could clearly discern. Or do you believe you have completely mastered the creation of this potion? Snape's serpentine gaze swept over the students who had just been making a ruckus. Those caught in his line of sight dared not even breathe. As he spoke, Snape approached the table of Devero and Longbottom, his eyes fixed intently on the cauldron before Devero. Within it lay a clear potion, seemingly devoid of any impurities. Snape stood there motionless, his eyes locked onto the concoction. Devero was all too familiar with that gaze. It signified that Snape was searching for flaws in his potion. Yet, it was evident that Devero could not possibly falter on such a straightforward potion. TSK. A barely audible sound escaped Snape's lips. Devero smirked. A standard, even perfect creation, Mr. Alexander. 5 points to Slytherin for your performance. At that moment, Devero suddenly rose. Professor Snape, you have awarded too few points. Chapter 44, A Brave Heart? 1 point to Gryffindor. Such an elementary task hardly warranted the title of potion brewing. How many points did he wish to allocate? Mr. Alexander, when did your judgment of potions become so poor? Snape's eyes, dark as a wolf encroaching on its territory, bore down on Devero. Professor, that was not my intention. Devero remained unfazed by Snape's imposing presence. Or rather, he had grown largely immune to it after living together for over a year, having encountered many such glaring moments. I meant to say, you forgot to award points to Longbottom. Devero placed a hand on the sturdy young man's shoulder, yet felt him tremble. Snape cast a sidelong glance, observing Longbottom's face flushed and body quaking, wishing he could shrink beneath the table. The surrounding classmates turned their attention to Longbottom. He helped me organize the herbs. His speed in handling them is remarkable. Without his assistance, I could not have completed the brewing so swiftly, Devero argued. His claim held true. When Longbottom attempted to prematurely add a porcupine quill to the cauldron, Devero had prevented him from touching it. In reality, proved this to be an excellent decision. After avoiding the cauldron, which Longbottom perceived as highly unstable, he regained his composure and was able to systematically categorize the herbs to be added. He assisted Devero with a meticulousness that even earned him newfound respect from Devero. For the first time, I examined Neville's profile with earnestness. Name, Neville Longbottom. Age, 11. Spellbook, none. Traits, herbal talent, purple. Brave heart, purple. Magical ability, blue. Herbal talent, purple exhibits extraordinary aptitude in herbology, possessing an innate ability to discern and perceive various magical plants, potentially leading to remarkable achievements in this field. Brave heart, purple bravery forms the foundation of your character. When someone crosses your boundaries, your courage will surge forth, positioning you as a leader among the crowd. Magical ability, blue possesses the potential to become a wizard. Indeed, his traits configuration is quite impressive. To think that Neville possesses 2 purple traits. Devero had never contemplated this before. It was primarily due to their initial encounter on the train, where Neville's tearful demeanor left Devero with a rather unfavorable first impression, causing him to overlook this future swordmaster of Gryffindor. The brave heart trait seems exceptionally befitting for Gryffindor. Should he aspire to wield the Gryffindor sword in the future? This trait warrants consideration. With this thought, Devero added the trait to his shopping cart, beginning to devise a plan to borrow the sorting hat from Dumbledore. Neville has provided me with considerable assistance. I deem it reasonable to award him points. Snape's gaze bore down on Neville's face, and Neville could feel his serpent-like stare, nearly causing him to burrow into the drawer. At this moment, not only the Slytherin students admired Devero, but many Gryffindors also began to hold him in esteem. It is worth noting that the rivalry between their 2 houses is notorious. Yet, Devero had the audacity to challenge Snape, the head of his own house, on behalf of a Gryffindor student. Such courage is remarkable. In truth, Devero had grown accustomed to it. They immediately felt that Devero epitomized the true spirit of Gryffindor. He was exceedingly brave. Harry and Ron gazed at him with admiration, and Devero even caught a glimpse of Ron giving him a thumbs up. Snape's focus shifted to Devero. Mr. Alexander, is that truly the case? Devero stood tall, meeting Snape's gaze head-on. Professor, it is indeed true. Snape's expression darkened further. Devero could hardly perceive any movement of his lips, only catching a barely audible sound escaping Snape's teeth. Gryffindor receives 1 point. In an instant, all the Gryffindor students erupted with the exuberance of a monumental victory, their faces radiating excitement. They had just earned points from Snape himself. This was an achievement that no other Gryffindor from different years had managed in the week since school began. In their hearts, Devero's status has ascended to new heights. He has directly become the diplomatic envoy for Slytherin and Gryffindor, facilitating a reconciliation that had been decades in the making. Devero, elated, patted Neville on the shoulder. Neville, you have earned a point for the house. Neville lifted his head, his cheeks still flushed. At that moment, he was filled with immense joy, even momentarily forgetting the terror of Professor Snape, who had not awarded a single point to the house during his week at school. Today's events brought him unparalleled happiness. However, upon witnessing Gryffindor's exuberance, Snape was poised to strike. With a dark expression, Snape approached the table and noticed the leftover materials from Devero and Neville. In a low, grave voice, he exclaimed, "For your wasteful actions, Gryffindor loses 3 points. And you, Alexander, sit down." After uttering this, Snape swiftly turned to glare at Harry. "Potter, Weasley, what were you just gesturing about?" It was as though Snape's robes barely stirred as he glided toward Harry and Ron. "Or do you think class is merely child's play? For your disrespectful behavior, Gryffindor loses another point." Upon saying this, he cast a sharp gaze across the room. "What are you all staring at? Have you completed your potions?" Instantly, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and resumed their potion making. Devero refrained from standing up to counter Snape, clearly sensing the other's agitation. He did not wish to provoke any further misfortune at this moment, and instead offered a comforting pat on Neville's back. Poor lad, having just earned his first point in his student career, only to have 2 deducted. Devero could only extend his utmost sympathy. Yet, Neville proved to be more resilient than Devero had anticipated. Although tears welled in his eyes, he held them back from spilling. Just then, a noxious green smoke suddenly erupted from the classroom floor, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Draco Malfoy was drenched in potion, his arms and legs covered in swollen, red welts, howling in pain. Chapter 45. A sad barrier has formed between us. Draco, Snape hissed in a low, furious tone, waving his wand to sweep away the spilled potion on the floor. "Did you carelessly toss the hedgehog spines into the cauldron without removing it from the fire? How could you be so reckless?" Malfoy, sobbing uncontrollably, even had acne sprouting on his face. "Professor, I was too anxious and wanted to finish quickly." It was evident that Malfoy had witnessed Devero's swift potion-making and the points earned for his house. Even that Neville Longbottom, whom he had always looked down upon, had received points from Snape, an unbearable indignity for Malfoy. Thus, he hastened the steps of his operation, ultimately resulting in this unfortunate incident. "You two, escort Draco to the infirmary." Snape barked at Goyle and Crabbe, his expression darkening as he ordered the other students to promptly continue brewing potions. Harry and Ron, stifling their laughter, emitted peculiar sounds that caught Snape's ire, resulting in a deduction of 2 points. Following this, no further incidents occurred, and everyone proceeded methodically with their potion making. Meanwhile, Devero, having already completed his potion, sat in his original position, engaging in meditation to enhance his mental fortitude. A gray mist gradually enveloped him, receding as his perceptive abilities extended throughout the classroom. At that moment, his awareness transformed into delicate blue strands, allowing him to sense even the slightest movements within the room with remarkable clarity. Devero soon discovered that during his meditation, he could continue learning, with his retention of information significantly enhanced compared to his usual state. Coupled with the exam genius trait, it might be an exaggeration to claim he had perfect recall, but it was certainly close. Thus, Devero held the potion textbook he had previously purchased, appearing to be merely memorizing its contents, which indeed he was, all the while simultaneously exercising his magical prowess. Snape, noticing this, chose to overlook his actions entirely. After all, Devero was set to attend the 5th-year classes the following week, making Snape's instruction on these operational details largely irrelevant. Neville, in turn, benefited from Devero's moment of neglect, as Snape did not trouble him either. Soon, as the class ended, a throng of Gryffindors approached to invite Devero to join them for lunch. "Devero, come dine with us," Ron exclaimed eagerly, quickly enveloping him. A few curious Slytherins who wished to engage with Devero found themselves pushed to the periphery of the crowd. "You are remarkable, Devero. How do you accomplish such speed?" Hermione, the second to successfully brew the potion, inquired, albeit taking nearly twice as long. "Devero, you are incredibly brave. I wouldn't dare speak to Professor Snape in that manner," exclaimed Seamus, clearly awed by Devero's earlier negotiation with Snape. Harry and Neville nodded vigorously in agreement. "Your potion-making skills are astounding, Devero. Will you mentor me?" "I wish to avoid Snape's reprimands," Pavarti implored, her tone pitiful, igniting a spirited contest over who would sit beside Devero in the next potion class. Clearly, after the flying and potion lessons, Devero's stature had transformed into that of a revered figure among his peers. Devero could only manage a faint smile in response. "Ron, I apologize, but I must go and have Madame Pomfrey conduct another physical examination. You all can proceed to dine." He then glanced at those classmates eager to reserve the next opportunity to sit with him. "I regret to inform you, my friends, that I may not attend next week's potions class with you all, as I will be joining the 5th-year curriculum." The revelation of this news left everyone in a state of shock. "Devero, are you truly attending potions class with the 5th years?" Hermione stammered, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The surrounding Gryffindors were left speechless by the announcement. Indeed, the first-year curriculum is far too simplistic for me. So I consulted with Professor Snape, who consented to my request. Even the Slytherins lingering at the periphery were unsettled by this news. Unlike many of the half-blood or muggle-born wizards in Gryffindor, the majority of Slytherins hail from pure-blood families, with many having attended Hogwarts themselves. When has it ever been heard of a wizard, barely a week into their schooling, attending fifth-year classes? And that Snape approved. How utterly absurd. Devero raised his hand. Oh, everyone, please go ahead and eat. I have an appointment with Madame Pomfrey, so I shall take my leave. With that, Devero exited the classroom, leaving behind a group of astonished Gryffindors and Slytherins. He swiftly made his way to the infirmary. Following his examination the previous night, he needed to rest, especially since Snape had scheduled a meeting for him in the afternoon. What the meeting would entail, Devero was uncertain. It was likely related to the new potion formula. However, he was somewhat apprehensive, having recently challenged Snape in class. Would the professor hold a grudge and burden him with an overwhelming workload? No. Devero slapped his cheeks with his palms. How could he think such a thing about Snape? Surely, the professor would harbor resentment. He must not allow himself to be complacent. Thus, he could not linger in the classroom any longer. With a determined gaze, Devero hastened towards the infirmary to ensure he could rest properly. As he departed, the underground classroom erupted in commotion. Devero is extraordinary. He is undoubtedly the most exceptional Slytherin in history. Indeed, our cohort of Slytherins is remarkably formidable. The Slytherins on the periphery cheered loudly. They had acquired the finest student in the entire school. They began to envision the scene of ultimately winning the House Cup under Devero's leadership. They imagined amassing 1,000 points alongside him. Meanwhile, the Gryffindors were more taken aback. Goodness, this is not merely genius. This is sheer brilliance. I cannot believe I am attending the same school as him. Dean exclaimed, cradling his head in disbelief. Harry and Ron exhibited similar reactions. Devero has already reached such heights? Hermione sat in her seat, engulfed in trepidation, her face shrouded in a shadow of despair. She felt a disheartening barrier had formed between herself and Devero. Chapter 46. The Power of Experience Entries. Snape's storage room? The Hogwarts dungeon. At the entrance of the Slytherin headmaster's office, Devero inhaled deeply, still somewhat hesitant. What does Snape intend to do with me? He had just come from the common room and, before dinner, visited the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey quickly conducted a thorough examination, confirming that he had no other issues. However, she insisted on lecturing Devero about safety precautions before finally allowing him to leave. Fortunately, Devero had copied her entry on exquisite medical skills, which he considered a worthwhile endeavor. In that fleeting moment of duplication, Devero felt as if he had truly become a seasoned healer with over 30 years of experience. He was bombarded with notifications from the system. Ding. New spell recorded. New spell recorded. New spell recorded. Dozens of healing spells were effortlessly mastered by Devero, who felt capable of opening his own clinic. Moreover, an influx of knowledge regarding herbal remedies and potion making flooded his mind. It is essential to recognize that the content in books is merely theoretical. The practical experience in potion brewing is the most challenging to acquire. Suddenly, Devero realized that his potion-making skills had advanced to an entirely new level. Armed with this knowledge, he might genuinely be regarded as a master potion maker. Furthermore, during that afternoon, he conceived innovative improvements for the compound potion previously given to Snape, enhancing its practicality. Experience entries are indeed formidable. Wizards of average talent, who have diligently honed their craft over many years, may accumulate knowledge that is more valuable than innate talent. At that moment, Devero was struck by a novel idea. Since Snape and Professor McGonagall possess golden entries, yet have yet to fully realize their potential, could he assist them in furthering their studies and subsequently convert their talent entries into experience entries? The thought of duplicating such knowledge was exhilarating. It would be akin to gaining the same level of experience and ability without enduring the lengthy journey they had traversed. Each time he entertained this notion, a foolish grin spread across his face, and he could hardly suppress his excitement. Thus, he found himself with an additional task: to train individuals endowed with advanced talent entries, enabling them to fulfill their potential, after which he could reap the rewards. A foolproof plan, just as Devero was contemplating his future endeavors in nurturing exceptional talents. And reveling in the last moment of duplication, a chilling voice interrupted his reverie. What are you grinning about? Aren't you a wizard? Can't even open the door? As Snape emerged from the shadows of the corridor, he retained his morning demeanor, draped in a flowing black robe, his long hair obscuring his cheeks, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Indeed, Snape had always embodied this visage. Upon his arrival, Devero immediately straightened his posture, chest out and head held high. Adopting a submissive demeanor, he had just contradicted Snape in class and fervently wished to avoid any punitive measures akin to those imposed by the pink toad. Why are you standing there? Step inside, Snape commanded, waving his wand, which caused the office door to swing open automatically. Devero swiftly sidestepped and entered, followed closely by Snape. The unlocking charm. I trust one demonstrated it to you during our earlier assessment at the beginning of term. Do you still remember it? Snape settled into his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Devero. Of course, Devero replied confidently, nodding. Prior to that evaluation of his magical aptitude, he had quietly observed the spellcasting of others on the streets and had mastered the incantation with remarkable finesse. Very well. If I am absent this Friday, you may come here on your own, Snape stated nonchalantly. Devero was momentarily perplexed by the meaning of Snape's words. Snape then turned and approached a door. Alohomora. The lock clicked open with a soft sound, and the door slowly creaked ajar. Come over, he beckoned. Devero hurried to catch up, stepping into Snape's storeroom. The door behind them closed automatically with a dull thud. Devero gazed around, immediately captivated by the surroundings. The storeroom was meticulously arranged, divided into 3 main sections against the walls. One wall displayed the remains of magical creatures, most preserved in various colorful liquids. Some were clear and transparent, while others exhibited deep blues or greens, and a few were murky yellows. The remnants within the bottles varied in form: dragon claws, unicorn tails, and werewolf teeth, each meticulously labeled with collection dates and intended uses. Devero's eyes widened at the potent magical energy contained within these specimens, resonating with his own essence as a potion master, provoking an almost overwhelming urge to transport them all to his laboratory for immediate experimentation. Suppressing this impulse, Devero turned to the opposite wall, which showcased an array of magical herbs, most of which had been dehydrated and dried. Specimens such as nettles, mandrake, and agave were housed in transparent glass jars, emitting a faint aroma. Some leaves displayed a deep green hue, while others bore vibrant and somewhat perilous flowers. Each jar was similarly labeled, detailing the name of the herb, collection time, and preservation methods. This segment is rather conventional. However, Devero couldn't help but furrow his brow. After all, in the concoction of certain potions, fresh and vibrant herbs are absolutely essential. Yet, why does Snape's storeroom contain only these dried substances? It seems rather unprofessional. With this perplexity in mind, Devero turned his gaze toward the final wall. Displayed prominently on that wall were several finished potions, most of which were exceedingly rare. Devero's attention was drawn to a particular vial labeled with the tag for a Veritasserum. Goodness, so Snape has been stockpiling this truth serum for years? Who does he intend to administer it to? Devero marveled to himself. In addition, there were many other valuable potions, such as what appeared to be a freshly brewed polyjuice potion, along with Felix Felicis, bone regrowth potion, hypnosis potion, and antidote, among others. These vials were meticulously arranged on the shelves, each emitting a faint luminescence. Devero moistened his dry lips. These potions were indeed rare commodities that could not be found outside. The sheer abundance in Snape's possession was astonishing. Yet, despite his surprise, Devero remained baffled as to why Snape had brought him into his storeroom. Could it be? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Devero's eyes. Is he planning to kill me and immerse me in these solutions? Of course, such a notion was implausible. Nevertheless, Devero found himself at a loss. Just then, as he was lost in thought, Snape turned around, his dark eyes fixed upon him. I've already informed you of the method to enter. Feel free to utilize what is here, he said, slightly furrowing his brow and shaking his head. Devero's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 47. A contract for potion production? What? Upon hearing Snape's words, Devero's mind went blank. What does he mean by allowing him to use them freely? Does that imply that he can handle all the materials and finished potions in this room? By value alone, the contents of this room must be worth at least 5,000 galleons. Professor, do you mean I can utilize them to brew potions? Devero stammered, still reeling from this shocking revelation. Which part did you not understand? Yes, that is precisely it. Devero immediately stood to attention, saluting Professor Snape. Goodness. The Snape before him felt utterly unfamiliar. Is this truly the same old bat? What has prompted such generosity today? Naturally, Snape could not bear to see Devero so pleased, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, 80% of the ownership of any potions you produce will belong to me. Devero was momentarily taken aback. An 80-20 split? 80% belongs to him. Devero was suddenly inclined to negotiate. This is exploitation. The potions crafted by his potion spirit are not available on the market. At the very least, he deserves 30%. Professor, this price is unreasonable. Devero is no longer the defenseless underdog he once was, reliant on Snape for sustenance and shelter. He has gained his wings. Upon hearing this declaration, Snape's eyes narrowed with intensity. Thus commenced an extensive verbal sparring match between the two. Ultimately, after Devero's fervent arguments, Snape conceded to grant him 25% of the spoils. Under Devero's persistent insistence, Snape begrudgingly signed a paper contract. Initially, Devero wished to forge an unbreakable oath with Snape, but the absence of witnesses led him to postpone that idea. After all, a written agreement was now in place. providing a safeguard against any potential deceit from Snape. Satisfied, Devero tucked the contract into his pocket. Snape's expression was grim, as though signing the contract had deeply irked him. Yet, Devero found Snape's sour demeanor oddly delightful, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. He was eager to gather materials and commence a vigorous session in the underground classroom. While he possessed the potion spirit entry, he had an instinctual grasp of the materials before him, hinting at their possible applications. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to await Snape's elucidation, including any necessary precautions to avert dangers. With a scowl, Snape approached the wall lined with remnants of magical creatures, his fingers gliding over the myriad bottles. His tone remained cold yet professional as he explained, "These are remnants I have collected over the years. Each possesses unique properties. For instance, unicorn tail hair has gentle characteristics and is indispensable in beauty potions." Snape turned to fix Devero with a penetrating gaze, ensuring he was paying attention before continuing. "However, remember that hair materials are highly volatile. Unicorn tail hair is exceedingly fragile. If damaged, its magical potency dissipates rapidly. Thus, refrain from touching these bottles lightly unless you wish to ruin a potion of immeasurable value. Of course, with specialized handling, they become less susceptible, but the efficacy of the potions we brew would be diminished." Devero nodded, mentally cataloging these precautions. After all, with the contract signed, a quarter of the vast array of materials in the room now belonged to him. It was imperative to cherish them. Subsequently, Snape elaborated on several more unique uses for the magical creature remnants. Devero confirmed his comprehension with nods, for he was now a testing prodigy and was keenly focused on Snape's emphasized points. Observing him with skepticism, Snape noted that Devero was neither taking notes nor displaying signs of memory strain. "Have you truly memorized all that?" Snape couldn't help but inquire. Devero grinned, tapping his forehead with his finger. "Professor, I do not wish to boast, but my intellect is surprisingly sharp." Observing Devero's smug demeanor, Snape's lips twitched slightly, yet he chose to ignore him. Turning away, he approached the wall adorned with magical herbs and continued, "These magical herbs are the fundamental components for potion making." He then picked up a glass vial containing dried powder. "This is white ash. You should have encountered it in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, a subject of your first-year studies." Devero nodded slightly. White ash is a plant imbued with magical properties, utilized in potion making, and possesses remarkable healing capabilities. However, one must be cautious, as it requires a constant temperature during the drying process. Otherwise, its magical potency will significantly diminish. Additionally, there is agave, which can enhance the efficacy of potions, though excessive use may lead to severe side effects. Snape meticulously explained each herb to Devero, emphasizing their uses and contraindications. Devero listened intently. At last, having covered the extensive array of herbs, Devero squinted and rubbed his temples. Absorbing such an abundance of information felt akin to enduring an entire semester of herbology within an hour, even for a gifted student. Meanwhile, Snape appeared to revel in the moment, his expression noticeably more self-satisfied. Dark suspicions brewed in Devero's mind. Surely Snape could not bear to see him excel, which is why he resorted to this overwhelming influx of information, aiming to exhaust Devero and thus satisfy some peculiar inclination. Just as Devero was lost in his fervent musings about Snape, the professor approached the central wall, pausing for a moment, his demeanor exceedingly grave, more so than at any other time that evening. He raised his hand and pointed at the finished potions displayed on the last wall, his tone laced with a warning. "These are potions I have meticulously crafted, each one exceedingly dangerous or precious. I shall not divulge their specific purposes." Snape positioned himself to obscure the wall from Devero's view, facing him directly. "However, I must inform you that each of these potions is extremely perilous, potentially even fatal." The threat in Snape's voice deepened. "I certainly do not wish to return and find you transformed into a lifeless corpse." Moreover, he chuckled coldly, "These potions are exceedingly valuable. Should you inadvertently spill one, the terms of that contract will need to be altered to a 90-10 split. You would receive merely 10% of the reward, while the remainder would be mine." Devero internally railed against Snape's avaricious nature, recognizing the effects of these potions with a mere glance. Did he truly require further explanation? Yet, he maintained a facade of respect, nodding earnestly. "Yes, Professor, I shall exercise utmost caution." Snape finally straightened, circumventing Devero as he exited the storeroom, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Well then, I have relayed all matters concerning the storeroom to you. Let us now discuss the formulation of the compound potion." As he spoke, Snape produced a parchment that resembled a contract from thin air, placing it upon his desk. Devero suppressed his urge to gather the materials immediately and exited the storeroom. Regarding the compound potion, he suddenly recalled something. "Ah, Professor, I have conceived a method to expedite the completion of the potion within 7 days." Upon hearing this, Snape abruptly rose from his seat. Chapter 48, The Extraordinary Apothecaries Association. London, Diagon Alley. Nestled between the cauldron shop and the herbalistess, a slender wooden cabin stood. At first glance, its width scarcely matched that of its oak door. At this moment, a long-haired man, clad in a dark robe, approached the unassuming structure with an air of disregard, pushing open the heavy oak door and stepping into the fragrant embrace of herbs that greeted him. The door closed with a thud. A time-worn brass plaque, weathered by the years, bore an exquisite inscription, the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association. Ah, Severus Snape, what a rare visitor. The last time you graced us with your presence was 7 years ago, wasn't it? Upon entering, a wizard welcomed him with enthusiasm. A middle-aged man of tall stature, with neatly trimmed hair that bore a hint of gray, exuded an air of dignity. His demeanor conveyed both composure and professionalism. With a flick of his wand, he offered a cup of pine nut wine to his newly arrived guest. Thank you, Blackwood, but you know I do not partake in such beverages. Snape deftly pushed the cup aside onto a nearby platform, surveying his surroundings. The interior was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. This was the reception hall of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, nearly as large as the Great Hall at Hogwarts. A grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, its blue flames illuminating the entire space. The walls were adorned with various specimens of magical herbs, while a self-service bar stocked with an array of beverages stood unguarded near the entrance for guests to help themselves. As noon approached, the hall gradually filled with patrons, who began to form distinct groups for socializing. At the far end of the reception area, a spiral staircase led to the second floor, Snape's intended destination for the day. So, Professor Snape, what brings you here today? Snape shifted his gaze to the wizard before him, Arthur Blackwood, the senior receptionist of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association. A former student of Hogwarts, specializing in potions and defensive magic, he was a senior to Snape in Slytherin and regarded him with keen interest. The youngest potions master at Hogwarts, we have extended invitations to you 3 times previously, only to be met with closed doors. What prompts your presence at today's international exchange? Indeed, although Severus Snape may be relatively young at the age of 31 compared to the titans of the industry, his title as a potions master at Hogwarts makes him a highly sought-after figure by all factions. It is well known that the majority of young witches and wizards in Britain attend Hogwarts, which inevitably means they will become his students. The reasons for currying favor with him are thus self-evident. However, Snape is notoriously difficult to approach. Only wizards of Slytherin lineage can engage him in conversation, while those hailing from Gryffindor are met with disdain. Moreover, he harbors a distinct aversion to social events, such as international conferences, where he finds many insufferable individuals congregating. Upon hearing Blackwood's words, Snape remained unfazed, replying coolly, "Today is dedicated to transformation potions. I have made some progress." At this, Blackwood raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, that is interesting. Karkaroff from Durmstrang is also present today, boasting of some innovative transformation potion, quite audacious, I must say." He gestured toward a crowd. Following his gaze, Snape observed a tall, thin wizard with short white hair and a pointed chin adorned with a curly goatee, laughing heartily amidst the throng. Snape's brow furrowed slightly. Truth be told, he had little desire to engage with this former colleague. Their endeavors held no relevance for him. Blackwood smiled faintly and turned slightly, gesturing. "Let us proceed then. The opening ceremony will commence shortly." Before long, Snape settled into a soft leather sofa, distanced from the crowd, with a cup of hot tea resting on a small table beside him. "So, how long do you intend to stay today? I hear that esteemed individual will also be attending the opening ceremony," Blackwood remarked cheerfully. "Regardless of who it is, I am merely here to submit a proposal for a potion enhancement and likely will not linger," Snape replied, taking a gentle sip of the tea. "Not bad. Chamomile. I see. Oh dear, you might miss our illustrious founder of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Society," Blackwood began, but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Snape set down his cup and turned to see Blackwood's face pale, his expression frozen in shock. He then lowered his head and whispered, "Sir Granger, greetings." Standing beside Snape's sofa was a diminutive, genial elder, his smile warm and inviting. Clad in a vibrant green robe, with nearly bald pate, he exuded the charm of a kindly old man. "Severus, it has been a long time." Snape's heart raced as he recognized the man before him, the founder of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Society, the standard-bearer for potion research in the 20th century, and the creator of over 80 new potions throughout his illustrious career, the founder who has funded thousands of pharmacists, the co-author of 1,000 marvelous herbs and fungi, Hector Dagworth Granger. Severus Snape was about to rise from his seat when Granger placed a hand upon him, shaking his head with a smile. He then raised his left hand, and a matching soft leather sofa appeared opposite Snape. Granger settled down and nodded toward Blackwood, who immediately understood and hastily departed, leaving Snape and Granger to gaze at each other. Snape noticed that it seemed as though no one around had recognized this esteemed figure suddenly appearing in the lounge on the first floor. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he spoke first. Granger grinned and waved his hand dismissively. "Severus, you need not concern yourself with that. However, A hint of teasing emerged on Granger's aged face. Why is Hogwarts still scheduling classes for students on a Friday afternoon? Snape quickly gestured to clarify. No, it isn't a standardized schedule from the school. Rather, one student has been performing particularly poorly. He needed additional tutoring for his fifth-year subjects, so I decided to help him out. Devero, huh? I am performing particularly poorly? Snape behaved quite honestly before Granger, acknowledging the significant favor he owed to this distinguished individual. Haha, alright, let's put that aside. Tell me about your new proposal, Granger said, his smile radiant, entirely contrary to the notion of moving past the previous topic. Upon mentioning the matter, Snape's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He retrieved a document folder from his satchel and handed it to Granger. Upon hearing this, Granger narrowed his eyes, promptly accepting the file and beginning to review it. Snape stood quietly by, waiting. In less than 15 minutes, Granger had swiftly perused all the documents, a speed that left Snape astonished. Could this truly be a man nearing a century? A brilliant idea, Severus. Granger inhaled deeply, his complexion acquiring a rare flush for someone of his age. This discovery could revolutionize the entire field of transfiguration. Severus, your name shall be inscribed in history. The praise from this likely leading authority in potion-making lifted Snape momentarily into a state of elation. Yet, almost instantly, he regained his composure. This is not my achievement. Snape replied calmly. Sir, this is not an invention of mine. It is a method proposed by one of my students. I merely refined and optimized it based on his foundation. The overarching direction still relies on my student's findings. Upon hearing this, Granger visibly faltered, blinking several times to ensure he had not misheard. Severus, are you saying this is the discovery of a current Hogwarts student? Indeed, sir. With this confirmation, Granger reclined back against the soft leather sofa, utterly taken aback. Gazing directly at the ceiling, he waited for quite a while before murmuring, these young people are truly terrifying. With that, Granger straightened up and met Snape's eyes. So, this student possesses an extraordinary intuition for potions, and perhaps other discoveries as well? Snape gave a slight nod. Indeed. My lord, I can assure you of that. However, his current experience is still quite limited, which has led to numerous errors in the initial version. Nonetheless, the overarching direction holds immense value, and I have developed a comprehensive plan based on his original manuscript. Upon hearing this, Sir Granger understood completely. After all, being a student, he surely lacked experience. It was entirely normal for the proposal to contain errors. Once he graduates, he will undoubtedly become a master potion maker. At this moment, Granger was already contemplating recruiting him, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Severus, when you give the detailed report next week, be sure to bring him along so I can assess the capabilities of this new generation's potion genius. Upon receiving this request, a flicker of hesitation crossed Snape's eyes, but he eventually nodded in agreement. Granger, holding the documents, revealed an intense interest and extended an invitation to Snape. A slight smile curled at the corners of Snape's mouth, and he was more than willing. This was also why Snape had arrived a bit late to the office at the beginning. At that moment, he was seated in his office, studying the revised diagram for the brewing process of the polyjuice potion, gazing incredulously at the author of this chart, the inexperienced Hogwarts student. Devero Alexander. Chapter 49, New Insights on the Polyjuice Potion. Detention. Are you suggesting that with this new method, the lacewing flies can be brewed in just 7 days? Snape furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the process chart before him. Devero, on the other hand, kept his gaze fixed on the storeroom behind Snape, occasionally rubbing his hands together, his eyes betraying an eager anticipation. Responding to Snape's inquiry, Devero reluctantly tore his gaze away from the storeroom, filled with potion ingredients. Indeed, the crux of the matter lies in my substitution of the African tree snake's skin with the fangs of a silver-ringed snake. While this significantly increases toxicity, it certainly accelerates the production speed. Managing the toxicity is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to take an antidote half an hour after consumption. Of course, the foundation for this approach rests on the improved formula I devised earlier, which drastically reduces the use of dittany, thereby minimizing the body's rejection response. Listening to Devereaux's nonchalant remarks, Snape cast a serious glance at him, leaning back in his leather chair, staring up at the ceiling. He rested his hand on his forehead and slowly shook his head, murmuring, "Too dangerous." However, after a brief pause, Snape straightened up in his chair, his demeanor resembling that of someone who had just unraveled a century-old conundrum. Your line of thinking is perilous, yet perhaps it warrants exploration. At that moment, his eyes suddenly sharpened as they turned toward Devero. How could you conceive such an idea? Moreover, how did you come to understand the function of the venomous fangs of the silver-ringed snake? Devero, brimming with confidence regarding his proposition, boldly declared, "It is not particularly difficult to comprehend. I merely encountered a patient previously." No, wait. Devero abruptly recalled that this notion had arisen from his replication of Madame Pomfrey's entries, which incorporated a wealth of her medical knowledge and experience. How then could he elucidate his understanding of the snake's venom and the corresponding remedies? He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, Snape narrowed his eyes, leaning toward Devero like a serpentine predator. Alexander. I trust my instincts are not misguided. You did not. Snape's gaze bore down on Devero, causing his muscles to tense in apprehension, fearing an unwarranted slap. What could Snape possibly deduce? That he possessed an entry system? Surely not. Such a notion would elude even the most astute for a century. Yet, Snape's expression suggested an inkling of knowledge, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. You haven't clandestinely ventured into the restricted section, have you? Huh. Devero momentarily struggled to grasp Snape's implication. Stop feigning ignorance. Do you think I am unaware of the contents housed within the library's volumes? Snape's smile widened. Research on the silver-ringed snake among European wizards is scant. Our standard textbooks lack such material. During my academic years, I perused every tome on potions and herbs in the library, and none contained any mention of the silver-ringed snake. Snape's countenance radiated the ease of a victor. However, there happens to be a book in the restricted section entitled St. Mungo's Hospital Records of Magical Injuries, which includes a case of silver-ringed snake bites. You must have gleaned your knowledge from there, correct? Upon hearing this, Devero could hardly suppress the urge to applaud Snape. Good heavens! This was not merely a potion prodigy, but a veritable genius. The process was entirely erroneous, and the conclusion even more absurd. Nevertheless, it provided a plausible explanation for his sudden proficiency in potion knowledge, serving as an excellent excuse. Devero nodded in agreement. Indeed, Professor, I learned it from that source. Upon hearing this, Snape's smirk deepened, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping Devero. Then, Mr. Alexander, in light of your breach of school regulations by entering the restricted section without the instructor's consent, I shall impose a punishment of detention. Blast! Devero exclaimed, taken aback. The old bat had been awaiting him. Professor, this constitutes research. You cannot do this. Devero immediately pleaded with Snape. He hoped that, given his remarkable achievements, he might be granted some leniency. Although confinement is of little consequence for an adult soul like Devero, it would likely be overseen personally by that old bat, which would be unbearable. Upon hearing Devero's words, Snape seemed to suddenly recall something, retracting the cold smile from his face. He pondered over the flowchart on his desk. Observing Snape's reaction, Devero thought, could it be? Is Snape actually taking my words to heart? Has he turned over a new leaf? Does he intend to spare me from confinement? You are to come to my office every evening for the next week, Snape announced. At this, Devero felt as if his heart had sunk. A week of confinement. This punishment was as unbearable as being turned into a toad. But Professor, I merely ventured into the restricted section. A week seems excessively harsh. Devero realized the gravity of the situation. With Snape stating so, he knew he could not persuade him otherwise. Yet, he still sought to negotiate. Surely, he could at least keep Saturday and Sunday free for exploration of the castle. Oh, indeed, Snape nodded. Devero looked at him incredulously. You merely stepped into a place filled with thousands of ways to endanger yourself and the entire faculty. A week of confinement is indeed too severe. Perhaps I should consult the headmaster, who might consider expulsion a fitting alternative. Hearing this, Devero lowered his head once more. It was clear he was destined for confinement. Strangely enough, after sentencing Devero, Snape seemed to be in exceptionally good spirits. That twisted old bat. Devero cursed internally as he prepared to leave, casting a lingering glance at the storeroom, planning to return and empty it when Snape was absent. Oh, by the way, remember to keep your Friday afternoon free next week. I shall take you somewhere, Snape said, waving his wand. Suddenly, a quill began to inscribe words on parchment. Professor, where are you taking me? Devero inquired cautiously. After the quill finished writing a series of words, Snape personally took the pen, inscribing his name on the parchment before handing it to Devero. There you go, no more sneaking into the restricted section. I have a quota to allocate to students. You may borrow one book each week. Devero gazed down in astonishment. He had been granted permission to access the library and borrow any book without time restrictions. Signed, Severus Snape. Chapter 50, Snape's Intentions? The Privileged Monarch of Hogwarts. Devero sat somewhat dazed in a chair in the common room, holding the parchment. He observed his peers fervently scribbling away on their assignments for transfiguration and potions. However, Devero was exempt from such tasks. Why, you ask? It was because, after Snape handed him the parchment, he had been informed of the restrictions regarding borrowing from the restricted section and was urged to leave promptly. As Devero was about to be ushered out, he hastily raised his hand to pose a question to Snape. But Professor, what about my homework if I come every night? To his surprise, Snape merely scoffed at the inquiry. Homework? What homework? He pushed Devero out the door, gazing down at him as he stated, for a wizard like you, completing homework is merely a squandering of life and talent. Henceforth, you shall not need to submit any assignments. With a contemplative stroke of his chin, he added, as for other subjects, I shall confer with the professors. You are relieved from the burdens of school assignments. Now be gone. With that, he closed the door. leaving Devero in a state of disarray in the dungeon corridor. Is this lad truly a genius? Snape slumped into his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Initially, he had intended to discuss the new potion formula's improvements with Devero today. After all, as the youngest professor at Hogwarts, he was astounded by Devero's new formulation, yet believed he could identify minor flaws through his experience. He had planned to share these insights with Devero today, but unexpectedly, Devero presented a new proposal. Moreover, the academic terminology and illustrations were remarkably refined, resembling those of a seasoned teacher with many years of experience. More importantly, Devero's proposal rectified most of the previous issues. Good heavens! Snape buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the boy's astounding capabilities. The pace of his progress was inhuman. In comparison, his 30-plus years of experience seemed utterly trivial. A profound sense of worthlessness enveloped Snape. Where had this boy acquired such knowledge? Initially, he had intended to formally accept Devero as his apprentice today, to share all his magical materials and workspace, aiming to guide him better and prevent him from straying down the wrong path, avoiding the pitfalls Snape had previously encountered. However, Devero was nothing short of a prodigy. When he had explained his thought process earlier, it required not only potion knowledge, but also a strong intuition to comprehend. Snape, lacking such acute potion sensibility, found himself momentarily perplexed by Devero's patient elucidation. The scene resembled a teacher imparting knowledge to a student. Snape began to suspect that they might genuinely become master and apprentice. Before long, it might be uncertain who would call whom teacher. "My dear, your son is far more formidable than you," Snape murmured. Casting a glance at the large black book resting on the corner of his desk, he returned to the common room. Devero was still contemplating the lengthy conversation he had just had with Snape. Is this the treatment afforded to a genius? In less than a week since his arrival at school, he had already acquired several privileges: the freedom to choose his year group, permission to return late, unrestricted access to the office of the Slytherin head, and the ability to visit the restricted section of the library once a week. And now, he was even exempt from writing assignments? This was the life Devero had dreamt of for 2 lifetimes. He had evidently surpassed Harry, becoming the sovereign of privileges at Hogwarts. Of course, this was all contingent upon the fact that he had to see Snape every evening. What would transpire next Friday? Would it pertain to the Polyjuice potion? Devero furrowed his brow in thought. Moreover, Snape had even showcased those precious artifacts to him today, stating that he could use them freely. What was Snape truly after? Did he covet the results of the Polyjuice potion? A glimmer of insight sparked in Devero's eyes. This was indeed a possibility. Although in the original narrative, Snape appeared to be a man indifferent to fame and fortune, after all, he had brazenly opposed Gryffindor. One would expect him to behave more like Slughorn, thereby enhancing his reputation rather than spending a lifetime as a double agent, seemingly devoted to atonement. Nonetheless, this rationale could not be entirely dismissed. Upon this realization, Devero felt a wave of relief wash over him as he reclined in his chair. If Snape truly harbored such intentions, Devero would be rather pleased, for as a potentially once-in-a-millennium potion master, he found it exceedingly simple to create or improve upon potions. Bestowing the title of the Polyjuice Potion's innovator upon Snape could yield a treasure trove of potion materials and experimental environments within Hogwarts. Indeed, Devero would welcome such an opportunity. Yet, would Snape genuinely recognize my talent and wish to impart knowledge to this unworthy apprentice? The mere thought of it sent a shiver down Devero's spine. The damp chill of the Slytherin common room felt even more piercing, as if the very air had condensed into a frigid mist, enveloping him tightly. Devero instinctively huddled in his chair, attempting to wrap himself more snugly in his cloak. To be frank, Devero was undeniably tempted by Snape's extensive potion expertise. Professor Snape was widely regarded as the preeminent potion master in the magical realm, his knowledge and skills far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. With his personal guidance, Devero's potion proficiency would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. However, the thought of facing Snape's icy gaze and acerbic remarks each day filled him with trepidation. Where their essay will, their essay way. Perhaps if Snape were to be a bit greedy, it would be easier to manage. Devero rose from his chair, suddenly vexed, and slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I forgot to inquire about my family matters. Previously, Devero had planned to extract some information about his relatives from Snape. Contemplating the activation of the previously replicated blessing of love attribute upon Harry, Devero's attention was unexpectedly drawn to the storeroom. He then began elucidating his potion-making ideas to Snape, only to later rejoice in the delightful news of no homework, which completely caused Devero to forget his own task. It appears he would have to inquire next time. However, it was of little consequence, for there would be ample opportunities to meet Snape in the future. With a sigh, Devero grasped the parchment resting on the desk before him. Gazing at Snape's signature, a sudden smirk crept upon his lips. Indeed, he had never ventured into the restricted section. This was a perfect opportunity to enhance his exploration and perhaps discover some intriguing tomes. An evil glint appeared in his eye. For instance, That compendium of severe magical damage cases could certainly impart a few useful spells. Chapter 51. Selecting the Forbidden Dark Arts Tome. 13 Methods of Soul Transfer. I recall that back when I was singing a different tune, Lovegood mentioned that only a weak transfiguration wizard would attempt soul transfer. He brushed off the grime on his hands, shaking his head in disbelief. Devero, are you even a wizard? At present, he found himself within the confines of Hogwarts' restricted section. To be candid, even after a year in this magical realm, Devero was still unaccustomed to resolving matters solely through magic. For instance, he should have employed the levitation charm moments ago. Yet, he mused, if it came to confronting Malfoy, he would much prefer to take matters into his own hands. Shifting his gaze to the shelves, he noted that the restricted section lay deep within the library, devoid of sunlight. The shelves were laden with an array of ancient tomes. Some bore not a speck of dust, while others were cloaked in a layer of yellowed sand, possibly reflecting their varied subjects with unique effects. However, most of the book covers had turned yellow with age, their edges worn and frayed. Scattered between the shelves were several aged wooden tables, strewn with parchment, quills, and ink bottles. If one were to compare this area to the normal sections, Devero felt there was little difference. The primary distinction was the utter solitude. He was entirely alone here. Naturally, the books within possessed a heightened sense of sentience. Occasionally, some tomes emitted faint rustling sounds, as if whispering. Just as Devero had once heard wands and broomsticks converse, the books here too engaged in sporadic murmurs. He listened intently, discovering that most seemed to beckon him to read their whispered secrets. A twitch appeared at the corner of Devero's mouth. He dared not touch the books that called the loudest. What kind of book would be so eager for others to peruse it? There must be something sinister at play. This time, Devero's search was primarily for powerful spellbooks. Even if he could not locate a volume dedicated to the unforgivable curses, finding a book on curses would suffice. It is well known that dark curses can be broadly categorized into 3 types based on the degree of negative impact they impose. The first category comprises relatively harmless curses, such as the Coma Curse and the Obstruction Curse previously employed by Devero. These spells do not inflict any tangible bodily harm on their victims. The second category encompasses curses that can induce a certain degree of pain or injury, with the most renowned example being the Bat-Bogey Hex, a specialty of Ginny's, which Devero is particularly eager to master for the purpose of confronting Malfoy, a nostalgic recreation of a classic. Additionally, he harbors an interest in the Tooth-Splintering Hex, which he contemplated using against Hermione. However, he quickly dismissed this idea, realizing how dreadful it was, and instead resolved to reserve the anguish for Malfoy. The third category entails curses that can cause intense, even irreversible pain or injury. The most infamous among these are the 3 unforgivable curses, which Devero once aspired to learn. However, since Quirrell announced that he would demonstrate these spells in class, Devero felt less urgency and redirected his focus toward other incantations. Following his exploration of powerful spells, Devero sought out texts on invisibility. Previously, in the Room of Requirement, Riddle, who possessed the wilderness of knowledge, provided him with insights on the Disillusionment Charm, although he perceived some shortcomings, such as its lack of instantaneous casting. This limitation nearly led to him being caught by Flitch when he attempted to access a secret passage mentioned by the Weasley twins just 2 nights prior, at the ungodly hour of 4 in the morning, though he remained perplexed as to why Flitch was still awake. As Devero strolled through the restricted section, he found no books pertaining to invisibility. Instead, he stumbled upon a vast expanse of empty shelves, devoid of any tomes, a rather peculiar sight. Nevertheless, he was preoccupied with his quest for books on invisibility and paid it little heed. Following this, he encountered the transformation texts he had been perusing earlier. Truth be told, Transfiguration represented Devero's most significant weakness and was one of only 2 subjects he would be attending with first-year classmates the following week. Although he could transform a matchstick into various objects using microstructural transfiguration, it was evident that his grasp of these classroom teachings paled in comparison to Hermione and her academically gifted peers. Engaging with higher-year courses under such circumstances would be an exercise in futility, and Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly not permit it. In addition to transfiguration, he noted a second subject, history of magic. Devero reined in his wandering thoughts and continued to roam the restricted section. Admittedly, this was not the wisest choice, as Madame Pants was always lurking in the shadows, perhaps drawn by his dubious behavior. Despite Devero presenting the note from Snape permitting the loan, Madame Pants appeared to harbor considerable distrust towards the student's claims. She insisted on verifying the signature through magical means to ascertain its authenticity. At that moment, Devero comprehended why Snape had insisted on personally signing, even when a quill was readily available to him. It was because the librarian would conduct a thorough examination. Ultimately, there were no issues on that front. Madame Pants, still suspicious, relegated Devero to the restricted section. This could also be attributed to the impending closure of the library. Devero continued to survey the shelves dedicated to tomes on transfiguration-related dark magic. The utilization of vampiric arrays in object transfiguration, authored by Waldencris. The vampiric arrays purportedly enhance the efficacy of transfiguration, rendering the transformation process more precise and enduring. Intriguing, yet lacking in depth and comprehensiveness. Perhaps if he encountered a genuine vampire in the future, he might seek enlightenment. On to the next volume. Methods to Alleviate Transformational Pain. A Feasibility Discussion on Nerve Removal. By Alison Gray. To eliminate nerves in order to circumvent pain during transformation? That is rather grotesque. He would prefer to endure the agony rather than resort to such drastic measures. What on earth was the author contemplating? Moving on. Tracing the Origins of Transformed Objects. By Sebastian Moore. This book details methodologies and techniques for tracking and identifying the original forms of transformed entities. Quite fascinating. With numerous case studies, he would peruse this if nothing else caught his fancy tonight. Next, A Guide to Reverse Transfiguration of the Human Body by Eleanor Black. How does one transform a living being into an inanimate object? This is rather intriguing. Perhaps combining it with Moore's work could yield some fascinating applications. One must admit, Hogwarts possesses a profound depth of knowledge. Devero had already examined 3 shelves and had yet to exhaust the dark magic literature on transfiguration. It seemed to surpass even the publicly available tomes outside. Could it be that these forbidden texts ignited the creative impulses of wizards? A slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he proceeded toward another shelf. As he rounded a corner, bang. "Oh dear, my apologies," Devero exclaimed. Having collided with another individual, scattering several books across the floor, he hastily bent down to assist in retrieving them. The Book of Forbidden Spells, Curses and Counter-Curses. The Hidden Powers of Poisonous Spells. Upon seeing the titles, Devero realized they were all tomes on dark magic incantations. "Alexander, what brings you here?" Devero abruptly looked up, encountering someone he had not anticipated to see in this setting. Marcus Flint, the 5th-year Slytherin student and prefect. Chapter 52, The New Teaching Assistant for Defense Against the Dark Arts. In the depths of Hogwarts Castle, en route to the Slytherin common room. "Marcus, why are you still in the library at such a late hour?" Devero clutched the book titled How to Trace a Transformed Object and turned to the Slytherin prefect walking beside him, inquiring, Our 5th year is certainly not as leisurely as your 1st, as we must prepare for exams, which are quite challenging. I aspire to pursue a career in medicine and must achieve 6 outstanding grades." Marcus chuckled, one hand supporting the book while the other anxiously raked through his hair. "Moreover, I must excel in potions. You know how stringent Professor Snape is. One must attain excellence to continue attending his classes and participate in the subsequent examinations. Thus, one must exert considerable effort." Although Marcus appeared somewhat troubled, his spirits remained remarkably high. As he spoke, he couldn't help but pump his fist in enthusiasm. Devero observed his actions and felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that this Slytherin prefect would exude such a Gryffindor-like demeanor. Indeed, there are standardized examinations in the wizarding world, and this seems to represent the equivalent of their midterms. The difficulty appears considerable, especially since even the prefect, Marcus, is so anxious. The pressure it imposes on students is palpable. "Oh, by the way, why did you venture into the restricted section? And why did you acquire numerous books on dark magic?" Devero recalled their previous encounter and casually asked. "Oh, those. Professor Quirrell instructed me to retrieve them. I am now his teaching assistant for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Marcus eagerly flipped through the books in his possession, his face radiating pride. "Professor Quirrell?" Devero expressed surprise upon hearing the name, considering the man was possessed by Voldemort, making his actions rather perilous. Furthermore, the original text never mentioned Quirrell having a student assistant. Did the Defense Against the Dark Arts class actually have a teaching assistant? "How come I didn't see you in class before, Marcus?" Upon hearing this, Marcus's expression became even more smug. Actually, I was only approached by Professor Quirrell yesterday, on Thursday evening. Initially, I intended to decline, considering I have exams this year, and, as a prefect, I'm exceedingly busy. However, it is quite rare for a student to be asked by a professor to be an assistant, so I accepted." Devero's brow furrowed even more tightly. "Thursday evening? That was the same night he spoke with that class, wasn't he it?" And afterward, Quirrell sought out an assistant and retrieved a plethora of books from the restricted section. Is this all mere coincidence? Devero's expression turned grave. He couldn't shake the feeling that Quirrell might be up to something peculiar. Yet, according to the original narrative, Quirrell's primary objective should be to seize the Philosopher's Stone, and perhaps eliminate Harry in the process. Could he genuinely be aiming to enhance the quality of his teaching? Quirrell might be willing, but Voldemort certainly would not. Why would Quirrell seek a student within the school as an assistant? It seemed that no other professors engaged in such practices. Devero pressed on with his inquiries. Marcus clearly anticipated Devero's question. Indeed, previously, only graduates and wizards who had studied within the institution for several years could qualify for the position of teaching assistant. and this had to be confirmed the previous summer. Perhaps it was due to Professor Quirrell's inexperience in his first year that such an unusual situation arose, making it challenging to find candidates now. It seems that Professor Snape began as a teaching assistant, personally recommended by Dumbledore. It is said that I am the first student to serve as a teaching assistant in 50 years. A radiant smile spread across Marcus's face, evidently pleased by this recognition. As they spoke, the two reached the entrance of the common room. Alexander, you go ahead. I still need to deliver some books to Professor Quirrell. Marcus turned and uttered the weak S opening password to the stone wall. Pure blood. The wall slowly parted, revealing a passage wide enough for two. Just call me Devero. We ought to consider ourselves friends by now, Devero said, stepping into the secret passage and glancing back at Marcus with a smile. Haha, of course, good night, Devero. Marcus chuckled heartily and turned away, carrying a stack of forbidden books. As Devero watched his retreating figure, his expression grew serious. What exactly are Quirrell and Voldemort up to? He paused for a moment, until Marcus was out of sight, before exhaling slowly and shaking his head. Never mind. Their primary goals are either the Philosopher's Stone or Harry. I only need to keep an eye on these two matters, without worrying about anything else. With that thought, Devero turned and stepped into the Slytherin common room. On the first Sunday after the new students entered Hogwarts, in room of requirement on the 5th floor of the castle, it was evident that today's user had transformed the space into a potion lab. In the center stood a massive black stone table, covered with an array of magical tools and materials. Surrounding the table were several tall stools, each adorned with soft black leather cushions. The stone table was meticulously arranged with various glass bottles, metal canisters, and small bowls, each labeled with detailed descriptions, containing colorful liquids and powders, some even bubbling gently. One side of the lab featured a grand fireplace, ablaze with an ethereal blue flame that emitted light without warmth. This illumination likely considered the stability of potion materials, as the flame served solely to brighten the room. Beside the fireplace were several sturdy oak cabinets, neatly organized with various potion ingredients and magical tools, many appearing newly arrived, including remnants of animals soaked in potions and dried botanical specimens. On the opposite wall hung a large blackboard, upon which complex potion recipes and instructions were inscribed in white chalk. There are still some notes and charts. Upon careful examination, one may discern the two most frequently occurring terms: compound decoction and daily brewing process. Beside the black stone table at the center of the room, a diminutive blonde wizard, seemingly no taller than the height of an adult's ribcage, busily flits about, engaged in various tasks while muttering incantations. It's too late. It's too late. Finally, he paused, frustration overwhelming him as he cradled his head in his hands, staring at the bubbling blue liquid in the cauldron before him. Damn it. Is it truly impossible to complete this in a single day? Chapter 53, Upgrading the Attributes. Progress on all fronts. The pot of blue liquid was poured into a small jar for preservation. I simply do not understand. Is there truly no alternative to the lunar essence of the flowing grass? After Devero dealt with the aftermath of his latest experiment, he began to pace around the laboratory. At this moment, Devero found himself in the room of requirement, where his current desire was for a laboratory dedicated solely to brewing potions, one that would remain undiscovered by others. Clearly, he had succeeded in his endeavor this time, and there were no signs of Voldemort's Horcruxes. It appeared that as long as Devero refrained from entering the room where the items were hidden, the room of requirement remained safe. Thus, upon realizing this point, he had transferred a portion of the potion ingredients from Snape's storeroom directly into this space yesterday. As of now, Snape had yet to notice, and it was uncertain how he would feel about it later. Devero pondered the expression Snape might display and couldn't help but chuckle. Professor, you did say I could use them freely. I am merely following your orders. He plopped down onto a high stool beside the square table and took out a sheet of paper. This week had indeed felt interminable. It was time to take stock of his current achievements and future plans. Seizing a quill, Devero inscribed a phrase, Attribute Collection Progress. Contemplating, he shifted his gaze to the panel he had scarcely observed over the past few days. Host, Devero Alexander. Age, 11 years. Identity, first-year student at Hogwarts, seasoned potioneer. Spell repository, Levitation Charm, Mastery. Armor Charm, Mastery. Microstructure Transmutation Charm, Proficient. Carried attributes, Transcendent, Unique. Magical Prodigy, Unique. Potion Spirit, Red. Savior, Red. Genius Wandmaker, Gold. Guardian of Love, Gold. Exam Virtuoso, Purple. Trickster Inventor, Purple. Explorer, Purple. Attribute Repository, Unique, 2. Red, 2. Gold, 3. Purple, 13. Blue, 326. Green, 3679. White, 32371. Pet, AEL, Magical Pouch Toad. Items, Attribute Upgrade Card X1. Spell Proficiency Card X1. Wand, Rosewood. Wisdom of the Ancients. Meditation Technique of the Revered Sound. Number of Magical Realm Explorations, 3. I have already accumulated 13 purple attributes. I can now elevate one of them to gold. Which one shall I choose? Every day that Devero spent at Hogwarts, he would replicate a purple entry. Once he accumulated 10 of these purple entries, he could elevate one to a golden entry. During the recent holiday, Devero, not mingling with his Gryffindor peers, engaged with several upperclassmen from Slytherin to load the magical talent, purple, entry. He decided it was time to enhance the exam genius, purple, entry, considering the forthcoming courses at Hogwarts would be attended alongside older students. He realized that if his learning capabilities fell short, he would be at a disadvantage. Thus, the priority for upgrading this entry was paramount among all his purple entries. Devero promptly requested the fusion of 10 purple entries from his library. Ding! Entry fusion and upgrade in progress. Entry fusion and upgrade successful. In an instant, Devero felt a peculiar lightness in his head, as if he were on the verge of ascending into the sky. Faced with this odd sensation, he immediately opened his entry library to discover a new golden entry displayed before him. However, the name struck him as rather peculiar. King of Exams, Gold. You possess an extraordinary cerebral capacity, granting you an unparalleled advantage in any examination-oriented learning. Your perception of exam focal points is remarkably acute, and no peculiar actions of teachers escape your keen eye. Why is this entry so extreme? Devero's lips twitched slightly. He aimed for an entry that would facilitate swift learning, not one solely focused on examinations. Although the outcomes might be similar, the means of achieving them cast doubt on whether he might become merely a rote learner. Furthermore, the description of cerebral capacity made him question if his earlier sensation of lightheadedness was due to a lack of substance in his intellect. Shaking his head, Devero decided to set aside concerns about the entry for now. After all, he would attend upperclassmen' courses next week. He would assess its efficacy then. Thus, Devero inscribed a second sentence on the parchment, Exploration of Hogwarts Castle. This was indeed what he was currently engaged in. He summoned the specialized panel for secret exploration. Current Wizarding Secret Realm, Hogwarts Castle. Current exploration progress, 288. Gazing at this progress bar, Devero couldn't help but scratch his head. After a week of intensive nocturnal explorations, having thoroughly surveyed all visible structures and traversed every secret passage known to the Weasley twins, the results were far from satisfactory. He hadn't even reached the minimal threshold of 30, nor could he acquire a single spell proficiency card from the system. Devero found himself truly at a loss. Truly, it was a school established by the 4 founding figures. The castle depicted in the original text likely represented less than a third of its true expanse. Very well. Next I will wait for a month to load Heir of Slytherin from Quirrell, complete the exploration of the Chamber of Secrets, acquire the potion proficiency card, and casually subdue a basilisk. Devero then promptly notes Basilisk of the Chamber in the next line. Although the basilisk is quite perilous, by that time, Devero will have already become the heir of Slytherin. Surely, it would grant him some consideration, wouldn't it? Continuing on, Devero writes another line. Improvements to the Polyjuice Potions formula, along with the brewing of other advanced potions. This past week has proven to be remarkably productive in this regard. Despite the fact that improvements to the Polyjuice Potion still do not allow for its completion within a single day, as long as the full moon appears, the brewing speed will undoubtedly exceed the previous proposal provided to Snape. He wonders what Snape's reaction will be upon receiving this new proposal. Devero muses with satisfaction, recalling that he has already astonished Snape twice this week with the Polyjuice Potion. Has he grown desensitized to it? Chuckling softly, Devero turns his gaze back to the potion ingredients laid out on the table. In addition to the Polyjuice Potion, he is also brewing other high-level potions, such as those required for becoming an animagus. Previously, Devero had not pursued the idea of becoming an animagus primarily because the required materials were exceedingly difficult to procure. However, now that Snape has willingly offered up his storeroom, it must be prioritized. Thus far, this is the extent of his progress in potion making. At this moment, Devero suddenly pauses, his expression turning serious. He inscribes on the parchment, Defense Against the Dark Arts, the 3 Unforgivable Curses. Chapter 54, Undercurrents. Anomaly at the Ollivander. Is Voldemort attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts once more? Devero contemplates grimly, his brow furrowed, a hint of worry evident in his gaze. Over the past few days, he has frequently spotted Marcus wandering the library, burdened with a pile of dark magic tomes, hurriedly making his way to Quirrell's office. What troubles him even more is Marcus's visibly exhausted demeanor, his pallor and weariness unmistakable. Devero scratches his head in distress, his fingers weaving through his soft, golden hair, leaving a few disheveled traces. He sighs. After all, Marcus is one of the few individuals he holds in high regard within Slytherin. He does not wish for him to be ensnared in the impending conflict of the wizarding world, nor does he desire to see him serve Voldemort as a mere pawn. Yet, the current situation, venturing to the office at night alone with Quirrell, surely spells trouble if this trend continues. Devero rises, his heart brimming with conflict and turmoil. On one hand, He is deeply concerned for Marcus's safety, unwilling to witness a friend fall into peril. On the other hand, he cannot act impulsively, for he still needs to extract a crucial entry from Voldemort. He cannot afford to apprehend him so hastily. What a dilemma. Never mind. I shall complete the study of the 3 unforgivable curses next week and then report him. I cannot disregard the life of a friend. Determined, Devero set out to find Dumbledore and disclose Quirrell's misdeeds, with plans to capture him subsequently. As for the Crimson entry concerning Voldemort, Devero reluctantly resolved to part with it. Thus, the plan was firmly established. What else did I want to consider? Ah yes, at the very bottom of the parchment, Devero inscribed a small note. He gazed at the final word, furrowing his brow. Throughout the week, Devero had already pinned a letter to the editor of the Quibbler, none other than Luna's father, Mr. Lovegood, using the school's owl. Yet, nearly a week had passed. He would check the tower shortly to see if that owl had forgotten to deliver his letter. It seemed that the school owls were rather unenthusiastic about him, for reasons unknown. He raised his hand, gently caressing the scars that had healed, a faint smile of bitterness gracing his features. The last time he had delivered a letter, several owls had joined forces to peck at him furiously, leaving multiple bloodstains on his hands. Had they not been school property, Devero would have long since captured them, plucked their feathers, and thrown them into a pot for a stew. Regarding the study of microstructures, he planned to replicate Professor McGonagall's entry on Transfiguration beasts next week and upgrade it to a Crimson entry, which would likely yield significant progress. Contemplating this, the corners of Devereaux's mouth lifted slightly, an excited glimmer flashing in his eyes. He had been holding onto an entry upgrade card, waiting for the cooldown period of the golden entry to elapse. Once next Monday arrived, he could replicate another golden entry. He resumed his seat, picked up his quill, and added a few more lines to the parchment. Furthermore, concerning the issue of tracing the origins of transfigured objects, having perused some material yesterday, he found the difficulty quite formidable. Now, with the king of exams at hand, he intended to test the effects of this entry. Devero turned his body, drawing his wand from his waist, and tapped it on the head of the house elf by the fireplace. He then reached inside, laboriously extracting a hefty tome titled How to Trace a Transfigured Object. Placing the book on the table, he gently brushed away the dust and mysterious stains from the cover with the back of his hand. His fingers glided along the spine, feeling the leather texture and the marks of time. The pages were slightly yellowed, the edges somewhat worn, yet it was overall well preserved. He inhaled deeply and slowly opened the pages, settling onto his stool to continue reading. Go away, don't make me take action. After nearly an afternoon spent engrossed in the book, he departed from the room of requirement and entered the Ollery in the tower. At that moment, he found himself waving his wand and shouting at a pair of owls that were swooping towards him. Damn it, why didn't I learn a spell to repel birds? Devero's arms had already been pecked with 7 or 8 bloody wounds. For some inexplicable reason, this time the owls seemed to harbor an even greater animosity towards him. Although seething with anger, Devero ultimately withdrew from the owl shed with quickened steps, gasping for breath as he leaned against the exterior wall of the shed. It was only then that he could finally catch his breath. What have I done to deserve this in my past life? Why are you so relentless? Devero lamented, gazing at his bloodied arms, tears welling in his eyes. Fortunately, he had previously accessed Madame Pomfrey's entry on her remarkable healing skills and could attend to his wounds. With a wave of his wand, the injuries on his arms healed significantly, though some marks remained that would require a scar-removing potion for proper treatment. Once he had managed to tend to his wounds, Devero glared furiously at the owl shed. While a forceful entry was not out of the question, he still relied on these owls to deliver his correspondence. After all, he had no owl of his own. If he were to cast a protective spell and break their beaks, it would surely incite their ire even further. Just as Devero found himself in a quandary, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Devero, what are you doing here? He turned swiftly, his face lighting up with joy. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the savior of the magical world, Harry Potter. Harry stood there alone, holding what appeared to be a bread box, gazing at Devero in astonishment. Oh Harry, your arrival has saved my life, Devero exclaimed, stepping forward to clasp Harry's shoulder, revealing his injured arm. I merely came to see if my letters had arrived, but for some reason, the owls in this shed went wild upon seeing me, and I've been pecked several times. Harry, upon noticing the still fresh blood on Devero's arm, displayed a look of shock, evidently taken aback by the ferocity of the owls. Then, Devero patted Harry's shoulder, smiling brightly as he spoke. So Harry, could you do me a favor and help me find an owl named Vega? It's the one that delivers my letters. No problem at all. With Hedwig around, those owls won't dare to bother me. Just wait a moment, Harry replied, grinning widely, and without hesitation, he entered the shed with the bread box in hand. Devero let out a sigh of relief, giving a thumbs up to Harry's retreating figure. Truly, he was the savior, ever so willing to lend a hand. Thus, Devero stood outside the shed, waiting for Harry. He suspected Harry had come to improve Hedwig's diet, which was why he carried a box of bread. However, Devero guessed that Hedwig would barely have a bite before the other owls snatched it away. After a while, Devero heard Harry calling out Vega's name within the shed. Suddenly, he heard, Devero. Suddenly, Harry let out a piercing scream. In an instant, countless owls burst forth from the shed, seemingly fleeing for their lives into the distance. Harry, what is wrong? Devero immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Something had gone awry inside. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the shed, undeterred by the possibility of being pecked by the remaining owls. Fortunately, by that time, not a single owl remained within the shed. Looking up, he found Harry kneeling in a corner, appearing to be relatively unscathed. Devero breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a disheveled and lifeless owl lying in front of Harry. Recognizing it as the very owl, Vega, that had previously delivered his messages, a wave of dread washed over him. Hearing the commotion, Harry turned to face the approaching Devero, his complexion pale and lips trembling. Devero, Vega is dead. It was just killed by magic. Chapter 55, Harry's Disturbance? It's coming for me. Do not fear, Harry. Are you injured? Devero stepped forward, supporting Harry by the shoulders, feeling the slight tremor of his body. He quickly led him to the entrance of the shed. It was alive just moments ago. I wanted to give it a piece of bread, and then it just, Harry stammered, anguish etched across his face as he pressed his forehead. His eyes filled with despair. His pallor intensified, beads of sweat forming on his brow, rendering him exceedingly weak. Devero gently patted Harry's back, murmuring, It's all right, Harry. Everything will be fine. You have me by your side, and you know I'm capable. Do not worry. While comforting Harry, he kept a vigilant eye on Vega. His left hand gripping his wand tightly, his fingers turning pale from the strain, ever ready to defend against any threat. Harry slightly raised his gaze to meet Devereaux's resolute eyes and slowly exhaled, Thank you, Devero. A faint, strained smile appeared on his face. Though confusion lingered in his eyes as he continued, I just saw Vega flying towards me, and then there was a flash of green light, and it died right before me. With that, Harry pressed his forehead again, emitting a low groan of pain. I don't know why, but I just know it's dead. His words grew increasingly frantic, his expression contorting into one of terror, his pupils narrowing ominously. Devero sensed the change, and his eyes gleamed with urgency. This was not right. He quickly wrapped his arms around Harry's waist and pressed his wand against Harry's temple. A slight twist, and the horrific expression on Harry's face eased, his body going limp as he collapsed into Devereaux's embrace. Devero swiftly laid Harry against the outer wall of the owl shed, his movements both gentle and swift, having learned the painless anesthetic spell from Madame Pomfrey. Harry, take a moment to rest. I shall manage everything, Devero whispered softly. He then rose and directed his wand towards the heavens, unleashing a striking crimson flare. During their inaugural lesson in charms, Professor Flitwick had imparted to them the most fundamental signal for assistance in the wizarding world, a red spark. However, there was no assurance that Dumbledore or the other professors would perceive it. What to do now? Devero's brow furrowed in distress. He could not abandon Harry, yet he could not leave Vega's lifeless body unattended either. Based on Harry's prior description, he was utterly convinced that it was the killing curse. Yet, Harry remained unscathed due to the protective love bestowed upon him by his mother. Thus, Vega's so-called demise by magic was nothing more than a fatal consequence of his own casting of the curse. Damn it, he's coming for me. Devero's expression darkened. The letter previously sent to Lovegood had undoubtedly attracted this dark wizard's assault. He had not anticipated such malevolence. To resort to the killing curse against a mere first-year wizard. Had it not been for the interference of the owls in the Ollery, Devero would have sought out Vega himself. In that moment of unpreparedness, a killing curse would have left him with no chance of evasion. It was Harry who had taken that blow for him. Devero looked at the unconscious Harry with sorrow. He understood that even if Harry had not been harmed by the curse, the green light surely evoked memories of the fateful night when Voldemort had sought his life as an infant. It was even possible that some resonance occurred with the Horcrux within Harry, causing the familiar pain in his forehead and potentially leading to signs of losing control. Drawing from his previous experience in the Room of Requirement, Devero speculated that this Horcrux might very well awaken. He harbored suspicions that Voldemort's Horcrux in this timeline appeared to possess a greater degree of sentience than in the original narrative. The vertical pupils that had manifested in Harry's eyes earlier were evidence of this. Thus, it was imperative that someone remain vigilant by Harry's side. Just as Devero grappled with his dilemma, a booming roar echoed through the air. Harry, what has happened to you? The voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath him. Devero's expression brightened, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. The person he had awaited had finally arrived. Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hagrid dashed towards Harry, who lay beside the shed. Hey, Hagrid, I need your help. Devero attempted to speak. But Hagrid's focus was solely on Harry. Devero's voice faded into insignificance amidst Hagrid's hurried footsteps, and he worried that Hagrid might inadvertently collapse the shed. Concern and urgency etched across Hagrid's face as sweat dripped down his cheeks, pooling on the ground. Harry! Harry! Wake up! Please wake up! After calling Harry's name several times in vain, Hagrid bent down. Gingerly, Hagrid lifted Harry into his arms. Though his movements were somewhat rough, they were imbued with tenderness and concern. Turning to the side where Devero stood, Hagrid's eyes were filled with urgency and anxiety. Harry, what has happened to him? Hagrid exclaimed, nearly shouting at Devero, his voice trembling noticeably. However, Devero remained remarkably composed, quickly gathering his thoughts. Harry was attacked by a dark wizard transformed into an owl, and he used the killing curse. What? Hagrid's expression grew even more strained, tears beginning to well in his eyes. He instinctively drew Harry closer, as if fearing he might vanish from his embrace. Devero, alarmed, worried that if not restrained, Hagrid might inadvertently crush Harry in his distress. Do not worry. He has merely lost consciousness. He is still alive, Devero urged, striving to maintain Hagrid's focus. I need you to assist me in helping Harry. Devero shouted as loudly as he could, which barely managed to calm Hagrid down. Wiping away his tears, Hagrid's gaze remained fraught with worry and unease. What do you want me to do to save Harry? He stammered, clearly flustered. Devero let out a sigh of relief. Hagrid was finally willing to listen. Stepping forward with a serious demeanor, he instructed, Hagrid, I need you to take Harry to the hospital wing immediately, and then seek out Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore. If you encounter any professors along the way, summon them. Also, instruct the students to keep their distance. Do you understand? Hagrid nodded through his sobs. All right, I'll go now. He dashed toward Hogwarts Castle, cradling Harry tightly. Watching Hagrid's retreating figure, Devero exhaled deeply and turned his gaze to the lifeless body within the shed. Although it was highly likely that the individual was deceased, after all, creating a Horcrux was no small feat, caution remained paramount. Devero cracked his neck, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. It was finally time to focus on the threat heading his way. Chapter 56, Flawless Transformation. A mysterious organization? With a flick of his wand, Protego, a transparent shield materialized before Devero, enveloping him entirely. The surface of the shield glimmered softly, resembling an invisible barrier. At this juncture, Devero's magical prowess allowed him to cast the shield charm with ease, perhaps even more effectively than some upperclassmen. Lifting his gaze toward the interior of the shed, he fixed his eyes on the lifeless body of Viga sprawled on the ground. Contemplating momentarily, he narrowed his eyes and raised his arm once more. Quickly bind, he declared, casting the incantation. Pointing his wand at the shed, a silver beam shot forth from its tip, dispersing into multiple streams of light. In an instant, the various doors and windows of the shed, which typically allowed owls to enter and exit, slammed shut as if secured by an unseen force. Silver light seeped through the cracks of the door and window, signifying the activation of the confinement spell. Devero sat cross-legged before the shed, his wand firmly grasped in hand, swiftly regulating his breath. Even though his adversary had lain motionless on the ground for a quarter of an hour, approaching to investigate remained perilous. Thus, he resolved to enter a state of perception through meditation, akin to his previous experience in the Hall of Wishes. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, feeling the surrounding air become fresh and tranquil as the clutter of thoughts in his mind gradually dissipated. His consciousness began to expand, seemingly transcending the boundaries of the physical realm, entering another dimension. Gradually, a mist enveloped Devero, which slowly receded into the distance. His perception widened, and his magical essence intertwined with his awareness, transforming into delicate blue threads that extended through the crack of the door into the shed, enveloping all his senses within its confines. He felt as if his very being had immersed in the gray fog, allowing him to sense every subtle change within the shed. The air was laced with the scents of hay and bird droppings. Viga's body lay silently on the ground, devoid of breath and heartbeat, stripped of all vital signs. Devero's perceptive threads traversed the high perches frequented by the owls, gradually approaching the lifeless form of Viga on the floor. The threads danced gracefully in the air, as if imbued with life, meticulously exploring every corner until he confirmed the absence of further threats within the shed. Taking a deep breath, Devero guided the threads to ascend Viga's body, feathers, skin, beak, his perception enveloping the entirety of the owl in an attempt to uncover any unusual signs. He distinctly sensed that Viga's body had begun to stiffen, the signs of death becoming apparent. The more he explored, the more furrowed his brow became. He could only perceive that the Viga before him was an ordinary owl, not a grotesque transformation of a dark sorcerer. There was no discordant element in its form. The creature's body was perfectly natural. Devero found himself profoundly perplexed, murmuring under his breath. Could it be an animagus? Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion, reasoning that it was impossible. Each animagus is unique. How could one resemble an owl from Hogwarts so perfectly? This was utterly bizarre. Clearly, mere observation of the exterior would yield no answers. Resolutely, Devero utilized the perceptive threads to gradually navigate through the bodily openings and delve into the owl's interior. This process proved smoother than anticipated. He had previously encountered cases of owls in tracing the origins of transformed objects, combined with Madame Pomfrey's medical knowledge, who occasionally treated the school as owls. Having a certain understanding of the internal structure of owls, he swiftly employed a thread to penetrate Viga's body. As the thread delved deeper, Devero's heart gradually sank. He had anticipated discovering some anomalous structures or traces of magic, yet in reality, everything he perceived was extraordinarily standard. The internal organs of the owl were meticulously arranged, with blood vessels and nerves distributed flawlessly, and the skeletal structure was impeccable. This was inconceivable, Devero murmured softly, a hint of despair lacing his voice. He searched the entire room again, hoping to find any clue. However, aside from Viga's lifeless body on the ground, he found nothing. Standard. Too standard. So standard that it felt somewhat rigid, somewhat discordant. Boom. A thunderclap exploded in Devero's mind. These characteristics reminded him of a spell, one he believed no one in this world could wield. An exceedingly standard, exceedingly scientific spell, yet one that was extremely arduous for an ordinary wizard to master. The microstructural transmutation spell. Devero's pupils constricted sharply, and his heartbeat quickened. Indeed, this was the very reason he intended to send a letter to Lovegood. It was due to his encounter with an indescribable, terrifying existence in the microscopic realm. Although he had not directly mentioned it in the letter he sent, it was indeed connected to transmutation. This had drawn the attention of certain individuals. They were linked to that terrifying existence in the microscopic world. As these thoughts flooded his mind, Devero was instantly drenched in cold sweat. It dawned on him that in this world, within the magical realm, Voldemort was not the only terrifying threat. Although he had been targeted by the horrifying existence in the microscopic world, Devero thought that as long as he refrained from re-entering, he would be safe. Yet, unexpectedly, a simple letter had attracted the pursuit of dark wizards capable of casting the killing curse. They must have also mastered the microstructural transmutation spell, and to a degree far beyond his own. Devero contemplated gravely. He could not speculate on the adversary's intentions nor discern their strength. He did not even know who his opponent was. Good heavens, this was insurmountably difficult. Certainly, it was beyond his capacity to handle. He must inform Dumbledore. Devero felt immense regret for not having conveyed the threat from the microscopic realm to Professor McGonagall earlier. Yet at that time, he had not foreseen that it would lead to a pursuit. Abruptly, Devero extricated himself from his meditative state. The mist dissipated. Just as he intended to take a breath, having had more than enough of the stench of bird droppings in the shed, he inhaled deeply, only to be assailed by a pungent aroma of garlic that nearly made him choke. Devero abruptly looked up and beheld the last person he wished to encounter at that moment, Professor Quirrell. Good grief. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Chapter 57, Quirrell in Hogwarts Castle. A middle-aged man, his head adorned with a heavy purple scarf, was currently instructing his assistant on various matters. Marcus. To truly master the art of defense against the dark arts, one must first comprehend dark magic. This is beyond doubt, as many pureblood families uphold this tradition. His tone was gentle and inviting, a stark contrast to his previously sharp voice. The burly boy beside him wore a troubled expression. Professor, I am uncertain. Upon noticing the boy's discomfort, Quirrell placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder, sighing softly and shaking his head slightly. Ah, I understand your apprehension towards dark magic. After all, you do not hail from a pure wizarding lineage. This is understandable. However, as my assistant, lacking a firm grasp in this area may hinder your effectiveness. He then lowered his hand slowly. It is of no consequence. I shall not pressure you. Such matters can indeed prove too daunting for a student. We can find another pure-blood wizard for the role. There surely exists someone capable. With that, Quirrell turned as if to leave. Marcus, suddenly flustered, hurriedly grasped Quirrell's arm. No, please, Professor, I genuinely wish to be your assistant. Quirrell, upon hearing this, barely concealed a sly smile. Ah, how easily children waver. A flicker of harshness appeared in his eyes. But this is insufficient. Quirrell halted, his gaze piercing as he regarded Marcus, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Marcus instinctively recoiled, unable to meet that steely stare. Mr. Flint, I trust one was quite clear earlier? Quirrell's hand lifted slightly, effortlessly brushing aside Marcus's grasp on his sleeve. Your abilities are woefully inadequate. Of the tasks I assigned you these past days, have you managed to complete even one satisfactorily? You are not only incompetent, but also rather obstinate. As you stand now, you possess neither the qualifications nor the understanding to be my assistant. Is there something you fail to comprehend? Marcus stood frozen, his gaze somewhat vacant, as if doused in icy water during the depths of winter. He trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed by the chastisement. Quirrell, observing the boy's state, nearly struggled to suppress a grin. Severus, your method of speech is truly effective. It can effortlessly shatter a student's pride. He felt a sense of satisfaction at Marcus's current demeanor, a reward for the demanding tasks he had assigned him in recent days, exhaustion, lack of rest, and the disparity in their teacher-student dynamic. Now, utilizing Snape's cold rhetoric was all part of the strategy to penetrate the defenses of this Slytherin prefect, compelling him to submit entirely. This was the art of manipulation that Voldemort had imparted to him. "Oh, Master, your greatness is unparalleled," Quirrell marveled inwardly. Yet he maintained the faade, striding purposefully out of the room. It seemed as though not a single opportunity was to be afforded to the youth before him. Watching as Chilo distanced himself, Marcus remained in a daze. Suddenly, another voice echoed, "All right, Flint, enjoy the weekend well with your fellow classmates. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the weekend." No, how could I possibly be outdone by those brainless, pure-blooded fools? This is inconceivable. Marcus roared internally. He dashed forward, arms outstretched, blocking Chilo's path. "Professor, grant me another chance. I am capable of anything." At that moment, Marcus's face contorted with urgency and anger. Were it not for the need to maintain appearances, Chilo would have burst into laughter. The lad had practically fallen into his trap. Yet, he had to feign composure. Chilo struggled to keep a straight face, wishing to play coy a little longer. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from nearby, "Professor Chilo!" The force of the call shook the very glass around them. Frowning slightly at the interruption, Chilo thought, "Who dares to ruin my plans at this moment?" But his expression changed swiftly as a colossal figure rushed toward him, weeping and shouting. In that instant, Chilo contemplated drawing his wand to cast a lethal curse upon the intruder. However, being within Hogwarts and with Dumbledore present, he stifled the impulse, gripping his wand tightly, prepared to unleash a spell at a moment's notice. "Professor Chilo, a dark wizard has breached the school." In the Ollery, Hagrid bellowed, racing past Chilo, tears streaming down his face, with ping-pong ball-sized drops cascading down. "Harry has collapsed. I must hurry him to the infirmary. There's a Slytherin still there. I'm sorry, I can't attend to him." He dashed away, and in the blink of an eye, Hagrid's figure vanished from sight. What? Chilo's pupils dilated, and Marcus was equally alarmed. Instinctively fearful of dark wizards, upon hearing that a Slytherin remained alone in their confrontation, he swiftly drew his wand and prepared to run toward the Ollery. "What do you think you are doing?" Chilo shouted, halting Marcus in his tracks. "Professor, a student may be killed by the dark wizard. I must go save him." Marcus shouted back, refusing to slow his pace. Chilo's expression darkened. With a flick of his wand, he exclaimed, "Fool! Petrificus totalis." A beam of light struck the fleeing Marcus, and he collapsed instantly. Chilo approached, glaring at Marcus. "Is that where you think you can go? When the spell wears off, report to my office, and we shall discuss your role as a teaching assistant then." As he spoke, he made his way towards the Ollery. Marcus, having painstakingly brainwashed his puppet, could never allow him to march towards certain death. A dark wizard? Intruding upon Hogwarts? At that moment, Quirrell was utterly bewildered. Had this occurred before his encounter with the Dark Lord, he would have certainly attributed the situation to Voldemort's machinations, anticipating a confrontation with Dumbledore. However, with his master residing behind his very thoughts, it was simply inconceivable that Voldemort was involved. Who else possessed the audacity to launch an assault on Hogwarts and the boy who miraculously survived? What were their origins? A sudden wave of fear washed over Quirrell as he grappled with the prospect of facing an unknown adversary. He felt compelled to investigate. A whisper, audible only to Quirrell, extinguished all his trepidation. Chapter 58. The Oblivion Charm? The Tindelos Hermetic Society. Hogwarts. Outside the Ollery. "Alexander, by any means, I believe he is merely an owl," Quirrell remarked sharply as he stepped out of the shelter, surveying his surroundings. "Alexander, where are you?" Just moments ago, Devero, emerging from his meditative state, had been quite startled by Quirrell's presence. Fortunately, Voldemort was likely still rational enough not to harbor murderous intent towards an ordinary student. Thus, Devero recounted the recent events to Quirrell, deliberately omitting any mention of the intricate structural transfiguration. Such formidable magic must not draw Voldemort's attention. He simply shared his experiences since arriving at the Ollery. Moreover, another unsuspecting guinea pig had arrived. How could Devero let this opportunity slip? He promptly urged Quirrell to investigate. "Professor, this is exceedingly dangerous. A dark wizard has infiltrated the school. You must go in and check." Devero was quite certain of the urgency. Upon hearing these words, Quirrell momentarily revealed a hint of cowardice, yet quickly masked it. Without further ado, he lifted the binding spell Devero had cast, opened the door to the shelter, and entered, kindly closing the door behind him to shield Devero from the unfolding situation, much to Devero's frustration. As for Devero's whereabouts, he had certainly fled. After all, who would wish to remain alone with a Death Eater? He was far from ready to meet his end. The moment Quirrell shut the door, screams erupted from the castle, signaling a clear disturbance. The professors would undoubtedly arrive shortly. To his surprise, upon reaching the castle, he immediately collided with Professor McGonagall, whose countenance was grim and urgent. Before her, Devero felt no need to conceal anything, laying bare the truth. His correspondence with Lovegood, Harry's encounter with the killing curse, and his suspicion that someone had transformed into an owl to attack him. All of it was divulged to Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing this, McGonagall's face flushed with anger. "Alexander, did I not instruct you to refrain from pursuing this matter? I have warned you that it is perilous." Taking a deep breath to suppress her fury, Professor McGonagall commanded, "Now, we must go to the infirmary. You require a medical examination. Other professors are there, and it is quite safe. No wandering off, understand?" Devero nodded repeatedly and hastened towards the infirmary. As he entered, he was greeted by a remarkably reassuring figure, Albus Dumbledore. The elderly man, with his silver hair, was seated beside Harry's bed. Devero's expression lit up momentarily. Suddenly, a pleasant chime echoed, signifying new spell acquired. Upon hearing this delightful notification, his brow furrowed, and he hesitated at the threshold. Uncertain whether to proceed, he was startled when Dumbledore glanced up, noticing him standing at the door. A knowing smile crept across Dumbledore's face as he approached. "Devero, let us speak outside, otherwise Madame Pomfrey will shoo us away." Devero mechanically nodded, his mind swirling with countless questions for Dumbledore. Why, amidst such chaos, was he so calmly conversing with him? Who was the assailant? And why had he employed a memory charm on Harry? Minnie has gone. I feel quite reassured. Furthermore, I can confidently assert that there are no dark wizards within the campus at present. So, shall we sit here and have a chat? Dumbledore led Devero to a secluded area of the castle, away from the bustling students and faculty. The serene grassland and ancient trees enveloped them in tranquility. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured 2 comfortable chairs and gestured for Devero to sit. He then casually offered Devero a dark morsel. Devero promptly waved it away, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his face. "Thank you, Professor, but I shall pass." Dumbledore's earlier remark had indeed addressed Devero's initial question, yet it only deepened his curiosity regarding the identity of the assailant. How peculiar. Dumbledore mused softly, a note of regret in his voice. He placed the black object in his mouth and began to chew contentedly, a look of delight spreading across his features. Devero could not help but furrow his brow, but chose not to comment further. "Professor, I shall be direct. Who are they? Why do they wish to kill me?" At this moment, Devero had no intention of beating around the bush. He directly inquired of Dumbledore regarding the matter that weighed heavily on his mind. Upon hearing Devero's question, Dumbledore slowly lifted his gaze towards the heavens, the amber sunset reflecting from his azure eyes, casting a warm glow around him. He paused momentarily, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After several seconds, Dumbledore turned to Devero, his voice remarkably calm. "They worship Tindelos, an elusive and incomprehensible horror. Tindelos manifests when wizards venture into dimensions not their own, either driving them away or meeting them with death. The Tindelos cult was originally dedicated to the study of the microscopic structures of objects and the transmutation based upon that knowledge. However, at some point, they faded into obscurity, ceasing their public activities and even cloaking their research from the outside world, leaving only a scant few with any understanding of Tindelos." Dumbledore spoke with an even tone, as if recounting a commonplace occurrence. "Their attack upon you is likely linked to your surname, Alexander, which is your mother's surname. Your lineage descends from the alchemical master Alphonse Louis Constantine." Chapter 59, Heritage, The Unfathomable Heroic Deeds. Outside the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Devero approached with stiff steps. The sheer magnitude of the information Dumbledore had just imparted was overwhelming. "Devero, your mother's family was once a prominent Muggle family in France, and Constantine was an alchemist, whose work was beyond the comprehension of Muggles. Thus, your ancestors adopted your mother's surname, continuing this tradition until your generation. Only a select few, including the cult, are aware of the connection. As for your father, truth be told, he is shrouded in mystery, and my knowledge of him is quite limited. However, I can affirm that he is, aside from you, the most talented wizard I have encountered. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that your parents came to England when you were 2 years old, inexplicably becoming members of the cult, only to betray them 7 years ago by stealing a highly coveted artifact, which led to the indiscriminate persecution of your entire family, resulting in no survivors." Standing at the entrance of the hall, Devero weakly covered his forehead with his hand. The overwhelming information left him utterly fatigued. To be honest, Devero did not care about the circumstances of his parents' demise, as he had no emotional connection to them. He merely wished to lead a quiet life, free from entanglements with mysterious organizations. His initial intent in writing to Lovegood was solely to explore the microcosm, hoping to achieve success in that field and pave the way for future growth through the lexicon system. Little did he anticipate that he harbored such a terrifying background and formidable enemies. However, for now, Devero had yet to sever ties completely with the opposing force. Clinging to a sliver of hope, contemplating the essence of this enigmatic object, the two parties reached a mutual understanding. "Devero, it is indeed a commendable idea. However, to my knowledge, That object has already been obliterated by your mother. When the nature of this object was discussed, a flicker of uncertainty appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. What they sought was the singularity. Upon hearing the term, Devero's heart raced. Singular? Previously, he had only encountered it in two contexts, the two entries on his panel, Traveler and Magical Prodigy, and the Horcrux of Voldemort within the Room of Requirement, specifically the crown of Ravenclaw associated with the wilderness of knowledge. Could it be that he was the rare treasure stolen from the Tindelos Hermetic Order by his unworthy parents? A wave of surrealism washed over him. Was he, or rather his predecessor, something of extraordinary value? No, he had already been 3 years old at that time. How could he suddenly become unique? Furthermore, the entry of Magical Prodigy only activated upon receiving his acceptance letter. Thus, it must have been some form of substance or spiritual energy sealed within his being by those unworthy parents, only to be awakened after he commenced his studies. But why were they in pursuit of singularity? Devero pressed Dumbledore for answers. At that moment, an unmistakable discomfort crossed Dumbledore's countenance. Ultimately, he refrained from divulging anything, merely shaking his head at Devero. Reflecting on the current clues, Devero realized that his adversaries would not relent. His involvement in the events at Hogwarts had already been laid bare. Consequently, he faced two choices. The first option involved confronting the fragment of Voldemort's soul located in Ravenclaw's possession and presenting it to the Hermetic Order, pleading for mercy. The second option was to disregard all considerations and directly obliterate the Tindelos Hermetic Order. What audacity did they possess to disturb the Alexandrian lineage? The choice was, therefore, abundantly clear. Without hesitation, Devero opted for the latter. The Hermetic Order? I shall eradicate every last one of you. As for familial ties, they were of no consequence. The primary concern was that these individuals posed a threat to him and had inflicted harm upon his friend, Harry. After such transgressions, it was impossible for Devero to amicably resolve any disputes with them. He would then have to strategize on how to deal with these clandestine rodents. Once the first two dilemmas were addressed, Devero finally posed a third question to Dumbledore. Professor, may I inquire why you cast the Oblivion Charm upon Harry? Or rather, Devero lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's azure eyes. Why did you employ the Oblivion Charm upon me? At last, having clarified all his thoughts, Devero exhaled slowly and approached the entrance to the Great Hall, listening to the clamor emanating from within, his hands raised high. With a determined shove, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a narrow passage suitable for a single person. The limitations of physical strength were all too apparent. The frailty of a child's body proved to be quite the hindrance, mused Devero with a furrowed brow. Upon entering the hall, he found it filled with all the students of Hogwarts, as well as the majority of the professors. The moment he stepped inside, a sudden hush enveloped the room. Initially intent on hastening to the Slytherin gathering, he found himself momentarily at a loss, bewildered by the curious stares of those around him. In the next instant, a chorus erupted. Wow! The hero returns. Alexander is our king. Instantly, countless Hogwarts students surged toward Devero, lifting him high into the air before he could fully comprehend the situation. They circled around him in exuberant celebration. Amidst the throng, he glimpsed Ron, Neville, Adrian, and the tear-streaked face of Hermione. Yet Marcus was conspicuously absent. Thus, Devero remained aloft, cradled by the crowd for what felt like an eternity, until he was finally lowered to the ground some 10 minutes later. Regaining his footing, he surveyed the jubilant students surrounding him, who clamored to inquire about the events that had transpired. Devero thought to himself, how could I possibly know what happened? I wish to ask you the same. The crowd was so dense that he struggled to catch his breath, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. You are truly remarkable, Devero, Fred Weasley exclaimed, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, your courage in facing so many dark wizards is nothing short of astonishing. George Weasley chimed in, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Devero was momentarily taken aback, striving to retain his calm. What do you mean by confronting dark wizards? What are you talking about? Stop pretending. The entire school is abuzz with the news, Fred continued, his tone laced with excitement. We heard you and Harry were attacked in the Ollery. Harry was struck with the killing curse and was taken to the hospital wing by Hagrid for emergency treatment. Yes, George interjected, though the professors claim all is well now. Harry remains unconscious. And you, Devero, single-handedly faced the enemy, vanquishing them all until Professor Quirrell arrived, safeguarding the school and its inhabitants. You are nothing less than our hero. Devero stood in stunned silence, gazing at the crowd before him. He longed to offer an explanation, yet was uncertain where to begin. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall appeared, her countenance serious as she scanned the exuberant students. With a commanding voice, she declared, enough? At her words, the jubilant throng scattered like startled birds. Just then, a figure approached Devero and gently embraced him. Devero, I am so relieved to see you unharmed. It was Hermione, her face marred with remnants of tears. She exchanged a brief glance with him before dashing away. Before he could respond, McGonagall's voice rang out. As for you, Alexander, come with me. Chapter 60. Professor McGonagall's concern. The determination to grow stronger. Is everything all right? Outside the infirmary, where Devero had just conversed with Dumbledore, Snape stood behind the chair Devero had occupied, while Dumbledore remained seated. Yes, both children are unharmed. Dumbledore nodded slightly. I believe this place to be secure, Dumbledore, Snape uttered through clenched teeth. Indeed, so did I, Dumbledore replied, lowering his head slightly, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. With a deep exhale, Snape seemed to steady his emotions, deliberately avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. Have you disclosed the prophecy to him? Dumbledore slowly shook his head. However, I suspect he may have deduced something, he continued. Thus, I believe our plans may need to be expedited. Upon hearing this, Snape spun around, his gaze fiercely fixed on Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, the lunatics you have unleashed have slain Lee and Aurora, and now you wish to send their son to his demise. Yet Dumbledore remained unfazed, his composure intact as he regarded Snape. Severus, this is a task only you can undertake. You possess the necessary knowledge and the genuine connection that flows through your very veins. Devero, it seems you have gleaned some insights, haven't you? In Professor McGonagall's office. The two were seated at opposite ends of the desk. Devero cradled a steaming cup of tea. Yes, Professor, the headmaster has informed me about our family's circumstances, including the Tindelos order and the enmity between my parents and them. Devero took a sip of tea, the warmth invigorating his spirits. McGonagall nodded at his words. Indeed. The reason I refrained from disclosing this earlier was my concern that such weighty matters would be too burdensome for you at such a tender age. However, your comportment since your enrollment speaks to a maturity far beyond your peers. As she spoke, a faint smile graced McGonagall's face. Your mother often expressed her desire to attend Hogwarts, but regrettably, she initially chose Beauxbatons. You bear a striking resemblance to her, especially with that golden hair. McGonagall then recounted several amusing anecdotes from her encounters with Devereaux's mother. Devereaux's mother was a spirited individual, known for her unconventional approach and her refusal to abide by the arrangements of Muggle families. Following the notes of her ancestors, she traversed Europe, inheriting Alphonse's alchemical expertise and the system of ritual magic. She was a remarkably powerful witch, which led her to undertake a number of audacious endeavors, including the theft of treasures from the Tindelos order. Devereaux listened intently, finding the tales of his long-lost mother captivating and, in turn, feeling a warmth from McGonagall's newfound kindness. It was evident that she held a deep admiration for his mother, akin to an elder sharing cherished stories of their parents with the children left behind. Devero's mental state was evidently awakening from the initial days of recently discovering his lineage. Professor McGonagall observed his improvement keenly, sharing these thoughts with you to alleviate your concerns. With a soft sigh, she gazed sincerely at the boy before her, a flicker of sorrow evident in her eyes. Devero, I truly apologize. I should not have raised my voice or chastised you for writing that letter. In truth, you were unaware. And the fault lies entirely with us. Devero was taken aback by Professor McGonagall's unexpected apology, equally surprised that she addressed him by his given name rather than Alexander. He swiftly set down his teacup, rising to stand beside her, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. Professor, please do not say such things. It was my obstinacy that led me to disregard your warnings. Professor McGonagall opened her arms and enveloped Devero in a tight embrace, her voice barely a whisper. Oh, my child, I nearly harmed you. It was truly terrifying. Her words brimmed with remorse and anguish, her arms trembling slightly around him. This stirred something within Devero. He had never contemplated one particular thought, or rather, since his arrival in this magical realm, the vibrancy of the world had caused him to overlook much, including whether there truly existed individuals who cared for him. Severus Snape had always been a malevolent figure, perpetually seeking ways to exploit him, instilling more fear than respect. The other students at school were primarily drawn to him due to his exceptional performance. Hermione seemed to weep out of concern, but was it truly for him? Or was it for Harry? Were these genuine friendships? Devero remained uncertain. Yet now, a teacher devoid of any blood relation was expressing such heartfelt concern for his safety, worrying for his plight. This realization enveloped Devero in an unprecedented warmth. He had previously been consumed by anxiety, desperately striving for strength, even resorting to perilous measures, such as venturing into Knockturn Alley or consuming imperfect potions. He sought the Ravenclaw diadem from the room of requirement, all driven by his overwhelming apprehension. He yearned to alter his circumstances, compelled by a primal fear as a traveler in this world, an unmoored soul with secrets he could not share. He had never opened his heart to anyone, bearing all his worries and fears in solitude. Yet now, at this very moment, Devero experienced an unparalleled sensation, a sense of belonging, a warmth of being understood and accepted. Tears silently welled in his eyes, but he struggled to keep them from falling. He raised his small arms, as if to convey his gratitude and reassurance through this embrace. As night descended, the wind outside the castle carried a hint of chill, Yet within the confines of the room, an aura of tranquility prevailed. Devero sat cross-legged upon the soft bed, his countenance etched with exhaustion. Presently, much of the dungeon lay within his perception. The day's experiences weighed heavily upon his heart, compelling him to persist in his training, striving to grow stronger with great urgency. As a youth of unique standing, he seemed almost destined to be a savior. At this moment, Devero felt a profound resentment. He suspected that it was his own impulsiveness that led him to activate the savior entry, inadvertently inviting an adversary bent on his destruction. Yet, what has transpired cannot be altered. The impending confrontation appears to be preordained. However, Devero speculated that it need not escalate to a matter of salvation. Nevertheless, with the influence of such a term, it was likely that his foe's power had also been mysteriously augmented, perhaps to the level of a Dark Lord. Fortunately, the golden entry would refresh its loading period on the morrow, and according to his established plan, he would soon study the 3 unforgivable curses under Professor Chilo. It was anticipated that within a week, his abilities would rise to a new echelon. Yet, Devero was acutely aware that mere knowledge from tomes and the potency of spells were insufficient. Beyond the studies of transfiguration, potions, and charms, he needed to fortify himself in other realms as well. Outside, the moon ascended to its zenith, casting a silvery glow upon Devero's visage, imbuing him with a sense of serenity and resolve. Recalling Professor McGonagall's embrace from earlier that day, his hand instinctively clenched. Devero silently vowed to expand his perceptual range to encompass the entirety of the castle before the year's end. In the ensuing 3 years, he aspired for this ability to extend across the entire Hogwarts school. By that time, he was confident that, in terms of both magical and mental prowess, he would be able to stand against the legendary dark wizard Voldemort, perhaps even surpass him. Meanwhile, within the castle, in the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, a dark stone altar lay quietly at the center of the room. Upon it, Marcus lay bare-chested, his body enveloped in a black mud infused with unknown herbs, forming perplexing patterns. These designs were particularly dense over his left breast, resembling markings of an ancient incantation. Beneath the stone altar, a series of bizarre runes were etched, evoking a sense of dread merely by gazing upon them. At either end of the altar, 2 candles flickered with an eerie green flame. Chilo stood with his back turned to this unsettling scene, gazing into an ancient mirror. His reflection appeared grotesquely distorted. His complexion was pale as parchment, and his eyes brimmed with terror. At that moment, a deep, raspy voice emerged from the nape of his neck, whispering as if from the depths of hell, "Tindelos? He, merely a group of clowns, fearful of death yet too timid to traverse the forbidden. Do they truly believe in resurrection after death? How utterly foolish." The genuine pursuit, that voice continued, each word piercing the heart like an icy needle, should be eternal life. Chapter 63. The Overexerted Marcus? The Amnesiac Harry? It was 7 in the morning at the Slytherin common room. It was still too early. Apart from a few diligent scholars preparing for their studies, hardly any other wizards had risen. Huff! Devero emerged from the lavatory, invigorated, shaking his refreshed golden locks. He had practiced meditation until midnight, yet it did not diminish his spirit the following day. On the contrary, he felt even better. Glancing at the studious individuals in the common room, Devero's lips twitched. Rising at 6:30 felt early enough, yet he could hardly fathom when these individuals had awakened. Indeed, no matter where one goes, there are always those dedicated to their studies. Well then, another new day? Time to prepare for classes. As Devero traversed the common room, he observed the golden notifications refreshing on his panel, unconsciously wearing a grin reminiscent of a mischievous pig. Arriving at the door of the common room, he faced a wall that appeared remarkably smooth. Devero was likely the earliest to depart that day, for the entrance to the Slytherin common room was indeed a wall. If anyone had exited from within that day, the wall would not be so flat. There would surely be some protrusion. This was a conclusion Devero had drawn after a week of residing there. Gently tapping a brick on the wall, it began to twist and contort, revealing a passageway for one to exit. Devero stepped outside, but as he did, he suddenly tripped over something. Looking down, he was astonished to find a person lying at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was Marcus. Dark circles marked his eyes, and his complexion appeared significantly paler than usual. A strange odor lingered about him, a peculiar blend of garlic and some herb. Devero hurriedly attempted to rouse him, but no matter how he shook him, Marcus remained unresponsive. Feeling a twinge of fear, Devero placed his hand beneath Marcus's nose and exhaled in relief upon sensing warmth. He was not dead, but rather asleep. Frowning, Devero swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at Marcus's forehead. "Awaken, quick!" With a flicker of light at the tip of his wand, Marcus's eyes flew open, and he sat up abruptly, startling Devero. He appeared in a dreadful state, dark stains on his chest indicating that cold sweat had soaked his clothes. His heart raced uncontrollably, and Devero could even faintly hear his rapid, shallow breaths. Anxiously, Marcus glanced around. "Devero, Is that you? Where am I? Devero hurriedly approached and patted Marcus on the back, helping him regain his composure. We are at the entrance of the lounge. How did you manage to fall asleep here? Upon hearing Devero's words, Marcus propped his hand against one side of his face and murmured, "Ah, the lounge entrance, right. I remember now, haha. I must be utterly exhausted." As he spoke, a smile broke across Marcus's face. He turned, half-heartedly yet playfully remarked, "Oh, Merlin's beard. I was assisting Professor Chilo with the lesson plans for the new semester, and we ended up working until 3 in the morning. Haha. Professor Chilo is truly a remarkable instructor. He worked alongside me for such a long time." Chuckling, Marcus attempted to rise but found his limbs inexplicably devoid of strength, making it a struggle to lift himself from the ground. With Devero's assistance, he finally managed to stand, draping his arm over Devero's shoulder, despite the latter being only slightly taller than his ribs. "Thank you so much, Devero. I'm fortunate you found me. Otherwise, I would have been the subject of ridicule among those in the academy for quite a while. Well, Professor Chilo has granted me a day off. I must catch up on my sleep." With that, he playfully patted Devero on the shoulder. Devero nodded and helped Marcus into the lounge. "Yesterday, everyone was in the auditorium, yet I didn't see you. I was beginning to wonder if something had happened to you." "Haha, what could possibly have happened? It was just Professor Chilo and I, locked in the office all day organizing lesson plans, not even stepping outside." Marcus turned and pushed Devero's hand away, chuckling. "I can manage on my own. I'm not drunk, so don't worry." Devero nodded in acknowledgement, advising him to be cautious before turning to leave the lounge. As the stone walls realigned, Devero's brow furrowed slightly. "Yesterday, I encountered Chilo in the Ollivander. What does it mean to claim he hadn't stepped outside all day?" Furthermore, Devero's nose twitched as his enhanced sense of smell, courtesy of the potion of ethereal essence, allowed him to discern the properties of nearly all herbs. "Serpent's tongue? I must say, breakfast at Hogwarts is best enjoyed before 8 o'clock to truly appreciate the flavors." At that moment, Devero was savoring a large bowl of milk oatmeal porridge, reminiscent of the soybean porridge he had eaten in his childhood, smooth in texture with a rich milky aroma. As for why one should arrive before 8 o'clock, it was simply because that was the time the owls delivered parcels to the young wizards. Oh dear. That scene was truly chaotic. It was a miracle that none of those owls relieved themselves in this porridge bowl. Ever since one unfortunate incident where Devero had fished out an owl's tail feather from his porridge, he had refrained from entering the dining hall after 8 o'clock. However, following the events of yesterday, all owls entering and exiting the campus were required to pass through a special device, seemingly set up at Dumbledore's request, claimed to prevent any owls harboring malicious intent from entering the grounds. Uncertain of the outcome, Devero, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, raised his hand before the clock struck 7:30. Stretching languidly, he anticipated the longed-for Transfiguration class. Upon entering the classroom, he found it deserted and chose a spot to settle down, beginning to adjust his breathing while engaging in meditative practices as he awaited the commencement of the lesson. After more than 20 minutes of contemplation, a figure entered the room. Devero slowly opened his eyes, astonished to see a boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead smiling at him. "Good morning, Devero. You were incredibly brave yesterday. Harry Potter. Harry, what brings you to class? Are you feeling all right?" Devero hurried over, expressing his concern. "I'm perfectly fine, really. I spent nearly the whole day sleeping at the hospital. Once I woke up, I came straight here. I honestly don't know why I fainted as soon as I stepped into the shed. It's quite embarrassing, but thankfully, no one seems to care," Harry said, scratching his head sheepishly, a bashful smile gracing his face. Devero discerned from Harry's demeanor that he had completely forgotten about the incident in the shed, recalling Dumbledore's words from the previous day when he inquired. He contemplated the notion that perhaps forgetting certain past events could be a deeper wisdom. Regrettably, Dumbledore had not been able to disclose what Harry had forgotten. Chapter 64. The Methods of Identifying a Transfiguration Wizard. The Terrifying Effects of the King of Exams. Returning to his seat and observing Harry's figure, Devero fell into deep contemplation. He deduced that the influence on his memory was likely linked to the fact that he had no recollection of his family. Previously, he had intended to search for them, with the most direct clues being Snape and himself. Yet, he found only a blank void, utterly devoid of any imagery. His conversation with Dumbledore further solidified his suspicions. Either he or another individual must have modified his memories for some reason, likely akin to Harry's situation. Dumbledore evidently understood the circumstances surrounding Harry. In the original narrative, he orchestrated Harry's path towards sacrifice to ultimately vanquish Voldemort. Now, with the fragments of soul within Harry beginning to show signs of awakening, Dumbledore had temporarily erased the memory of Harry's encounter with the killing curse to suppress it. Such actions were not inherently wrong. He merely hoped that this incident would not alter Harry's mental state. As for himself, he felt little impact. He mused. Should Harry indeed fall under Voldemort's control, it would be quite the predicament. After all, the Dark Lord was a third-generation menace. The thought made Devero chuckle inwardly. There's no need to worry. Dumbledore is watching over us. Such a thing could never happen. Dumbledore insists on becoming a riddle master. Leaving Devero in a state of impotent fury, he resolves to cease pondering such matters and instead focuses on regulating his breath, engaging in the practice of Zen meditation. Time swiftly passes, and soon a throng of students floods in. Many rush to Devero's side, greeting him with friendly taps on the shoulder. He can only respond with a wry smile. He has truly not confronted any dark wizard. Last night in the Great Hall and in the Common Room, he had explained himself countless times, yet no one was inclined to listen. Understandably, this demeanor has garnered him an exceptionally favorable attitude from the entire school, particularly from the Gryffindor students, who gaze at him with wide-eyed admiration. No one dares to trouble him intentionally anymore, though occasionally, groups huddle around him, asking a myriad of questions. Devero, however, finds it tedious to explain, opting instead to nod and smile in acknowledgement. Ding! The class bell rings, and the crowd surrounding Devero disperses in an instant, scurrying to their seats. Professor McGonagall enters, clad in her customary deep green robes. At this moment, Devero is not in a rush to engage in the transformation magic of Professor McGonagall, considering the upcoming lesson and the peculiar bodily changes that accompany the process of copying spells. He decides it is best to wait until the practical transformation session to continue his duplicative endeavors. Good morning, students. I hope yesterday's events have not affected you, and that you can fully engage in today's learning. McGonagall's voice rings clear and strong. Her gaze sweeps across the classroom, and each student feels the weight of her sharp, yet benevolent scrutiny. As Devero watches McGonagall enter the classroom, his spirits lift. She appears invigorated, showing no signs of being impacted by the previous day's events, remaining as serious and focused as ever. Her very presence instills a sense of reassurance and inspiration, evoking immense respect and trust. As she speaks, she draws her wand, and with a gentle flourish, the main content of the lesson materializes on the blackboard behind her. How to identify animals transformed by wizards using transfiguration. Devero raises an eyebrow. This is clearly not material suited for first-year students. Indeed, from the corner of his eye, he notices Hermione seated at the desk to his right, her hand raised high. Is there a question, Miss Granger? McGonagall acknowledges Hermione with a nod, prompting her to speak. Hermione articulates the collective confusion of all the young witches and wizards present. While Devero comprehends McGonagall's motives for introducing this topic, it is undoubtedly to enhance the vigilance of all students against the infiltration of the Tindelos Society. Excellent question, Miss Granger. This method is typically introduced in the third year through the Intermediate Transfiguration Guide. However, given the current circumstances, we believe it is prudent for everyone to begin mastering these skills now. All right, let us commence with the lesson. However, he seemed reluctant to delve further into the matter, waving his hand dismissively and prompting Hermione to take her seat and commence the lesson. To translate the content into a more contemporary manner, it can be articulated that transfiguration operates by altering the molecular structure of objects to effect transformation. Yet, this alteration is not always absolute. During the transformation process, certain characteristics of the original object may persist, referred to as residual traits. For instance, the eyes of animals transformed through transfiguration often appear strikingly bright or unnatural, lacking the natural reflection and luster typically found in genuine creatures. There are numerous other aspects to consider, such as behavior, body temperature, vocalizations, and lifespan, among others. However, to be frank, Devero believed that this knowledge would offer little assistance to those who discovered the hidden community, as they employed microstructural transfiguration. Once one comprehensively masters the complete structure of a biological entity, their transformations become virtually flawless. Devero, listening intently, stifled a yawn. Suddenly, a word surfaced in his mind. Lifespan? Ah, how could he have nearly forgotten? He swiftly turned his gaze toward Ron and Harry, who were seated nearby. At that moment, Ron appeared to be dozing off during Professor McGonagall's lecture, his head bobbing slowly, while Harry was entirely engrossed, diligently taking notes, likely spurred by the memory of his fainting incident the previous day, eager to enhance his skills. Peter Pettigrew, he realized, was a threat that needed addressing sooner rather than later. Ron's pet rat was, in fact, a Death Eater, a significant contributor to Voldemort's resurrection in the future. With so many matters at hand, he had almost forgotten to deal with this issue. Perhaps it would be best to handle it alongside Quirrell. Devero concluded in his mind. After all, he was merely a cowardly creature, possessing a modicum of power, which could be subdued with careful planning. The theoretical portion of the lesson passed swiftly, but this class deviated from the norm, omitting practical transfiguration exercises and instead conducting a surprise quiz. Professor McGonagall gravely announced that the material covered was of utmost importance, urging all students to take it seriously. Those who failed would be required to attend her office for individual remedial lessons that evening. Furthermore, this examination utilized specialized paper. Those attempting to cheat could certainly try, but they would undoubtedly be caught. Upon hearing this, Ron's face fell, and Neville also appeared pale. Devero observed him, sensing he might struggle to even hold a quill. Amidst the throng of students, only Devero and Hermione maintained their composure, Hermione even displaying an eager enthusiasm. Devero, having thoroughly familiarized himself with the material, found this to be the advantage of being a golden entry examination champion. When the papers were distributed, he glanced at the questions, and the answers seemed to surge forth from him effortlessly. Suddenly, he felt a restless energy in his hand that grasped the quill. Devero inhaled deeply and set his pen to the parchment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the quill scraping against the parchment filled the air, causing everyone to look up towards the source of the commotion. There stood Devero, fervently inscribing words onto the parchment. The intensity of his effort contorted his expression as the quill darted swiftly across the surface. Onlookers speculated that if he continued at this pace, the quill might ignite. To their astonishment, Devero maintained this fervor for nearly 15 minutes, filling the parchment to the brim, leaving scarcely a blank space. Only then did he, trembling, release his grip, placing the now smoking quill down. The crowd stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Ron rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was still dreaming. What just transpired? His writing speed surpassed that of a typewriter. Dean murmured softly, while most had barely completed the second question. Yet, Devero had finished everything. He gazed in astonishment at the paper before him. The act had been purely instinctive, an uncontrollable urge to solve the problems. Is this truly my work? Upon touching the parchment, he realized it was slightly warm to the touch. Chapter 65. The transformation of the word entry. The versatile robe? Does this, king of exams, imply that I can pass any examination with utmost accuracy in the shortest time possible? Holding the scalding parchment, Devero felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Goodness, this king of exams was undoubtedly the most flamboyant of all the golden entries he had acquired thus far. It transformed him into a human typewriter. Professor, I have completed my work. Under the incredulous gazes of his peers, Devero approached the podium and handed the parchment to Professor McGonagall. She stared at him, momentarily dazed, as she accepted the warm examination paper. Her lips moved, yet no words escaped. She merely nodded. All right, return to your studies. Briefly scanning the contents, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. There were no errors, and one could argue that the work was exceedingly precise. Indeed, it was at the level one would expect from the very examiner herself. As she continued to read, her frown deepened. Not only were the answers impeccable, but there were also numerous supplementary details. The entire parchment was inscribed with over 2,000 English words. Frankly, despite her reluctance to entertain the thought, one could hardly dismiss the notion that a student writing 2,000 words in a mere 15 minutes might be cheating. However, this parchment was specifically issued by the school for examinations. Should any malfeasance have occurred, it would have manifested. Yet, apart from being completely filled with writing, the parchment appeared entirely unblemished. Even Professor McGonagall conducted a thorough examination with her wand, revealing no trace of cheating whatsoever. At that moment, she raised her head once more, gazing incredulously at de Villers, who, for reasons unknown, was grinning foolishly at the textbook before him. This was utterly astonishing. After years in education, she had never witnessed a student perform to such an extent during an examination. The other students were equally taken aback. Most had only just begun to tackle the third question, barely completing a third of it. Ron had become stuck on the first question, while even Hermione, the fastest writer, had managed less than half. Yet, Hermione was now numb, watching de Villers submit his paper. She paused in surprise, then offered a faint, bittersweet smile before returning to her work. Malfoy, meanwhile, fixed an unwavering glare at de Villers' retreating figure, letting out a cold snort. Naturally, de Villers was too preoccupied to notice the reactions of his peers, for just moments ago, he had finally loaded the coveted golden entry from Professor McGonagall. Ding! Loading copy entry, Transfiguration Prodigy, gold. As the system notification faded, an unprecedented clarity flooded his mind. He instinctively wanted to close his eyes, feeling the surrounding air become extraordinarily vibrant. The flow of every breeze, the tremor of each leaf outside. Even the contours of the entire castle became strikingly vivid and specific in that instant. When he opened his eyes again, the world seemed to have been redrawn. The colors more vivid than ever. It felt as though humanity had just entered a weightless environment for the first time. De Villers sensed that everything around him was fluid and malleable, sharply defined in structure. Even his fellow students, still engrossed in their work, seemed to be subjects of his will. It was as if with a mere flick of his wand, they would transform according to his thoughts, instantly materializing whatever he envisioned. Suppressing his excitement, he reminded himself to remain calm. He would try it after class. He placed his slightly trembling hands on his textbook, intending to review the earlier material as the professor had instructed. The moment his hands rested on the beginner's guide to Transfiguration, a sudden sensation washed over him. The book felt less like a book and more like pliable clay, ready to be molded at will. A thrill of excitement crept onto his face as his hands trembled. And he slapped the book. A faint, muffled thud echoed, almost imperceptible to those around him. Before him, the beginner's guide to Transfiguration had completely morphed into magical potions and elixirs. Elated, de Villers eagerly opened it, finding it to be an exact replica. This moment implied that he would only need to bring one book to every class thereafter. Well, of course, there was nothing particularly exciting about that. The transformation ability of Devero has been significantly enhanced. With the assistance of the King of Exams and Potion Spirit, he has completely memorized the entirety of magical potions and elixirs. However, this achievement holds little significance. What truly exhilarates Devero is the moment he takes a deep breath, presses his hands against his abdomen, and with a sudden clap, his wizard's robe transforms into a perfectly fitting elementary school uniform. Success. Overwhelmed with excitement, Devero attempts again. With another clap, his school uniform morphs into an oversized high school outfit, which, despite being short-sleeved, feels like long sleeves to him now. Observing this transformation, Devero nods appreciatively. As the examination time approaches, none of his peers notice his impromptu fashion showcase. It appears that only with a profound understanding of an object can he successfully transform it. Regardless of his innate talent, he cannot conjure something unfamiliar, such as a high school uniform meant for elementary students. Nevertheless, Devero is elated. For this signifies that he now possesses attire suitable for any occasion without the need to expend additional galleons on specialized garments. This transformation ability proves to be exceedingly practical. Relaxed, Devero leans on the desk, contemplating how to further develop this newfound skill. Perhaps he could create a dedicated activity room within the castle, or even fabricate unique, transformative creatures for his use. However, the potential of this transformation extends far beyond mere aesthetics. He must cultivate combat capabilities from it. Yes, he will consult Professor McGonagall after class. After some reflection, Devero decides to seek guidance from a professional. His gaze returns to his panel, where an unused, powerful item lies dormant in the inventory, the upgrade card. Chapter 66. Exam concluded, seeking combat transformation techniques. Never mind, I shall wait a moment longer to explore any other functionalities. Devero hesitates to utilize the upgrade card immediately, as he has only just acquired this entry. He wishes to experiment further, discerning how it might enhance him in various aspects. There is no rush. He can always use it after class. Speaking of the upgrade card, progress in exploring the castle has stagnated. This past weekend was fraught with distractions, hindering advancement. He must seize the time. The thought of the item card reminds Devero of his frustratingly slow progress in the castle exploration, prompting him to sigh in exasperation. On Saturday, he had been busy concocting new potion recipes, and Sunday continued in that vein, only to be sidetracked by the debacle at the Ollery that afternoon, delaying his intended progress. Now, every evening, Snape requires his presence, and he cannot neglect the practice of meditation techniques. Furthermore, he must keep up with the advanced classes ahead. Alas, matters have gradually piled up, sighed Devero, unconsciously toying with the feather quill that was emitting wisps of smoke. With a mere thought, the quill transformed into various objects. A skill Devero had mastered with ease, no longer reliant on a wand. As he continued to manipulate the quill, it suddenly morphed into a long matchstick. Upon seeing it, Devero squinted, and a question sparked in his mind. Perhaps I shall inquire with Professor McGonagall later. As Devero experimented with his newfound shape-shifting abilities, time slipped away. Dingling. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall summoned a bright chime that commanded the attention of all the young wizards, who paused their activities and looked up. Most students had not completed their tasks within the allotted time. Ron was particularly flustered, sweating profusely, scratching his head in a desperate attempt to add a few more words. Devero feared he might not pass, having failed to pay attention in class. In contrast, Harry appeared composed, calmly setting down his quill and awaiting the professor to collect his paper. Hermione, aside from Devero, had completed her work ahead of time and was now previewing the next lesson, murmuring to herself. Devero caught a faint whisper, his lips twitching slightly. It truly seemed beyond the concern of a student, especially one as young as 11. Time's up, everyone. Professor McGonagall's voice rang clear and authoritative, resonating in every ear. Yet, a few students continued scribbling. With a furrowed brow, Professor McGonagall waved her wand again, and an invisible magical force enveloped the classroom. The parchment in every student's hand rolled itself up, as if gently coaxed by unseen hands, neatly organizing itself. Ron's quill, still in motion, was ensnared by the parchment, and realizing the inevitable, he buried his head in his arms on the desk, awaiting his fate. Then, with another wave, the parchment was drawn by an unseen force, lifting gracefully from the desks and drifting toward the front of the classroom. The papers swirled in the air, resembling a flock of butterflies in flight. As they unfolded in midair, they settled flatly on the podium, arranged with meticulous order, as if tended to by an invisible hand. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction before prodding the stack of parchment with her wand. Instantly, 4 sheets emerged, levitating before her. Her expression, already stern, intensified with an air of authority as she scrutinized the 4 papers, a flicker of discontent crossing her eyes. Subsequently, she pronounced the names of their respective owners with palpable ire. Crabbe, Goyle, Weasley, and Longbottom. It is evident that they have failed this examination. Devero cast a sympathetic glance towards Neville and Ron. As for Goyle and Crabbe, they appeared rather daft, seemingly unable to comprehend why their names had been called. To be frank, Devero harbored doubts regarding their status as wizards. It was truly astonishing that students could contrive to miss more than half of the questions, especially Crabbe and Goyle, who managed to answer not a single one correctly. Professor McGonagall's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. Devero was once again taken aback by the intellectual capacity of Malfoy's 2 lackeys. "You 4, report to my office tonight. I shall provide you with supplementary lessons." The 4 students dared not breathe a word, nodding vigorously. Professor McGonagall slowly exhaled, then waved her hand gently, indicating that the students were free to leave. The classroom instantly erupted into a lively commotion, with the sounds of pages turning, chairs scraping, and hushed conversations intertwining. Most students swiftly organized their belongings, then exited the classroom in clusters. Some even extended invitations for Devero to join them, all of which he politely declined. Devero remained in no haste, leisurely arranging his bag, his countenance serene and unperturbed. His next class was a 5th-year lesson in charms, affording him the opportunity to consult Professor McGonagall. As the number of students dwindled, Devereau's gaze remained fixed on the podium until the last student departed, the ever-late Hermione, who left with a cascade of questions. Approaching the podium, he inquired, "Is there something you need, Devero?" Professor McGonagall smiled warmly upon seeing him approach. He promptly voiced his most urgent request. "Professor, I wish to seek your guidance on the practical applications of transfiguration in combat." Professor McGonagall lowered her gaze to Devero, her brow furrowing as she contemplated whether to divulge this knowledge to him. "Professor, as you know, I am currently being targeted, and thus I must develop my abilities in all areas, including transfiguration, to enhance my self-defense skills rapidly." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall hesitated but nodded. "You make a valid point. However, I must caution you that what I teach you may not be easily grasped or necessarily effective." She rose, her demeanor turning serious. "If you seek to bolster your self-defense capabilities swiftly, I suggest consulting Professors Flitwick or Snape. They are both exceptionally skilled in dueling." Chapter 67. The Stone Stools Mobilize. The heritage of Hogwarts. The applications of transfiguration in combat are manifold, such as altering the battlefield or directly transfiguring the enemy. Professor McGonagall strode briskly through the castle's corridors, with Devero trailing behind in a hurried pursuit. The most commonly employed yet simultaneously most challenging transfiguration was that of transforming statues into soldiers. To wield this form of magic effectively in actual combat required years of diligent practice, encompassing not merely the refinement of spells. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall arrived at a wall on the 2nd floor of the castle and gently touched a now dormant wall sconce. Instantly, the wall before them vanished, revealing a low, concealed passage. Devero gazed at the emergence of this hidden corridor in astonishment. It had not been mentioned in the original text, and it was evident that Professor McGonagall was aware of its existence. Clearly, the exploration of Hogwarts Castle was a daunting endeavor. The two then ventured into the low passage, where McGonagall had to stoop to pass through, while Devero barely managed to fit. The concept of accumulation was further illustrated in the preparation of transfiguration materials. One could not expect a mere bedspread, under the influence of transfiguration, to possess formidable combat prowess. Of course, if one had an abundance of magical energy, the choice of materials became less significant. Devero nodded slightly, yet he harbored skepticism regarding the professor's assertion that beddings lacked lethality. He had heard from other Slytherins that Goyle's bedding had emitted an exceedingly dreadful odor after merely a week, akin to enduring the torment of the Cruciatus Curse. As a beam of light penetrated the passageway, Devero felt as though the world before him had opened up. "We have arrived," Professor McGonagall announced with a flourish of her hand. The room illuminated with a soft, blue-white glow, revealing an astonishingly spacious chamber. It was at least as large as 10 classrooms, with a height that soared to an incredible extent, the lofty ceiling nearly obscured from view. It was unfathomable that such a vast structure resided within the castle. Devero was tempted to voice his grievances regarding the architectural logic of Hogwarts, which had presented him with considerable challenges during his exploration. The ancient stone walls were etched with intricate runes, and the chamber's 4 walls featured cleverly excavated dozens of varying-sized recesses, each housing a lifelike statue. These statues, diverse in form, wielded an array of weapons from long swords to bows, some even mounted on steeds, resembling a medieval order of knights silently guarding this enigmatic domain. These statues are the result of meticulous craftsmanship and powerful enchantments by generations of headmasters and formidable wizards over centuries, created to defend against potential threats, Professor McGonagall explained gravely. Each one is forged from a special stone, possessing remarkable malleability and strength, rendering them highly resistant to the spells of ordinary wizards. As a novice, even your most potent offensive incantations might at best dislodge a mere speck of dust from their surfaces. Thus, I shall demonstrate the application of transfiguration in battle. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall waved her wand at a wall, reciting a complex incantation. The entire chamber trembled in response. With another flourish of her wand, she commanded, "Stone Guardians, arise." A low, resonant hum filled the air. As Professor McGonagall directed her wand, the previously motionless statues seemed to be infused with life, their bodies trembling slightly. They arranged themselves into formation with deliberate precision, each step raising clouds of dust. Strangely, rather than dispersing, the dust transformed into myriad tiny specks of light, swirling momentarily before gently dissipating, leaving behind a pristine and orderly floor. Ding! New spell acquired. Devero stood by, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Although he had encountered descriptions of Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore commanding statues in books before, witnessing it firsthand was nothing short of astonishing. It was akin to having a vast army at Hogwarts. No wonder Ron could play wizard's chess with such formidable pieces. The resources were indeed substantial. As Devero absorbed his newly acquired spell, he couldn't help but ponder its implications. "Now, let us observe their practical application," Professor McGonagall declared, waving her wand once more. "Defend us, Stone Guardians." In an instant, the statues sprang into swift motion, some wielding swords, others brandishing shields. They formed a tightly knit defensive formation within the chamber. Devero could even sense the powerful magical energy radiating from these figures. Seeing Devero's astonished expression brought her great satisfaction. One of her objectives for this exercise was to ensure that Devero understood the challenges of transfiguration. Although his talent in this area was commendable among young wizards, it did not reach a level that would allow him to excel significantly in this field. He was merely among the few who demonstrated promise each year. It was evident that he excelled more in spells and potions. Thus, it was prudent to guide Devero towards a path more aligned with his strengths. "Devero, you may now attempt to cast this spell on one of the statues," Professor McGonagall encouraged, turning to him with an encouraging gaze. "However, before you proceed, a small ritual is required." With a serious demeanor, she continued, "In the name of Hogwarts, I bestow upon you the title of knight. May you remember the oath of this day, to be loyal and brave, to uphold justice, and to protect the vulnerable." She then gently touched Devero's right shoulder with her wand, saying, "With my power, I grant you courage." She moved to his left shoulder, continuing, "With my wisdom, I grant you discernment." Each phrase resonated with profound meaning, as if every touch infused Devero with newfound strength and wisdom. Professor McGonagall then smiled slightly. "Now, Devero Alexander, you are recognized as a knight by Hogwarts." Devero, bewildered, touched his body, feeling as though nothing had changed. "The ritual is essential. Only by willingly becoming the protectors of the castle and its students can one activate the castle's protective magic," Professor McGonagall explained. "Remember, do not fear failure. This is a process of learning." Of course, McGonagall did not expect Devero to succeed. After all, even she had mastered this spell only after an entire day of study, ultimately succeeding under Dumbledore's guidance after nearly a week of effort. Although her progress was slow due to the spell's complexity, she grasped the control structures of transfiguration with ease. Thus, despite Devero having mastered the incantation, his incomplete understanding of the transformation structure would inevitably lead to failure. Encouraged by Professor McGonagall, Devero nodded slightly, mentally rehearsing the incantation once more. He exhaled slowly and stepped toward the stone pedestal on the opposite wall. With a swift flick of his wand, he recited the intricate spell. Finally, he waved his wand once more. "Stone pedestal, arise." Upon hearing Devero recite the incantation, Professor McGonagall could not help but nod in appreciation. Indeed, his talent for spells was remarkable. Under Flitwick's guidance, he would surely achieve great things. However, the next moment, her expression froze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stone pedestal Devero had aimed at began to tremble, neatly emerging from the stone alcove. What is happening? Chapter 68. The Guardian Knights of Hogwarts. Transfiguration Spirits. Red. Ding. New entry added. Guardian Knight. Blue, you have sworn to defend the students and the castle, recognized by the castle for both your prestige and abilities, qualifying you to activate certain protective magic within the castle. For some unknown reason, the notification for this entry appeared only when Devero summoned the stone pedestal. It was also the first time Devero learned that such entries could be obtained in this manner. Turning to look at Professor McGonagall, he discovered she possessed a similar entry. Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. Purple, your character is recognized by the castle, qualifying you to activate most protective magic within the castle, excluding the headmaster's office. Previously, Devero had focused solely on entries related to abilities, paying little attention to titles. After all, using protective magic seemed of little help to him personally. Now, however, he realized the immense value of such recognition. He could command an army. It seemed that each house head must possess a similar entry. Yet, Professor McGonagall's title as headmistress had merged with her deputy headmistress title. At this moment, her expression was somewhat uncharacteristic, aside from when she was angry. She rarely widened her eyes this much. Gazing at the neatly lined-up stone soldiers before her, she furrowed her brow. How would Devero control so many stone pedestals in battle? Based on McGonagall's earlier actions, it seems there exists a preordained formation of sorts. I suppose I must further my studies. Professor, may I inquire how you instructed them to adopt that defensive posture? McGonagall was still reeling from the astonishment of witnessing Devero successfully manipulate the stone pillars for the first time. Upon hearing Devero's question, she hesitated momentarily. Oh, the defensive stance, you ask? That is achieved through a long-standing collaboration with them. McGonagall took a deep breath, adjusting her emotions, and began to critique her previous judgment. What an average talent. This is, without a doubt, a talent unseen in 2 decades. It is indeed a notch above that of James Potter. As she pondered, McGonagall approached the stone pillar. Sensing that the other might indeed master the control of the stone pillars faster than she could, Devero nodded slightly, but still bore a furrowed brow. After surveying the multitude of stone pillars in the chamber, easily numbering over 200, he raised his gaze once more. Professor, you mentioned it is best to start with the manipulation of a single stone pillar. Based on your experience, what is the maximum number you could control? At this question, McGonagall appeared slightly taken aback, clearly unprepared for Devero's inquiry. If I were to estimate, the most manageable number for me would be around 80. McGonagall also scanned the chamber, her fingers tapping her wand as if calculating. As for the absolute limit, it would be approximately 120, but even then, my combat effectiveness would be inferior to that of 80. McGonagall ultimately provided a figure that was not particularly precise. In truth, it was rather optimistic. During her first week of engagement, even manipulating 3 stone pillars for the simplest of deployments proved to be a Herculean task, though in the magical realm, it might not be deemed difficult. The ability to control 80 was honed over more than 30 years of teaching. Even now, she had never truly attempted to command the stone pillars in battle, though she was exceedingly eager to do so. It is little wonder, considering that while numerous disturbances have arisen in recent decades, only the noseless uncle, 7 years hence, dared to assault Hogwarts directly, this occurring in the aftermath of Dumbledore's demise. This indirectly affirms that Hogwarts truly deserves its reputation as the safest location in all of Britain. 120, you say? Devero pondered, resting his chin in contemplation. Estimating from the magical energy expended in manipulating the stone pillars earlier, he concluded that his current magical capacity and control could barely manage 10 pillars at best. To execute more complex maneuvers would be utterly impossible. Presently, he was incapable of commanding them to perform various attacks. It seemed he would need to study the book mentioned by Professor McGonagall. Instantly, Devero felt somewhat disheartened. The prospect of replicating McGonagall's formidable prowess from the original text in the short term appeared bleak. The efficacy of this golden entry felt rather mediocre. Devero walked deeper into the chamber. Gazing upon the 200 stone pillars, he envisioned awakening them all to serve his will. He imagined striking the noseless Voldemort and delivering a kick to the Tindelos cult. A faint smile crept upon Devero's lips as he beheld the long-awaited upgrade card within his interface. Oh, how he had been so engrossed in learning new spells that he had completely forgotten to utilize it. Thus, in the secrecy of the chamber, he decisively clicked to employ the long-awaited upgrade card. Ding! Item upgrade successful. Transmutation Spirit. Read, you possess unparalleled insight, enabling you to perceive the historical narrative and fundamental structure of objects. This is the essence of transmutation, and regarding the transformation of reality, you wield immense control. There is nothing you cannot transmute, unless you have never encountered it. You are virtually a master of transmutation by birthright. In that fleeting moment of successful upgrade, Devero felt an unprecedented surge of extraordinary energy emanating from his heart. This force flowed through him like the warm waters of spring. It then dispersed into countless tiny glimmers, radiating infinitely outward. The intensity of this sensation was so overwhelming that he could scarcely remain upright. Yet, he did not falter. Rather, he felt a profound connection with everything around him, as if his consciousness had transcended the limitations of the physical form, merging with the cosmos itself. In that instant, Devero's perception expanded beyond measure. His understanding of the world ascended to an entirely new realm. Not only could he intuitively sense the internal structures of surrounding objects, but he could also deeply comprehend their essential attributes. He could even glean their historical contexts and developmental trajectories. This was an ineffable ability, bestowing upon Devero a godlike insight. Whenever he wished, He could effortlessly alter the form and nature of any object, leaving no trace behind. Ultimately, he could restore it to its original state, as if no change had ever occurred. Chapter 69. Have we acquired an army? Devero slowly lifted his gaze, as his eyes swept across the scene. It felt as though he transcended the barriers of time and space, witnessing the entire journey of these statues from their inception. From the initial sculpting to the intricate spells cast upon them by the illustrious professors and headmasters of Hogwarts, they had silently guarded this secret place through countless lengthy nights. Though it was but a moment, Devero gained an extraordinarily profound understanding of the stone pillars before him and was astounded by the millennia-spanning history of Hogwarts. Staring blankly at the stone pillars, he was interrupted by Professor McGonagall's concerned inquiry. Devero, what ails you? Have you exhausted your magical energy? It would be wise to rest. The state of magical depletion is quite unpleasant. Devero slightly tilted his head towards Professor McGonagall and gently shook it. Professor, I am quite well. I merely had a sudden thought. Why don't we transform them into true warriors? I mean, their stony form seems rather inflexible. Professor McGonagall chuckled in disbelief. To completely animate a stone statue? Such a feat is immensely challenging. These statues are intricately carved from exceptionally powerful magical materials. Attempting to fully animate even one through transfiguration is exceedingly difficult. This is not akin to transforming a wooden table into a pig. The complexity of manipulating objects imbued with formidable magical power is significantly greater. Only those with exceptional talent and keen insight can accomplish this. The only instance McGonagall had witnessed such prowess was in Dumbledore himself. This is why she had consistently employed a semi-animated method to control the statues. Furthermore, Devero's understanding of the statues was still quite limited. Should a battle ensue, their agility would soon become apparent. However, McGonagall did not deter Devero. She allowed him to proceed. After all, the lad had already provided her with ample surprises today. So why not let him give it a try? With that, Devero approached a statue of a warhorse, gently placing his hands upon it. The moment his hands made contact, it felt as though ripples flowed across the surface of the statue, drawing fine particles of stone to his palms. He began to softly recite an incantation, and the statue trembled in response. Unlike before, the horse began to shrink. The once towering warhorse, nearly 6 feet tall, gradually diminished into a small pony standing less than 4 feet. Even more astonishingly, this pony was coming to life. Its body transitioned from rigid stone to a soft, resilient form, its coat glistening with a natural sheen. The little pony regarded Devero with its gentle, large eyes. Devero beamed with a smile. The experiment was a success. He affectionately stroked the pony's forehead, while Professor McGonagall stood behind him, momentarily stunned. Had he truly animated the statue in its entirety? Could it be that this lad's transfiguration talent surpassed her own? A terrifying thought crossed McGonagall's mind. She was, after all, Dumbledore's appointed instructor and had been recognized as the most prodigious student in the art of transfiguration. She believed her own talent was only slightly inferior to Dumbledore's. Yet, what Devero had achieved was a remarkable leap beyond her own capabilities. Devero nodded with a smile and turned to her. Professor, I believe it would be far better to bring them all to life and station them around the castle for defense. Upon hearing Devero's suggestion, McGonagall shook her head. That notion has been proposed by several professors before, but the transfiguration we employ emphasizes changing structure without altering essence. Therefore, the animated state cannot be sustained for long. It requires constant maintenance, which is prohibitively costly. Devero nodded, still smiling. Professor, your reasoning is indeed sound, yet it appears you have overlooked a certain method, he remarked. With that, Devero turned around, drawing his wand from his waist and raising it high above his head. He swung it forcefully, casting a spell. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in alarm. Was Devero attempting to awaken all the stone sentinels? She dared not imagine such a feat. Instantly, she gripped her own wand, prepared to catch Devero should he succumb to exhaustion from the magical exertion. At that moment, Devero's eyes were tightly shut, his brow furrowed as if in deep contemplation. Awaken! Stone sentinels! With the final incantation uttered, he swung his wand once more. Buzz! Buzz! Bang! Bang! This time, the resonance was not merely from the trembling stones. The air was filled with the clanging of metal colliding. McGonagall anxiously scanned the surroundings, witnessing the previously silent stone sentinels suddenly quivering to life. The fissures and blemishes on their surfaces blurred momentarily before they began to transform. Limbs gradually emerged, followed by heads and torsos, until each stone sentinel had metamorphosed into a living soldier or steed. Their armor gleamed with a metallic sheen. Plop, 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 as Devero chanted. The soldiers marched in perfect unison, stepping forth from the recesses of the stone wall, standing before the two in a disciplined formation, their eyes exuding determination and vigilance, akin to a well-trained army awaiting orders. At that moment, Professor McGonagall could hardly maintain her grip on her wand. Indeed, Devero had truly animated all the stone sentinels. Just then, a first-year student standing before McGonagall turned with a pale, yet exhilarated expression. Professor, while the animation charm lacks sustainability in maintaining the state of its targets, I infused it with some micro-transformation magic, which perfectly compensates for that limitation. Devero excitedly shared his insights with Professor McGonagall, who could only stand there in stunned silence. Indeed, when he had placed his hands upon the stone statue of the horse, he had entered the microscopic realm, memorizing the material's microscopic structure. Fortuitously, he had not encountered Tindelos this time. Perhaps his time spent in the microcosm was too brief for Tindelos to detect him. Consequently, he had achieved what even Professor McGonagall could not, and what might even have been a struggle for Dumbledore, animating the entire legion of stone sentinels at Hogwarts. So, Professor, we now possess an army, Devero proclaimed with arms wide open, laughing heartily at Professor McGonagall. And then, in an instant, Devero was engulfed in darkness, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 70. The Fiendfire Curse? The Duel Club. He felt a throbbing headache. Devero pressed his hand against one side of his face. A frown etched deeply upon his brow. Damn it, he vowed never to act recklessly again. The sensation of magical depletion felt akin to losing half his life. Vaguely, he recalled accompanying Professor McGonagall to a hidden chamber, where he naively activated all the stone pedestals with all his might, draining himself completely. He took a deep breath, feeling the pain in his head dissipate somewhat. It was then that he had the opportunity to contemplate his surroundings. He lifted his gaze in confusion. Where am I? A question arose in his mind. At this moment, he sensed the tranquility enveloping the environment. A faint herbal aroma, reminiscent of white fresh, permeated the air, a scent he could only distinctly perceive in the Hogwarts infirmary. Before him lay a pristine white ceiling and neatly arranged hospital beds, while sunlight streamed through the windows, infusing the space with warmth. Surely, Professor McGonagall must have brought me here? Wait, what time is it? Just as Devero exhaled in relief, he suddenly recalled that he had a class scheduled for the afternoon. He hastily raised his hand to check. Oh no, I've missed it. It's nearly 5 o'clock now. Class will be over shortly. Devero couldn't help but rub his forehead. Well, it's probably for the best. I'm completely drained of magic, so I might as well rest for a while. With that thought, he reclined once more and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from outside the door. Startled, Devero shot upright, instinctively reaching for his wand, only to realize it was absent from his side. Then came a flurry of commotion as several individuals burst into the room. Professor, my hand hurts so much. Flint set me on fire. I didn't mean to. I don't know why my wand suddenly emitted green flames. All right, calm down, Poppy. Poppy, are you there? Devero watched as Professor Flitwick, the Ravenclaw head, rushed in with 2 students. One of them had a hand severely burned, a Gryffindor student he recognized, Percy Weasley. The other was someone familiar as well, his yearmate, Marcus Flint. In that moment, Devero recalled that he still had an opportunity to utilize a purple entry for duplication that he hadn't yet taken advantage of. He immediately seized a note from Professor Flitwick. Ding! Loading entry duplication. Duelist, purple. Duplication complete. Duelist, purple possesses a keen combat instinct, nearly invincible in one-on-one duels. Success. Instantly, a multitude of duel scenes flooded Devero's mind. He felt as if he had transformed into a seasoned duelist of remarkable prowess. To his delight, he discovered that this entry was experience-based, meaning he had inherited a significant portion of Professor Flitwick's dueling expertise. This also indicated that, ding, new spell successfully recorded. New spell successfully entered the repository. Dozens of commonly used dueling spells surged into Devero's mind. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. He immediately yearned to cast a disarming charm. However, he soon realized he possessed neither a wand nor any magical energy. Meanwhile, upon hearing someone call for her, Madame Pomfrey hurried out to provide care. Noticing the severity of the injury on Percy's hand, her expression turned grave. She immediately began to scold. I just told the headmaster. No more dueling clubs. Now look what has happened. Where's Phileas? I just heard him call for me. Did he leave you all here without informing me of what spell was cast? How irresponsible. Devero struggled to suppress his laughter. Professor Flitwick awkwardly raised his hand. It's me. Professor. Madame Pomfrey looked down and only then noticed Professor Flitwick standing beside her, her face shifting from red to pale. Oh, thank goodness. Phileas, you are here. Quickly tell me what spell this child has been subjected to. It looks as though his hand may be ruined. Professor Flitwick disregarded the tension and promptly recounted the situation. This student appears to have been struck by a form of dark magic. I attempted several extinguishing charms, but they were ineffective. Ultimately, only the counter-charm for the fiendfire succeeded. Devero clearly observed Madame Pomfrey's countenance darkening upon hearing that Percy had been afflicted by dark magic. When she learned it was the fiendfire curse, her expression transformed into one of sheer terror. What? You allowed them to use dark magic in class, and the fiendfire at that? Hurry, otherwise his hand will be lost. She immediately seized Percy and rushed towards the depths of the hospital wing, which Devero surmised was likely the surgical area of Hogwarts. Fiendfire? Watching their retreating figures, Devero furrowed his brow. He had only encountered such a spell in the 7th book of the original series. It was an immensely powerful dark magic capable of destroying Horcruxes. That Marcus had unleashed it, and upon Percy. Recalling Marcus's earlier activities in the restricted section, where he had moved numerous dark magic tomes, it seemed entirely plausible. Turning back to look at Professor Flitwick, he saw Marcus fervently explaining himself. Professor, I truly did not mean to. I intended to cast a simple fire spell, but unexpectedly. It was that green flame that emerged. In response to Marcus's desperate explanations, Professor Flitwick sighed. Marcus, I believe you. The spell you recited was indeed a fire spell. I witnessed it clearly. So rest assured, I will not wrongfully accuse you. However, out of responsibility, I must confiscate your wand. And you are to refrain from participating in the dueling club for the time being. With that, Professor Flitwick went on tiptoe and retrieved the wand from Marcus's waist. With his wand taken, Marcus appeared somewhat lost, walking out of the hospital wing with a vacant expression. Professor Flitwick observed his performance and slightly shook his head. Professor, what exactly is this dueling club? Suddenly, Flitwick was startled by a voice from behind him. Turning around, he saw Devero standing there with a smile. Devero was well aware of what the dueling club entailed. In the original narrative, Gilderoy Lockhart had initiated such an event due to Voldemort's infiltration of the school. It appeared that this initiative was also prompted by recent weekend events. Oh, it's you, Devero. The dueling club is Professor Dumbledore's idea, intended to impart some fundamental combat skills. He hopes to trial it with students in the 5th year and above first, to adequately train everyone, and then allow the younger years to join next year, in case you ever need to defend yourselves. However, I did not expect such an incident to occur in the very first week. Flitwick sighed at this point. Devero nodded thoughtfully, his eyes brightening. Just as he had suspected, Dumbledore was indeed beginning to prepare the students to strengthen their defensive capabilities. Professor, I am now also part of the 5th year curriculum. May I join the dueling club in the next session? Devero had long desired an opportunity to practice his skills. The older students would certainly provide ample material for sparring. Of course, haha, but I will give a heads up to the other students. I won't go too hard on you, Professor Flitwick replied with a smile. Suddenly, he glanced warily towards the door, moving closer to Devero to whisper. Do you know who those 2 gentlemen dressed like medieval knights outside are? Chapter 71. Could he be a triple threat in charms, potions, and transfiguration? What? Those individuals transformed from stone pillars? Flitwick exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Devero nodded with a smile. Yes, Professor. Wasn't there a dark wizard attack last week? Professor McGonagall arranged for this. Much like how she arranged for you to establish the dueling club. Upon hearing Devero's explanation, Flitwick chuckled wryly and shook his head. Oh, I see. I thought it was Pomfrey. I assumed she was trying to intimidate the students for being too rowdy, haha. Flitwick gave Devero a pat on the shoulder. Devero couldn't help but smirk. It did indeed seem like something Madame Pomfrey would do. At that moment, Professor Flitwick cautiously peered out the door, presumably assessing the 2 knights. So these knights were conjured by Minerva, were they? Just as Devero was about to mention the magical innovations he had discussed with Professor McGonagall in the chamber, the door was suddenly thrust open with great force. Flitwick nearly toppled to the ground, but Devero, quick on his feet, rushed forward to steady him. Oh, apologies, Phileas. I did not notice you. As the 2 lifted their gazes, they beheld none other than Professor Minerva McGonagall, the esteemed head of Gryffindor House. McGonagall promptly approached and assisted Flitwick in straightening up. She then turned, her brow furrowed, to address Devero. Devero, how is it that you have risen from your bed? After depleting one's magical energy, it is essential to rest as much as possible. Full recovery may take up to 2 days. With that, Professor McGonagall unceremoniously supported Devero by his armpits. Devero scratched his head, feeling that a mere half-hour of meditation would suffice for his rejuvenation. However, he deemed it unwise to voice this to Professor McGonagall. Hey, Devero, are you all right? At that moment, a voice from outside called out to him. He turned his head to see 3 small faces peering through the door's crack, beaming at him. Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Devero waved at them with a smile, sighed, and shook his head. I told them you were hospitalized, and they insisted on coming. All right, come in, but let us keep the noise down. With that, the 3 Gryffindors cheerfully rushed inside, approaching Devereau's bedside. I heard from the professor that you have exhausted your magical energy. How are you feeling now? Hermione's voice was gentle and filled with concern, her eyes reflecting her worry for Devereau's well-being. He appeared capable of standing and looked much like his usual self, suggesting that he was indeed fine. Harry, standing beside her, offered reassurance to Hermione, well acquainted with the ins and outs of hospital stays. Upon seeing Devereau's condition, he recognized that there was little cause for alarm. Phew, I'm glad you're okay, Devereo. You know, today the castle was filled with knights in armor. I even saw patrolling knights out on the grassy plains. Their horses were magnificent, exclaimed Harry. Indeed, They reminded me somewhat of the pieces in Wizard's chess, added Neville, visibly relieved by Devereaux's apparent recovery. With Harry's and Neville's excited recounting of the day's events, Devereaux's spirits lifted. He then glanced around, puzzled, and inquired, "Where's Ron?" Upon hearing this question, Harry and Hermione exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Professor McGonagall just tested us again, and only Neville passed. Ron, along with Crabbe and Goyle. We'll have to retake it, they informed him. Devereaux shook his head with a smile, astonished that Neville had managed to pass. Neville, scratching his head, offered an embarrassed grin. McGonagall and Flitwick, observing the camaraderie, could not help but smile as well. Minerva, those knights in the school, did you conjure them using the animation transfiguration technique? Flitwick inquired, lifting his head to address McGonagall. Is that true, Professor McGonagall? Did you truly create those knights through transfiguration? Hermione asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. That is quite remarkable, considering there were at least 100 of them. I recall from the book that the art of animated transformation requires periodic infusions of magical energy to sustain its form. Professor McGonagall's ability to maintain such a state for an extended period is truly remarkable. Upon the mention of classroom topics, Hermione immediately perked up, and the other two companions shared her enthusiasm, their eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, who wouldn't relish the notion of donning armor and riding a grand steed? Hearing such praises, McGonagall could only smile wryly and shake her head. No, these soldiers are not animated by my transformation spells. However, I did indeed arrange for them to patrol the school grounds. Oh, so this is the handiwork of the headmaster? Such a large-scale transformation could only be executed by him, concluded Flitwick, naturally drawing his inference from McGonagall's explanation. To his surprise, McGonagall shook her head once more. It is not the headmaster, in fact. It was Devero who animated the soldiers using a novel approach, which unfortunately landed him in the hospital. The revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. As the room descended into an almost suffocating silence, they likely never anticipated that the patrolling soldiers were conjured through Devereaux's transformation magic. Goodness! Hermione exclaimed in a sharp cry, immediately turning her excited gaze towards Devero. Devero, how did you accomplish this? Neville and Harry crowded around Devereaux's window, eagerly bombarding him with questions. Flitwick stared intently at Devero, muttering to himself, goodness, could it be that Devero is not only a prodigy in charms and potions, but also a genius in transfiguration? McGonagall nodded, albeit with a hint of resignation. It appears so at present, and I am at a loss as to how to manage him. At that moment, a voice rang out. Hey, my patient needs to rest properly. Now all of you please leave. The clamor of the group was instantly silenced as Madame Pomfrey rushed out from the infirmary, her eyes blazing with urgency. Consequently, even Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were ushered out, granting Devero a moment of solitude. Taking a deep breath, Devero prepared to engage in meditation to swiftly restore his magical energy. For tomorrow he had Quirrell's defense against the Dark Arts class, which was scheduled to cover the 3 unforgivable curses alongside practical exercises. Devero certainly did not wish to miss out. Gradually, a mist enveloped Devero, and this time he did not disperse it. Through his recent practice, he had discovered that focusing entirely on himself expedited the recovery of his magical energy. As time passed, he felt his vitality becoming increasingly robust. The sunlight in the infirmary was slowly being eclipsed by the encroaching night. Suddenly, just as Devero was deeply engrossed in his practice, a sharp knock jolted him from his meditative state. He clasped his head and raised his eyes to discern the identity of his intruder, only to be met by the sight of a man clad in a black robe, his disheveled hair framing a face he least wished to encounter. Severus Snape. Have you had enough rest? Was all he uttered. Snape turned and walked to the door of the infirmary, disappearing into the corridor. Devereux, holding his head in despair, felt the weight of forgotten obligations, realizing he had to seek out Snape every evening. He quickly donned his shoes, and, taking advantage of Madame Pomfrey's distraction, slipped out the door. Chapter 72, The Night of the Full Moon, brewing the new polyjuice potion. In the dimly lit confines of Hogwarts' underground classroom, shadows flitted about the potion's master's dedicated workshop. The atmosphere was dense with the mingling scents of various herbs and magical ingredients. Devereux, Snape's voice resonated, deep and commanding. Ensure that each ingredient is measured with precision. We cannot allow this potion to become the excuse for your next failure. Yes, Professor, I shall be exceedingly careful, Devereux replied, suppressing a grimace as he endeavored to disregard Snape's admonitions. With utmost caution, he sprinkled a purple powder into the bubbling cauldron. It had been a month and a half since they last brewed potions together, during which Devereux had demonstrated commendable progress in class. In fact, the very formula they were concocting was his own invention. Yet, Snape continued to treat him as a mere child. Let us hope so, Snape continued, his tone laced with characteristic sarcasm. After all, if you cannot master even the most fundamental ratios of ingredients, I truly wonder how you have managed to remain my apprentice for so long. For the sake of his mental well-being, Devero had erected a barrier in his mind, choosing to ignore Snape's remarks. As they worked side by side, Snape would occasionally offer guidance or suggestions, though more often than not, he delivered sharp criticisms. Devero had developed a resilience to Snape's jibes, akin to that which Harry would later exhibit. After all, he had independently crafted a version of the Polyjuice potion and had made several innovations in the exclusive laboratory of the Room of Requirement. With familiarity, Devero added the remaining ingredients and proceeded to stir. 3 clockwise turns, 2 counterclockwise, and then repeat 3 times. Each step was crucial for ensuring the thorough amalgamation of all components. Naturally, such tasks were designated for the apprentice. Initially, Snape had intended to demonstrate, but upon witnessing Devereau's adept handling of the tools, he merely raised an eyebrow and refrained from further action. As the potion gradually took shape, Devero closely observed the transformations within the cauldron. This evening, he and Snape were working on the first part of the Polyjuice potion, intending to produce a sample for the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association. Due to the potion's unique properties, the process needed to align with the full moon, which dictated a timeline of at least a week. Although Devero had previously devised a faster formula, it held little practical significance. Ultimately, it is essential to synchronize with the moment of the full moon. During a brief interlude in his stirring, Devero raised his gaze towards the minuscule window of the underground classroom, through which the sight of the full moon was visible. At that moment, he turned his head to find Snape also gazing at the luminous orb. A smirk graced his lips. Fortune favored him, as his momentary distraction had gone unnoticed. Devero redirected his attention to the potion simmering in the cauldron. Soon, the potion's hue deepened, and the bubbling subsided, an indication that it was nearing completion. Devero nodded slightly. The absence of the aforementioned reactions might suggest an imbalance in the proportions of certain ingredients. Very well, let it cool gradually. Approaching the large cauldron used for brewing potions, he lifted the hefty lid and, with a flick of his wand, uttered a spell. Constrict. Instantly, a silvery light shot forth from the tip of his wand, sealing the gap between the lid and the cauldron, binding them firmly together. Devero surmised that even Hagrid would have difficulty opening this iron vessel at that moment. Skillfully, he placed the large stirring spoon into the adjacent sink, commencing the cleanup. The sound of water gurgling echoed in the silent underground classroom, enhancing the tranquility of his focused actions. However, within this seemingly ordinary moment, a subtle sense of unease stirred within Devero. He could not discern if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but it felt as though Snape had been observing him throughout his cleaning. This sensation of being watched unsettled him. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, standing behind Devero, bore a complex expression. His brow furrowed, and his eyes betrayed an indescribable anguish and struggle, an emotion that seemed to stem from a profound internal conflict rather than the immediate circumstances. After a while, Devero picked up a towel to dry his hands, having tidied all the necessary implements. The potion workshop regained its customary neatness. As for Snape's watchful gaze, it had vanished halfway through, leaving the empty classroom solely in Devereau's company. Snape's figure had long since disappeared, which left Devero feeling vexed. Damn it, leaving early are we? Such a heartless master, he grumbled, setting down the towel while glancing at his wristwatch. Stifling a yawn, Devero prepared to depart. Upon emerging from the underground classroom, he beheld the moonlight, shimmering like water, casting a silvery glow over the grass in front of the castle. There stood Snape, bathed in moonlight, evidently awaiting him. Devero sighed, unable to suppress a hand to his forehead. He had anticipated that Snape would not let him off so easily. Professor, do you have any further instructions? He inquired directly, adhering to his philosophy of finishing early to leave sooner. Snape stepped forward, placing a slender, rod-like object into Devereau's hand. He looked down to see. It is indeed his own wand. He had thought it was with Professor McGonagall. But wait, why would his wand be in Snape's possession? You must have heard about the establishment of the dueling club at school, Snape remarked abruptly. Devero felt somewhat bewildered. Professor, yes, I have heard, he replied. Humph, that level of training is merely a drop in the ocean for you. If you wish to avoid a dismal fate when faced with dark wizards in the future, you must be prepared to accept my guidance on the true knowledge and skills of life and death dueling. As he spoke, a chilling smirk appeared on Snape's face, sending shivers down Devereau's spine. From now on, in addition to brewing potions each night, you will also require specialized training in dueling. Follow me. Without regard for whether Devero could process this information, Snape strode deeper into the castle. Holding his wand, Devero, his mind a tangled mess, hurried after Snape's retreating figure. Chapter 73. Snape, you lack martial virtue. The dim light spilled onto the ancient stone path, casting a long shadow of Professor Snape's dark robe. Devero followed closely, his heart brimming with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. They traversed the winding corridors, with portraits lining the walls, their subjects chattering animatedly. It seemed to be that time of day for visits, and the figures appeared to observe the master and apprentice in hushed silence. Occasionally, they encountered knights fashioned from stone, which Devero found quite satisfying. These stony guardians resembled humans, possessing soft-looking skin and hair, and emanating a sense of reliability. Their gazes were resolute, their strides steady, maintaining a heightened vigilance even in the stillness of the night. Whenever these knights passed by Devero, he felt an urge to greet them or ask a few questions. However, Professor Snape, like a chilling breeze, walked straight past without a hint of pausing or any intention to discuss the knight's presence. Devero eagerly anticipated Snape's inquiry on the matter, wishing to witness once more the surprise on Snape's face. Of course, Snape would not oblige. Finally, they arrived before a spacious hall. Upon pushing the door open, a refreshing air greeted them, contrasting sharply with the chill outside. The layout of this classroom bore a striking resemblance to the place where Devero had undergone his spell assessment upon entering Hogwarts, albeit with decorations more aligned with practical combat. Surrounding them were an array of protective gear as well as long knives, spears, and short swords, items that seemed rather uncharacteristic of a wizardess arsenal. The walls were adorned with robes inscribed with runes and patterned tapestries. A peculiar magical aura permeated the air, invigorating Devero's body. This place had once served as a training ground for the older generation of wizards in their battles against dark sorcerers. Snape's voice resonated, deep and powerful. Now, this place shall become a sanctuary for your self-improvement. Devero surveyed his surroundings. Thump, thump, thump. He felt his heart racing with fervor. A sense of exhilaration surged through him. The anticipation of finally being able to unleash his potential. This was, to a significant extent, fueled by the gradual resurgence of his magical energies. The atmosphere seemed to be imbued with the enhancement of ritualistic magic, thus accelerating the recovery of his powers far beyond that experienced outside. Previously, his meditative practices had only replenished his magic to about half its peak capacity. This indicated that he was still in a state of dissatisfaction with his current reserves. Consequently, the sensation of rejuvenation was all the more intense for him. However, he was acutely aware that the crux of this experience stemmed from the prior acquisition of Professor Flitwick's duelist traits. Those abundant experiences and techniques of combat flowed into the depths of his mind and soul like a refreshing spring, having seamlessly integrated into his very being. At this moment, the wand he held felt heavier, yet he gripped it tighter. His fingers trembled slightly, a manifestation of excitement rather than fear. Professor Snape stood at the center of the classroom, his back turned to an orderly array of props. He pivoted to face Devero. Today, you shall learn not merely a technique, but the artistry of magical dueling. Before we proceed, although I find it somewhat inconsequential, I must elucidate the fundamental rules and etiquette of dueling, as I have been informed you chose not to attend class today. His voice resonated like a winter's chill, laced with disdain for the rules of engagement. Firstly, both duelists must extend mutual respect towards one another, regardless of the outcome. Maintaining grace and dignity is an essential virtue for every wizard. Prior to the commencement of the duel, both parties should bow to express their respect. His tone elevated slightly. Furthermore, once the duel begins, unless one party concedes or is unable to continue, the duel must not be arbitrarily halted. Yet, if one feels incapable of continuing, they may declare their surrender at any moment to prevent unnecessary harm. Professor Snape's gaze grew more taunting. Lastly, I must emphasize that dueling is an endeavor established for self-enhancement and skill assessment, rather than an avenue for vengeance or malicious harm. Therefore, what you exhibit in a duel is not merely your technical prowess, but also your character as a wizard. Devero listened, his lips twitching. He sensed that Snape was barely suppressing a laugh as he recited these rules. They hardly seemed to align with Snape's own nature. Devero had a strong inkling that tonight's special training would starkly contrast the decorum outlined in those regulations. Enough of the rules for mere participants in competitions, Snape declared. These guidelines hold no significance in true combat. Your adversary will not care whether you bow. They will only concern themselves with whether you survive. Having concluded this, Snape stepped aside, raising his wand directly at Devero. Stand opposite me. Devero was left momentarily bewildered. He hurriedly ran to stand opposite Snape, drawing his wand. Professor, shall we begin? There was a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile. What? Are you not a prodigy in spellcasting? At this remark, Devero felt an urge to roll his eyes, but he restrained himself. Mimicking Snape's stance, he raised his wand. Bow, Snape commanded. Devero complied, bending slightly. But at that moment, disarm. Devero abruptly looked up, only to see a crimson light hurtling towards him. He had no time to evade. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing into the table stacked with protective gear behind him. Snape, I demand honor in dueling. You scoundrel! The instant he was struck, Devero cursed Snape's ancestors. All the prior build-up had merely been a trap to ensnare him. Struggling, he lifted his head to gaze at Snape, who wore a wicked grin. My dear apprentice, did I not inform you? With a flick of his wand, Devero's wand appeared in Snape's hand. Snape examined it closely. Rules are meaningless in true combat. Your foe will not care whether you bow. They will only concern themselves with whether you survive. With that, he tossed the wand towards Devero, who caught it in his arms. I hope you remember tonight's lesson. Brushing off non-existent dust from his robes, Snape headed towards the door. At the same time tomorrow. I expect you to be punctual. As Snape opened the door to leave, Devero called out, Hey, Snape, where are you going? Are you fleeing? Hearing this, covered in dust, he gripped his wand tightly, pointing it at himself, his eyes ablaze with fury. Snape, noticing, let out a rare, cold smirk, drawing his wand from his waist once more. I am truly disappointed that you did not attempt a sneak attack. Chapter 74. Your spell is quite good, but it now belongs to me. Come, bow, Snape. Do you dare to engage in a proper wizard duel? Devero's demeanor was audacious, glaring at Snape. He unleashed the most infuriating remarks he could muster. Yet, Snape appeared intrigued by Devero's bravado. Interesting. Do you genuinely believe you can triumph over me in an official wizard duel? His eyes shimmered with cold light. Of course, I shall defeat you in the most honorable manner. If I resort to any underhanded tactics, then I am a ghoul, Devero declared earnestly. At this proclamation, Snape revealed a chilling smile. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Snape strode deliberately to stand opposite Devero. The two faced each other. All right, now bow. Devero's eyes were fixed on Snape, ever vigilant for any sign of treachery. Upon catching a glimpse of Dumbledore's eyes, a broader smile spread across Snape's face. He then waved his hand toward Dumbledore, reassuring him, Rest assured, I shall not strike while you bow. However, there is one point I must highlight. At this moment, the smile on Snape's face reached its zenith. Suddenly, he turned sharply to a vacant spot in the classroom. Your disillusionment charm leaves much to be desired, Mr. Ghoul. Expelliarmus. Protego. The crimson light shot from Snape's wand was deflected by a transparent shield. Observing this, the false Dumbledore standing before Snape transformed his wand into a long sword, charging at Snape with a furious roar. Meanwhile, the real Dumbledore, who had been nestled in the corner of the classroom, was compelled to emerge from his invisibility, bursting forth from a heap of debris, brandishing his wand. Expelliarmus. Cursed old ghoul. When did you discover my presence? Snape deftly sidestepped the spell cast by Dumbledore, smirking with disdain. I realized it the moment you rose. Shatter into pieces. Snape spun around, casting another spell directly at the advancing false Dumbledore, instantly reducing it to a heap of wood shavings. Indeed, this was the table that Dumbledore had just collided with after being struck by Snape. Human transfiguration? It appears your skills in transformation are commendable, Snape exclaimed with mocking praise while casting a malevolent curse towards Dumbledore. Not only I, but your acting has also improved significantly, old ghoul. Dumbledore rolled to evade Snape's spell, his mouth running incessantly. Yet, he soon found himself incredulously lifting his head, astonished that he had executed such tactical maneuvers. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, oh my, were it not for Professor Flitwick's dueling experience, I surely would have been unable to escape this. Anger surged within him as he cursed, damn it, how could that old bat possibly see through Voldemort's disillusionment charm? If only my magic were fully restored, the charm would have been flawless. Snape sneered, waving his wand once more. Acting, you are indeed my mentor. Expelliarmus. The scarlet spell rained down like a tempest. Dumbledore was forced to employ the shield charm once again, barely holding his ground. Cursed be it, I am being suppressed. At this juncture, Dumbledore had come to a realization. Snape's dueling prowess was undoubtedly on par with Flitwick's. Were Flitwick's magical power to dwindle to half of its current strength, defeat at Snape's hands would merely be a matter of time. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive spells struck violently against Dumbledore's shield. He staggered back a few steps, his expression grave, as the shield began to crack and falter. With a sudden jolt, Dumbledore collided with a table behind him, and an idea sparked in his mind. With a swift flourish of his wand, the 3 tables behind him flipped and folded, transforming into 3 towering armored warriors. Charge! Dumbledore commanded with a sweeping gesture. 3 warriors charged fiercely towards Snape, who responded with a series of cold sneers. Is this all you've got? Allow me to showcase my advanced techniques. Obliteration. Snape's hand, gripping his wand, trembled violently as he unleashed a beam of silvery light. To his astonishment, the spell split midair into 3 distinct incantations, each aimed at the armored warriors. This was undoubtedly a spellcasting technique he had meticulously developed himself. For even Devero, possessing the duelist trait, could not replicate it. But who was Devero? He was a magical prodigy. There existed no spell he could not master. Instantly, a melodious notification chimed in his mind. Ding! New spell acquired. With a beaming smile, Devero also trembled his hand. Armored protection. A laser beam shot forth. What? How could this be? Under Snape's astonished gaze, the incantation divided into 3, enveloping each warrior in a protective shield. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 spells struck, and the warriors emerged unscathed from the cloud of dust. Ha, old ghoul, such sophisticated techniques are easily learned. Snape's face darkened as he beheld the 3 formidable warriors advancing towards him. With a sinister twist of his neck, he declared, "Enough of this child's play. Brace yourself for true dark magic." Thunderous explosion. Snape hardly waved his wand, merely pointing it straight ahead. Devero felt a sudden pang of dread as he sensed a powerful energy ready to erupt from the tip of Snape's wand. His pupils constricted. This was bad. Armored protection. This time, however, he could not safeguard the 3 armored warriors. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, obliterating the warriors into mere fragments. A large crater was formed in the center of the classroom. The shockwave hurled Devero against the carpet hanging on the rear wall. The entire classroom was engulfed in dust and smoke. Struggling to lift his head, Devero's eyes were filled with terror. Previously, he had encountered high-stakes battles in the original text, witnessing powerful duels between figures like old Voldemort and Professor Dumbledore, which altered the very landscape. There were also accounts of a single spell vanquishing 32 foes. Yet, witnessing the terrifying might of dark magic firsthand was an entirely different experience. But soon, the fear on his face transformed into a smile. Ding. New spell acquired. Chapter 75, Surprise Attack? Wandless Magic. Oh, Merlin above. He had finally learned a spell of genuine interest. As for why this incantation was absent from the duelist entry of Flitwick, one could only speculate that such a devastating spell would rarely be employed in a duel. At that moment, Snape walked slowly through the haze towards Devero, his face devoid of expression, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of pride. "Will you concede? Or shall I cast another spell upon you?" Devero smirked, fully aware of the stakes. Snape seemed to revel in the prospect of witnessing his opponent's defeat and pleas for mercy, a manifestation of his twisted psyche. Thanks to the protective charm, he emerged unscathed, swiftly rising from the ground. At this juncture, Devero found himself ensnared in a mental quandary, deliberating whether to adhere to his initial strategy or unleash a more formidable attack against Snape. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting Devero to clutch his forehead in frustration. Damn, his magical energy was waning. It was not that he was on the brink of exhausting his power, rather, he had crossed a certain threshold. While Devero would endure considerable discomfort, he was not rendered incapable of casting spells. It was akin to the earlier exertion of activating all the stone pillars that had left him momentarily drained. After contemplating the energy consumption of a new spell, Devero reached a conclusion. He would have to revert to his original plan. Regrettably, he had hoped to test the limits of his magic by sending the old bat soaring into the sky. Raising his gaze towards Snape, Devero abruptly waved his wand. A tempest of sand and debris erupted. As he recited the incantation, fragments of wood, stones, and various weapons began to levitate within the classroom. Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Devero's unexpected level of spellcasting. Without hesitation, he brandished his wand. Shielding charm. Indeed, in response to this assault, Snape invoked his first protective charm of the evening. Devero's wand pointed directly at Snape, unleashing a torrent of boulders and sharp implements toward him. A cacophony of sounds erupted. As the dust settled, Snape stood unharmed, encircled by a pristine barrier, while the area outside was strewn with an array of weapons and debris. Snape glanced up to find Devero still positioned across from him, a smug smile gracing his features as he aimed his wand. Snape scoffed, shaking his head. "Do you not find it absurd to employ a ploy that has already been uncovered? Disarm. Disarm." This time, both combatants opted for an offensive approach. The difference lay in Devero targeting Snape directly, while Snape aimed for a corner of the classroom. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding crashes reverberated. A table in the classroom's corner shattered into countless pieces, sending splinters flying. Simultaneously, Snape, incredulous, was sent reeling by the disarming spell, his wand slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. "Professor, some strategies only prove effective when they are recognized." Devero triumphantly brushed the dust from his attire. With a flick of his wand, Snape's wand soared toward him. However, at that moment, Snape abruptly bent forward and, with a fierce grip, seized his wand. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Thus, Devero was left with 3 sensations: the blinding red light before him, the pleasant chime of the system announcing, "Ding." New spell added to the repository, and the roaring realization within him that victory was at hand. Panting heavily, Snape lay amidst the classroom's wreckage, his body aching from the ordeal. Gazing at the now unconscious Devero before him, a profound astonishment filled Snape's eyes. Recalling the transformation skills, agility, spellcasting depth, and strategic cunning displayed by Devero moments ago, it became abundantly clear that such prowess was far beyond that of a mere novice in dueling, especially one in their first year. Snape found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Goodness, he had nearly stumbled in this encounter. This boy was truly a prodigy. It seemed no student at Hogwarts could rival him. Yet, despite this, he might still not surpass me. What was even more infuriating was the fact that Devero had managed to grasp my spellcasting techniques in mere moments, indicating that his understanding of spells had reached a level nearly akin to my own. Alas, had Dumbledore not been away today, He would surely have relished the opportunity to observe this. Rubbing his temples, Snape felt a premonition. Should they engage in combat a few more times, he might find himself unable to contend with Devero. Most concerning was the certainty that all his skills would inevitably be learned by this boy. Devero had truly bewildered him to an alarming degree. Fortunately, he had yet to master the blasting curse. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have been unleashed just now. Given that it was one of the most perilous dark spells, not something any ordinary practitioner could wield with ease. After taking a moment to rest and compose himself, Snape gradually rose and approached Devero, retrieving his wand. He prodded Devero's abdomen with the tip of his wand, and in the next instant, the boy began to levitate. Snape picked up Devero's wand and secured it at his waist, then waved his wand, causing him to float out of the classroom. With a sigh of relief, Snape surveyed the disarray around him, shaking his head. Thankfully, he had cast a silencing charm in advance. Next, with a flick of his wand, he restored the room to its original state. As consciousness regained control of his body, Devero slowly opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling. This marked the second time he had seen it in 2 days. The morning sun streamed through the hospital window, casting warmth upon the floor, which enveloped him in a comforting sensation. Rubbing his head, he sat upright and surveyed his surroundings. As expected, a red-haired upperclassman lay beside him, his hands bandaged and looking exceedingly weary. It was Percy Weasley. However, Devero currently lacked the inclination to converse with him. How vexing. He had not anticipated that Snape would possess the ability to cast spells without a wand. Indeed, in high-stakes situations, he must not emulate Harry, who always brandished a disarming spell that would inevitably lead to his downfall. Nevertheless, the knight's endeavors had yielded considerable gains. Devero opened his interface to discover 3 new spells in his spell repository. Spell repository: Split Casting, Proficient, Wandless Magic, Beginner, Blasting Curse, Beginner. Remarkably, Devero had achieved proficiency in the split casting spell after using it just once, likely due to the enhancement of his spellcasting abilities, which had reduced the number of practice attempts required. Quite promising. Afterwards, I must seek a place to practice my explosive charm, striving to attain mastery. Hee. The next time I encounter Snape, I shall deliver a grand display. He raised his hand to press against his brow, suddenly feeling as though he had forgotten something of great importance. Alas, today appears to be the day when Quirrell demonstrates the 3 unforgivable curses. Oh no, I am late. Chapter 76, The Tragedy of the Lovegood Household. As the first light of dawn emerged, atop a mountain several miles north of Ottery St. Catchpole, a peculiarly eccentric house stood beneath the azure sky, resembling a colossal black column. Behind it, a shattered disc-like object languidly hung in the sky. 3 hand-painted signs were affixed to the intact gate of the yard. The first read, Counterpoint Editor, Lovegood. The second, Please select a sprig of mistletoe. The third, Do not touch the airship, Lee. The scene was such that even the most ordinary wizard, let alone a muggle, would find the family's eccentricities perplexing. Creak, creak. A tall, elderly man with long silvery hair and a beard pushed open the gate, adorned in robes of an unusual grayish hue. A hint of sorrow glimmered in his azure eyes, ignoring the 2 old hawthorn trees swaying in the wind that flanked the entrance. He traversed the winding path filled with an array of strange plants. An adult owl, its head slightly flattened and reminiscent of an eagle's, watched him from a branch. Upon reaching the heavy black door, studded with iron nails and featuring an eagle-shaped knocker, Dumbledore paused momentarily, refraining from knocking immediately. After a brief silence, he finally rapped on the door. Shortly thereafter, the sound of glass objects clinking resonated from within. After what seemed like half a minute, the door creaked open, revealing Xenophilius Lovegood, standing in the doorway with an empty gaze and a haggard countenance. The sparkle of curiosity that once illuminated his eyes had been replaced by an indescribable sorrow and despair. His robe appeared disheveled, as though it had not been tidied for days, with several strands of silver hair clinging to his forehead, lending him an air of profound age. Dumbledore's sorrow deepened upon seeing him. I apologize for my tardiness, Xenophilius. Oh, Dumbledore, is it you? I am grateful for your presence, truly. I feared I would never see you again. Xenophilius replied, somewhat dazed, as he stepped aside. Please, come in. I believe I still have some cloudroot left. They make for quite a delightful drink. Dumbledore followed him in silence. Even for Dumbledore, the kitchen he entered now was decidedly bizarre. Everything was designed in curves, harmoniously fitting with the walls, including the stove, sink, and cupboard. The walls bore a few scribbles that resembled peculiar creatures, their colors remarkably vivid, almost blindingly so. Dumbledore followed Xenophilius up a wrought iron spiral staircase to the 2nd floor, which was in utter disarray. If Devero were present, he would have to reconsider which place in the world was more chaotic, Goyle's bed or this room. It was cluttered with books and a myriad of newspapers, while a wooden contraption lurked in the corner, adorned with numerous magically rotating gears. It resembled a grotesque hybrid of a workbench and a heap of old shelves. its purpose unknown as it remained eerily still. Just a moment. Feel free to sit while I fetch some puffskein roots. Xenophilius's voice drifted through the air like a gossamer veil, more fragile than before, as if each word drained him of his strength. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings, seeking a place to sit, ultimately choosing a relatively clean spot. He settled cautiously, refraining from conjuring a comfortable chair, for such an act would be deemed an affront to the host's dignity. The silence in the room hung heavily like a dense curtain, pressing upon everyone present. Soon, Xenophilius returned, cradling 2 cups filled with warm tea, the faint aroma penetrating the oppressive atmosphere. He handed 1 cup to Dumbledore and took a seat. Yet his gaze flitted restlessly, as if his thoughts had drifted far away. "How is Luna?" Dumbledore inquired softly, striving to maintain a calm tone. Xenophilius's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his cup, seemingly drawing strength from it. "She is resting," he replied, his words growing increasingly fragmented, as though being torn apart by invisible hands. "I couldn't protect her that night. It all happened so suddenly." Dumbledore nodded, refraining from interrupting, simply allowing silence to envelop them. "She has encountered some misfortune." Xenophilius's voice barely pierced the air, reduced to a faint quiver. "But I believe, as long as we hold on to a glimmer of hope, we shall find a solution. I have begun researching relevant literature. Yes, I hope to discover a remedy." However, as he spoke, the previously subdued Xenophilius suddenly trembled violently, spilling tea from his cup. But his tone shifted dramatically when the names of the perpetrators were mentioned, igniting a fierce intensity within him. His body shook with anger and despair. Those fiends from Tindelos, how could they do this? She is such a pure and innocent child. A torrent of anger and anguish poured from his voice, almost unbearable to behold. "Oh, Luna, my dear, she is only 10. How could they be so cruel? What will become of her?" Xenophilius inhaled deeply, bracing himself. Striving to control her emotions, she remains strong, yet she is no longer the Luna of yore. A sense of dread envelopes me. I fear she may come to despise this world and those who have once inflicted pain upon her. Tears cascade down her cheeks, falling silently to the ground, shattering without a sound. How I wish none of this had ever transpired. Dumbledore, with a somber expression, tightly grasped Xenophilius's trembling hands. "We shall find a way, Xenophilius. I believe that, regardless of the challenges we face, Luna will embody the courage of her father. Moreover, we shall never cease our quest for solutions." Chapter 77, Missed Opportunities? The first class of 6th-year defense against the dark arts. Clatter, clatter. The castle reverberated with the sound of hooves. Devero came rushing in, still donning the slippers from the infirmary. Or rather, he was galloping forth. He rode upon the steed he had previously animated in the Chamber of Secrets, racing at full speed towards the classroom of defense against the dark arts. "Faster, brother, faster," Devero urged, leaning over the horse's back, muttering incessantly. He dared to claim that the colt's speed rivaled the swiftness of a sweeping constellation, though not quite, as the fastest of the sweeping constellation could reach 112. However, it was undoubtedly much quicker than Devero himself. Avada Kedavra! With the utterance of this incantation, a beam of striking green light burst through the window, prompting immediate terrified exclamations from the students in the classroom. "Oh no!" Just as Devero charged into the classroom, he was met with the astonished visage of Professor Quirrell, a toad lifeless upon the podium, and a throng of bewildered 6th-year students gaping at him and the colt. Devero instinctively smacked his forehead. "Blast it! I've missed it again. Alexander, you have arrived? Professor Snape had already informed me of your absence. I presumed you would continue to rest." Quirrell's sharp voice pierced the air. With a resigned sigh, Devero patted the colt, allowing it to gallop out of the castle. Clatter, clatter. The sound of hooves faded into the distance. "Professor, I am fine and can attend class as usual. May I inquire where we left off?" Devero silently prayed that all the unforgivable curses had not yet been demonstrated. "Oh, you have arrived just in time. Haha. We have already demonstrated the most terrifying of the killing curses. Next, we shall showcase the other 2 unforgivable curses. Please take a seat, Alexander." Quirrell replied with a friendly smile. Upon hearing that there were still 2 curses left to demonstrate, Devero sighed in relief and hurried to his seat, his mind still mulling over the thought. The most terrifying? The most captivating? How unfortunate it was to have missed witnessing it. As Devero settled into his seat, the older students began to whisper amongst themselves. "Hey, this child looks like he is barely a first year. Why is he sitting here?" "Indeed. But I heard the professor call him Alexander, and with that head of golden hair, perhaps." "Indeed, it is he, the dark sorcerer, Devero Alexander, who previously assisted Professor Quirrell in driving away the Ollivander. How astonishing it is that he is indeed a first-year student. Moreover, he is capable of riding horses at school. I heard from my friends in Gryffindor that the knights gallivanting outside were conjured by Alexander himself. Undoubtedly, his remarkable prowess in practical combat is why he attends classes alongside us. Truly impressive. On one hand, Devero belongs to Slytherin, while his acquaintances primarily hail from Gryffindor. Present here are also Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. There is little familiarity with Devo, so it is not surprising that he remains unrecognized. Yet, it is evident that some regard his reputation with disdain. What can a first year possibly know of defense against the dark arts? It is uncertain whether he can even produce sparks from his wand. Surely, what you speak of are mere rumors. The true vanquisher of the dark sorcerer must be Professor Quirrell. The speaker is a student from Ravenclaw, with light brown hair neatly arranged and pale blue eyes that reflect a blend of intelligence and a hint of scorn. He dons a tidy school uniform, exuding an air of both refinement and arrogance. Upon hearing his words, those who had previously extolled Devoloria's capabilities fell silent, with many nodding in agreement with his perspective. Indeed, being but a child, how could he possibly contend with a dark sorcerer's spells? Wells' assertion holds merit. It must have been Professor Quirrell who rescued him. Nevertheless, some dissenting voices arose. Yet, if that were the case, why would Alexander still be seated here attending class with us? In response to this inquiry, the bespectacled boy, Wells, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, struggling to conjure a rebuttal. Though separated by several tables, Devo caught wind of the young man's words, eliciting a desire within him to exchange a celebratory high-five. The title of the one who vanquished the dark sorcerer had become quite bothersome to Devo over the past few days, as everyone inquired about the fierce confrontation. Devo could only patiently reiterate that the dark sorcerer had already perished upon his entry into the Ollivander. Subsequently, Devo turned to meet the gaze of the bespectacled Ravenclaw, who raised an eyebrow at him in evident provocation. To his surprise, Devo smiled and gave him a thumbs up. What is he doing? Is he challenging me? Wells' expression darkened at once. This little brat. Humph. How audacious, truly fitting of a Slytherin. As he contemplated, Devo had already turned away, leaving Wells to glare at the back of his head, feeling somewhat vexed. If only this boy were a sixth year, he would surely make him regret his arrogance at the dueling club. Alas, Devo surveyed his surroundings. In the corner of the classroom, he immediately spotted Marcus, who greeted him with a smile and a wave. However, Marcus's reaction sent a wave of disappointment through him. Marcus merely lifted his eyelids slightly, offering a forced smile, before promptly diverting his gaze elsewhere and moving to stand beside Professor Chilo. This subtle shift stirred an inexplicable anxiety within Devero, causing him to furrow his brow. It seemed imperative to expedite his dealings with Chilo. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the blackboard, capturing the attention of all present and interrupting Devero's thoughts. The discussion regarding him came to an abrupt halt. All right, everyone. Let us proceed with today's demonstration of the next spell, Professor Chilo announced, instructing Marcus to place the deceased toad from the desk into a cage. Devero noted that there were 3 toads inside, presumably the props for demonstrating the unforgivable curse. A twinge of regret washed over him. Why hadn't he brought Al along? Surely, this would have been a horror film for Al. As Professor Chilo extracted another toad from the cage, Devero focused intently on Chilo's movements, determined to observe every detail. Yet, just as he prepared to immerse himself completely, an indescribable sensation washed over him, causing him to furrow his brow once more. Devero pondered silently, but could not quite grasp the thought at that moment. Chapter 78, Regulations of the Ministry of Magic? The Soul-Catching Curse. The Cruciatus Curse. Never mind, focus. Devero shook his head, casting aside all distractions to concentrate on observing Chilo's spell demonstration. At that moment, Chilo abruptly paused, raising his head to address the class. Given the arrival of new students, I shall reiterate my remarks from earlier. Devero observed Chilo swallow hard, his eyes darting outside. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, it is deemed unnecessary to teach students about so-called illegal dark magic, as they believe the world is currently very safe. And we ought to cultivate more talents for productive endeavors. Yes, indeed, that is what they say. Chilo hesitated before continuing. However, it is apparent that circumstances have changed. Therefore, this week, I submitted a new curriculum to Professor Dumbledore, who was quite pleased, beyond my expectations. But for this course to proceed smoothly, I ask that you all remain discreet. Chilo spoke with a palpable timidity, scarcely glancing at the students in the classroom, his gaze fixated on the outside, as if fearing someone might burst in and seize him. After an eerie pause that lasted several seconds, Chilo slowly nodded. It seems everyone understands, so let us continue. Next, we shall demonstrate the soul-catching curse. Many students couldn't help but stifle laughter at Chilo's mouse-like demeanor. Some individuals had even burst into laughter. Yet, Devero wore a furrowed brow. This indicated that the Ministry of Magic still believed the 3 unforgivable curses should not be demonstrated within the school premises. But why had Quirrell stated that he had made a mistake while presenting the lesson plan? Devero sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not fathom Quirrell's motives. However, Quirrell was indifferent to his thoughts. He lifted a toad and placed it in the palm of his outstretched hand for all to see. Then, pointing his wand at it, he murmured, "Soul departure." Suddenly, the toad's body became unnaturally rigid, leaping directly from Quirrell's palm into the air, subsequently landing atop the first row of desks. The students in that row screamed, yet the toad paid them no heed. Its limbs gently moved as if attempting to swim, and then, as if performing a complex dance, it stared wide-eyed, devoid of consciousness, mechanically repeating its actions. Quirrell waved his wand, and the toad instantly altered its movements, beginning to use only its belly to touch the desk while its legs flailed wildly, its body spinning rapidly like a frenzied top. Finally, Quirrell waved his wand once more, halting the toad's rotation, which then stood upright and continued to leap in an odd manner, as if performing a solo act. Aside from the students in the first row, the rest of the class was amused by the toad's peculiar antics, erupting into laughter. If one disregarded his occasional glances out the window, Quirrell appeared to relish the classroom atmosphere, continually prompting the toad to perform various silly stunts. His classes were typically known for their dullness, so this unexpected turn of events was quite surprising. Devero did not join in the laughter, yet he could not suppress a smile. Ding! New spell added. Spell library, Soul Snatch, beginner. After all, he was a magical prodigy. With his full concentration, Devero instantly grasped the incantation and counterspell for the Soul Snatch. Now, he estimated that he only needed to test it once to achieve proficiency. With this thought, Devero smiled broadly, unable to resist the urge to practice on Owl. Soon, the laughter sparked by the toad's antics would cease. As he did so, he murmured to himself, causing the previously laughing students to retract their necks. Haha, but fortunately, we believe there will certainly be no more large-scale control incidents. Quirrell, with a sharp voice, reassured everyone with a smile, though the effect seemed rather minimal. Subsequently, Quirrell unexpectedly adopted a somewhat serious demeanor as he looked at the crowd. Esteemed classmates, as demonstrated earlier with the deadly curse, those who are faint-hearted and feel unable to endure may wish to close their eyes. Ah, indeed. This time it may also be prudent for everyone to cover their ears upon hearing Chilo's warning. Many students promptly shielded their ears. However, they kept their eyes wide open, eager to witness the effects of this final incantation. For today, I shall present the heart-piercing curse. With that, Chilo shuddered momentarily before regaining composure. Taking a deep breath, he approached the podium. At this point, Marcus had placed the final toad upon the table, where it lay quietly, unresponsive, reminiscent of Elp's usual demeanor, blissfully unaware of the ordeal it was about to endure. Chilo, trembling, raised his wand towards the toad. Devero remained fixated on the scene, unwilling to follow his classmates' advice to cover their ears. After all, he sought a comprehensive understanding of this spell. How could he learn its pronunciation if he could not hear it? Suddenly, Chilo abruptly lowered his arm, causing a collective intake of breath from the audience. Yet, nothing transpired. My apologies, Chilo stammered. Perhaps this way, it may not be visible enough, so I shall enlarge it. This announcement momentarily disrupted Devero's concentration, and nearby students erupted into chatter. No, Professor Chilo, are you attempting to challenge me? Devero mused internally. All right, everyone, quiet down. Let us enlarge it swiftly. Chilo waved his hand, urging silence, then cast an enlargement charm upon the toad. Instantly, it swelled to a size surpassing that of a stool. After ensuring that even the last row of students could see, Chilo inhaled deeply once more, trembling, and pointed his wand at the toad. Heart-piercing. The moment the words left his lips, a guttural croak erupted from the toad as its body abruptly contracted, followed by a bone-chilling scream filled with agony and terror, as though its very soul were being subjected to the most brutal torment. Its limbs flailed wildly. Those brave enough not to cover their ears now found themselves regretting their decision. The toad's cry was excruciatingly piercing, even causing a dull ache in their ears, compelling them to shield themselves. Devero, however, did not cover his ears. Instead, he fixated intently on Chilo's wand. He observed as Chilo's trembling hand gradually steadied amidst the toad's anguished cries, eventually becoming as steady as one holding a spoon for a meal. Unbeknownst to Devero, a faint red glow began to seep from Chilo's pupils. Chapter 79. Chilo's strange reaction? The reporting plan. The agonizing croak persisted for nearly 10 seconds, its volume not diminishing, but rather escalating to a more harrowing crescendo, akin to a wailing from the depths of the soul, sending chills down the spine. Yet, Chilo appeared increasingly intent on prolonging the toad's suffering. A look of sheer enjoyment etched upon his face. Devero could sense the power of the Cruciatus curse steadily intensifying. He was acquiring more knowledge with each passing moment. A girl, pale-faced, clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Her eyes were filled with both terror and sympathy, yet she dared not step forward to intervene, helplessly observing the scene unfold. Most of her classmates mirrored her reaction. At that moment, Wells suddenly leaped to his feet, eyes ablaze with fury, and shouted, "Stop!" He hurled the thick textbook in his grasp towards Chilo, attempting to interrupt the incantation. However, just as the book soared through the air, it was swiftly obliterated by a powerful spell, scattering paper debris around the room. The onlookers turned in shock, witnessing Marcus Chilo's assistant brandishing a wand, coldly regarding Wells. At that instant, the toad's agonizing cries ceased. And Chilo finally halted the Cruciatus curse, turning leisurely to face the crowd, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Yet, in an instant, his expression transformed to one of warmth, as if the preceding brutality had never transpired. At this moment, a notification chimed. New spell acquired. Devero's lips curled upward. The Cruciatus curse was now within his grasp. However, he had no time to examine it closely, as he was captivated by Chilo's peculiar demeanor. Chilo leaned slightly over the podium, scrutinizing each individual, an oppressive aura emanating from him, seemingly relishing the fearful expressions of the students. This was utterly uncharacteristic of Chilo. Well then, classmates, have you all seen clearly? Chilo inquired gently, his voice devoid of any emotion, lacking even the usual sharpness, as if he were merely elucidating the most mundane aspects of a magical lesson. With a graceful wave of his wand, the scattered paper fragments converged and mended themselves. And in an instant, the thick textbook was restored to its original condition. Wells caught the book in his hands, his lips blanching, yet he refrained from uttering another word. Chilo then extended his hand to suppress Marcus, who remained rigid. Relax, Marcus, it appears your new wand suits you well. Marcus nodded slightly and stepped back from the podium.
Devero suddenly realized, wait, wasn't Marcus's wand confiscated by Professor Flitwick? Where, then, had the wand in his possession come from? Moreover, Chilo's behavior was exceedingly peculiar.
Devero raised his gaze to Chilo, whose eyes were now narrowed, a smile revealing a row of pristine teeth, akin to a fox that had just captured its prey. He stood tall, shoulders squared, exuding an air of remarkable confidence, as if he had grown several centimeters in stature. This display was far too self-assured, entirely unlike the timid Chilo. Just then, as Chilo continued to survey each student in the classroom, his expression suddenly shifted upon glancing out the window, his demeanor altered drastically, his neck retracting and his features becoming guarded. His previously straightened back slouched once more as he hurriedly flipped through the textbook in his hands. Everyone, please turn to page 74. Yes, 74. As he uttered these words, his gaze frequently darted towards the window. Such an overt action could hardly escape Devero's notice. He too abruptly glanced outside, but aside from a few owls swiftly passing by, there was nothing amiss. Returning to the classroom, Chilo resumed his signature monotonous theoretical lecture. As the king of exams, Devero had memorized the contents of the textbook encounter with the faceless monster long ago, rendering the continuation of Chilo's lecture a true torment for him. He even felt that he could deliver a more engaging presentation than Chilo's timid teaching style. The earlier confidence seemed to have been nothing but an illusion, leaving no trace in the present Chilo. Consequently, the student's attitude towards Chilo reverted to its initial state. At this moment, someone dared to pat Wells on the shoulder, expressing admiration for his bravery, which Wells naturally appreciated. Fortunately, Chilo had made a few announcements regarding the coming weeks, during which they would cover topics such as the infery, methods to repel the soul-stealing curse, and Dementors. Upon hearing about the methods to repel Dementors, Devero's interest peaked. Was that not the Patronus charm? Oh, this was the spell Devero had been most eager to learn. He had longed to discover what his Patronus would be. But was he not planning to expose Chilo as a Death Eater who had brought Voldemort onto the school grounds after this class? This thought made Devero scratch his head in confusion. Chilo had also mentioned earlier that he would demonstrate the 3 unforgivable curses again during the final review, meaning Devero still had a chance to learn the killing curse. Considering the Patronus charm he would learn later, these spells were indeed what he wished to master. If he were captured, who would teach the defense against the dark arts class? Devero worried that Dumbledore might not seek out a professor afterward. Even if he did, according to ministry regulations, the study of the killing curse would likely be rendered impossible. Just as Devero was in a dilemma, Chilo suddenly turned to Marcus and said, Marcus, please fetch that large ruler I left in my office. I need it, and also bring me the paper bag from my desk. Marcus, with a blank expression, nodded and dashed out of the room. Watching his friend's retreating figure, Devero took a deep breath. Ultimately, he resolved to report Chilo after this class. He could not allow his friend to sink deeper into the mire. There would be ample time to learn spells afterward. He still had 7 years left at this school, so there was no need to rush. Spell repository, soul-stealing curse, beginner, Cruciatus curse, beginner. Glancing at the contents of the spell repository, Devero furrowed his brow. The soul-stealing curse was quite convenient for practice, thanks to Al. However, Devero could not bring himself to test the heart-piercing curse on Al, as he was his only reliable assistant for storing items. If something were to happen to L prematurely, Devero would have nowhere to lament his loss. Thus, he needed to contemplate carefully who would serve as his practice subject. Knock, knock. It was Chilo, tapping the blackboard twice. He retrieved a paper bag from beneath the lectern, presumably brought over by Marcus moments ago. Instantly, a wave of lamentation swept through the classroom. The students' aversion to exams was ingrained in their very bones. Devero, however, remained unperturbed. After all, he possessed the title of King of Exams, allowing him to derive answers to all questions in the blink of an eye. Yet, his hand speed was limited, requiring him several minutes to complete the test. Witnessing Devero's nonchalant demeanor, Wells felt no sense of tension and could not help but scoff. Whispering to his companions, they nodded in agreement, having observed Devero's performance. It was evident they were no longer awed by the legendary hero capable of contending with dark wizards. He seemed no different from an ordinary first-year student, save for his rather ostentatious entrance on horseback. Moments later, after 10 minutes had elapsed, they gaped in disbelief as Devero placed his smoking quill down and approached the lectern with a scalding piece of parchment, handing it to Chilo. Chapter 80. The most exceptional student I have ever seen at Hogwarts. Impossible. It's barely been 10 minutes, and I haven't even finished the second question. This question isn't even in the book. Where could he have copied it from? Indeed, and his quill is emitting smoke. This is utterly absurd. The sixth-year students surrounding him were astounded by Devero's actions, as if they were witnessing an illusion. Who could possibly complete such a challenging exam paper in a mere 10 minutes? Even the proctor, Chilo, was taken aback, failing to promptly quell the murmurs among the students. He simply stood there, dazed, accepting the warm parchment from Devero, which still bore the faint aroma of scorching. Devero, however, paid no mind to their astonishment. He had anticipated their reaction. It was not his intention to draw attention to himself. Rather, the examination rules prohibited the use of reference materials, prompting him to finish quickly so he would have ample time for his own pursuits. Moreover, completing the test swiftly could be attributed to the additional effect of his King of Exams title. At such moments, whenever a test paper lay before him, he felt an overwhelming impulse to complete it expeditiously. Therefore, he dared not glance at how others were faring with their tests. He would either feel an urge to snatch their papers away due to their sluggish pace or experience a visceral discomfort from their numerous errors. The unusual behavior of one individual caught Devero's attention, Marcus. Unlike the others, he was not astonished by Devero's rapid submission of the exam. Instead, he fixated intently on Professor Chilo throughout the process. Devero could not fathom the reason behind this, but he surmised that Chilo would soon report to Azkaban after class, so he dismissed it from his mind. Thus, under the gaze of his peers, Devero concentrated solely on his seat. However, he suddenly realized that he had come directly from the hospital that morning, forgetting to bring any textbooks. Consequently, he approached the podium once more to seek Chilo's assistance in borrowing a textbook. At that moment, Chilo remained in a state of shock, his gaze lost on the parchment, almost mechanically handing the book to Devero, his fingers trembling slightly. Yet, his eyes never strayed from the examination paper. He meticulously read each line of Devero's answers, and with every line he scanned, his astonishment deepened. The intricate magical theories and the challenging questions that required extensive practice to solve had all been answered by this youth with near-perfect responses. Chilo's fingers ceased merely trembling and began to twitch slightly, not solely due to surprise, but also from an indescribable sense of admiration and confusion. Each answer on this paper displayed immense comprehension and creativity, with several solutions revealing novel approaches he had never encountered before. Although he was a servant of Voldemort, devoid of any desire to teach earnestly, the brilliance of this young man profoundly impacted him, evoking a sensation akin to discovering a rare treasure. Chilo could not help but smile wryly, finding it peculiar that he could harbor such feelings for a student. Should he not remain loyal to his master? Why did he feel this way? Goodness, how could he contemplate defying his master's intentions? Chilo shuddered, suddenly realizing that he had wavered in his allegiance to his master's plans. This was terrifying. The thought of his master's severe punishment filled him with dread. He would never betray his master. Yet, as the final line of text came into view, Chilo finally set the examination paper down, his gaze lingering on Devero's name. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, admiration for the genius before him and gratitude for encountering such a pearl in his lackluster teaching career, this child surpassed him by leaps and bounds. However, contemplating the boy's fate cast a shadow of melancholy over him, reminiscent of the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Observing Devero engrossed in his studies stirred a faint pang of compassion within him. Unbeknownst to Chilo, as this flicker of emotion surfaced, a figure swiftly darted past outside the window. TCH, it must be nonsense. Who could possibly complete all those questions in 10 minutes? There remains a plethora of essay questions, and it seems that some may have been hastily pinned for submission. Wells observed Devero handing in his paper, undoubtedly incredulous that Devero had approached the task with sincerity. Yet, upon witnessing Chilo's performance, he found himself momentarily swayed. Could it be that this lad had indeed composed an impressive piece? Shaking his head vigorously, Wells sought to dispel such absurd thoughts, repeating this mantra within his mind. As Devero recited the encounter with the faceless monster for the 7th time, the school bell rang, ding-dong. At last, the examination had concluded. With a flick of his wand, Chilo caused the students' papers to soar from their desks, landing neatly upon the lectern before him. Very well, students, the examination is now over. I trust you will diligently review the material covered in class. Ah, yes. There is one more matter. Chilo paused momentarily, hesitating as his gaze drifted towards the window, which revealed nothing beyond. Sighing in relief, he then lightly tapped a specific paper on the desk with his wand. Instantly, numerous copies of the paper materialized, cascading forth as he waved his wand again, ensuring they landed precisely on each student's desk, except for Devero's, which remained conspicuously empty. This left him somewhat perplexed. Was Chilo not assigning him any homework? Students, feel free to examine this paper closely. The content therein represents the quintessential answers to our examination, imbued with a degree of originality that is quite rare. It is a stroke of fortune for me, as a teacher, to witness such brilliance on a student's paper today, Chilo declared, his voice sharp yet tinged with satisfaction. As his words concluded, a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Students exchanged glances, eagerly lifting their papers to speculate on the identity of the author. Goodness, how could anyone compose such an extensive piece? This must be nearing 3,000 words. It is truly remarkable. I dare say it surpasses the explanations in the supplementary book I purchased. They exclaimed in wonder. Indeed, how is this possible? Among those who just submitted their papers, not many wrote nearly as much. Wells directed a look of incredulity towards the enigmatic individual. As the realization dawned that this paper had been submitted in advance, skepticism began to take root. At that moment, Chilo beamed at Devero, exclaiming, "Devero Alexander, you are the most exceptional student I have encountered in my 7 years at Hogwarts and 1 year of teaching." Chapter 81. He has disappeared. Alexander. It truly is him. My word, I always knew he was not merely a name. He is an undeniable genius. I would believe it if someone claimed the professor penned it himself. The students were left in disbelief, marveling at Devero's flawless answers. Just moments ago, they had questioned whether he had submitted a haphazard effort. Now, with Chilo's endorsement and the tangible evidence of exceptional performance before them, they finally comprehend that Devero is not merely capable of attending classes alongside them, but can indeed instruct them directly. How is this possible? A loud exclamation startled everyone. Halting their discussions, Wells once again became the focal point of attention. The crowd silently observed him, anticipating yet another challenge to Devero's integrity. It was understandable, as he was the most adept at examinations within this year's Ravenclaw cohort. Being outperformed by a mere child was bound to rattle him. However, unexpectedly, he lifted his gaze and shouted at the individual who had just spoken, "How can it be that you've only memorized those 2 books?" This proclamation left everyone bewildered. What did he mean? Wells then turned his attention to Devero, fixing an intense gaze upon him. The insights he had documented were reminiscent of concepts I had encountered in numerous texts. He must have perused nearly every book on dark magic defenses in the library. Aside from the restricted section, he shook his head morosely, murmuring, "Now that is true genius." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of numbness wash over them. Indeed, Devero truly embodied the excellence that Professor Chilo had just extolled. He was the most outstanding student they had ever witnessed at Hogwarts. It was quite surprising that Chilo would utter such words, asserting him as the finest student without fear of being overheard by someone lacking a nose. Devero could only manage a rueful smile, attributing it to the heart-wrenching curse that had seemingly stripped Chilo of his self-awareness. Today, Devero had overslept, missing Professor Sprout's Herbology class. However, judging by Chilo's earlier reaction, it seemed that Snape had already excused him from it, alleviating any concerns. The surrounding students began to rise, bustling towards the exit, most eager to reach the dining hall early. For Devero, lunch differed greatly from breakfast. Breakfast had to be consumed before 8 o'clock, prior to the owls arriving with food supplies. Conversely, lunch necessitated waiting until the majority had finished before Devero could partake. The reason for the latter was the exceptional quality of Hogwarts meals. Once a bowl of porridge was consumed, it would automatically refill and remain warm at all times, eliminating worries about receiving leftovers or cold dishes. Thus, Devero sat quietly in his seat, contentedly awaiting the crowd to exit the classroom. Many cast admiring or reverent glances in his direction, as the recent collective observation of his examination had elevated Devero's status in their minds from that of a prodigious child to one of professorial knowledge. Some even approached to shake his hand. Oh dear, Devero was experiencing a taste of what Harry must feel. This was undeniably awkward. He could only smile apologetically as he shook hands with each passerby. Within 2 minutes, his face was almost frozen in a grin. Finally, only one person remained, extending a hand toward Devero, who half-heartedly returned the gesture. As he raised his gaze, he was taken aback to find it was Wells, the very individual who had been fervently disparaging him moments earlier. To be candid, Devero had overheard every derogatory remark made by Wells, yet he remained indifferent. After all, he possessed genuine talent. Let others speak as they wish. However, to his astonishment, Wells approached him after class to extend a handshake. Throughout the encounter, Wells spoke little, leaving Devero feeling acutely awkward. Upon releasing his hand, Wells offered a slight nod, indicating a desire to learn from him, before turning and exiting the room. Devero watched Wells's retreating figure, his lips twitching in bemusement at this inexplicable character. Closing the textbook he had borrowed from Chilo, he intended to return it immediately. At that moment, two girls seated behind Devero also stood up, likely sharing his sentiment about dining later to avoid the crowds. As they walked, they chatted animatedly. Devero felt a sense of camaraderie with their thoughts. He too was eager to see Al perform a tap dance. Indeed, but the Cruciatus curse was truly terrifying. I could hardly bear to watch. It was so dreadful. Absolutely. Yet overall, it was far superior to last week's lecture, and this week lacked that pungent odor, making the class much more comfortable. They continued their conversation as they exited the classroom. Devero rose and stretched leisurely. Indeed, the absence of garlic odor in defense against the dark arts had rendered potions class unarguably the least desirable course. Grasping the textbook, Devero ascended the podium, smiling as he handed the book to Chilo. After all, he would soon be sending Chilo off to prison, so a cheerful farewell seemed fitting. Thank you, Professor. I shall head to lunch now, Chilo replied, accepting the book with a nod and gently adjusting the large scarf wrapped around his head, the garlic scent now faint. At that moment, Devero's movement halted abruptly. Garlic scent. Faint. His mind began to race. Why was Chilo wearing a scarf and laden with garlic? Wasn't it to conceal Voldemort's presence? What was happening now? Fixing his gaze on Chilo, his expression morphed into one of profound astonishment. Chilo, having organized the exam papers into a bag, looked up to find Devero staring at him in disbelief. What is it, Alexander? Is there a problem? Devero's body jolted. He blinked rapidly and waved his hands dismissively. I am fine, Professor. I must be going, he stammered before swiftly exiting the classroom in a rush. Chilo watched Devero's hurried departure with a furrowed brow, puzzled, before shaking his head. He resumed examining Devero's exam paper as if it were a work of art. My word, what immense talent. Meanwhile, Marcus quietly helped Chilo tidy up the teaching materials and papers, remaining silent. Devero dashed out of the classroom, finally halting in a bustling corridor, panting heavily. At this moment, his expression bore a hint of trepidation. He had just observed only Chilo's own panel. Failing to see Voldemort's presence, Devero murmured with a grim countenance, he has vanished. Chapter 82. An invitation to a temporary professor? Assassination. Scotland. Hogwarts. The headmaster's office. This was a circular chamber adorned with various antiques and magical artifacts. The walls were lined with eccentric portraits, their subjects shifting within their frames. Much like any other portrait at Hogwarts, though they occasionally offered suggestions or remarks. In the center of the room stood an enormous, intricately carved oak desk, strewn with an array of peculiar gadgets and silver instruments that emitted a gentle hum, with wisps of blue smoke swirling above. Dumbledore was seated here, quietly scribbling something. I vehemently opposed this. Allowing such an ominous figure as Mercifulose into the school is an exceedingly misguided decision. A portrait declared sternly. The figure, clad in a black robe with thick, nearly unbroken eyebrows, appeared particularly fierce in his expression of anger. Inscribed on his frame were the words, Phineas Nigellus Black, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 1891 to 1926. I never imagined I would one day concur with Black's sentiments. Yet indeed, Albus, I believe you ought to reconsider, remarked a kind-hearted lady with cascading silver curls. Her portrait bore more text than most, reading, Dolores Umbridge, healer at St. Mungo's, 1722 to 1741, headmistress of Hogwarts, 1741 to 1768. Dumbledore lifted his gaze slightly, as most portraits were now awake, a rarity reserved for matters of grave importance concerning the school's survival. My dear colleagues, I understand your concerns. Yet I do not believe we can defy prophecy. Sybil S. words have proven accurate on 2 occasions. Of course, prior to his arrival, I shall bind him with an unbreakable vow, ensuring he poses no harm to our students or staff. At this juncture, Dumbledore paused. Moreover, in light of the Tindelos coven, we genuinely require his assistance. The portraits erupted into whispers once more. I remain unconvinced, came the retort from the portrait of Headmaster Black. His face clouded with displeasure as he closed his eyes, seemingly drifting off to sleep. Albus, you are the headmaster. The ultimate decisions rest with you. However, I maintain my opposition. Engaging a wizard potentially as ancient as the 4 founders as a professor is exceedingly perilous, Dolores stated with solemnity before also shutting her eyes, succumbing to slumber. The other headmasters shared a similar sentiment, yet this did not deter Dumbledore from completing the letter. Dear Came, recently, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has encountered certain challenges, particularly within our defense against the dark arts curriculum, due to certain personal circumstances. The current professor is about to resign, which has placed us in a predicament. However, I thought of you, Selim. I firmly believe you are the most suitable candidate for this position. Your profound knowledge and experience will not only aid students in grasping the essence of the dark arts, but will also equip them with the skills to effectively defend against it. I sincerely invite you to join Hogwarts as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. I am aware of your significant commitments in the United States. Yet I assure you that my colleagues and I will provide unwavering support to ensure you can fully realize your talents. Naturally, there will be certain unavoidable limitations. As you well know, being an American requires some special procedures to arrive at Hogwarts. Best wishes, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore meticulously sealed the letter, rising to his feet and walking to a swirling mass of flames. The fire blazed fiercely, casting a blurred visage across his face. In silence, he tossed the letter into the flames, watching the parchment gradually succumb to the fierce inferno until it vanished completely. Only then did he softly murmur the address, 1317, Eldritch Road, Arkham, Massachusetts. The flicker of the flames extinguished in an instant, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Chilo gingerly cradled the student's papers, trudging up the staircase with heavy footsteps to the professor's office for defense against the dark arts. As Marcus entered, laden with teaching materials, the door gently closed behind him with a finality that echoed through the air. Chilo exhaled deeply, picking up the paper resting atop the stack. He settled into his chair, seemingly eager to once again admire this particular piece of work, despite having reviewed it countless times already. My goodness, Marcus, can you imagine? This was written by a first-year student. Chilo marveled at the paper, as though it were a precious artifact, his eyes gleaming with a hint of obsession. Marcus stood nearby, seemingly oblivious, a flash of crimson flickering in his gaze as he coldly fiddled with the frigid teaching tools. Chilo paid him no mind. Absorbed entirely in the examination of the paper, his excitement growing with every glance. A fervent impulse surged within him. He yearned to be a commendable educator. Regrettably, he now recognized that his previous method of relying directly on the master's lesson plan was indeed flawed. He began to reflect on his earlier laziness, especially considering he would be residing here for a year. The lesson plans provided by the master were nearly 40 years old and undeniably outdated. Perhaps he should revise the content himself? With this thought, Chilo abruptly slapped the parchment onto the desk, as if to shatter the stagnant air. Marcus, please fetch my lesson plan. I've discovered an error that needs amending. He reached for a quill, retrieving a fresh sheet of parchment, testing the ink's flow. Satisfied with the complete ink blot, Chilo nodded in approval. However, he soon furrowed his brow and looked up. What was wrong with Marcus today? He seemed so disobedient, dragging his feet on every task. Yet, as Chilo raised his gaze, Marcus slowly turned around, his face devoid of any expression, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Chilo felt an inkling of foreboding, his pupils slightly constricting. In that fleeting moment, he beheld a flash of green light before him. An air of suffocating dread seemed to envelop him. A quill fell, producing a faint sound akin to a low, mournful tolling of a bell. Chilo lay rigidly back in his chair, his eyes wide open, revealing an eternal terror and confusion within them, as if his very soul had been instantaneously extracted. Dissipating into the eerie room, Marcus, with an impassive demeanor, approached, producing a vial shimmering with an eerie silver light. Coldly, he poured its contents into Chilo's agape mouth. The silvery liquid flowed languidly, seeping into his throat, as if the chill of death coursed through his veins. Subsequently, he turned and silently exited through the door. Chapter 83. The Two Possibilities of Voldemort's Existence? The Command? Thus, Voldemort had already detached himself from Chilo. No wonder Chilo had such a peculiar reaction moments ago. Devero stood outside the Hogwarts dining hall, leaning against the wall, drenched in cold sweat, his stomach churning incessantly, overwhelming him with waves of nausea. He quickly began to regulate his breathing, employing a meditative technique to restore his calm. As a cool sensation surged into his mind, it slightly cooled Devero's agitated thoughts. He hastily began to organize the information at hand. The separation of Chilo and Voldemort could manifest in two scenarios, he pondered. The first being that Chilo, akin to the diminutive star in the original text, had somehow reconstituted Voldemort's corporeal form. However, this possibility was exceedingly slim. In the span of just 1 week, Chilo had scarcely any opportunity to interact with Harry, let alone coerce him into offering his blood. Moreover, Chilo likely had no access to the bones of Tom Riddle I. It was even uncertain if Voldemort was aware of such a spell at present. Contemplating this, Devero's brow furrowed deeply. For if this were the case, Voldemort would be left with but one method to extricate himself from Chilo: to seek out a new host. And at this moment, who would be the most susceptible to becoming that host? Bang! Devero struck the wall forcefully, emerging from his shallow meditative state. His face a portrait of regret and anger, startling a nearby group of chattering first-year Hufflepuffs. Are you all right, Devero? One of the Hufflepuffs recognized him and approached with concern. He was the very classmate Devero had encountered on the boat to Hogwarts, Spintus. Yet Devero was lost in his own tumultuous thoughts. Could it be? Of course. It must be Marcus. I had a feeling it was implausible for a mere student to be appointed as an assistant. In that instant, he abruptly turned around. His gaze swept restlessly over Spintus, and he shook his head slightly. I am fine, thank you. No sooner had the words left his lips than he waved his wand, and the stone pedestal sprang to life. Tap, tap, tap. With the sharp sounds echoing, the distant clatter of hooves grew urgent. The crowd at the entrance of the dining hall froze in an instant, every eye fixated on a galloping pony. An exclamation of surprise erupted from the throng, which quickly parted to either side. At that moment, they beheld a first-year Slytherin, who had just brandished his wand, standing resolutely in place, wand raised high. His unwavering gaze directed straight at the oncoming pony. As the horse approached, many closed their eyes, unable to witness the impending calamity. Devero, be careful! Spintus shouted in alarm. Yet, at that very moment, Devero waved his wand once more, leaping into the air and executing a graceful flip, landing perfectly atop the racing pony. Gasps of astonishment surged like a tidal wave. He burst forth with the horse, galloping deep into the castle's recesses. Good heavens! Who is that? It appears to be Alexander from Slytherin. Can we now keep horses at our school? I have no idea. The fourth door to the left of the confused Boris statue led to the prefect's private lavatory. My lord, the plan has succeeded. The Auror will likely arrive tonight. Marcus stood alone in the lavatory, yet he did not descend into the pool-sized bathing area. Instead, he lingered by the sink, gazing into a shadowy corner. As if someone were awaiting his report, a strange laughter emerged from the darkness, slicing through the air like a blade, sharp and jarring, making it difficult to discern whether the sound belonged to a human or some other creature. Hee, Chilo has indeed accomplished one final task for me. A hint of icy sarcasm colored his words. He must have received his due rewards, I presume? Of course, not a drop was spared. He received it all. The crimson glint in his eyes intensified. All right then, had it not been for those Tindelos fellows showing up unexpectedly, I would not have conceived this plan. The next objective is to obtain the Philosopher's Stone and persuade Alexander to join our ranks. You have a good relationship with him. Can you manage that? The Master in the Shadows issued the next directive to Marcus, his tone laced with an undeniable authority that exuded immense pressure. Marcus's expression stiffened slightly, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes. My lord, Devero is exceptionally clever. I do not believe we can win him over without exposing ourselves. Clever? The voice from the shadows chuckled lowly, akin to a cold wind sweeping through a desolate night. No matter how clever, a soul-stealing curse will suffice. Do you understand my meaning? Yes, my lord. Your subordinate comprehends. Marcus lowered his head in trepidation, as though the wrath of his master were a fearsome specter. Very well, let us commence our actions. When the Aurors arrive, do remember to manage your memories. As he spoke, it seemed as though something within the shadows was quivering. It was time to depart. Indeed, Marcus bowed his head with utmost reverence. At that moment, a sudden clatter of hooves and the thud of heavy footsteps resonated outside the washroom. The sound struck against Marcus's eardrums, tightening the atmosphere instantaneously. The presence in the shadows let out a disdainful huff. Humph. Dumbledore has created a rather troublesome order of knights. Ordinary spells are ineffective against them. Should we inevitably engage in battle, do not hesitate to use the killing curse. With that, the shadow transformed into a wisp of darkness, slipping through the open window, leaving the washroom in a chilling silence. Marcus awaited the shadow's departure with reverence, then swiftly drew his wand from his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the washroom door. For he heard the sound of hooves halting at the entrance. Undoubtedly, they were coming for him. However, Marcus was not particularly anxious, after all. The prefect's washroom required a password for entry, which these knights were likely unaware of. As expected, a voice inquired for the password, deep and mechanical. Password. Outside. An oppressive silence ensued. After a brief pause, an unfamiliar voice emerged, sounding as if deliberately hushed. Pinewood fragrance, it slowly articulated. Marcus breathed a sigh of relief. Evidently, the intruder was oblivious to this year's password. The door remained unmoved, yet the person outside seemed unwilling to relent. Roughly turning the handle and attempting to gain entry once more, the door inquired again, password? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hooves was heard again from outside. They must have retreated. Marcus felt entirely at ease. Suddenly, a low incantation erupted like thunder. Crackle, boom. The violent explosion shook the entire washroom. Marcus felt a searing shockwave assail him, propelling him against the wall. He witnessed the door and a section of the wall explode into a shower of debris, dust and shattered stones scattering in all directions. The washroom descended into chaos. Marcus's heart raced uncontrollably, a chill slicing through him like a knife. Chapter 84. The stone pillars mobilize. A school-wide hunt. Collapsing. A beam of red light shot directly towards Marcus. In a swift maneuver, he executed a roll to evade the attack, which struck the colorful agate window behind him, shattering it completely. Armor. At present, smoke and dust enveloped the area, obscuring Marcus's view of his assailant's position. He opted to conjure a protective shield around himself, gripping his wand tightly. With unwavering focus, he surveyed the direction from which the wall had been obliterated. At this moment, he was prepared to unleash a killing curse, his finger poised over the incantation. He was unaware of his opponent's identity. After all, the ability to cast spells indicated they were a wizard, yet they were mounted as well. Thus, there exists a collaboration with the Night Order. Regardless of who it may be, their next strike shall be delivered to him. However, the voice that emerged from the ruins was unexpected for Marcus. Marcus, I do not wish to harm you. If you still possess any semblance of consciousness, I urge you to reconsider your path. It was none other than Devero. As the dust settled, Devero gracefully dismounted from his steed, clad in the slippers of the infirmary, and with wand in hand, he strolled into the washroom, followed by several imposing figures wielding sharp spears. In a rush, Devero galloped to seek out Professor McGonagall. For after all, Dumbledore was elusive, rarely to be found in a specific location. Yet, Professor McGonagall would certainly be in her office when not occupied with classes. Upon encountering her, he uttered a singular phrase. Professor Quirrell is a dark wizard. Marcus may have fallen victim to the soul-sucking curse. Indeed, he refrained from directly expressing his suspicion that Voldemort had possessed Marcus, as he found it difficult to explain how he had come by such knowledge regarding Voldemort's influence over Quirrell and others. Furthermore, he sought to rescue his friend as best as he could. He then mounted his steed and raced toward the last place he had seen Marcus, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, leaving a stunned Professor McGonagall in his wake. Alexander, I shall implement a rule prohibiting horseback riding on school grounds next term. With that, McGonagall swiftly turned and made her way toward the headmaster's office. Whether true or not, this matter needed to be reported to Albus at once. Amidst Devero's frantic gallop, he caught wind of McGonagall's furious shout, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. How reminiscent this sounded of Umbridge. The steed galloped swiftly, and within a minute, he arrived at the doorstep of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Dismounting rapidly, he raised his wand with fervor and murmured, "Stone Golem, activate. Seal the Slytherin common room." He was certain that Marcus had not ventured to the dining hall. That was another potential location for him. Time was of the essence, and thus he instructed the Night Order to assist. With caution, Devero pointed his wand toward his head, as if an invisible viscous liquid were cascading down from above. Disillusionment charm. Instantly, he became invisible and stealthily entered the classroom. Yet, it was devoid of any presence. Quirrell was absent, and so was Marcus. After thoroughly searching the ground floor, he ascended the stairs to the second floor, confronting the office. This time, Devero refrained from recklessly entering. Instead, he regulated his breathing and entered a meditative state to indirectly assess the situation within. Now, Devero had attained the ability to instantly enter a state of Zen. In less than a breath's time, he sent tendrils of perception through the black door before him, probing the interior of the office. At that moment, it too was empty. The teaching materials were meticulously arranged, and on the desk lay the papers from the recent exam that everyone had completed. The only unusual aspect was that Chilo appeared to be attempting to inscribe something on a piece of parchment. Several lines were drawn, and the feather quill lay abandoned on the ground. But wait, is that soul-binding water? What purpose does Chilo have for it? Moreover, it seems there is more than just that. As the potion spirit, Devero almost immediately sensed the recent presence of a potion in the office upon entering. Soul-binding water is typically used by dark wizards for the creation of undead beings. Naturally, it is not surprising for such a substance to be found in the office of Chilo, a professor of defense against dark arts. However, Devero could vaguely detect some special material within, albeit it was too faint for him to identify in a short span of time. Given another minute, he would undoubtedly discern its nature. Yet, time was not on his side. After confirming that both individuals were absent, Devero did not hesitate to leap from the second floor, disregarding all else. Just before touching the ground, he cast a levitation charm to slow his descent, landing gracefully. Without a moment's pause, he mounted his steed, fiercely spurring it onward toward the Slytherin common room. The sound of hooves echoed through the corridor like a rapid drumbeat. He felt a dull ache on the insides of his thighs from the violent jolting of his first ride, but he gritted his teeth, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, is this the price of riding for the first time? At that moment, the horse suddenly jerked its head, nearly throwing Devero off. His heart raced as he quickly reined in the reins, only to hear the horse speak in a deep, calm voice. Devero, we have already taken control of Chilo, but we could not find Marcus in the Slytherin common room. What is the situation on your end? It was Professor McGonagall's voice. However, upon hearing the news, Devero's expression darkened. Professor, I have not found Marcus either. I just visited the Defense Against Dark Arts classroom, and there was no one there. Then do you know where else he frequently goes? And do not act alone. He is extremely dangerous right now. Professor McGonagall's words were filled with urgency, as both Devero's safety and that of the entire school staff and students were under threat. A spark of realization ignited in Devero's mind. He tugged on the reins, turning the horse in another direction and galloping back. "Professor, I am heading to the prefect's bathroom. That is the only place he might be. You all should hurry as well." The horse added, "All right. Don't be reckless. Wait for us." It then turned back to its proper angle. Just as a group of knights was rushing towards Slytherin, a smirk crossed Devero's lips as he waved his wand vigorously. "Stone Knights, follow me." In an instant, 7 stone knights fell into line behind him. Beneath the midday sun, the 7 knights, 1 rider, and 1 horse surged forth, rushing fervently towards the lavatory. The sound of hooves echoed through the castle like thunder. Chapter 85, To the Bitter End. The Curses of Voldemort. "When did you begin to doubt me?" Marcus raised his wand, crossing it defiantly over his chest, his sharp gaze scanning the slowly encroaching stone knights. "When? To be honest, it began the moment you announced your intention to assist Professor Quirrell." Devero stared at Marcus with an impassive expression. Moments ago, he had expanded his perception through meditation to confirm Marcus's presence within. Simultaneously, he sensed a presence accompanying him. Presumably, it was Voldemort. Regrettably, he had no time to observe closely before he fled. Voldemort had not possessed him. A fleeting sense of relief washed over Devero. It seemed that Marcus had merely fallen victim to the soul-draining curse. There was still hope. Once the curse was lifted, he would revert to the esteemed Slytherin prefect he once was. Ah, such theatrics. Marcus scoffed, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes, his gaze as cold as steel. "You speak of profundities, yet in truth, your doubts began from the moment you suspected me in the infirmary, did they not? When I first wielded dark magic. Clearly, you do not believe your own words." Devero nodded with a smile, acknowledging the truth of the statement. Indeed, it is rather hard to overlook the fact that a mere student could conjure the fiendfire. At this juncture, Marcus's attention shifted to the knights surrounding them, his gaze locking onto Devero. Devero, being a clever man, should know that aligning oneself with the right talent is the key to achieving great success. "My master will grant boundless power." "Enough. I see you have been thoroughly brainwashed." Devero interjected abruptly, his expression akin to that of someone encountering a pungent blue cheese. Gazing at Marcus's rapturous countenance with a sigh. "Very well, since you are under the influence of the soul-draining curse, I shall not waste words with you. A good beating will bring you to your senses." With that, he waved his wand with fervor. The 7 stone knights around them raised their weapons in unison and charged forward, a tide of momentum crashing upon Marcus. "Oh, let me show you the true extent of the power my master has bestowed upon me." Unfazed by the encroaching knights, Marcus wore a contemptuous smile, even as a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his lips. He struck his left chest, his visage contorting into a grimace. And with a swift clockwise motion of his hand, the fire serpents emerged. A jet of green flames erupted from the tip of his wand. "Fiendfire." Devero's pupils constricted sharply. "Wait, no." The flames suddenly split mid-air, transforming into 3 undulating serpents of fire that roared and ensnared the 3 knights at the forefront. The splattering sparks ignited the remaining 4 knights as well. Even more terrifying, this inferno swiftly enveloped their entire forms. Even those fashioned from stone could not escape the wrath of this fiery onslaught. The knights, ensnared by the menacing flames, emitted anguished cries, enveloped in dense black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the ranks of stone knights brought by Devero had been halved, with 4 others sustaining considerable injuries. This was no ordinary fire curse. Ding! New spell has been added to the repository. Spell repository, Fiery Serpent Curse, Novice. Indeed, Devero surmised that this innovative dark magic featuring serpentine flames was the handiwork of Voldemort. Amidst the raging inferno, the 3 stone knights entangled by the fire serpents were reduced to ashes. As thick smoke billowed, Devero, undeterred, fixed his gaze and plunged into the heart of the blazing inferno, confronting the audacious gaze of Marcus. A sardonic smile crept across Marcus's face as Devero approached step by step, the flames casting a grotesque reflection upon his sinister grin. "What, seeking death?" Marcus taunted. To this, Devero grinned broadly. "Haha, not at all. I value my life greatly. Your offering is indeed commendable, but alas, I am a prodigy of magic." With that, he suddenly waved his wand in a counterclockwise motion, swift as the wind. In an instant, all the ferocious flames seemed irresistibly drawn towards his wand, swirling chaotically. Within moments, the entire sea of fire transformed into a mere flicker, which he effortlessly extinguished. Indeed, the moment Devero mastered the fiery serpent curse, he also comprehended its counter-curse. Thus, any attempt by Marcus to wield this spell against Devero thereafter proved futile. The smile on Marcus's face faltered, replaced by a flicker of fear in his eyes. "What? How do you know the counter-curse?" Devero's face bore a mocking expression as he continued to wield his wand without pause. I can't be bothered to explain. You are unworthy of hearing it." Suddenly, he halted, his arm rotating clockwise. Fire serpents emerge. In an instant, the tip of Devero's wand erupted with green flames, coiling around Marcus like a colossal serpent, encircling him entirely. The serpents danced with a ferocious intensity, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. However, Devero refrained from unleashing their full power upon Marcus. Otherwise, Marcus would surely face death. Unexpectedly, as the fire serpents ensnared Marcus, they merely ignited his robes and hair. The moment the flames made contact with Marcus's body, a low, hissing sound erupted, revealing a layer of dark green scales that emerged to shield him from the flames. The scales shimmered ominously, rendering the fierce fire ineffectual. Ha! You truly excel, Devero, if you were willing to serve the master. The title of the third Dark Lord would surely belong to you. What a pity! A frenzied glint shone in Marcus's eyes, seemingly incensed beyond measure. Casting aside all caution, he vigorously waved his wand and charged directly at Devero. His wand pointed at the momentarily dazed Devero. Avada Kedavra! A burst of green light flickered into existence. In Devero's astonished gaze, a powerful surge of magic erupted like a tempest. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. His wand was still conjuring fiery serpents. There was no escape. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of pounding hooves echoed. In an instant, a stone knight leaped from his steed. Positioning himself in front of Devero, Devero watched in horror as the knight, already ravaged by flames, was engulfed by the emerald light, followed by a thunderous explosion. Ding! New spell has been added to the repository. Spell repository, Killing Curse, Novice. Chapter 86, Overwhelming. Fear not, you shall not perish. Boom. The immense magical force surged forth like an uncontrollable ocean, violently tossing Devero to the ground. At the moment of the Stone Knight's explosion, countless sharp fragments shot forth like daggers, mercilessly piercing Devero's body. Each shard bore the strength to penetrate heavy armor, instantly leaving trails of blood upon him. Crimson liquid rapidly stained his garments. Struggling to rise from the earth, Devero felt pain sear through him like fire, with every muscle convulsing. Blood trickled from the gashes in his skin, following the jagged cuts of the stones. He raised a trembling hand to press against the wound in his left side. Dark red blood seeping through his fingers. Ah, so that is how it is. Clutching his injury, Devero murmured to himself as he gazed at the scattered debris around him. Not far away, Marcus stood shrouded in darkness, a malevolent grin twisting his features. Slowly, he raised his hand, pointing at Devero, and sneered, "Do you comprehend now? Huh. Never mind, it's time to die." Accompanied by a low incantation, the tip of his wand ignited with a deadly green glow. Avada Kedavra! At that moment, the horse that had just been thrown aside rushed forward, steadfastly positioning itself before Devero, unleashing a final, desperate neigh. Together to death. Marcus's laughter grew increasingly sinister. The green light shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Bang! A dense cloud of dust erupted in the confined space. Debris and rubble whirled about like a tempest, filling the air with a suffocating odor of gunpowder. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Marcus gazed ahead, suddenly discovering a solid earthen wall rising from the ground, separating Devero from his curse. What? A flicker of disbelief crossed Marcus's face, his brow furrowing, a glint of cold light emerging in his eyes. However, before he could react, a heavy force surged from behind. Two grayish arms burst forth from the ground, locking onto his shoulders with iron-like tenacity. Additionally, two massive hands gripped his wrists tightly, rendering him immobile. The earthen wall slowly crumbled, revealing Devero's face, adorned with a hint of a cold smile. He stood there unscathed, the wounds on his body having quietly healed. What on earth is this? Damn it! Marcus struggled frantically. Despite possessing the powers bestowed upon him by Voldemort, he found himself dwarfed by the Stone Knight. Indeed, this was the advanced application of the transformation ability granted by the metamorphic spirit that Devero had just comprehended. By merging the activated objects with the surrounding environment, he could harness the environment to aid him in battle. Those two arms were formed from the shattered fragments of the Stone Knight and the stone wall of the washroom. Had you not reminded me, I would never have thought to utilize my transformation magic in such a way with existing transformed objects. Devero patted the foal that shielded him. His eyes fixed on Marcus, a glint of cruelty flashing across his gaze. It appears you can endure quite a beating. Let's see how you fare against this. Devero slowly raised his wand, pointing it at the helplessly ensnared Marcus. A fleeting glimpse of terror crossed Marcus's eyes, yet at that moment, he was utterly immobilized. Thunderous explosion. Boom. A deafening crack resonated as the incantation at the tip of the wand transformed into a tempestuous surge of energy, hurtling directly towards Marcus's chest. The stone was instantly obliterated. A massive breach formed in the wall of the washroom. Marcus's body was propelled by the force, plummeting into the abyss of the fourth floor. At that moment, a gaping hole appeared in the illusory scales that enveloped Marcus's chest, revealing the mangled flesh beneath. If one looked closely, two hearts could be discerned pulsating within, one a normal crimson hue, the other a sinister black, thrumming wildly as if sustaining his shattered life. Marcus's expression contorted as he struggled to maintain consciousness. desperately attempting to wave his arm to cast a levitation charm and mitigate the damage from his fall. But just then, a powerful tugging force surged from the air. It was the summoning charm. Before Marcus could even react, he was yanked back into the smoke-filled washroom, where he was met with Devero's cold smirk at the door. Disarm. A spell rang out, followed swiftly by a thunderous explosion. A blinding red light erupted within the washroom, accompanied by a deafening roar. Marcus barely caught sight of his wand flying from his grasp. In the next moment, the force of the explosion violently hurled his body away. Bam! The immense impact sent him crashing out of the washroom, his form spiraling uncontrollably through the air, like a broken puppet descending towards the ground. At that moment, devoid of his wand, he was utterly powerless to resist. Yet, just as he was about to collide with the ground, the impact left him dizzy, feeling as though he had become Devero's plaything, utterly defenseless. What filled Marcus with despair was the realization that he could have done this all along. Was he merely afraid of being toyed with to the brink of death? At this moment, his body lay in tatters, unable to endure the impact of a third explosion. With a mindset resigned to the embrace of death, he prepared for the inevitable. Yet, unexpectedly, Devero did not unleash another explosive curse upon him. Instead, he forcefully hurled him down the corridor leading to the prefect's washroom. Thud! His body crashed to the ground, the floor trembling beneath him, fissures spidering outwards. This was, of course, comprehensible. Marcus had been so thoroughly tortured that his right leg was nearly unrecognizable, and his right arm reduced to charred remnants. Much of his chest lay exposed, the rhythm of his heartbeat starkly visible. Once lush hair had been entirely incinerated, leaving only a barren patch of scalp. He was in a state of utter disarray, gasping for breath, the searing pain clouding his thoughts. Even so, he remained astonished that he was still alive. Such extraordinary resilience was nothing short of miraculous. However, devoid of his wand, he was utterly powerless, like a wingless insect, completely subdued and devoid of threat. Devero approached, towering over him with a gaze imbued with indifference and a hint of cruel delight, as if he were admiring a toy on the verge of shattering. Marcus struggled to writhe on the ground, desperately leaning against the wall, using his remaining left arm to barely prop himself up. He looked up at Devero in terror. "Do not worry, just a minor injury. You will not die," Devero's voice echoed softly. "Once I hand you over to Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey will surely have you healed." Devero strolled leisurely towards the barely conscious Marcus, toying with Marcus's new wand in his hand. Measuring 11.8 inches. Crafted from vine wood and adorned with a phoenix feather, Devero mused to himself while scrutinizing the wand. "Ah, quite remarkable. Mr. Ollivander's work, truly first-rate." As a natural wand-maker, Devero possessed an acute ability to discern the origins of a wand. However, since it was acquired by a Death Eater, it was best to dispose of it. With a piercing gaze, Devero summoned forth a fierce flame in his palm. The eerie green fire swiftly enveloped the wand, writhing like a venomous serpent, emitting faint hissing sounds. Devero could even faintly hear the wand's mournful cries, as if resisting the force of destruction. Yet, he showed no mercy. He was not Ollivander, who would safeguard a wand. Remembering Snape's lesson, Devero remained vigilant against any potential retaliation. He would not grant Marcus the chance to cast spells without a wand. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the charred wand into the depths of the washroom's pool, as dark and unfathomable as a black lake. The fierce flames erupted in a terrifying green light before vanishing without a trace. Coldly, he regarded the battered Marcus, approaching him like a predator at the end of a hunt, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression as he closed in on his prey. "Do not expect to extract any information regarding my master from me," Marcus gasped weakly. His breath intermittent, yet his gaze still bore a glimmer of defiance as he fixed a fierce stare upon Devero. With a disdainful smirk, Devero retorted, "Oh, your resolve remains unyielding. No matter. Soon you shall be handed over to Professor Snape, and I trust you will comply." He distinctly recalled the large vial of Veritaserum stored within Snape's chamber. In the original narrative, even the formidable Barty Crouch had divulged every secret under its influence. At that moment, Marcus suddenly trembled and raised his only functioning left hand, revealing a wan smile. "Is that so?" His voice was hoarse yet imbued with determination. Devero's pupils dilated sharply as he raised his wand, intent on casting a counterspell. Obliviate. However, before Devero could utter the incantation, Marcus had fiercely pressed his index finger against his temple and twisted it abruptly. In an instant, his eyes became vacant and devoid of life, as if an unseen force had completely siphoned away his will, leaving behind merely a hollow shell. "Damn it," Devero cursed angrily, realizing he was a step too late. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare cast the Obliviate spell without a wand. This particular charm demanded exquisite precision. A mere misstep could render one as oblivious as Gilderoy Lockhart. Without hesitation, Devero advanced, pressing his wand to Marcus's temple. Legilimens. He anxiously sought to delve into Marcus's most recent memories, hoping to unearth any clues pertaining to Voldemort. Yet, what emerged before him was a vast expanse of pale emptiness, punctuated only by fragmented images, a mirror, a door, and the feather of an unknown creature, vague and disjointed, lacking any coherence. Curse it, have you lost your mind? Devero spat, striking Marcus atop his head with his wand. Yet, Marcus remained as an empty vessel, devoid of reaction, as though all perception had been stripped away. Observing Marcus's dazed demeanor,
Devero was filled with frustration and resentment, yet he found himself powerless to act. With a resigned sigh and a shake of his head, he conceded, "Well, it matters not."
he is already captured. I shall hand him over to Dumbledore. Perhaps he possesses the means to restore his memory. Crouching down, he aimed his wand at Marcus's chest and gently intoned a healing spell, preparing to tend to his wounds before entrusting him to Madame Pomfrey for the necessary potions to fully mend this obstinate adversary. At that moment, Devereau's gaze inadvertently fell upon the depths of Marcus's chest, where a dark object pulsated slowly. His heart raced as he leaned in closer, only to discover that it was a black heart, eerily throbbing. A jolt of realization surged through Devero as he rifled through his mental archives concerning Marcus. Name, Marcus Flint. Age, 15. Spell library, Death Curse, proficient. Fiery Serpent spell, proficient. Entries, Tormented Desires chosen, purple. Damage Restorer, purple. Magical Potential, blue. Tormented Desires chosen, purple. Consumed and distorted by yearning, yet simultaneously selected by desire. Both body and spirit have been transformed by the torrent of longing. Endowed with formidable but costly power, loyalty is imperative or life will be forfeited. Damage Restorer, purple. You possess an extraordinary talent for magical damage restoration, and with diligent practice, you may have the opportunity to become a notable magical healer in the future. Desire? Chosen. What could these be? Devero furrowed his brow in contemplation. These were indeed new terms. However, he had encountered the word tormented previously, perhaps in connection with a person or several entities. Specifically, it echoed the entry for Voldemort, the Dark Lord. A subtle nod of realization crossed Devero's mind when he had previously examined this entry. It had indeed mentioned Voldemort's overwhelming charisma and his legion of followers. Could it be that his followers were thus derived? Were they his chosen ones? The thought sent a shiver down Devero's spine. In his understanding, only deities could possess such followers. Was Voldemort of such a high caliber? Then, upon reading Marcus's entry for Damage Restorer, Devero fell into a pensive silence, a swirl of complex emotions stirring within him. Ultimately, he sighed and placed a reassuring hand on Marcus's shoulder before downloading the entry. Ding! Loading copy of entry. Damage Restorer, purple. Copy complete. Instantly, Devero felt a profound enhancement in his comprehension of the healing spells he had acquired from Madame Pomfrey. If you cannot accomplish this task, I shall do it for you, he declared, then waved his wand to treat all of Marcus's wounds. As for the matter of the Black Heart, Devero planned to inform Dumbledore shortly, leaving the resolution to the adults. At that moment, an unsettling urgency washed over Devero. He glanced down the corridor, his gaze sharpening. Odd. Why had Professor McGonagall and the others not yet arrived? Faint explosive sounds echoed in the distance, heightening his alertness. Something was amiss. Chapter 88. The Arrival of the Aurors. What was happening? Were Death Eaters attacking? Devero frowned, his eyes fixed on the horizon with a wary expression. The sounds emanated from the Great Hall, a considerable distance from the classroom, obscuring his view of the unfolding events. Instinctively, he sensed that the situation was dire. Gripping his wand tightly, he made a swift decision. He turned and waved his wand. Stone pillars arise. The horse that had previously stood before him immediately sprang forth from a heap of debris. The young steed appeared somewhat agitated due to the series of explosive spells unleashed by Devero moments ago. Nevertheless, it faithfully galloped to Devero's side. Devero smiled as he gently stroked its mane, but his expression soon darkened. He raised his wand, pointing it at the shattered body of Marcus lying on the ground. With a delicate jab followed by a swift wave, Marcus's lifeless form floated into the air, swaying helplessly, devoid of any resistance. Devero mounted the horse, gently squeezing its flanks, and the steed immediately set forth with steady, powerful strides. Devero guided Marcus's floating body with his wand, hastening toward the direction from whence the explosions had emanated, remaining vigilant at all times. Outside the boathouse at Hogwarts, a one-eyed old man bellowed at a young girl. His voice boomed like thunder. Tonks, if you keep running about recklessly, don't expect to stay with us. His appearance was strikingly formidable, particularly his weathered face, marred by scars that seemed to blanket it entirely. A significant portion of flesh was even missing from his nose. Yet, more unsettling than his visage were his peculiar eyes. One a normal black pupil piercing with sharpness, while the other was a swirling blue prosthetic, seemingly capable of seeing through everything, intimidating anyone who dared to meet his gaze. His hair and beard were tangled and wild, a mix of gray and white that added an air of untamed ferocity. In contrast, his wooden leg appeared almost mundane. Yes, sir. Quite fashionable, don't you think? Tonks remarked, her hair showcasing a gradient from violet to orange, whether naturally or artificially dyed was uncertain. But it stood out remarkably in the group of a dozen or so individuals. She was likely the youngest among them, with a pale, heart-shaped face and sparkling black eyes. Despite being reprimanded, she continued to glance around at the Hogwarts scenery. Having been away for less than 3 months, the changes at Hogwarts were quite notable. The witch standing beside her overheard the murmurs and smiled gently. Absolutely right. Tonks, animated by the conversation, quipped, I heard they even renovated the girls' dormitory bathrooms this year. After 7 years, just when I graduate, they decide to upgrade. The two shared a laugh, voicing their exasperation over the institution's peculiar tendency to enhance facilities only after students had departed. Just as their banter flourished, Tonks suddenly glanced toward Moody at the front of the line and lowered her voice to inquire. Oh, by the way, Plout, do you know why Moody is here this time? Wasn't he supposed to be retired? Upon hearing the question, Plout's expression shifted slightly. Leaning closer to Tonks, she whispered, the reason Moody is here, as I've heard, is somewhat related to that individual. Tonks froze momentarily, her face a mask of astonishment. Goodness, really? She gasped. Haha, you're quite the worrywart. Certainly, we shall not truly encounter that individual this time. Overall, it remains quite safe. We merely need to collaborate with the professors to subdue the infiltrating dark wizard. Otherwise, they would not have allowed a freshly graduated young witch such as yourself to participate. Plout observed the expression on Tonks's face and chuckled softly. It was then that Tonks realized he was jesting and rolled her eyes in response. All right, although our target is but one person, we must remain ever vigilant and deploy personnel to guard all vital thoroughfares. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hogwarts common room, Moody turned to the accompanying Aurors with his gruff voice, addressing them sternly. Delirious, take 2 others to secure the tower entrance. Plout, patrol the entrance to Hogsmeade. Moody swiftly assigned tasks, directing each individual to seal off the passages surrounding Hogwarts to ensure the target had no avenue of escape. Finally, his gaze landed on the eagerly expectant Tonks. As for you, accompany me to meet Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing this, Tonks's face immediately fell. She felt akin to Devero in the presence of Snape. Let us commence. Stay alert. Moody paid no heed to Tonks's feelings and emphatically reiterated the need for vigilance before pushing open the door to the common room and stepping inside. Plout, wearing a look of resigned hope, patted Tonks on the shoulder before leaving her with a glum expression to carry out her duties. Thus, Tonks had no choice but to follow Moody into the common room. The atmosphere within was unusually dim today, with an eerie silence enveloping the space. Mr. Moody, why is it that no professors from Hogwarts have made an appearance for this operation? Sneaking in like this feels rather like being thieves. Tonks whispered as she trailed behind him. Moody strode forward with purpose. Even his prosthetic limb could not impede his rapid pace. Our target is a faculty member within the school. Dumbledore is aware of our actions, but the others remain in the dark. Remain vigilant, Tonks. No sooner had he spoken than Tonks's eyes widened in shock. Had a dark wizard infiltrated the ranks of the classroom? Is it Professor Snape? She inquired without hesitation. A thought that resonated with nearly all Gryffindors. Moody continued without faltering, no. Tonks felt a twinge of disappointment, but had no time to inquire further as Moody suddenly halted, nearly causing her to collide with him. In an instant, Moody drew his wand, extending his arm to shield Tonks while fixating intently on the front. Following his gaze, Tonks beheld a shimmering silver tabby cat materializing before them, its low gleam reflecting off the surrounding stone walls, adding an air of foreboding to the otherwise silent common room. Moody's brow furrowed, his expression growing more serious. McGonagall? Chapter 89. The ominous presence of the killing curse? Hogwarts, within the corridors. The flickering candlelight cast faint, dancing shadows upon the walls, as an unsettling aura seemed to permeate the air. Your new hairstyle is rather lovely, Tonks, remarked Moody, who walked briskly behind Professor McGonagall's Patronus. His normal eye fixated intently on the tabby cat, while the other, a blue eye, scanned the surroundings with vigilance. No, it is the special protective magic of Hogwarts that has been activated. Our knight detected you as soon as you disembarked. The tabby cat turned its head, its gaze steady. Ah, a remarkably advanced transfiguration. It is likely that only someone from Hogwarts could accomplish such a feat. Moody nodded slightly, then pressed further. What is the current situation with the Dark Wizard? And where are you now? I am in the Slytherin common room, attempting to apprehend the Dark Wizard's assistant. A student who has yet to be located, replied the Patronus, halting in its tracks, assuming an exceptionally human-like demeanor as it regarded Moody with utmost seriousness. The Dark Wizard has been contained, currently in the Great Hall. How do you plan to handle him? Will you simply take him away? Moody's expression soured at this suggestion. Take him away? Then we shall learn nothing. The Ministry wizards tremble at the mere utterance of Dark Wizard. I hear he has been subdued, he remarked, tightening his grip. He led the way, confident, as he was also once a student at Hogwarts and knew well the layout of the castle. Tonks trailed anxiously behind Moody. By the way, for the sake of a smooth interrogation, may I confirm that the potions professor is present at the school? Moody turned to Professor McGonagall for clarification. Upon hearing his inquiry, McGonagall immediately grasped his intent. Indeed, the current potions professor is Snape. He should have Veritaserum prepared and is currently in the Great Hall, overseeing Quirrell. As they spoke, the trio and the Patronus hastened to the entrance of the Great Hall. Moody, taking the lead, forcefully pushed open the door, revealing a scene that left them gasping in shock. Inside the hall, chaos reigned. Food was overturned, dishes lay shattered, and the air was thick with acrid magical smoke, indicative of a fierce spell confrontation. At the farthest table from the entrance lay a wizard draped in a purple robe, his scarf torn and discarded on the floor. Beside him stood a long-haired wizard clad in black robes, Severus Snape, who regarded Moody's entrance with an impassive expression, his eyes glinting with disdain and caution. An aura. How remarkably swift the Ministry's actions are, Snape remarked coolly, raising an eyebrow. They were summoned by Dumbledore. Snape. Where's Filius? Questioned McGonagall's Patronus as it entered, scanning the room and noting a conspicuous absence. He has gone to procure the necessary items for our guest, Snape replied. Snape nonchalantly gestured towards Quirrell, who lay sprawled on the table. The Veritaserum had been lent to him by Flitwick last weekend due to some peculiarities involving magical creatures. It sometimes rendered them more compliant. Hence its presence here now. Professor McGonagall appeared distinctly unimpressed by such behavior, letting out a derisive snort. And what is the current state of our dark wizard? Moody's gruff voice inquired. Since entering the dining hall, his wand had been perpetually aimed at the prostrate Quirrell. He was now also keeping Tonks at a distance of no less than 5 meters from the dining table. Full bodybind curse along with 3 stunning spells. He regained consciousness for at least 3 days, Snape replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Moody slowly approached Quirrell. If you wish to avoid experiencing the loss of an eye as I have, you will remain vigilant and steadfast, he warned. Tonks nodded silently, her gaze fixed intently on Quirrell's inert form. As Moody leaned closer for a clearer observation, his expression suddenly hardened. The scars etched across Quirrell's face contorted in a grimace, and he quietly asked, "Are you certain he is still alive?" At this, both McGonagall and Snape lifted their eyes to him. "Why do you ask?" McGonagall inquired, her tone growing more urgent. Moody's nose, marred by a significant scar, twitched slightly as he replied sharply, "I cannot say for certain, but I sense the presence of a killing curse about him." No sooner had he uttered these words than he bent down, prodding Quirrell's chin with his wand, his gaze fierce. Any sign of movement would prompt an immediate response. He then slowly turned Quirrell's head, revealing horrifying scars that appeared as though seared by fire, grotesquely twisted to form an eerie visage. That Tonks exclaimed involuntarily upon witnessing the sight, while even Snape furrowed his brow in concern. "Its possession, but evidently both parties are reluctant," Moody stated decisively. "Who could it be?" McGonagall pressed, her voice rising in urgency. Moody's expression darkened with resolve as he shook his head slightly. "Unclear, but it is certain that a powerful dark wizard is involved, and he has vacated this body," which implies he paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping the surrounding individuals like a hawk. "That dark wizard is now within the school, possibly possessing another individual. The most suspicious among us is that assistant." With a sudden surge of energy, Moody sprang to his feet, wand raised. "Protective Patronus," he bellowed. A thick plume of white smoke erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly coalescing in the air into a one-eyed silver fox, its tail quivering and emanating a sharp, chilling light. Everyone on high alert. A formidable dark wizard is currently within Hogwarts. He could be possessing anyone. No one is to enter or leave Hogwarts. In the following moment, Moody's silver fox split into dozens, dashing off in various directions. As I traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, I sought to inform the guardians of the horrors scattered throughout. Turning to Professor McGonagall, I urged, "Professor, evacuate the students and direct them to safe locations. Warn all those idling within the school." McGonagall's Patronus, upon hearing this, gave a slight nod before dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. "Shall we pursue the dark wizard now?" Tonks inquired, her eyes flickering with apprehension. "It would be futile to go. He could be inhabiting anyone, making it impossible for us to discern his true identity. Therefore, we must." Moody, his expression grave, shook his head. Before he could finish, he waved his wand. "Filius Flitwick, come forth." Thud. At the utterance of the spell, a muffled sound echoed from outside the great hall, followed by an irate voice. "Alaster, if you cast another summoning charm at me, I shall unleash a curse upon you." Professor Flitwick strode in, visibly vexed, clutching a small vial in one hand while the other pressed against his head. Despite his attempt to shield it, a noticeable bump had formed on his forehead. Moody paid him no mind, stating sternly, "I apologize, but there is no time to waste. We must ascertain where that fiend is currently possessing someone. Veritaserum, come forth." As the incantation left his lips, The vial soared from Flitwick's grasp into Moody's hand. He then turned to point his wand at Quirrell, preparing to cast the revival spell. Severus Snape raised his wand to obstruct him. He is currently unconscious. It requires the efforts of two to cast the spell effectively. Moreover, he added, seizing the Veritaserum from Moody's grasp, do you intend to administer it all at once? Excessive consumption of this potion can be fatal. Have you forgotten the events of 7 years ago? Faced with Snape's interrogation, Moody, unusually silent, merely shrugged and refrained from further argument. In the next moment, both wizards pointed their wands at the prone Quirrell. Revive him! Revive him! Chapter 90, Veritaserum. An unexpected turn of events. Two beams of silvery light shot forth from the tips of their wands, intertwining around Quirrell's form. As the silvery glow flickered, Quirrell's body began to convulse slightly. His eyelids seemed to tremble, and his lips parted slightly, emitting a low, raspy groan. Gradually, Quirrell opened his eyes, their expression murky and vacant, as though ensnared in a profound fog, devoid of vitality. Even upon recognizing Snape and Moody, both brandishing their wands at him, and seeing Flitwick scurrying toward him in the distance, he displayed no inclination to struggle. Moody, observing Quirrell's condition, furrowed his brow even deeper. With a wave of his wand, a dark blue membrane materialized, binding Quirrell's limbs firmly, leaving only his head free to move. Obstacles abound. Snape, we require his speech. Upon hearing Moody's command, a hint of displeasure crossed Snape's face, yet he complied with a wave of his wand, lifting the binding spell. Quirrell's body relaxed slightly, yet he remained firmly bound by the binding curse, unable to move anything save for his head. Of course, Quirrell had no intention of struggling. He merely emitted a series of incoherent sounds. How did you manage to capture him? Was there a confrontation? Moody's wand pressed against Quirrell's chest, his gaze fixed intently upon him, seemingly searching for a chink in his murky demeanor. Doubts grew ever more pronounced within his mind. He glanced back at Snape, who gave a slight nod, his voice as cold as ice. Indeed, he had arrived here alone, with no intention of apprehending him in the Great Hall, given the presence of numerous students. Yet, unexpectedly, he launched an attack on those present, leaving us no choice but to intervene.
3 stunning spells were entirely justified under the circumstances. Snape succinctly recounted the events to Moody, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. He found Quirrell's actions exceedingly peculiar.
According to Snape and McGonagall, Quirrell had no reason to suspect that he had been discovered. Why then did he suddenly resort to violence against the nearby students? Observing Moody's darkened expression, Snape scoffed lightly and opened the vial in his hand. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The potion I concocted is inescapable. Moody hesitated, nodding slightly, sensing an underlying peculiarity in the situation that he could not quite articulate. Snape approached Quirrell, positioning the vial at the corner of his unsteady mouth, preparing to administer the potion against his will. Wait, Moody interjected sharply, casting a cold glance at him. What is it now? Have you forgotten to arrange for tomorrow's newspaper? Ignoring the jibe, Moody turned to Tonks and commanded in a low tone, you, stand guard outside. No one is to enter without my command. He then addressed Flitwick, Phileas. Prepare for combat. With that, he leveled his wand menacingly at the prone Quirrell on the dining table. Flitwick and Snape exchanged glances, both recognizing that they shared the opinion that Moody was merely a jittery madman. Flitwick shook his head but complied, drawing his wand from his waist. Tonks, with a disdainful pout, stepped outside, leaving a crack in the door for a furtive glimpse within. Snape cast a cold look at Moody, seemingly finding his caution excessive. Yet he refrained from further comment as he slowly poured the Veritaserum into Quirrell's mouth. Quirrell's throat twitched slightly as the potion flowed down, eliciting a low groan. His voice hoarse and guttural. Whose vessel is your master inhabiting now? Is it Marcus Flint, the head of Slytherin? Snape inquired. The others held their breath, awaiting a response. Yet, after a moment, Quirrell merely parted his lips slightly, a shadow flickering in his vacant gaze. He uttered a vague phrase, they are searching for. Before he could finish, a strange red glint flashed in his eyes, his expression becoming as rigid as a mask, his complexion turning a pallid white. The gaze gradually fell, succumbing to profound silence. Tonks yearned to continue observing, but was discovered by Moody. Under the command of the oldest Auror, the restaurant's door was firmly shut. Alas, when shall I truly become an Auror? She muttered, leaning against the door, feeling as though adulthood had not altered the perception of others, who still regarded her as a child. Nevertheless, she drew her wand from her waist, steeling herself, for according to Moody, a nefarious dark wizard lurked within the school. As she stood guard by the door, mere seconds passed before Moody's voice echoed with further inquiries. Tonks immediately pressed her ear against the door, eager to hear what Quirrell might say. Yet, silence enveloped the air, prompting her to lift her head in confusion. What is happening? Did the Veritaserum fail? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was violently thrust open by an overwhelming force, colliding fiercely with her chest. Darkness enveloped her vision as she was propelled backward, landing painfully on the ground, clutching her shoulder. As she looked up, she was startled to find Professor Flitwick collapsed in her arms, blood seeping from his forehead, unconscious. "Professor!" she exclaimed in horror, glancing into the dining hall. There, an exceedingly tall monstrosity loomed. Its body was cloaked in silver scales, limbs as sturdy as tree trunks, with sharp claws glinting coldly. The creature nearly filled half the hall, standing a staggering 8 meters high. Nearby, Snape lay sprawled, the dining table's plates overturned. A pool of deep crimson blood pooling beneath him. The only one still standing was Moody, his face pale, gasping for breath, one hand pressed firmly against his chest. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the beast, a glint of icy resolve in his eyes. His suspicions had proven correct. Someone had been waiting for them to administer the Veritaserum to Quirrell. The Quirrell before them had transformed into a massive, reanimated corpse. Drawing upon years of Auror experience, Moody narrowly evaded the creature's lethal strike, even managing to cast a spell in the brief interval. However, the silver scales of the beast acted as a natural barrier. The spell rebounded upon contact, rendered utterly ineffective. Gritting his teeth, Moody glanced at the now profusely bleeding Snape, swiftly devising a strategy in his mind. This creature was beyond his capability to confront alone. Victory demanded the combined efforts of other Aurors. At that moment, the silver monster that had once been Quirrell roared for the Dark Lord and lunged at Moody with its enormous claws. Moody's expression remained calm and resolute. Without hesitation, he pointed his wand at his legs, casting a strengthening charm. With a powerful push, he dashed toward the dining hall's entrance. Even with a wooden leg, his speed did not wane in the slightest. Swiftly, he distanced himself from the monstrous creature. In the fleeting moment as he dashed past, he brandished his wand, etching a deep mark upon the ground. The floor, as if enchanted, heaved upwards, forming a colossal barrier. The silver beast, caught unawares, misstepped and crashed heavily to the ground, producing a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity as the creature struggled to rise, Moody pivoted, bellowing, blind. A scarlet beam of light shot forth, striking the monster's eyes with pinpoint accuracy. The giant let out a painful roar, its claws shielding its face as it writhed in agony. Its silver scales stained a dark crimson by the blood seeping from its afflicted eyes. Moody, ever vigilant, seized the moment once more, waving his wand and calling out, "Severus Snape, come forth." Snape's body was yanked upward by the spell, rising from the pool of blood, racing towards the entrance of the Great Hall. By the time Moody reached the door, he found Tonks still dazed and immediately pulled her up, growling, "Run." Chapter 91. The terrifying nature of spell proficiency cards? The Unmatched Killing Curse. Ding. Hogwarts Castle Exploration level reaches 30. Spell proficiency card issued. As Devero galloped atop his steed, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. His eyes widened at the sight of the newly acquired spell proficiency card. Now he possessed 2 such cards, and there happened to be a spell that piqued his interest. With that thought, he directed his gaze to the latest addition in his spell repertoire. Spell Library, Killing Curse, Beginner. This incantation, modified by Voldemort, was a curse that, once cast, would afflict any target struck by the spell. If the cursed individual entered within 10 meters of the target of the killing curse, they too would be considered struck by it. In essence, he had acquired a spell capable of mass execution. A flicker of excitement danced in Devero's eyes. However, it was apparent that he lacked a suitable place to practice such a spell. Living in Hogwarts, he had no desire to harm anyone, Snape being the sole exception. Yet, the absence of a training ground for such a formidable curse was indeed a vexation. Just as he pondered this dilemma, he recalled that he still possessed 2 spell proficiency cards. Previously, he had utilized just one to elevate his apparition skill to mastery. If he were to apply both cards to the killing curse, the results were beyond his imagination. Without hesitation, Devero eagerly employed the 2 spell proficiency cards on the killing curse. Ding. Spell proficiency card used. Spell proficiency card used. With both cards expended, Devero was instantly inundated with a wealth of knowledge regarding the killing curse, as if he had wielded the spell countless times before. Thousands have perished. My memory is overwhelmed with countless faces of the deceased. I have even uncovered numerous historical secrets intimately tied to this curse. Even for a magical prodigy, the sheer volume of information has left Devero with a pounding headache, nearly causing him to tumble from his steed. Fortunately, the horse slowed just in time, allowing Devero to remain atop. However, the unfortunate Marcus, who was being levitated by Devero's spell, fell to the ground with a thud. Yet, he maintained his usual vacant expression, not uttering a sound of pain or displaying any other reaction. Devero clasped his head with both hands, and after several long seconds, he slowly opened his eyes. A transformation had taken place in his gaze. It embodied a profound indifference, as though everything around him were utterly irrelevant. He glanced down at Marcus, sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, and an inexplicable impulse surged within him. He raised his wand, as if this action had been repeated 1,000 times, instinctive and familiar. Avada, wait. What am I doing? He nearly hurled his wand away, horrified at the realization that he had almost cast the killing curse on Marcus. He quickly slapped his forehead, reminding himself that the wizard who had cast the killing curse countless times was not him, nor was he the murderer of innumerable souls. With this thought, he managed to breathe a little easier. It was then that he remembered to check his status panel. One glance caused his pupils to constrict. Spell library, killing curse, unmatched. Unmatched. Devero gasped in shock. Could it be that he had become the most adept wizard in this world at wielding the killing curse? The number of lives he had imagined taking could fill an entire Diagon alley. Perhaps after chatting with Voldemort, he could even call him Little Voldy. It was indeed rather chilling. Was it possible that with just 2 spell proficiency cards, he could elevate one of his spells to an unrivaled potency? Devero's lips twitched in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. Until now, he had thought the spell proficiency card was of little use. After all, he was already a magical genius. Did he really need an acceleration card? But now he realized that this was no mere acceleration card. It was a graduation card. The effect was explosive. Devero immediately retracted his previous dismissive attitude, resolving to handle this card with utmost caution in the future. Just then, a more intense explosion echoed from ahead, shaking the ground beneath him and filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Devero's heart raced as he suddenly remembered that he was there to provide support. He had nearly lost focus on his mission. This was dire. He could not afford to waste any more time. Silently chastising himself, he steeled his resolve. With a swift motion, he brandished his wand and shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. Marcus's body levitated once more. Devero spurred his horse into a gallop. Rushing towards the heart of the battle, Tonks bore the grievously injured Snape on her back, stumbling as she entered a classroom far removed from the chaos of the battlefield. Her legs wobbled beneath her, yet she resolutely compelled herself to keep moving. Moody and Professor Flitwick, awakened by the revival spell, had just managed to divert the attention of the silver-skinned giant, granting her precious moments to escape. After laying Snape gently on the ground, Tonks hastily cast healing spells upon him, lifting his cloak to reveal gaping wounds that marred his chest and abdomen, with shattered ribs barely visible. His breathing was faint, nearly extinguished. She endeavored to focus, cautiously applying a blood-stopping charm over the injuries. The flow of blood finally ceased, though she knew it was merely a temporary reprieve. Her knowledge of healing was limited, inadequate to address such life-threatening injuries. She needed a professional healer, swiftly. Rising to her feet, Tonks approached the door, glancing around. One side was filled with the incessant sounds of explosions emanating from the Great Hall, while the other led to the infirmary. Taking a deep breath, she gripped her wand tightly, her face pale, heart pounding with a suffocating intensity. She longed to join her comrades in the fight against that terrifying giant to protect her friends. Yet, the thought of Snape behind her made her shake her head vehemently. Saving a life was paramount. I must save him, she murmured softly, gritting her teeth as she hoisted Snape onto her back and, with heavy footsteps, resolutely dashed towards the infirmary. Meanwhile, within the Great Hall, Moody and his cadre of 14 official Aurors had gathered, along with Professor Flitwick, the champion duelist of Hogwarts, and dozens of the Hogwarts Stone Knights. The transformed silver giant loomed before them, its body cloaked in impenetrable silver scales that shimmered with an eerie glow. Chapter 92, The Final Battle. Rebound? Let us see if this can bounce back. Quick, bind it. Moody and Flitwick burst into the Great Hall, forcefully slamming the door shut. Flitwick immediately cast a powerful binding spell upon the entrance. While it could not completely thwart Quirrell, it would at least hold him off for a moment. Moody, what is going on? Is it that dark wizard? At that moment, 2 figures clad in Ministry of Magic uniforms entered from the opposite side of the hall. They were none other than Aurors who had come to investigate the sound of a massive object crashing to the ground. Boom. The door behind them trembled violently, shaken by a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the door and the binding spell above it were violently torn asunder by an immense force. The silver giant, like a harbinger of death, charged through the doorway, its silver scales glinting menacingly in the candlelight. The 2 Aurors paled, raising their wands in a frenzy, unleashing spells at Quirrell. A torrent of incantations rained down upon the giant, the tips of their wands sparkling with a myriad of colors. However, a formidable aura of intimidation enveloped the scene. The giant remained unscathed, while the recently arrived Aurors struggled to rise. With the resounding force of the giant's onslaught, more Aurors flooded into the hall. At that moment, half of the Aurors had already arrived. Everyone, proceed with caution, do not engage it directly. Employ transfiguration to outmaneuver it. Moody's voice resonated amidst the chaos, his gaze composed and resolute. Despite the dire circumstances, he continued to strategize swiftly. With a decisive thrust upon the ground, a towering earthen wall sprang forth, aiming to obstruct the silver-skinned giant. He then swiftly scooped up Flitwick and dashed towards the center of the hall. The Aurors were momentarily stunned by the sight of the silver-skinned giant transformed by Chilo, yet they quickly acquiesced to Moody's command, dispersing rapidly to avoid forming a straight line, thereby minimizing the risk of friendly fire from rebound spells. Although they had just witnessed the terrifying defenses of the giant, none faltered. The dark wizard had conjured a formidable abomination, impervious to spells, necessitating substantial physical force to subdue it. Moody bellowed at the incoming Aurors, urging them to prioritize their safety. Form ranks. Avoid direct hits. Understood. The Aurors, deserving of their reputation as the most formidable wizards of peacetime, swiftly complied with Moody's directives. After a brief moment of shock, they engaged in guerrilla tactics against Chilo throughout the hall, utilizing transfiguration to create obstacles. The ground heaved with rising stone walls, columns, and pits, as they sought to obstruct the creature's advance with agile terrain. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sheer might of Chilo. Not only was he impervious to spells, but as time progressed, his speed increased dramatically as he transitioned from bipedal to quadrupedal movement. With a single leap, he effortlessly cleared obstacles, his silver claws shredding through stone walls without losing momentum. Despite the Auror's exceptional stamina, it was exceedingly challenging to avoid errors against such a swift, powerful, and large adversary. At that moment, an Auror named Delis leapt forward, attempting to transfigure a wooden table into a heavy restraint to ensnare Chilo's massive claws. Yet, the giant had already fixed his gaze upon him. A glimmering silver claw, filled with ferocious intent, hurtled towards Delis. He braced for the moment when he would be cleaved in two. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a heavily armored knight, clad in medieval armor, suddenly appeared, charging on horseback into the silver-skinned giant, positioning himself before Delis. The knight stood firm as a rock, unwavering, and withstood the assault of Chilo's claws, momentarily halting the lethal strike. The Aurors were left in utter astonishment to know that the only one capable of engaging in close combat with Quirrell before was Professor Flitwick. Flitwick employs a spell known as the Super Armor Charm. After casting it upon himself, a colossal protective shield, approximately 2.5 meters in radius, envelopes him. This shield is remarkably sturdy, able to withstand Quirrell's assaults for 4 to 5 seconds. At that moment, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. No, it was a multitude. A throng of stone knights surged forth from various directions within the hall, brandishing long swords, war hammers, and other heavy weaponry, encircling Quirrell in an ancient and meticulous formation, advancing towards the giant with cold determination and fearlessness. The giant roared, wildly flailing its arms, yet found it challenging to extricate itself, ensnared by the knights who relentlessly pressed forward. Apparently, you are in dire need of assistance. A deep and familiar voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. You're late, exclaimed McGonagall, clad in a dark green robe, standing at the main doorway, raising her wand high to command the stone knights in their relentless assault on the silver-skinned giant that Quirrell had transformed into. McGonagall lifted her chin with a slight smile, and as her words fell, her wand traced an elegant and swift arc, continuing to orchestrate the knights as they charged towards the silver giant. Under her precise guidance, this band of knights moved with the discipline of a true army, their unity palpable as they firmly subdued the giant, causing the ground to tremble and filling the air with dust and remnants of magic. The giant's movements began to slow, as if its strength was gradually being depleted. Almost there, muttered Moody, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the silver giant unleashed a thunderous roar. A terrifying green flame erupted from its mouth. This was the most malevolent fire of the dark arts, nearly impossible to control and lethal upon contact. The stone knights had no time to react before being engulfed by the horrific flames, half of them turning to ash in an instant, losing significant combat capability. The flames swept across the battlefield like a nightmare, and in the blink of an eye, the once vibrant stone knights collapsed, stripped of their ability to resist. At that moment, Quirrell coldly turned his gaze towards a figure in the hall, Professor McGonagall, this composed and resolute which posed the greatest threat before him. He inhaled deeply, his enormous chest brimming with dark power, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent. With a violent exhalation, he unleashed a torrent of flames aimed directly at Professor McGonagall. Everything transpired in a heartbeat, leaving no time for evasion. McGonagall had yet to fully comprehend the danger when the green flames surged ominously close. Just as the flames were about to consume her, a figure suddenly lunged towards her, enveloping her protectively in their embrace. It was Tonks. Armor charm, Tonks shouted, raising her wand high. Instinctively, she conjured a transparent shield, resolutely standing before McGonagall. Flames violently collided with the barrier, and Tonks was nearly pushed back by the immense force. Yet, she clung to McGonagall with unwavering determination, gritting her teeth and refusing to let go. However, she was acutely aware that this was no ordinary fire. It was dark fire. Tonks understood that her shield alone could not withstand such a formidable and malevolent blaze. Cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the shield, the flames searing the air around them, waves of heat assaulting her senses. She felt as though her skin was ablaze. With a deafening crack, the shield finally shattered, and the dark fire instantaneously consumed it. As Tonks despairingly closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending burn, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air. The anticipated searing heat did not arrive. Startled, Tonks opened her eyes to discover, with astonishment, that the terrifying flames had been drawn away in another direction. She looked up to see a golden-haired youth riding a pony, brandishing his wand high, drawing the fierce green flames past her with a swift motion. Tonks stood frozen, her heart racing like a drum. The boy's steely gaze and composed demeanor resembled that of a warrior who had long since come to terms with life and death. He galloped towards the silver-skinned giant, his eyes locking onto the creature with an undeniable pressure, as if judging its very existence, cold enough to send shivers down the spine. "Do not use spells. They will rebound," Moody warned loudly. The boy smiled faintly at the admonition, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. "Is that so?" he replied, then focused his energy, enveloped in a faint green glow. The tip of his wand pointed directly at the silver giant, his expression resolute as steel. The Aurors immediately recognized the intensity of his aura, their eyes widening in shock. "What is that?" Before anyone could contemplate further, the silver giant manifested an expression of sheer terror, emitting a low, mournful wail as it attempted to retreat, but it was too late. A breathtaking beam of green light erupted from the tip of the boy's wand, powerful and forceful, akin to lightning tearing through the darkness. And it pierced straight through the giant's chest. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 93. This does not feel like flattery. Boom. The silver giant fell to the ground, its face frozen in a mask of utter horror. The green light had charred its chest, leaving nothing but blackened ribs in its wake. Evidently, the silver scales, which were said to reflect any spell, could not withstand the unparalleled killing curse. Silence enveloped the hall. Not a soul uttered a word. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Even Moody, with his singular eye, was transfixed, his expression graver than when he faced Kilo. They stared in shock at the giant they had struggled against in vain, now lifeless before them, leaving them profoundly shaken. The sound of hoofbeats echoed clearly in the emptiness as the golden-haired boy slowly approached, until he stopped before Tonks. She observed him lowering his gaze upon her, his tone gentle as he inquired. Tonks found herself momentarily stunned. His deep brown eyes resembled fathomless pools, causing her heart to skip a beat. Despite his seemingly youthful appearance, it was difficult not to let her imagination wander. A sense of inexplicable embarrassment washed over her as she stammered, I'm fine." Yet the boy, almost unconsciously, raised his hand and gently pushed her aside, effortlessly bypassing her as he strode briskly toward Professor McGonagall, who stood behind her. "Professor, are you all right? My goodness. I was so worried," Devero exclaimed, dismounting swiftly and circling around McGonagall to ensure she had not been harmed by the fierce fire. It seemed that the earlier coldness and resolve were merely illusions. I'm fine." Tonks realized that this boy was scarcely taller than her ribcage, a genuine child. "What on earth was I just thinking?" She inhaled deeply, inwardly mocking herself, wishing for a place to hide. However, the others present were far from calm, whispering amongst themselves. Was that the Avada Kedavra curse? A young Auror's voice, hoarse and nearly a whisper, exclaimed in disbelief. His older companion gazed at the boy with a complex expression, fear evident in his eyes. "I have never seen someone so young use the killing curse so decisively." "That was not merely a killing curse," Flitwick observed, his gaze fixed on the boy. After a pause, he shook his head and murmured. The audacity and determination he displayed in casting such a spell. Where on earth could he have learned it? There is certainly no place within the school to acquire knowledge of the killing curse. Watching Devero, who was now conversing with Professor McGonagall about the unfolding events, Moody murmured to himself in a tone inaudible to others. And a half-blood with blonde hair and brown eyes at that age? There could only be one possibility. Taking a deep breath, he approached Devero with an extremely serious expression. "Professor, so you were saying that you received my intelligence, then contacted the headmasters in the headmaster's office, confirming that Quirrell was a dark wizard, which led to his capture in the dining hall. And after administering the truth serum, he transformed into this?" Devero asked, astonished. For him, if Quirrell indeed harbored such immense energy, it should have been observable in his records. However, the last time Devero had seen him, Quirrell's records showed no signs of change. Otherwise, he would have certainly alerted Professor McGonagall. Now, it seemed there was no time to investigate further. Turning to glance at the motionless silver-skinned giant lying on the ground, Devero felt astonished by the power of the killing curse. To be honest, he had considered the possibility that the curse might not be rebuffed by the giant's skin, yet he never anticipated it would lead to such a fatal outcome. One can only say that the unparalleled level indeed holds substantial value. At this moment, Professor McGonagall suddenly grasped Deveroux's shoulders, fixating her gaze intently into his eyes. With utmost seriousness and urgency, she queried, "Devereux, From whom did you learn the killing curse? Devero, somewhat bewildered, hesitated to reveal that he had acquired it from Marcus. However, a swift realization struck him. If the Aurors were to discover that Marcus had attempted to murder a classmate using the curse, would he not end up languishing in Azkaban? In a moment of desperation, Devero blurted out, I learned it in Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class. Clearly, this was not a statement easily accepted. Professor McGonagall was taken aback, momentarily stunned, but upon meeting his gaze again, her expression grew increasingly urgent. She whispered in his ear, Very well, Devero. I do not care where you learned this spell, but should they inquire, you must say that Quirrell mentioned it could be cast freely, understood? Devero, still in shock, nodded slowly. At that moment, a gruff voice resonated nearby. Mr. Devero, is it? Instantly, he beheld a face that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. A scarred man, with features as if he had been hewn from stone, stood before him. Devero found it difficult to ascertain whether he was more terrified of this face or of Snape's. However, upon noticing the startling blue artificial eye, he immediately recognized him, Mad-Eye Moody, the most distinguished Auror in the original narrative. Devero swiftly comprehended Professor McGonagall's intent. She was likely concerned that he might end up imprisoned for employing an unforgivable curse. Yet, Devero was unperturbed, for he had wielded it in the pursuit of criminals. Nevertheless, he understood that if Moody did not arrive, the entire assembly would likely vacate the hall. Therefore, Devero calmly turned to acknowledge him with a nod. Yes, sir. Moody's good eye fixed intently upon him, meeting his gaze, while the blue magical eye roamed restlessly, scanning Devero from head to toe. The thought that this eye could see through him made Devero feel quite uncomfortable. After scrutinizing him thoroughly, Moody finally spoke, Indeed, seeing you in person is far more enlightening than mere hearsay, Mr. Devero. Dumbledore has sung your praises, declaring you a wizard of unparalleled talent. His gaze then settled squarely upon Devereau's face. Just like your father. Devereau's lips curled into a smirk. Though I strive for humility, I cannot deny that such flattery does not seem unwarranted, he chuckled. To be candid, Moody's smile was far more fearsome than his neutral expression. If you have inquiries for my student, do proceed swiftly. Otherwise, I shall escort him to rest. Professor McGonagall's voice, icy and resolute, echoed from behind Devero. Moody raised an eyebrow, extending his hands in a gesture of invitation. Very well, I have but one query, Alexander. From whom did you acquire your killing curse? I learned it from Professor Quirrell's demonstration in this morning's defense against the dark arts class. Moody's smile faltered, his brow visibly furrowing. Are you suggesting that Quirrell demonstrated it in class, and you mastered it just like that? Devero nodded, honestly adding, Indeed, not only the killing curse. I have also mastered the soul-sucking curse and the Cruciatus curse.